I was born with the supreme bone of the world's teachings, but on my 18th birthday, I chose to dig out my own supreme bone with my own hands, just to break off all relations with my biased parents. In the previous life, in order to please the Chi family, I extracted the supreme bone from my body and unconditionally transplanted it to their adopted son, Chi Shangtian. Not only did I not receive any affection, but I was also despised by 8 sisters. Even after the torment of being dug to death, I did not receive a single tear shed by my family. When I opened my eyes again, I heard the voice of the eldest sister by my ear. Chi sure, today is your younger brother's coming-of-age ceremony. Why haven't you even prepared a gift? I told you earlier, all the dignitaries of the capital will come today, but you are still wearing a school uniform. Do you want to embarrass our entire family in the capital? The suppressed and icy voice made me realize that I was reborn, starting a new life. I decided to cut ties with the Chi family as soon as possible. At this moment, the flashlight suddenly shone on me, and the host's smile was tinged with a hint of mockery. Chi Da Xiao, as the elder brother of Master Chi Shengtian, what gift have you prepared? Gift? He. I chuckled self-deprecatingly, raised my eyes to meet the expectant gaze of Chi Shengtian, and in an instant, it became extremely cold. The adopted son of the Chi family, Chi Shengtian, deliberately spoke vaguely, saying, "The gift my brother gave me is very good and very valuable." The host urged expectantly, "Valuable? Then we are even more curious." The seemingly challenging act by the host was actually arranged by Chi Shengtian. Chi Shengtian hesitated for a long time, finally took a deep breath, pointed to his chest, and said, "In fact, the gift my eldest brother gave me, I have always carried with me. That is his supreme bone." As he spoke, he bowed deeply towards me. "Big brother, thank you. If you hadn't transplanted the supreme bone to me, I would have died 5 years ago. Thank you for helping me integrate the supreme bone and for giving me the companion bone you cultivated with your blood. I will not let you down. I will definitely become a strong person who stands tall and firm, for the Chi family, and more importantly, for you, to eradicate all the exotic beasts in the world." Applause rang out again at the scene, and I raised my head and howled to the sky. I stood on the stage in front of everyone, took the microphone from the host, and said, "My good brother, for you, I endured the most extreme pain in this world. For you, I peeled off the supreme bone, as if cutting a piece of flesh from my heart, making me bedridden for a year. For you, as soon as my injuries healed, I made another cut and dug out the bones from the right half of my leg. Today is your birthday, as well as mine. I have given you half of my life. What gift have you prepared for me?" The whole scene fell silent instantly. All major families knew how painful it was to excavate the sacred bones, because the process of bone digging had to be kept awake throughout, and the ribs had to be opened to separate the flesh and blood attached to the sacred bones bit by bit. Chi Shengtian was panicked in an instant. "Brother, I know today is also your birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you too. It's at home. Let's go back and I'll give it to you. Okay?" In the past, I wouldn't and dared not do such a thing, because my words were equivalent to personally throwing the face of the Chi family on the ground and trampling on it fiercely. But at this moment, I ruthlessly exposed the truth. "If it's not good, I just want to see what gift you have prepared for me today. What you will give me when we get home. Since I entered the Chi family, what gifts have you given me?" "I gave you the Supreme Valley, and you turned around and went to the hotel to celebrate with them," Chi Shengtian anxiously said. "Brother, let's talk about it when we get home. There are so many people watching below the stage." Eldest sister Chi Yu stood up and shouted angrily, "Chi Sha, get down here quickly and stop embarrassing us on stage." Several sisters were so angry that their faces turned red, gritting their teeth. They couldn't believe that I, who had always been obedient in the past, would now bring shame to the Chi family. The Chi family is the leading family in the Dragon Kingdom. Losing face for the Chi family is like losing face for the entire Dragon Kingdom, which is a very serious matter. The head of the Chi family, Chi Duanshan, angrily scolded, "How dare you, get down here right now." He admitted that he hadn't celebrated my birthday in these years. "But can't we discuss it at home?" Eldest sister Chi Yu reprimanded. "Chi Sha, you are going too far. Can't you see how angry Dad is? Apologize to him immediately." I retorted. "Big sister, just now at the main gate you scolded me for not bringing a gift. So may I ask, have you prepared a gift for me?" Chi Yu was momentarily speechless. "My dear sisters, have you prepared gifts for me as well?" I turned to look at the 8 women below the stage. Chi Duanshan angrily said, "How could they not have sent any? The Biming necklace from EU, the Autumn Moon 100 grass needle from Shirer, the Eastern token from Sanin. Aren't they all gifts for you?" The names of the 9 adopted daughters of the Chi family are based on homophones from 1 to 9 in order from oldest to youngest. Upon hearing this, I chuckled. The Biming necklace, Autumn Moon 100 grass needle. And the Eastern token. It seems like I stole these things. Yes, that's right. I stole them. I have dirty hands. Stealing valuables worth hundreds of millions from the Chi family over the past 5 years. Thank you for your understanding. Or else I would have been caught long ago. My words were like a loud slap in the face, hitting every member of the Chi family hard. Why would the young master of the Chi family, who is connected by blood, steal things? What does he want? Isn't it just a matter of a few words? Chi Duanshan's mouth was twisted in anger. Big brother, please stop. Mom, Dad, and sister are really angry. If you anger them again, they will kick you out. Xixing grabbed my hand and anxiously said, Xisha, if you recognize me as your elder sister, apologize to me immediately and come down right away. Chiyue's gaze was cold and fierce, like the eternal ice of the Arctic. I ignored her and turned to the middle-aged woman next to Kaduanshan, saying, Mom, today is my birthday and also your day of suffering. I am grateful that you brought me into this world and for your indifference towards me for the past 5 years. You have suffered, so let me give you a gift too. With a crash, Ziza pulls out the blood break agreement. Scared the hell out of everyone for a second. More than that, the mother blanched and almost fell to the floor. As Chisha's mother, Zhao Meilan did not expect that her own son would one day sever his blood ties with her. And, in full view of the public, there is no room for maneuver. Chisha, are you crazy? Are you trying to drive Mom to death? Chi Yu hissed angrily. Mom, pull yourself together. Slow down your rhythmic breathing. Don't ever get excited again. Shi Shire, as a top physician, hurriedly assisted her mother and anxiously said, Asshole. Do you have to make a mess before you're willing? Chi Guanshan couldn't bear it anymore and said, Big brother, hurry up and apologize. If you don't apologize, I won't be able to stop Dad. Shi Shangtian grabbed Chi Guanshan and choked. The scene's long since gone to shit. Some people are angry. Someone cursed. Some people are itching to rush up and yank Ziza off his feet. Shisha's behavior was too much. And it was not too much to describe it as disloyal, unfilial, and unrighteous. I'm sorry I'm such an asshole and not a human being. I got into a fight and made a scene at school. I raped a female classmate and almost got sent to jail. At home, I also bullied Qi Shengtian, the precious son of the Qi family, beating him, scolding him, and locking him in the basement. I am inferior. So please also ask the Qi family master to be magnanimous. Signed the agreement. Let me get the fuck out of here. Shi Sha said. And even bowed towards Qi Guanshan. The mockery was overflowing. Shi Sha, I told you to come down. Did you hear me or not? Shi Yu rushed onto the stage and yanked his hand to drag him down. I don't. Shi Sha shook his head. You must make a scene. Don't you? Shi Yu coldly said. If I don't make a scene, then how can I deserve the name of the capital's evil young man? Shi Sha laughed out loud. Snap. Shi Yu landed a heavy slap on Shi Sha's face. She can't control her power at the 4th rank of the sovereign. In the midst of the storm, it jerked Shi Sha heavily away, and even told Shi Sha to violently spurt out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing? Big sister? Brother? Are you okay? Brother? Look at me. Qi Shengtian anxiously rushed to Qisha's side, almost on the verge of tears as he looked at Qisha's severely injured appearance. Qi Yu saw that Qisha's breath was weak. And she also panicked. A great guilt surfaced. But she blamed Qisha more for being so disobedient. If Qisha had hurried down, then how could this have happened? Brother, I'm sending you to the hospital now. You mustn't be okay. Qi Shengtian choked out, and even wiped his tears in a fake manner. Qi Sha, do you think that by fooling around in this way, we will let you be? 4th sister Qi Siyuan glared angrily. Ahem. Me fooling around? Shisha weakly spat out a mouthful of blood and said, "It's obviously the same birthday. But instead of having a gift and no one to celebrate my birthday, I have to be placed in a corner. Obviously I'm the first line of the Chi family. Yet you guys have never called me a brother. But call Chi Shengtian affectionately. It's obvious that I'm dying from the pain of digging out the supreme bone. But I can't even have a mouthful of hot soup. So you guys are saying that this period of time is just right for me to sharpen my will. All the things you don't do for me, you do for me. I can't thank you enough." Shi Shengtian didn't expect Shisha to say what was in his heart. But that's just as well. It was just the right time to make the family a little more disgusted with Shisha. And to smoothly kick Shisha out. Everything in the Chi family, everything he currently possessed, belonged to him. And no one could steal it from him. Even Shisha. The first family. Brother, I really didn't think you'd actually think that. If you feel you're being left out in the cold, I can go. I can leave the house. You're the first line of the Chi family, after all. And I'm just an adopted son. Shi Shengtian wiped his tears and said in a tearful voice, "Shisha, you're not only going to force us, you're going to force Mom to have high blood pressure. You're even going to force Shengtian away, aren't you?" The few moments of guilt that Chi Yu had just developed vanished. Her eyes sharpened as she stared at Shisha. It was as if he had seen through Shisha's purpose. "Yes. I'm going to force him away. In this family, there is me without him. And him without me. I also want to get back the supreme bone that belongs to me." Chi Fury roared like a madman. All the anger, all the rage, was vented at this time. This was his last chance to give the Chi family. But he knew better than to hope. "You've gone too far. You yourself know how painful it is to dig out the supreme bone. But you actually want Shengtian to do this. Don't you want him to die?" Chi Yu coldly questioned. "You also knew it would be life-threatening. But you guys still dug out my supreme bone then? So much for the supreme bone. It's only a matter of time before 7 of the 8 companion bones are dug up by you. And it's only a matter of time before the last one is dug up by you." Shisha drank. "Brother, stop it. I'm willing to give them all back to you. Just stop blaming Mom, Dad and Sis. Okay?" Chi Shengtian cried even more miserably. It's a tried and true trick of his. And whenever he cries, it's the others who are wrong. Good. Now you dig them up. Then I'll wait for you. Shisha took out a dagger from his nascent sacred ring and threw it in front of Chi Shengtian. Chi Shengtian froze for a moment. And even his tears came to an abrupt end because he didn't expect Shisha to actually ask him to dig. He doesn't want it. This is gonna hurt like hell. Moreover, after digging up the supreme bone and companion bone, his martial arts talent would be completely wasted. Dig? What are you waiting for? You wouldn't dare. Would you? I was 13 years old back then. And I was able to endure such pain. You're 18 this year. How can you not? Shisha gritted his teeth and sat up, supporting himself bitterly and sneering. I dig. I dig. Chi Shengtian tearfully picked up the dagger and, just about to do it, it was snatched away in a flash by the pouncing Chi Yu. Don't do anything stupid. Big sister won't stand by and watch you dig out the supreme bone. The other sisters also caught wind of it. Only they weren't as fast as Chi Yu. And only half stepped onto the stage. It was only when they saw Chi Shengtian's dagger taken away that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Milan's heart was pounding and she was already sobbing uncontrollably. Asshole. Sinful son. Do you really want to drive us to our deaths before you're satisfied? If I'd known, I shouldn't have brought you back then. Chi Guanshan was so angry that he was trembling. If you don't bring me back, how will your precious adopted son get the supreme bone? And how will you take away my chance and make me a waste? Kisus threw back his head and laughed. Even if he touched the injuries in his body, he didn't care anymore. Even if he dies, he doesn't care. He'd already died once in his last life anyway. He grabbed the agreement and stumbled to his feet, looking at the group of people surrounding Qi Shengtian, full of nervousness and swish. He stained his finger with his own blood and pressed it against the agreement, and threw it in front of Qi Guanshan. Master Qi, I have completed my. Next. It's your turn. The bloody fingerprints on the agreement are so shocking. The Qi Yu had a hard time in her heart. Qi Sha completed the agreement with the blood of the injuries she had inflicted on her, making her feel a sense of forcing Qi Sha away. It was obvious that an apology from Qi Sha could have solved everything. But Qi Sha wanted to make things so extreme. Why can't the family be good? Some of the people on stage suddenly felt that something wasn't right. For one thing, Qi Sha was stripped of his supreme bone. Secondly, the treatment of Ziza in the family. Thirdly, Qi Sha's reputation was in absolute contrast to what it had been before he was 13 years old. The fact that Qi Sha was so determined to give up everything in the Qi family was enough to prove that he had his heart broken. If he really stole, then why didn't he stay at Qi's house and keep stealing? If he was really arrogant and domineering, then why didn't he rely on the Qi family's power and bully others? If the Qi family had treated him well, why would they have deprived him of the other companion bones after depriving him of the supreme bone? One must realize that doing so would be cutting off Qi Sha's future. Family Master Qi, what the hell is going on? If you guys take one or two of the companion bones, Qi Sha still has a bright future. And in the future you will be able to become at least a sect master level powerhouse. But you actually took 7 pieces. This thing? It's outrageous. A question was raised that the Qi family is very powerful. But not everyone was afraid of offending the Qi family. Let's say the Department of Education. Compare that to a war zone. Compare this to the other town clans in the Dragon Kingdom. Guys, this whole thing isn't what you think it is. Back then, the Supreme Bone was transplanted because something went wrong with Xingtian's innate 9 dragon's body. Without the suppression of the Supreme Bone, Shengtian would have died. Qi Sha was willing to save his brother, so he gave up the Supreme Bone. After that, the Supreme Bone had a rejection reaction in Shengtian. No way. We can only suppress it with companion bones. Qi Guanshan's brows furrowed as he explained. With Qi Sha, he could have dismissed Qi Sha in a couple of sentences, because Qi Sha was his son. But to outsiders, he can't. This matter, if not explained, is tantamount to the Qi family's majesty being swept away. The Qi family even persecuted their own son like this. So it is even more unimaginable for others. Ha ha. Suppression? You guys have already suppressed it a long time ago. Yet you still want to take away my companion bone piece after piece? This is the Qi family? Is this you, Qi Guanshan? Qi Sha sneered. Qi Sha, we've tolerated you enough over the years. All those wrong things you did, it was all the Qi family wiping your ass. We're the ones who spoiled you with bullying. From this day forward, I will not spoil you. Didn't you want to break it off? That's good. I'll break it off with you. But only if you hand over the last piece of companion bone, as this is essentially an asset of the Qi family. Qi Guanshan wanted to settle this matter in a hurry. And after interrupting Qi Sha, he immediately signed the agreement. He doesn't think Qi Sha dares to leave the Qi family. If we leave, Qi Sha won't even survive. He just couldn't believe that Qi Sha was willing to give up the privileged life of the Qi family and go back to being an orphan. Family Master Qi, would you consider yourself a little too shameless? Shisha was so infuriated that he spurted out a mouthful of blood, his teeth gritting. If you don't want to sever your relationship, apologize to me, to your mother, to your sister, and to the guests present. Chi Guanshan threw the agreement on the ground and coldly said, taking out the companion bone is not as torturous as the supreme bone. Though. But it's also going to be a knife in the body. Moreover, this companion bone was Chisha's only hope for the college entrance exam in 3 months. And there was no way Chisha would give it up. Brother, just apologize. Dad is in a rage right now. As long as you bow your head, everything will be fine, Qi Shengtian anxiously advised. But to avoid any further trouble with Ziza, his sisters kept him well protected. However, he glared at Qi Sha as if he were looking at a murderer. The companion bone was raised by me with 13 years of essence blood. Why should I give you even the last piece? Qi Sha roared. No matter what. This was raised with my Qi family's supreme bone. If you sever your bloodline, you will have no connection to my Qi family. Even if it's not as good as the supreme bone, all of its existence represents our capital city Qi family. In case you use it to do something bad, won't we still be the ones to take the blame? Qi Broken Mountain justified and rationalized. Saying that, Qi Guanshan looked at the crowd and salvaged the situation. Everyone. The canine son Qi Fury is used to being arrogant and domineering on weekdays. We've been tolerating him on account of his great contribution to the Qi family. But he doesn't just want to cause trouble and force us to drive Shengtian away. He also wants to mess with the Qi family. If he has to cut us off today, then we'll break it off with him. As the township clan of the Dragon Kingdom, my Qi family does not allow or promise to have such a rat turd that spoils the pot of porridge. His words caused the crowd to look at each other in disbelief. The sisters glared at Ziza, meaning for Ziza to hurry up and give in. But Ziza picked up the agreement on the floor. Bitterly. Desperate. Drop the agreement into the nano ring. I've been in the Qi family for 5 years. And I've eaten and lived in the Qi family. The supreme bone doesn't belong to me in the first place. Just give it back to the Qi family. The 7 companion bones from before will be the cost of my food and lodging for 5 years. You guys want the last companion bone, right? Me. Here. This piece will be the cost of me buying out the Qi family for giving me life. Shisha picked up the dagger on the ground and it was the dagger that Qi Yue had rushed up to snatch and thrown away. Qi Shengtian took the knife. These 8 sisters were so nervous that their hearts were about to jump out. They didn't even think about it. They didn't hesitate to rush up and. But when Shisha took the knife, they just looked at it coldly, as if it was none of their business. In 5 years you have given me a total of 3 sets of clothes, 2 school uniforms, and the one I am wearing. I beg you to please leave it with me. Secondly, I didn't eat anything just now. So I hope you guys don't think I'm here to rub it in. From now on, whether I live or die is none of your business. There was no emotion left in Shisha's eyes. Just coldly picked up the knife and slashed at his right arm. Until this moment, the sisters hadn't taken Shisha's attitude seriously, thinking only that Shisha was trying to get away with posturing. A shade flashed across Qi Shengtian's eyes. He also didn't think that Shisha would dare to take out the last companion bone. But Shisha was definitely going to be driven away. Qi Guanshan had disdain on his face. As the head of the Qi family, what schemes had he not seen before? A mere bitter trick to get him to moderate? No way. Swish. The sharp dagger cut a bloody gash in the skin of Shisha's right lower arm. The wounds are so deep that you can see the white bones. The crimson blood kept dripping down on the stage. For a moment, the crowd all froze. Panic. Staggering. I can't believe it. It haunts everyone. Shisha cuts across his arm, the wound spanning the entirety of his lower arm and tearing him apart with pain. He thought he'd suffered so much that he'd never feel pain again. But he was wrong. It's so wrong. He, who had been seriously injured by Chi Yu earlier, had become even weaker because of this slash. His body was trembling and his face was so pale that he could barely stand. This cut not only cut on Shisha's body, more cuts on Chi Yu's heart. She just stared blankly, dumbfounded, at Shisha, her head so blank that she even forgot that she was supposed to be there to stop it. Qi Xingtian's hidden smile also stiffened. He categorically could not have imagined that Shisha would actually be so determined and actually dare to take out the companion bone in public. Qi Guanshan was dumbfounded, not realizing that this son of his, he had actually achieved this level. Mom! With a cry of alarm from the 9 sisters, Zhao Mailan fainted on the spot. Ziza! Stop it now! Mom is being stimulated by you to the point of passing out. Shi Jiao anxiously shouted. Mom! The sisters anxiously lunged toward her to check on her. All right, Sha. Stop it. Qi Guanshan couldn't care less about his wife and hurriedly stopped it. If he didn't stop Sha at this time, then if the matter was spread out, Qi Broken Mountain would definitely suffer the world's curses. Even the Qi family would have to suffer. Sha, however, recoiled and became even more desperate. When it comes to stopping Qi Shengtian, they've got a million ways to do it. But when it comes to him, it's just a couple of snipes? From now on, I'll cut myself off from the Qi family and have no more to do with it. Shisha made another cut vertically, completely digging the wound open. The immense pain that afflicted him. But he didn't stop there. He didn't shed a single tear, rawly slicing away all the skin and flesh where the companion bone had adhered, letting the blood gurgle, letting himself get so dizzy that he was almost dying. Qishoi. Shi Yu completely panicked and screamed in terror. Clunk! A bloody triangular piece of bone, thrown out by Qi Sha, fell heavily on the ground. Master Qi. Farewell. Congratulations to the Qi family on their prosperous martial arts fortune. Qi Sha sealed the meridians of his right hand, stopping the bleeding from his right hand wound. He just stumbled off the stage and, looking at Qi Sha's back, Qi Guanshan wanted to say something, but even he was already intimidated. All of the previous bone removals were surgeries done in hospitals. But this time, Qi Sha had cut his own flesh and skin alive. There are 2 types of companion bones: those cultivated by martial artists and those transplanted from exotic beasts. Either way, it could enhance extremely strong talents for martial artists, allowing them to cross over to a higher realm. That's why companion bones are something a martial artist can't hand over even if they die. Not to mention that Qi Sha had not only handed over the supreme bone, but also 8 companion bones. This is interesting. This Qi Broken Mountain. He really did do something to Qi Fury. A former genius. Otherwise, why would Qi Fury be so determined? When the time comes, whoever still says that the Qi family is a martyrdom family, this matter can be taken out and said, what a pity. A genius like Qi Sha is actually tortured like this? Who says it isn't? If it were a son of my family instead, I'd give him up for dead. Is it possible for Qi Sha to grow another sacred bone? I'm willing to recruit him to my clan and give him the best resources and conditions. It's impossible. A martial artist can only raise 1 sacred bone in their lifetime. And if there is a companion bone cultivated by a sacred bone in their body, they cannot inoculate other companion bones, or they will be rejected. And after this, I'm afraid he won't trust anyone anymore. Seeing that Qi Sha was about to turn around and leave, big sister Qi Yu and second sister Qi Shire immediately came over to stop them. The wound on Qisha's arm. The blood on his body. It was simply shocking, making Qi Yu's heart break as she looked at it. In this moment, Qi Yu felt for the first time that she was wrong. Is Ziza really aggrieved? She could see that. If Qisha hadn't already completely despaired of them, how else could Qisha have severed his ties and left the Qi family? And still in such a way. Both of you. Can you make way? I don't have much strength left now. Please don't let me die at your Qi family's precious banquet. Qisha's tone was flat. But it's already turning people away. Qisha. Where are you going? I'll take you to the hospital. Okay? I'm your big sister. There's no way I'm going to stand by and watch something happen to you. Qi Yu said anxiously. Yes, Qisha. Go to my hospital. I'll use the best equipment to heal you. Qisha was also anxious, her eyes reddening. No need. Qisha shook his head, refusing dryly and decisively. If they really cared that much about themselves. What's going on? Qisha. Don't be like this. Okay? Qi Yu's attitude softened in an unprecedented manner. The iceberg and indifferent CEO of the Qi family in the past. At this moment, he actually bowed his head with Qisha. I'm a little nauseous. Qisha shook his dizzy head. Powerless. It must be a complication from blood loss. Elder sister. Quickly take Qisha to the hospital. Qisha couldn't be bothered to get her bag and carried Qisha's arm. About to rush out. No. Qisha pushed them away and said coldly. I am disgusted because of you all. I implore you to stay away from me. Okay? His words, like thunder in the clear sky. It completely blew their minds. Disgusting. Ziza actually called them disgusting. He didn't used to be like this. He used to follow his sisters in everything. Even if his eldest sister was unwell in the middle of the night, he would get up and make ginger tea. Qi fury. Shut up. I'm begging you to leave me alone. I have no value left. Ziza growled as hard as she could, interrupting them. He really didn't have the strength or the mood to bullshit with them anymore. Woohoo! At this moment, Qisha cried and even Qi Yu, this iceberg beauty, couldn't help but weep. The departure of Ziza. No one is in the way. If Qisha hadn't lost all of his companion bones, or else with a heart like Qisha's, in the future, he would definitely grow into a powerful person that countless people would look up to. If Qisha's companion bone was still there, even if the Qi family didn't want it, all the great clans would scramble for it. They say that Qisha is a young man in the capital. That he's a thief? Take a look. Is this the kind of rigidity a thief might have? Qisha's steps forward were shocking as he dragged and tucked a large amount of blood along the way. Qi Guanshan wanted to go and block it. But his identity, his position, and the impasse that Qisha had caused didn't give him half the leeway. Swish. A blindfolded young girl on crutches stood up and she was dressed in a snow-white silk gown that, despite being 18 years old, there was no hiding her figure. She was clearly blindfolded. But he was able to look at Qi Guanshan with precision. Qi family master. Decades ago, your Qi family owed me a marriage contract. Is it still valid? How? The corners of Qi Guanshan's mouth twitched. Feeling bad. This young girl came from the Bai family, a blood family that was related to the Qi family 300 years ago. But during the 300 years, the Bai family fell into a third-tier family. Qi Fury is out of the Qi family. He's drawn a line in the sand. Then the maiden mentions the marriage contract at this time. It could only be Qi Shengtian. But Qi Shengtian not only possessed the innate 9 dragon's body, but also the supreme bone. as well as the 8 companion bones, and was simply not a match for Baiwan, the eldest daughter of the Bai family. Yes, she's very pretty. If she were to release the marriage contract, it would be enough to make countless noble gentlemen step on the threshold of her family. But so what? Regardless of the Dragon Kingdom, or the entire world, martial arts were honored. Baiwan is only a B-level talent. It doesn't even fit into the Qi family's eyes. The Qi family's daughter-in-law-to-be should not only be excellent in character and education, but also know how to read and write, and possess a talent of S rank or above. Family Master Qi, I want to fulfill the marriage contract. Should you or should you not? Baiwan asked faintly. Baiwan, this matter is not a child's play. Can you allow me to go back and consider it for a few days? Qi Guanshan said with a headache. Putting aside the blood relatives from 300 years ago, the Qi family owed the Bai family a huge favor. And that was why there was a marriage contract that hadn't been fulfilled for decades. Qi Guanshan originally planned to let his adopted daughters marry one of them. But this matter was brought up by Baiwan. It'll be trouble. For a moment, Qi Shengtian also panicked. If he was allowed to just have fun with Baiwan, of course he was fine with it. Baiwan is good-looking. Good figure. He begged for it. But to hell with the idea of marrying Baiwan and tying up the marriage. There was no way he was going to marry Baiwan, let alone a blind man. Family Master Qi, I won't make things difficult for you. Qi Shengtian, I can't see it. I want Qi Fury. When Baiwan's words left her mouth, everyone was like seeing a ghost. Even if Baiwan was mediocre, she was still the eldest daughter of the younger generation of the Bai family. She's not the oldest. Her status, however, is one of the highest. She wanted to get married. And the sons and daughters of third-tier families in the capital, and even second-tier families, were at her disposal. Although the Bai family was average, no one dared to ignore them. Because of a blood relative from 300 years ago, the Bai family held the greatest secret of the Qi family. Shisha's footsteps couldn't help but be. A flame rose up in his heart and choose him to marry? Asshole. He was already like this. Why did the White family still want to rub salt in his wounds? Qi family master. You're proud, Qi Shengtian. Keep it to yourself. As long as you nod your head, the marriage contract between our two families will be honored. And from this incident, the bond between you and our White family that has lasted for 300 years is hereby lifted. You no longer owe my White family anything. May I? Baiwan opened her mouth flatly and said. Her words were even more shocking to the crowd that it was important to realize that the White family's bond with the Qi family was the envy of even a top-tier family. As long as the Bai family wanted it, the Qi family must support the Bai family to become a top-tier family. A heavenly favor for a Qi Sha? It's not cost-effective. Qi Fury was staggered. 2. I didn't expect Baiwan to actually go this far. Her words were enough to prove that she wasn't trying to tease Qi Sha, but was serious. Miss, what are you doing? Exchanging the favor the Qi family owes us for Qi Fury. We're losing a lot of money. Yes, ma'am. You must be calm. Don't do anything you regret. Miss, how about Qi Shengtian? His future is destined to be unlimited. The Bai family's subordinates anxiously persuaded. Shut up. I've made a decision that I don't allow you to question. Baiwan coldly interrupted and said. The subordinates are still trying to persuade. But they don't dare. Qi Guanshan couldn't help but frown. Even if Baiwan was the eldest daughter of the Bai family, it was impossible for her to have this kind of status. Right? Baiwan. Go home and discuss this with the family elders. I had intended for EU to marry into your family. And I don't want you to waste this precious opportunity. Qi Guanshan shook his head. He felt a little guilty in his heart about Ziza. Doesn't mean he approves of Qi Sha. Qi Sha and Qi Yu were already a far cry from each other in comparison. Family Master Qi. By 1. As the head of the Bai family, demand that this marriage contract be enforced. If you don't agree, I'll activate the secret order left behind by the Qi family's old ancestor and abolish you as the Qi family's head. And abolish your entire cultivation. Bai Wan's plain words were stone cold. The crowd is bewildered. The sisters were all dismayed that no one had expected the Bai family to possess the secret orders of the Qi family's ancestor, or even the qualifications to abolish the Qi family's family head. How much did the Qi family's old man favor the Bai family? Or did the Qi family's ancestor anticipate that the two families would be strangers to each other? Is that why you prepared such a card for the White family? You. Qi Guanshan froze. Bai Wan? Head of the White family? How the fuck is that possible? For this marriage, your Qi family does not need to prepare any bride price. The Bai family, have put up 1/3 of our assets as a dowry. Do you agree? Or do you not? Bai Wan, on her crutches, walked out of the key guest area. All of the White family followed her. Enough to justify her. MS. Bai. Why don't you give it more thought? My capital Xia family, as a first-tier family, is willing to marry you. Bai family master. My Qin family is also willing to join forces and bring out the most outstanding youths of the family. Bai family master. As long as you nod your head. My Wu family is willing to offer $10 billion as a bride price. If you need to join the family, my Wu family can do the same. The conditions offered by the crowd are outrageous. One after the other. Putting aside the White family's status as a third-tier family, the secret order of the Qi family's ancestor alone, just worth a city. Bai Wan. Since you're the head of the Bai family, I'll talk to you directly. You want Ziza as a betrothed? Yes. I promise. But you must hand over the old ancestor's secret order. Qi Guanshan knew that his words were extremely shameless. But he can't help it. With such a secret order in place, the identity of his family head could be shaken at any time. He knew that his old ancestor had left a large pile of treasures for the Bai family, which included quite a few life-preserving things. So he would rather lose the world than the Bai family. How on earth did Bai Wan become the head of the Bai family? Did she? No way. That's absolutely impossible. There's no way I can give you the secret order. But I can promise to destroy it when I get back. Family Master Qi. Since you've agreed, then this matter is settled. From now on, your Qi family and my Bai family bridge to bridge, road to road. 300 years of ties are over. Bai Wan raised her hand and threw the walking stick straight in front of Qi Guanshan, because it was a gift from the Qi family to her. Everyone thought she was blind, but she's got a steady pace, straight as if he could see through everything in the world. He walked towards Qi Sha. Heavenly Yin Bone? Heavenly Yin Bone. Bai Wan. You're actually a suitable match for the Heavenly Yin Bone? Qi Guanshan was dumbfounded. It's shivering all over. He regrets it. He's trying to backtrack. The Heavenly Yin Bone acted as the perfect match bone for the Supreme Bone, and the two complemented each other, allowing the Supreme Bone to transform into the Supreme Realm of the Holy Spirit Bone. If I am not a suitable person, how did I become the head of this White family? Master Qi. Your Qi family has disappointed me too much. You think that my Bai family's Heavenly Yin Bone can lead to the birth of a new generation of geniuses in your Qi family? Or even evolve the Holy Spirit Bone? Oh, that's just scratching the surface. The so-called Supreme Bone is no different from trash in my eyes. Baiwan shouldered Qisha's arm so that his weight was completely on her shoulders. Her skinny frame completely carried Qi fury. Unlike the indifference with which Qi Guanshan was treated. She had nothing but intense concern for Ziza. Baiwan. No. By family master. Let's have a good talk. Okay? As long as you nod your head. I can dispatch all the resources to bring back the glory of the White family from 300 years ago. Back into the ranks of the Jin clan. Qi Guanshan said anxiously. Even rushed off the stage. The Jinhua clan is a supreme honor in your eyes. But to me? It's just that. Ancestral motto of the Qi family, the Bai family must be treated as a hand and foot for generations. Did you guys make it? You think it's the White family that can't live without you. But actually, on the contrary, it's your Qi family that can't stay away from us. Baiwan turned back and taunted. Her words, at the same time, shocked Qi Sha. Qi Sha had been in the Qi family for 5 years. And he didn't even know this ancestral motto. Let alone knowing the true hidden secrets of the Qi and Bai families. Our Bai family has been slow to produce someone who has fused the heavenly Yin bone. While your Qi family produces someone who has fused the supreme bone every 100 years. You are powerful. You guys are awesome. Now that I've fused the heavenly Yin bone. You want to join forces with my Bai family? Ask yourself. Are you worthy? Baiwan questioned without mercy. In the entire capital, there were only a handful of people who dared to talk to Qi Guanshan like this. After all, Qi Guanshan was the patriarch of the Jin Nation clan. What a powerful identity that is. Qi Sha. From now on, you will be my Baiwan's fiancé. My Bai family will do everything to bring you back to glory. We'll be married before we step into battle at 22. If you'll choose me. If you don't want to. I respect that. But my Baiwan's husband in this life. Just you. Baiwan's words. Baiwan's actions. Like the only light shining in Qi Sha's despair. She's so determined. It was naturally impossible for Qi Sha to negate her. I do. With the last of his strength, Qi Sha nodded his head toward her. His voice resounding. Then let's go home. Baiwan assisted Qi Sha to walk out. Not allowing others to assist. Saying, immediately go and find me the best doctor to heal my aunt's injuries. Yes. Although the Bai family's crowd was puzzled. They could only carry out Baiwan's orders. The ballroom remained silent as they left. Silence from the guests. The Qi family members were even more silent. Zhao Mailan woke up and felt even more like the sky had fallen when she learned of this. The Bai clan's heavenly Yin bone was only adapted to the supreme bone. With the former only producing adapters from amongst women. And the latter only producing adapters from amongst men. The appearance of a fitter in the White family should have been the greatest good news for the Qi family. But the relationship? Broken. Meanwhile, her own son, Zhao Mailan, is gone. Oh. Zhao Mailan sobbed uncontrollably. In the midst of this great day, the Qi family has ushered in 2 pieces of bad news. What should we do? Dad. What's going on with the heavenly Yin bone and the Holy Spirit bone? Qi Shengtian asked anxiously. He sensed something wasn't right. It felt even more like Baiwan's departure was like missing out on hundreds of billions. The heavenly Yin bone and supreme bone complement each other. No matter what grade of talent it is, it can break through the upper limit of the SSS level. And once the Holy Spirit bone is produced, I am the only one in heaven and on earth. The old ancestor of our Qi family is the owner of the Holy Spirit bone. Qi Guanshan said in grief. Boom! Qi Xingtian's head exploded. That's more than a few $100 billion missed. This is a whole world to miss out on. Dad. Don't feel too bad. Qi Sha can leave if he wants to. We don't care. And I've never seen him as a brother. He's just so hateful. Even when Mom was in a coma, he acted like he didn't see it. That's his own mother. Sixth sister Chi Lu Yao approached with her wheelchair. Decades ago, a change of events. So that the teenage Chi Lu Yao wasted legs. And so far cannot be cured. Because of her leg disability. She took up intelligence gathering and grew to form an extremely specialized intelligence network across the country. What do the Zygons want to know? She's a phone call away. A couple of minutes will do the trick. Several of the sisters actually have character flaws. Many of them. The first sister is too cold. The second sister is too gentle. The third sister is too arbitrary. The fourth sister is hot-tempered. The fifth sister loves to take the bull by the horns. The sixth sister is double standard. The seventh sister is silent. And the ninth sister makes peace. And her words at this point are a classic double standard. Mother Zhao Milan is in a coma. But Qi Sha dug out her companion bone. Why didn't she say anything? I'm not a headache about it. Qi Sha breaks off relations with us. In fact, it's a headache. 2. Forget it. The supreme bone is on Sheng Tian. The companion bone is also in his body. And that's enough. Qi Guanshan let out a bitter laugh and held his forehead. Qi Sha is his own son anyhow. He naturally doesn't want Qi Sha to live too badly. Qi Sha and Bai Wan went back. And although it was impossible for him to return to his former peak, with the Bai family's care, he should be able to live a good life as well. It's actually a good thing that Qi Fury is without his talent and without his companion bone. At least, he wouldn't have to go to war. Let everyone go back. And by the way, apologize to them for me. It's my Qi family that is sorry for what happened today. Letting them see the joke. You guys go take care of it and go home together. Qi Guanshan said helplessly. Yes. The sisters nodded their heads and, while Qi Shengtian was still immersed in the shock of the Bai families, much to his chagrin, I should have known better than to say yes. Qi Sha had all but turned into an invalid. But to actually snatch his most precious thing was simply unforgivable. The Qi family. The quadrangle. It's a massive monstrosity that covers thousands of acres of land. In addition to the place where the Qi family lived and rested, there was also an academy here that nurtured the first tier of powerful people from their Qi family who were heading to the extraterrestrial battlefield. It's dark and overcast. Street lamps illuminated the promenade that the crowd had traveled before. Qi Yu's expression had struggle written all over it. Very hesitant. Dad. Mom. I want to go to Qi Sha's room to take a look. And clean up a bit in the meantime. He's back. So at least there's a place to stay. Qi Guanshan hesitated for a moment. But still nodded. Go. But he was so determined before he left. He shouldn't be coming back for a while. I'll go then. Qi Yu was going to break away from the group. Big sister. I'll go with you. Second sister Qi Shire said. Qi Yu nodded her head and looked at the other sisters. As well as Qi Sheng Tian. Are you going? Sixth sister Qi Luya shook her head and said. I won't go. I'm afraid I'll have a heart attack from seeing his stuff. Ninth sister Qi Jiojio also shook her head. I still have my strategy thesis to work on. And I'm going to take the strategist exam in June. Graduating next September to enter third sister's unit. Qi Yu sighs. Zisu's gone. But they're not even willing to take a little time out? Hadn't Qi Sha's earlier blood at the hotel spiked their nerves? Big sister. Let's just the two of us go then. Qi Shire was also helpless and couldn't say anything about them because they always had excuses to be busy. And there's one more question. Do any of you know where Qi Sha lives? Qi Yu asked rhetorically. In an instant, the whole room was silent. And, of the 10 or so people, it was surprising that none of them knew where Qi Sha lived. Wife. Did you know? Qi Guanshan turned his head and asked. Zhao Milan shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. It was a moment of extreme pain in her heart that. She's a mother. I don't even know where my own son lives. Is there a more negligent mother in the world than she? You all don't know either? Qi Guanshan couldn't help but frown because he didn't know either. Brother. Don't you often have contact with Qi Sha? Don't you also know where he lives? Qi Yu turned her head towards Qi Shengtian and asked. Qi Shengtian's face suddenly changed, suddenly having a sense of panic that his lie had been pierced through. He's not on the best of terms with Ziza, because he has falsely accused Qi Sha countless times. To say he didn't know either. Wouldn't that be the same as blowing himself up? Big sister. Why are you asking about Sheng Tian? Don't you know that Sheng Tian has been bullied by that bastard Qi Sha? If you ask him, you're poking him in the wound. Sixth sister Qi Luyao was dissatisfied. Yes. Just ask a few random underlings. There's no need to ask Sheng Tian's. Fourth sister Qi Siyuan also stepped forward and excused herself. Upon hearing this, Qi Shengtian sighed in relief and he knew that on such occasions, all he had to do was to keep his head down as usual. And his sisters would round things up for him and speak for him. Qi Yu didn't care too much, and called a maid in passing, asking, Do you know where Qi Sha's room is? The maid panicked at this and shook her head in horror. No. Don't know. Qi Yu was full of doubts. By the look of the maid, it was obvious that she knew that the. But why didn't she say anything? What secrets is she hiding? You really don't know? Qi Yu's face was cold. And the maid, who was clearly older than her, was about to be scared to death by her. Who doesn't know Qi Yu's temper? If she didn't do a good job on something, she explained, she'd make a face. Or she'd leave without saying a word. Although she didn't have the violent temper of her fourth sister Qi Siyuan. When she was cold, she was more terrifying than anyone else. I've been scolded. And I've even had my hands dirty. None as good as her face. As the saying goes, it's often the cold violence that's the most terrifying. And her level of cold violence is 10,000 times more terrifying than what is commonly recognized. A single look could keep an underling awake for a night. Missy, I really don't know. The maid was on the verge of tears and choked. Big sister. It's better for me to ask. Qi Shire knew what was going on with her big sister. Not to mention the housemaids. Even they, the sisters, were afraid of her face. The oldest three, Qi Sanin, was very powerful in the war ministry and had already achieved the level of war god. But back home, as long as her big sister gave her a look, she had to bow her head as well. Qi Shire and the maid were kind and persuasive for a while before the maid timidly began to try. First miss. Second miss. What are you looking for? Qi Sha young master's room. Dry. What are you doing? Qi Yu explained. We wanted to clean his room. The maid was once again shocked. I don't know. I really don't know. Qi Yu was displeased. What kind of expression is that? It's like we're going to kill someone. Puff. The maid actually fell to her knees in fear, choking and pleading. Eldest miss. I don't know what young Master Qi Sha did wrong. But please don't chastise him anymore. He's already very pitiful. Qi Yu's brows tightened as she chided. I said I was going to help him clean his room. How did it get into punishment? The maid shook her head frantically. There's no way you're going to clean his room. Absolutely not. Qi Yu got angry. I'm his big sister. Why can't I? The maid panicked, seeing that Qi Yu couldn't make sense of it. She was so scared that she hurriedly ran away. Her overreaction froze Chi EU. Dumbfounded Chi Shire. And made it even harder for Zhao Milan. They were just asking for a room. But the servants were worried about what they might do to Zissou. And ran away. The maids are obviously scared to death of. But even if you run, you don't say anything. Butler Qian. Do you know where Sage's room is? Zhao Milan's heart was like a knife. And she dialed the housekeeper's number of the courtyard house. The quadrangle is so big. There's a lot of places that even they can't figure out for themselves. But ask the money manager and you're sure to know. Ma'am. Why are you suddenly asking about the eldest young master's room? Butler Qian, however, was instantly alert. I want to go and see. Zhao Milan's eyes reddened for a moment and the tone of the money manager's voice. She could hear it. It's the tone of caution. Ma'am. If you have anything to explain to me, you can just. Butler Qian had only just said. But Zhao Milan's emotions were completely taut. Zhao Milan hugged the phone and lost her voice. Tell me. This is my way of apologizing to Fury. I have to go and see. Butler Qian's voice weakened a few points as he carefully asked. Then can I ask why? Zhao Milan cried and trembled. Shouting. Do I, a mother, need a reason to go and see my son's room? Butler Qian sighed and said. Madam. I'm sorry. I must ask the reason for this matter. Why? Zhao Milan crumbled. Because every time you all go to the eldest young master, nothing good comes out of it. The money butler hesitated, but still said the most merciless words. At this moment, Zhao Milan's sky collapsed. Ziza's desperation. The steward's accusation that enough to prove how horribly wrong they've been in the last 5 years. Even the butler and the servants could see what was going on and they didn't notice a thing? What the hell are they doing? Ma'am. Even if I beg you. The young master is down to his last companion bone. It's his hope and his life. If you take away his companion bone, what do you want him to do? Did you know that every time his companion bone is taken away, his body drops a few points? Do you know that he was a fine, strong young man 5 years ago who couldn't sleep every night from the pain after being stripped of his supreme bone and companion bone? Butler Qian recoiled and pleaded. Zhao Milan was steeped in dizziness and had a tinnitus feeling. With a clunk, her cell phone hit the floor hard and, at the same time, her entire body fell heavily to the ground. Wife. Get up. I'll accompany you to take a look at Shisha's room. Qi Guanshan heartily helped his wife up, feeling the trembling of her body, and bitterly said, No. I just can't figure it out. If Qisha had really lived such a miserable life, then why didn't he say anything before? Fifth sister Qi Wuxian frowned. I can't figure it out either. He even dares to beat people. So why doesn't he dare to say anything when he's aggrieved? Sixth sister Qi Luyao was skeptical. The neighborhood's too quiet for that. Quietly the words of the two women reached the ears of the money steward. Butler Qian didn't know that the phone had fallen to the floor and hurriedly said, Madam. I still have things to do. So forgive me for not being able to take you to the eldest young master's room. Seeing that Butler Qian was about to hang up the phone, Qi Guanshan was anxious. As he copied the phone, he said majestically, Butler Qian. I order you as the head of the Qi family to take us to Qisha's room immediately. Butler Qian became steeply agitated and refused. No way. No way. I am the head of the Qi family. Qi Guanshan gasped and laughed. When did an underling dare to disobey him? But because of Akisa's. So ridiculous things happen. But the Grand Master will die. Butler Qian gritted his teeth. Qisha has gone to the Bai family and is under the protection of the Bai family. You followed me around for so many years. You know the status of the White family. Right? Chi Guanshan suppressed his anger and said. Really? Butler Qian froze. Still in disbelief. The whole capital knows about this matter. Do you still need me? A family head. To prove it to you? Chi Guanshan had run out of patience and huffed. Only then did Butler Qian feel completely at ease. After all, with Chi Guanshan's identity, there was indeed no need to deceive him. An inferior. It wasn't long before Butler Qian, who was already over 70 years old, hurriedly appeared and led the crowd to Qi Sha's room. Qi Shengtian doesn't want to see or care. He said he wasn't feeling well. Immediately, all but the eldest and second sisters then sent him to his room. Qi Guanshan assisted his wife and followed behind Butler Qian with the two of them, Qi Yu and Qi Shire. As they walked, they had a feeling that something wasn't right. Butler Qian. Are you sure this is the way to Qi Sha's room? How come I don't remember the Qi family having such a dilapidated place? Qi Guanshan frowned. Oh. Where is this? The Qian butler's smile was bitter. And he shook his head to himself. What do you mean? Qi Sha lives in a place that's even more dilapidated than this place? Qi Guanshan's voice suddenly raised several degrees. You'll know it when you see it. Butler Qian sighed and led them on a roundabout way. It took them another 10 minutes of detouring through the dilapidated gallery before they actually reached their destination. Qi Guanshan knew that the Qi family was big, but he never realized that it was actually this big. In his eyes, the Qi family was luxurious and antique. And whether it was the residence or the academy, they were all very top-notch in terms of decoration. But not only is the place mossy, the air is filled with a musty odor. And even the beams are rickety. This is the Qi family? Qi Yu was unbelievable, staring with wide, beautiful eyes. Questioning. Technically speaking, this is the real center of the Qi family. It's the Qi family's old mansion from 300 years ago. Money Butler really felt like he didn't know what to say, forgetting even the roots of the Qi family. What the hell are they doing? The old ancestors of the Qi family grew up in such an environment back then, when most of the courtyards were dilapidated and cramped for historical reasons. A dozen families live in a 300-square-foot quadrangle. Butler Qian explained anyway. These people are the big boys. 300 square feet to house a dozen families? A pigsty can't be like this. Qi Yu was shocked. Her check room alone was 300 square feet. Big sister. There are still a lot of people who don't have enough to eat and wear nowadays. And we are only living like this thanks to the benefits of our family. Qi Shire interrupted. That's right. Eldest young master is the kind of person you are talking about. Butler Qian interjected. What? All four of them were shocked and. This kind of thing. How is that possible? This is the Qi family, which can't even starve an underling. I know you don't believe me, so please come with me. Butler Qian pushed open an old door and led them into the room. The musty smell that came to her nose. Smoked Qi Yu almost couldn't breathe. She's a clean freak. She can't stand it. Nor do they allow themselves to live in such an environment. The room was old, but neat. The mottled moss blended with the dirt, and the footprints it carried showed traces of human life. Anyone who has lived in an old house knows that you can't wash this moss off unless you shovel out all the dirt. And the dirt is compacted with glutinous rice paste. If you shovel it out, the dirt floor will only get worse. This is the bed that the First Lord sleeps in. It's boarded up. The next room is the First Lord's kitchen. He can't eat 9 out of 10 meals when he's eating with you guys. So he has to cook for himself. He refused our help. Don't want our money. To keep from starving to death. He works for us. For his paycheck. He can't go through the Chi family's bookkeeper because he doesn't want to embarrass the Chi family. So it'll have to be us taking cash and giving it to him. Butler Qian originally didn't want to talk about this. But he couldn't help it. Don't say that Qi Sha is a one-in-a-million genius. Even if Qi Sha was just an ordinary person, he shouldn't be treated like this. He doesn't have enough to eat. He doesn't have enough to wear. He doesn't have any money to spend. And he lives in a place like this. So why didn't anyone tell me? And who gave you permission to let him live here? Qi Guanshan is furious, losing his temper at the money butler. Butler Qian didn't care. Instead he said, "Master, have you forgotten?" Qi Guanshan questioned. "Forgot what?" Butler Qian pointed to his feet and said, "It was you who asked me to lock up the eldest young master here. Last year, when the eldest got into a fight at school, you were so angry that you asked me to lock him up in a place where you couldn't see him. Out of sight. Out of mind. After that, I came to you several times to ask you to release him. But you interrupt me impatiently every time. You said he wasn't out a long time ago? So why does he still live in such a rundown place? And he ran out during the confinement because of you. Missy, you said you were not feeling well. So he rushed out like crazy. At the cost of kneeling for 3 days and 3 nights. Butler Qian was really angry and counted Qi Guanshan and Qi Yu together. Even if the zippers were to fire him, it didn't matter to him. He's over 70. Long past retirement age. Qi Yu also had the feeling of heavenly rotation. Only feeling dizzy. Almost suffocating. She wanted to get up. At that time last year, she was having really bad menstrual cramps. There's nothing the second sister can do about her problem. Only ginger tea made by Qi Sha can relieve it. She called Zha Zha at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. It didn't take long for Ziza to arrive. At that time, Qi Sha didn't bring the ginger tea over and was scolded by her. Because she was really dying from the pain. Broken Hill. I beg you to go and get Fury back. I beg you. It's all my fault as a mom. It was I who cared too little for him. I'm the one who doesn't listen. I was wrong. Zhao Milan leaned on Qi Guanshan's body, crying so hard that she had lost her strength. Butler Qian, go to the White House and call Qi Sha back. From today, Qi Sha resumes the treatment of the young master and arranges a large room for him alone. Expenses are raised to $30 million a month. He needs cultivation herbs. And if he exceeds the overhead, he seeks approval from the boss. The boss manages the family's herb company. Within her purview, even 100 million is fine. Qi Guanshan commanded. He remembered that he had broken the treatment to Ziza before. But what was it about? And when was that? How he couldn't remember. Dad. It's better if I go there myself. I'm also sorry for Qi Sha. I'm such a failure as a sister. He must hate me. Right? Qi Yu's heart was like a knife. Big sister. I'll go with you. Qi Shire said seriously. Then you two go together. Your mom is not doing well. And I'm afraid she'll be irritated again. Qi Guanshan sighed, feeling powerless for the first time. Dad. You take mom back to rest first. And my second sister and I will organize the room and go later. Mom. Don't worry. I'll bring Qi Sha back. Qi Yu swore. It's obvious that Qi Sha has been living such a miserable life. Yet she still doesn't sympathize with Qi Sha at all. And accuses Qi Sha of how he didn't bring a gift in front of the hotel. How could Qi Sha be able to deliver a gift when he had to work for the servants? It's all her fault. It's a good thing she found out sooner. But so did Qi Sha. Why didn't you tell her? The two women stayed behind to clean the room. And when it came time to actually do it, they realized that there was no place for them to intervene. They had no choice but to pack away Ziza's belongings except to tear this room apart. But Ziza didn't have more than a few things in total. Zoe gets a call for an emergency surgery. Something's happened to a son of the same township clan. She had to make a quick trip. Chi-EU stood alone in the room, staring blankly at the worn-out beds, the rickety beams, and fell into a long period of disorientation. Butler Chien stood in the doorway looking at her for a long time before opening his mouth. "Missy, do you know why I stopped you from coming to the young master's room?" Chi-EU stared back blankly, her gaze a bit dull. "Because this place is too broken?" Butler Chien shook his head. "No. This is not the root cause." "What's that?" Chi-EU wondered. "It's because every time you guys make a big deal about him, he has to lose a companion bone. And every time it's because of the second young master." Butler Chien looked cold for a few moments. Chi-EU froze and asked, "Butler Chien, what do you mean by this?" Butler Chien clasped his hands on his chest and walked away, dropping a sentence. "Think about it yourself. In fact, there are many things that are too coincidental." Chi-EU's body stiffened violently and because she had realized something. In fact, from an outsider's point of view, a lot of things are too broken. They just haven't been willing to accept the truth behind the brokenness. Every major incident of Chi Fury is accompanied by severe punishment. But punishment is punishment. Why deprive the companion bones? What's the benefit of getting all the companion bones? Chi-EU didn't even dare to think about it. Seeds of doubt. The first time it took root in her heart. Capital City. The first martial arts hospital. The doctor stitched up Chisha's wounds and pumped in 700 cubic centimeters of blood, which made Chisha's condition a few points better. And his face finally had blood color. MS. Bye. Is it convenient to come here? The doctor walked out from the department and said gruffly. Aha. Baiwan nodded and followed the doctor towards the corner. The doctor fished a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and, suddenly realizing that Baiwan was on the sidelines, he stuffed the cigarette back in again and Baiwan shook her head at him, indicating that she didn't mind. Only then did he light his cigarette. MS. Bye. Shisha's situation is very bad. When he was 7 years old, his talent qualification was at the S level. And when he was 13 years old, it was upgraded to the SS level. Now that the supreme bones, as well as the companion bones in his body, are all gone, his talent has naturally dropped to the F grade. But that's not the point. The point is he won't live long. The doctor sighed. Coincidentally, this doctor was Ziza's primary care physician until Ziza was 13 years old. It wasn't that Chisha had any illnesses, but Chisha's talent was so exceptional that it had to be taken seriously to nip all problems in the bud. I know. Baiwan nodded and said, "You chose him as your fiancé, and said you'd be done with him by the time you went to war at 22. An impossible promise for him to fulfill. You either give up on him or consummate your marriage with him during your college years. Or this is cruel to him," the doctor advised. "How did you know about me finishing with him at 22? It's reasonable to say that the news was suppressed by me. And it's impossible for the media to report it." Baiwan wondered. "Because I was there," the doctor explained. Baiwan suddenly cried and laughed a little. If she'd known, she'd have had the doctor treat Chisha in the banquet hall. MS. Bye. I've already told you the words. How you decide is your business. The doctor took a heavy deep breath and said with indignation in his heart. Honestly, he hoped that Baiwan would give enough tenderness and care to Chisha at the end of his life. But that shouldn't be possible. Why should Baiwan be a widow for Chisha? After all, Baiwan was the head of the Bai family. When I make a decision, I don't change it easily. He has been deprived of his gift. And his life is short. But what if I can renew it for him? Baiwan smiled gently. Like an angel falling to the mortal world. It actually made the doctor look dumbfounded. Renewed? How is it renewed? The doctor couldn't help but get excited and ask urgently. After spending more than 10 years together off and on, even a passerby would have feelings. Not to mention that Chi Sha was a very understanding and good boy. That's just the way it is. I can't talk about it and I won't. In 3 months, I'll take him to the entrance exams. But until he really grows up, everything about him is a secret that can't be told. Baiwan said with a smile. I know. I'm going to pretend this didn't happen tonight. The doctor nodded. As long as Baiwan had a way to do it, it was useless to ask as to how it was done. Moreover, if it was too heaven-defying, then Chi Sha's premature exposure would in turn harm Chi Sha himself. After all, how many geniuses have been erased in the world? Baiwan said goodbye to the doctor and walked back to the department. In the corridor, the elders of the White family stopped her in her tracks and, Wan, as the head of the Bai family, we don't care who you choose as your future husband. But why does it have to be Chi Sha? He's wasted. Instead of helping our Bai family, he's still a drag. Baiwan laughed and shook her head, glancing towards the section, saying, that's just what you guys think. That's not actually true. The eldest frowned. How do you explain your words? Baiwan smiled and said, you guys just need to trust my judgment. There are many secrets of the Bai family that only the family head can know. So I won't harm you all. It's a blessing that I've been able to catch Chi Fury now. Chi Sha won't die. Can't die either. My next help to Ziza will at best help him get a head start. And he'll do just fine without me. But if I miss the present, then when he grows up, I will definitely be out of reach. And it won't be me who accompanies him in the future. Baiwan said this, but it still couldn't dispel the doubts in their minds. Mainly because Baiwan is too young. Still only 18. What do you know about the evils of the human heart? Uncles and uncles. Everything that follows about Chi Fury is confidential. I don't want it to spread out of the family. Much less be known by the Chi family. As long as you can blockade for at least 20 days. You'll be done with the mock exams when they're 20 or so days away. If you really can't let go, I'll mention 4 words to you. If you don't break it, you don't build it. Saying that, Baiwan turned around and walked into the section. Only a bewildered crowd was left. Unbreakable. What's that supposed to mean? The eldest clenched his brow and broke it down. Word by word. Into. First of all, Chi Sha will die because his talent has been stripped. But as long as the talent lasts, he won't die. Secondly, Baiwan, as the family matriarch, would not betray the Bai family. And she had bound the interests of the Bai family to Chi Sha, which was enough to see that she had a high regard for Chi Sha. Chi Sha's greatest value lay in his supreme bone. And in the 13 years of cultivating 8 companion bones. This event speaks volumes about his demonic nature. Then don't break it. Don't build it. And so on. He seems to understand. Could it be that the greatest chance for the supreme bone was not the supreme bone itself? And lies in the link after being deprived of the supreme bone? Holy shit. If that's the case, it's horrible. The supreme bone itself was strong enough. If there was a chance that it could be even stronger than the supreme bone, it was simply unimaginable. Section. Chi Sha watched Baiwan close the door of her room behind her, knowing that she had something to talk to herself about. Just right. He had something to talk to her about himself. Chi Sha. Are you feeling better? Baiwan walked over and sat down beside him, smiling gently at him. Much better. Thank you for taking me to the hospital. And thank you even more for standing up for me tonight. I'll pay back the medical bills for tonight as soon as I can. Shisha said gratefully. His talent had been downgraded to F grade and was covered in injuries. Just an ordinary person. How could he be worthy of the angelic Baiwan? You don't want me? Baiwan suddenly spoke out of turn. And her eyes spiraled down, looking like she was on the verge of tears. And... Ha? Shisha froze, not expecting her to switch topics so quickly. Didn't you promise to marry me tonight in front of countless celebrities in the capital? How did you change your mind so quickly? Baiwan was sobbing as she said. No. No. Don't you cry. Shisha panicked, anxiously drawing paper from the table. You just don't want to marry me. Baiwan turned her back and complained. I do. I do. Shisha's head exploded, and he subconsciously blurted out that, for some reason, he couldn't see Baiwan cry. Even a little. It's as if we've known each other for years. He. I recorded it. If you dare to back out, I'll send it to the media and make you make headlines. Baiwan proudly flashed her cell phone and said. At this moment, Shisha was devastated. Shisha was really crying and laughing. He didn't understand what exactly Baiwan saw in himself. Why must he get married? Isn't the Qi family good? Can't Qi Sheng Tian? Who grew up because of him? Although Shisha hated Qi Sheng Tian, in this matter, it had to be said that it was still Qi Sheng Tian who was more suitable. Shisha. These 18 years of your life have been fortunate and unfortunate. At the same time, luckily you had your friends from the orphanage and a loving dean before you were 13. Unfortunately, you met these people from the Qi family. But nothing in this world is absolute. The Qi family is your misfortune, and at the same time the biggest blessing of your life. Baiwan laughed lightly. They victimized me like this. And they're still lucky? Shisha laughed bitterly. Right. Without them, you wouldn't have met me. Baiwan bared her teeth in a cute smile. Can I understand that you are a yellow woman selling a melon? Shisha could not help but laugh. Am I not pretty enough? Baiwan glared at him in a gluttonous manner. You're beautiful. Shisha nodded. Then it's not over? I'm such a beautiful big beauty. Or the head of the White family. My status kills a whole bunch of my peers. Do I have the capital to boast? Baiwan hemmed and hawed, shaking her little feet playfully. Aha! Indeed. Shisha agreed. But also this is precisely because of this point. So Chijamor dare not agree to this marriage. We're both adults. But we're actually still too young. Which is why I'm planning to consummate the marriage at 22. And I understand where you're coming from. You think we have a gap. Also, so I want to give you 4 years to surpass me. And then let you rightfully become my Baiwan's man. Baiwan said smugly, speaking with waves of fighting spirit. As if this thing could be done. Shisha, however, shook his head. Let alone 4 years. Even 40 years is impossible. Baiwan was dissatisfied. Why give up on yourself when you haven't even done it? Shisha laughed bitterly. It's not a case of self-abandonment. But the reality of the situation doesn't allow it. I won't even be able to survive for 4 years. In his last life, Shisha's death was on the day of the college entrance exam. Shisha was approached by Qi Shengtian at the banquet, and was grilled by the hosts he found. And then finally took the matter of the supreme bone and rubbed salt in Shisha's wounds. Shisha's emotions exploded at that moment. And he was kicked out of the hotel by his father. And was made to kneel for 2 days and 2 nights. After that, Shisha's last piece of supreme bone was taken away by Qi Shengtian. Shisha's body was completely ruined. 3 months later, on the day of the entrance exam, Qi Fury, as a son of the Qi family, must show his attitude and reflect the primus inter pares of the Qi family as a Jingui clan. So Shisha was asked to go to the advanced assessment area. And Shisha's physical condition didn't match the dangers in the assessment area. And he was eventually killed by the foreign beasts. After his death, Shisha's soul floated around for a while. What's funny is that after his death, the Qi family just gave him a cursory funeral. It's not just the sisters. Even the parents didn't shed a single tear. In this life, even if he broke away from the Qi family, it was only a matter of time before he died. Shisha, do you know why I have my eye on you? Why I'm willing to turn down the entire capital city's top marriage for your sake? Bai Wan's words turned serious for a few moments. Why? Shisha was actually curious. Because of herself. Bai Wan paid a huge price. Because you've shown me how strong you are. And how dependable. And loyal. Even if the Qi family pushed you to that point, you were willing to give up the last companion bone instead of dragging the Qi family down completely. You're even willing to cut through your own flesh and remove the companion bone in order to fulfill your purpose. Such as you are. If you are given the chance, you will become immensely powerful. And I, as your wife, can trust you enough and put my life in your hands. Bai Wan said seriously. But I'm only the third rank of a military general. And it's never going to be another step forward. Shisha sighed sadly. Give me a kiss. And I can send you to the altar of the Dragon Kingdom. And even become a hero all over the world. Although my Bai family's status is inferior to the Qi family, the Qi family is nothing more than a mid-range commodity in my eyes. If I want to, I can also make the White family a Zhengguo clan. Bai Wan said ambitiously. What did you say? Shisha completely froze. Give her a kiss? No kidding. I'd say the Qi family is just a mid-rate. No. The previous sentence. Oh. I'll let you kiss me. Bai Wan's pretty face blushed. Shisha was speechless and amused. Is that how you talk to other people? Bai Wan got angry and glared at him, milking her milk and saying, You're only like this when you talk to other people. I've been in seclusion for 14 years. And I only came out today. Her retreats were intermittent. Sometimes for a year. Sometimes for a few weeks. The only time she would come out and show her face was when she participated in family events. Or when the Qi family invited her. It was to avoid being detected by outsiders. But her words puzzled Shisha. 14 years in seclusion? How did this happen? And what was the situation that required her to be in seclusion for so long? Shisha. Just tell me if you're going to kiss or not. If you don't kiss, I won't tell you the way to restore the supreme bone. Bai Wan clasped her hands on her chest and grunted. Don't joke. About it, the supreme bone is on Qi Shengtian. How can it be restored? Shisha shook his head and lost his smile. The supreme bone is nothing? That thing was as much as you could get in the time of the Qi clan's ancestor. But doesn't it grow at the heart? Yes and no. At the level of the Qi clan's oldest ancestor. You can even pinch it with dirt. How do you know? Because I, the White family's old ancestor, am the wife of the Qi family's old ancestor. If I get angry, I can even use my old ancestor's secret order to destroy the Qi family. The Qi clan's oldest ancestor is a wifely man? Shisha said in dismay. Don't be crooked. Anyway, I just have a way to rebirth your supreme bone. Do you kiss it? Bai Wan interrupted. The first step in trying to make Shisha stronger is to rebirth the supreme bone. When the supreme bone grows, all the bones in the body can be tempered into the supreme bone. This is not the same as companion bone. The companion bone is the companion bone. Holy bones are holy bones. Reaching the level of a full-body sacred bone would allow one to defy all the strongest people in the world. After reaching this point, the next step was to return to the basics and condense the Holy Spirit bone. At that time, destroying a cherry blossom kingdom would be like a joke. And in order to step into this realm, one must dig up the supreme bone and all the accompanying bones on his body. This, then, is unbreakable. How do I know you're not lying to me? Shisha said seriously. What am I lying to you for? Bai Wan griped. I don't know. Shisha actually said in a serious manner. You don't kiss. Do you? That's good. Now go home with me and roll in bed. Bai Wan gritted her teeth. Rolling in the sheets? How do you roll? Shisha curiously said. You. A sense of powerlessness arose in Bai Wan's heart. She's still trying to molest Zissou. But Shisha's 2 words made her turn off the engine. That's when Ziza cupped her delicate, flawless, perfect face and, for a moment it made her heart palpitate. A moment that made her blush. More than that, her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Slowly. I am not ready. Bai Wan panicked and hurriedly pushed him away. Her pretty face so red that it almost dripped blood. You didn't want me to kiss you. Why are you saying no now? Shisha said in amusement. Just wanting to tease her. I was just joking. Bai Wan was annoyed and stomped her little feet in shame. She was 4 years old when she went into seclusion. And only today when she came out of seclusion did she complete the first stage of the fusion of the heavenly yin bones. She's actually going pretty fast already. Because the Bai family's heavenly yin bone isn't as good as the Qi family's supreme bone. The former is the entire legacy of the White family's oldest ancestor. The latter was a random creation of the Qi family's oldest ancestor. As long as she could complete all the fusions, then she would be starting at the pinnacle of the White clan's oldest ancestors. It was because she had been in seclusion for so long that she had been bored and, as head of the family, she can't joke around with other people that. Qi fury then became the object of her boredom. Bai Wan. But I want to kiss you. What should I do? Shisha asked seriously. The big deal is to give you a kiss with your hand. Bai Wan said shyly. What about when I want to roll in bed with you? For the first time, Shisha could joke with someone without a heart. And it was a really funny feeling. We're only 18. Isn't it too early to roll in bed? Bai Wan huffed. She thought Shisha really didn't know anything about it. Turns out people are the hunters. Ha ha. Shisha laughed his head off. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Ignore you. Bai Wan clasped her hands to her chest and turned her head away. Arrogant as hell. Shisha was curious as to how Bai Wan could still see with her blindfold on. Bai Wan also removed her blindfold without avoiding suspicion. The moment she opened her eyes, Shisha only felt that the whole world was bright. Bai Wan, who was wearing the blindfold, was already beautiful. And after removing the blindfold, the difference was more than tenfold. The most magnificent rhetoric in the world was no longer enough to describe it. Bai Wan wasn't actually blind. But rather, it was a necessary stage in the fusion of the heavenly yin bones. The heavenly yin bone was too brutal because it possessed the inheritance of the Bai clan's ancestor. It was not something that she, a martial general of the 9th grade strength, could accept. So as a first step, we must accept the spiritual power of the White family's ancestor. Only by controlling the spiritual power can you control the inheritance. Through her mental powers, she could do so to the extent that she could see everything without visualizing it with her eyes. This, however, was still only her limit. Not the limits of the legacy. After hearing that, Ziza was surprised that Shisha didn't expect the White family's heavenly bone to be so terrifying. Moreover, Baiwan had obviously only known him for a few hours. Yet she was willing to tell him this secret? Shisha. Now that you know the biggest secret of my Bai family, so are you going to marry me or not? Shouldn't you give me a promise? As long as you promise. From now on, these eyes of mine will be for you alone. Baiwan inquired seriously, her pretty face slightly drunk. What I said before was actually a joke. She needed a clear answer. If you don't mind me, I will not leave you alone. Qi nodded gruffly. Gave the heaviest commitment of his life. Good. I'll help you reborn the supreme bone. And 4 years later, you marry me. It's a deal. I won't allow you to have another woman. By the way, I don't want you to have 3 wives and 4 concubines like the Qi clan's oldest ancestor. Bai Wan warned. Isn't he a wifey? Why are there still 3 wives and 4 concubines? Shisha said in amusement. He's wifely to each of his wives. There's no way around it. Wait. Do you want to start a harem before you even marry me? Baiwan's small hand had pinched the soft flesh of Chisha's waist without realizing it. If Zissou says one wrong thing, she would just open the choke. No. How dare I? Shisha. Swear that I will only have you in my life. Even if you kick me out, I won't marry again. Shisha's cold sweat was coming down as he hurriedly said. He. That's right. Your answer. It satisfies me. Baiwan smiled as she stood up, blindfolded her eyes, and opened the door, letting the people outside come in. All of them. Send Auntie home. I'll personally quench his body. When she faced the White family, she changed her face again and getting thunderous. Just because she was the head of the White family, she had to be. The White family. The same quadrangle. Although it wasn't as exaggerated to the point of horror as the Qi family's area. The Bai family also had a full 30,000 square feet. Master of the house. Family master. Everything you asked for is ready. The subordinates greeted them and respectfully handed over a nano ring. The body-hardening herbs that Baiwan needed were all contained in this nano ring. And just a moment ago, they received the news that Baiwan had succeeded as the head of the family. Previously, they didn't know because the Bai family had blocked the news and waited for the completion of Baiwan's first stage. Now that the legacy is complete, and they're not afraid anymore. Eldest uncle. Take them down. I'm going to take Qi into the forbidden land of the clan. Baiwan turned her head and said solemnly. Yes. The eldest nodded and Baiwan's words at this point further confirmed his suspicions. On Qi, there must be an even more terrifying chance than the supreme bone in existence. Or else the White family's forbidden land would not even qualify for the Qi family head to step into. Forbidden land? Qi had the feeling of being flattered by the. Even how ignorant he was. He understood that a family's forbidden land was the core of the family's biggest secret. Yes. The forbidden land. The forbidden land hides the greatest secret of the Bai and Qi families. And also the secret that Qi Guanshan wanted to know the most. Baiwan nodded. The crowd dispersed. Baiwan led Qi through 7 turns, passing through a number of organs, and entered the underground of the Bai family. It was stark white lights that illuminated the view of the Zygons in the narrow corridor. Baiwan's 14 years of seclusion were all accomplished here. Most of the time when Baiwan came down, though, she was blindfolded and didn't turn on the lights because it didn't make much difference to her whether they were on or off. Qi. After entering this door, it's my White family's forbidden land. Once you're in, you can't regret it. Before that, I need to know why you want to get stronger. Bai Wan asked gruffly. I want to make the Qi family regret it. Although Zissou has severed his ties. But you can't erase the pain of so many years of hurt. If he could not take this step, then he would never take the next step. Yes. Remember your goal. Remember everything the Qi family has brought you over the years. Bai Wan said, pushing open the thick black wooden door in front of her and bringing Qisha to the forbidden land of the Bai family. It's a 1,000-square-foot basement. Tens of thousands of night jewels light up the room. Actually, it's not that the White family doesn't have any money. As long as they sold the night pearls here, it would be enough to more than double the White family's assets. Qisha. Look at these murals. These are the greatest secrets about the Supreme Bone. It can help you remodel the Supreme Bone. In the meantime, I want you to memorize all the murals before college starts in September. Because when we enroll, I'm going to tear down the forbidden place. If it hadn't been for Qisha's scrapping of all the companion bones, Bai Wan wouldn't have dismantled the forbidden land. Instead, she would have kept it as a family master's secret for generations to come. But since there's a Qi fury, this forbidden land is useless. Kisses needs the secrets of the forbidden land for starters. But he would have embarked on a different path. When the time comes, it's up to them what secrets they leave behind for future generations. That leaves 6 months. There should be thousands of murals here. Right? Qisha asked seriously. 1. 797 murals. To be exact, 660 of these are related to the Supreme Bone. The remaining 137 murals are either the mind and martial arts techniques I use or the ones you use. Bai Wan explained. You use it? Why do I have to memorize it too? Qisha cried out. Because I'm stupid and have a bad memory. So you write it down so I don't have to take pictures. It's what's in your head that makes it a secret forever. Take a picture of something that could leak at any time. Bai Wan lightly spat out her arched tongue and explained. Yes. 6 months. I'll write it all down. Ziza gave his assurance. As long as it's something he's committed to, he's going to give it his all. At the same time, you need to complete the rebirth of the Supreme Bone in 6 months' time. The murals here, with the abilities left behind by the Qi family's ancestors, are enough to help you complete the first stage of remodeling, and the second stage will depend on you. Bai Wan said. With that, she informed Qisha of the stages of the Supreme Bone in its entirety. This included the Holy Spirit Bone that Qi Guanshan desperately wanted to know about. The Holy Ghost Bone is very powerful. But Ziza doesn't look that far ahead. You have to eat your food one bite at a time. The road has to be taken one step at a time. First, the Supreme Bone would be reborn before the next step could be completed. Qisha. The reason why the Qi clan's old ancestor knew the secret of the Supreme Bone was because he had the same experience as you back then. He was gutted in his entirety by human traitors to save one of his wives. He thought he was going to die. But he knew better than to die. So being in an extraterrestrial battlefield, he relied on his will to persevere and spent 10 years performing a miracle. Remodeling the Supreme Bone. Bai Wan. Like a professor. Lectured. It took him 10 years. It took me 6 months. Is this going to be a little too outrageous? Qisha said in a flash. He was on his own back then. But you've got not only his experience, but his help hidden in the murals. Having said that, it's just another thing to mention. No harems. If you die because you saved another woman, I'll break your son's legs. Bai Wan warned. Got it. Got it. Ziza shrugged his shoulders in amusement. She's really cute when she's milky and mean. Take off your clothes while I continue to tell you about the ancient battlefield. Bai Wan's pretty face blushed. Take off your clothes for what? Qisha was a bit unresponsive. Quench your body. without quenching your body. How are you going to rebirth the supreme bone? Bai Wan pouted. You can see it. Can't you? Chi Fury exploded. You're my fiancé. What are you afraid of? Bai Wan was disgruntled and urged. Hurry up and take it off. Unless you're too small to see anyone. But as she spoke, Bai Wan's pretty face had become a flaming cloud. Jesus. Her first look at a boy's body was going to be today? What if she waits and gets so nervous she can't speak all the way? Should she fight back in case Chisha's what's-his-name goes on a rampage and puts her to sleep? Chisha's heart crossed and he took off his top, revealing his dry and thin body along with the horrifying scars on his chest that were caused by digging up the supreme bone. Looking at Chisha, the apprehension and nervousness in Bai Wan's heart all disappeared at this moment. All her attention was on Ziza's chest. That horrible scar. It hurts just to look at it. And that's if you're going to live cuts in a sober state. I really don't know how Chisha survived back then when he was just a 13-year-old teenager. The Chi family. They really deserve to die. For an adopted son. I can't believe I pushed my own son to this extent. Half an hour later, Bai Wan overcame Chisha's naked shyness, concocted a body-quenching potion, and had Chisha soak in a wooden barrel. The medicinal herbs used to quench the body are either parts of the organs on the body of a foreign beast, the essence blood of a foreign beast, or heavenly materials produced by the revival of the spiritual chi. The materials consumed in this one barrel are worth $15 million. What's even scarier is that the $15 million can still only soak up but half a day. Bai Wan allowed Chisha to pull her hand while following the set of murals she pointed out and running her mind, while Bai Wan activated her Tianyin bone, trying to invoke the presence left in the mural by the Chi family's ancestor. The celestialine bone is the only key. When he activated the Tianyin bone, it meant that the descendants of the Bai family recognized the descendants of his Chi family. Swish. With the two men urging between. Surprisingly, the surrounding murals shimmered with a bit of golden light. Like fireflies, floating in mid-air. Just one look is mesmerizing. At this moment, Chisha and Bai Wan were both closing their eyes, entering a state of wholehearted cultivation, and had no time to be distracted from watching this scene. The golden light continued to converge towards Chisha and gradually formed a vortex around Chisha's body. The speed was not fast, but one could see the spinning of the points of light. Meanwhile, St. Martial Orphanage. This is the top orphanage in the capital. Most of the orphans with martial arts talent will be sent here to be trained at the expense of the state. They could potentially be the pillars of the country in the future, and would be top-notch powerhouses fighting against alien beasts on the battlefield. So their treatment was naturally guaranteed. Chi Yu rushed here at the first opportunity after leaving the Chi family, although Chisha was following Bai Wan. But she didn't think Bai Wan would leave Chisha behind. It wasn't that she despised or looked down on the current Chisha. It was just that this was the reality. Bai Wan was the head of the Bai family. Even if she agreed to this marriage, the rest of the Bai family wouldn't agree, because Chisha no longer had the same natural talent as back then. Rumble. Chi Yu's sports car stopped. Who? What are you here for? The grandpa in the security room squinted his eyes, clearly not a fan of these rich kids. Hello? I'm Chi Yu from the Chi family, Chisha's big sister. Here to take him home. If he's in the garden, could you please say hello for me? Chi Yu had a humble attitude and said. She seldom stooped so low with outsiders. It wasn't that she thought highly of herself, but since she represented the Chi family's position, she had to put her attitude out there. Otherwise the others wouldn't take her seriously at all. Chi Yu. I remember. You're the one who dug up Chisha's supreme bone, right? Moncler outlet store at once. He was so furious that he copied the stick from the security booth and was about to come out to beat the man. Not. I'm not. Chi-Yu hurriedly denied it. Still saying no? Back then. The old man I saw you as a human-looking man and handed Chi-Sha over to you. Only for you to turn around and dig up his supreme bone. Get out. Get the hell out. Or I'll beat you to death right now. Moncler Outlet Store anger. Chi-Yu is a master of the 4th grade of the clan. But Moncler Outlet Store but the strength of the level of martial arts generals. In the middle of the difference between a huge realm of emerald. Then Moncler Outlet Online naturally. It is impossible for Chi-Yu to be a match for him. But he overreacted. Yet again. It sprinkled a handful of salt on Chi-Yu's heart. Whether it was the Chi family's underlings or the orphanage's security guards treating them like this. It was enough to see just how excessive they had been over the years. Scram! The older man waved the club in his hand. Looking like he was going to come at Chi-Yu. Hello? I really want to come and take Chi-Sha home. Can I implore you to do me a favor and call him out for me? Chi-Yu's tone softened a few points once again. Wait a minute. What has your Chi family been up to again? The big Moncler Outlet Store frowned. Suddenly felt bad. No. Chi-Sha just wanted to come back to take a look. And I saw that it was about time. So I came to pick him up. Chi-Yu explained in a panic. If she tells the truth, then she won't be able to see Chi-Sha tonight. With the Moncler Outlet Store attitude, it was impossible to let her in. Much less help her call Chi-Sha out. Not yet? If not, how could you, the daughter of the Chi family, come to our orphanage? You picked up Ziza for 5 years. Except for the day of the pickup and today. Have you been here? If you didn't say you're Chi-Yu, I almost forgot about your face. Moncler Outlet Store anger. Yeah. Sorry. For the first time in her life, Chi-Yu stammered. It's her fault. She doesn't care enough. She's the one who doesn't take it seriously. She was the one who hadn't once come to the orphanage to find out what was going on with Chi-Sha. Does being sorry help? Will being sorry erase the damage you've done to Ziza over the years? Back then, Chi-Sha was the genius of our institution. The genius of the capital. And even the entire Dragon Kingdom. But what did you do when it was handed over to you? What a bright future he has. He is destined to become a strong human against the Fae in the future. But it's ruined by you guys. Moncler Outlet Online, he hissed angrily. The hands gripping the sticks were shaking violently. Sorry. Chi-Yu couldn't help but redden her eyes as well. Even if Chi Xingtian's innate 9 dragon's body was out of order, then taking away one supreme bone would be fine. Why take away so many more companion bones? She should have realized something was wrong. If she'd stopped it earlier, it wouldn't have happened. Fuck off. What's the point of apologizing now? It's just a cat crying for fake mercy. Moncler Outlet Online cold mockery. Master, I beg you to let me see Chi-Sha once. I wasn't aware of how wrong I was until today. I want to make amends. I want to do what a sister should do. Chi-Yu said feebly. Her earlier deception was to be able to bring herself to meet Chi-Sha. The sincerity at this moment was because she was out of options. If she wasn't more sincere, she was afraid that she would never see Chi-Sha again in her life. See? There's no way I'm letting you in this door today. Even if I die. Moncler Outlet Store coldly. Even she doesn't know where Ziza is. Chasing her here. So how would one know? But this was enough to prove that the matter was serious. Otherwise, Chi-Sha had never run back to the orphanage even after all the aggravation. But how come he ran away today? It must be that Chi-Sha couldn't stand it and was completely desperate for the Chi family. So he left. Your Chi family actually still calls yourselves the Xingua clan? I see you are a bunch of scum in sheep's clothing. Xingua? Are you worthy? Moncler outlet store yelled impatiently. Grandpa Lou. What happened? Chi-you. It's actually you? What are you doing here? A teenage roar came from the. Whirling around was a lanky teenager charging head-on. His eyes carrying a raging fury that almost spilled out. This face. Even if it turned into ashes, he would recognize it. When Chi-you came, he thought that such a beautiful big sister must be a good person, and would surely be kind to Chi-sure. But what did Chi-you do after picking Chi Fury back up? The first year deprived Chi-sha of his supreme bone. The next year and this year, a total of 7 companion bones were stripped. Forget about the supreme bone. After all, it's a family heirloom of the Chi family. They took it back, even though it was excessive to the point of being something they could do. But the companion bone inside Chi-sha's body was cultivated by Chi-sha with all his blood and soul, taking more than 10 years to cultivate it. It was Chi-sha's flesh and blood. For the past 5 years, the teenager has regretted at every turn. If he had stopped Chi-sha from leaving, it wouldn't have happened. He's the one who got Chi Fury killed. He was the one who thought that the Chi family, being a noble clan of the Jin state, could not possibly do anything nasty. Chi-you. I'll kill you. The teenager's eyes were bloodshot as he drew out a D-rank weapon from his nascent sack and charged in Chi-yu's direction. Martial prowess is divided into the realms of samurai, general, emerald, grandmaster, god of war, and peerless. Even if he only has the strength of a martial general of the first rank, he was also undaunted when facing Chi-you, who was at the 4th rank of the sovereign. Even if I have to risk my life. He also wanted justice for Chi-sha. Slow down. Chi-you wanted to block, but the teenager's killing move was already approaching. She could tell the teenager really wanted her dead. But she didn't fight back. And don't dare fight back. Stop. Okay? I've really come to atone for my sins. Chi-you suddenly had a feeling that all thoughts were lost. So desperate and powerless. You want to atone for your sins? Ask me if I promise? Ask everyone in the entire garden if they promise? The teenager roared. Brother Zhou Mang. What are you doing? You will be chastised by the dean for fighting randomly at the entrance of the courtyard. A young girl behind her ran over anxiously. And she had intended to exhort that. But when she saw Chi-yu's face, she was enraged and she drew a C-rank longsword from her nascent ring and followed Zhou Mang, charging towards Chi-you. Chi-you. You? Die for me. Don't do this. Chi-you almost dodged while shedding tears. Chi-you has never shed tears in front of outsiders before. Tonight in the ballroom for the first time. At this point it's the 2nd time. There's too much commotion at the door. Dozens of teenage girls rushed down the stairs of. They ranged from teenagers to children just a few years old. Their intention of coming over was to stop the fight because the orphanage had orphanage rules. But when they saw Chi-you, they all couldn't help themselves either. What township tribe? What kind of patriarchal powerhouse? Step the fuck aside. This woman. She must die tonight. It was obvious that Chi-you could have shaken them up with the lift of her hand. Or even taken their lives. But Chi-you couldn't even fight back. As she dodged, the heel of her high heel broke off and her hair, coiled at the back of her head, was in disarray and, for the first time in her life, the great lady of the Chi family was in such a sorry state. Moreover, it was still being forced into such a state by a group of children whose strength was completely inferior to hers. Once Chi-sha was the object of their children's admiration, was their guiding light, in their eyes more like the sun dazzling. But it was such a genius that was destroyed by the Chi family. little by little. If the Chi family doesn't die, heaven will not tolerate it. If it were in normal times, the security Moncler outlet online, even if they would not have called the police, would have notified the dean at the first opportunity. But it's Chi EU. So he doesn't care. It's best if this woman dies. But even if she died, it wouldn't be able to heal the damage that the Chi family had done to Chi Sha over the years. Chi EU. Why on earth did you dig up Chi Sha's supreme bone? Why? Give me a fucking reason. Chi EU. You beastly thing. Give me back Brother Fury. Why don't you just give me back Brother Fury in his fucking entirety? Thought back then that you guys picking up Sage would give Sage a good life. What's the result? Aha. Asshole. The kids all went berserk. Even if they usually had some minor friction. Even if they had their share of disagreements with each other. At this point, they were surprisingly united in there. Even they, the children without parents. No solidarity. They all know that when an outsider bullies them, they have to stick together and beat up the enemy. So don't the Chi family know? One of our own drove one of our own to death. What the fuck is this? I'm sorry. Chi EU really didn't know what to say other than apologizing. And at this moment, the only thing she could do was to apologize. Die for me. The children grew more and more courageous as they fought. While on the contrary, Chi EU, a sect master powerhouse, was being beaten back. What are you all doing? Stop it. A mighty gulp came from the. It was an old woman in her 60s who came face to face with the. Her black hair was half black and half gray. And the years were written all over her face. But they made her face look more and more serious. Dean. Zhou Mang looked in her direction. Resignedly. And. Zhou Mang only hated himself for not being strong enough. Otherwise Chi EU would already be a corpse. I told you to stop. Did you hear all that? The dean's voice became colder and more serious as he reprimanded. Yes. Even though the crowd was no longer willing. They could only stop their attacks and obediently retreated to the side. Miss Chi, we don't welcome you here. Please go back. Dean came to heel and made a gesture of invitation. Can you let me meet with Chi Sha? Chi EU humbly prayed. Chi Fury has not returned. And Miss Chi, you can't even find Chi Fury. So what makes you think we can find him? Dean questioned. No. I thought he would come back. Chi EU's voice lowered a few points. Oh. It's a joke. It's been 5 whole years since Chi Fury even came back. After he entered your Chi family, I couldn't even get in touch with him. Just because your Chi family thought he was ashamed of what he once did in the orphanage. Dean sneered. I don't have. Chi EU shook her head feebly. You didn't? But that's what your Chi family did. If I could contact him, I would have brought him back a long time ago. Why suffer in your Chi family? When we at the St. Martial Orphanage are not supportive? As if we are here without martial arts resources? Dean asked sternly in return. I, for one, don't have. Chi EU was even more powerless. Sad and bitter. Miss Chi, I can tell that you've actually regretted it. But as the saying goes, it's hard to reunite a broken mirror. If you do regret it, I'd like you to stop trying to influence Chi Sha. Live with your guilt for the rest of your life. That's the best way to align the alignment fury. Dean said relentlessly. Chi Sha he. Is he really not here? Chi EU. With her last hope. Lowered her head and asked. No. Bang. The dean closed the door with his backhand. Shutting Chi EU out. And even more so. Shutting her out. before the security master entered the security booth. He spat in the direction of Chi-Yu's feet and went back to his post with a face full of disdain. And the children's eyes were also resentful and hateful before they left. This gaze. This one ray of fury. Like a blazing flame. It incinerated Chi-Yu, making her feel the most brutal pain in the world. It was a sense of being cut off from the world. But she knew that the pain Shisha had suffered during these 5 years would only be 10,000 times harsher than what she was suffering at this time. Being treated with such indifference by a loved one. Stripped of everything by their loved ones. This pain is more than anyone can bear. But Shisha, with the body of a teenager, endured for 5 whole years. Capital City. Kanda Private Hospital. This is one of the top private hospitals in the capital. It's a property under the Chi family name. Most of the sons and daughters from wealthy families would prefer this place to heal themselves. The second sister, Chi Shire, was dressed in a tightly wrapped set of surgical scrubs, a mask and a sterile surgical cap. Looking at the door to the operating room in front of. She looked at her cell phone again and would love to give Big Sis a call. But in the end, she could only enter the operating room with a clench of her teeth. Only to see that on the hospital bed was actually Chi Shengtian, who had already been anesthetized. And on Chi Shengtian's side, on the operating table where the surgical instruments were placed, was actually a triangular piece of companion bone. When we left the orphanage, Chi-Yu forgot to drive. She stepped on her high heels with broken heels and walked like a walking corpse on the streets of the capital city. Even at 5 in the morning. The streets are full of pedestrians. 2. They were sanitation workers who woke up early to sweep the streets. Budo students who woke up early to exercise. And passers-by who sat on the side of the road confused and unsure of what to do. 300 years ago. The size of the city of the capital was more than 5 times different compared to the present. Back then, the capital boasted the districts of Chaoyang, Haidian, and Fengtai, among others. The resident population is even as high as 21 million. Nowadays, although the capital is still more than 20 million people, but their living space, all have been greatly compressed. At the edge of the city are walls erected high above the city and guarded by elevated guns as well as soldiers. Of the 791 cities in the country, only 277 remain today. Outside the city, there's a large gathering of alien beasts that. The bridges that connect cities to cities are largely deserted. And most ordinary people never leave a city from birth to death. The human monetary system collapsed for a while. After the catastrophe of the monetary system was later restored. Thanks to the efforts of the state of. But the value of the currency has differed by a factor of 10 or more. It's more dramatic at first. It can go up to hundreds of thousands of times. Then, there was no other way. The Dragon Kingdom could only abolish the original currency and issue a new type of currency to help the Dragon Kingdom order to quickly complete the reconstruction. Chi-Yu sat on a stone bench by the river, staring blankly at the sun rising in the sky. So tired that she had even forgotten that she hadn't rested all night. Ring. 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 Her cell phone rang sharply in her pocket. It's sixth sister Chi Liuyao's phone. Just after the connection, there was an anxious inquiry. Big sister. Did you find Shisha? Chi-Yu froze, subconsciously thinking that her sixth sister was concerned about Shisha. And her icy body finally gained a few more points of warmth. But sixth sister's next words made her fall into a pit of ice. Something's happened to Katsura. He was inoculated with companion bone and had a rejection reaction. At this moment, Chi-Yu realized what it meant to be truly disheartened by all thoughts. She tried so hard last night to find Ziza. Trying so hard to gain the understanding of those around Ziza. But it's just one night's work. The companion bone was actually inoculated? What the hell were they thinking? Why are you so impatient? Next. Even if she found Chi Sha, what could she do? Without the last companion bone, how could she give Chi Sha an explanation? Inoculate the companion bone? Why? Shi Yu's voice had been filled with ice, and her face was covered in frost, so cold that it was sickening. Last night, not long after you left the family, Katsura's discomfort grew worse. We took him to the hospital, which is when we realized that he had a rejection reaction. And he kept holding back and not talking to us. So we had no choice but to inoculate the companion bone to try to suppress it. Shi Lu Yao explained. But he's an innate 9-dragon's body. An excellent physique for inoculating the supreme bone. What's with all the rejection? Shi Yu angrily questioned. These things are actually pretty easy to figure out once you step outside the circle of authority. I don't know. Shi Lu Yao said at a loss for words. Even the last piece of companion bone was inoculated. And there was actually a rejection reaction. So what should we do next? Then what are you looking for Chi Sha for? Are you trying to dig out all the bones in his body and transplant them into Qi Xingtian's body? Shi Yu questioned. What's gotten into you? Big sister? Qi Shangtian? He's your brother. How can you call him that? Shi Lu Yao was also enraged. Then how come it's so logical for you to address Qi Fury? He's your brother too. Shi Yu coldly said. I've never treated him like a brother. The fact that he has such unclean hands and feet and bullies the girls at school just makes me feel sick. Shi Lu Yao said disdainfully. May I ask if you have proof of that? Shi Yu asked. No. Shi Lu Yao said without taking it seriously. Still disdainful. As someone who controls the intelligence system of our Qi family, you would know about this small matter by casually checking. But why are you accusing someone without evidence? Shi Yu said grimly. Why should I check? Does he deserve it? And don't you think the same about him? Big sister? Shi Lu Yao said angrily. Shi Yu was so angry that her chest heaved. But she couldn't refute it. Yeah. She had once suspected Chi Sha without evidence as well. Then who was she to accuse Qi Lu Yao? She's a sinner too. Alright, big sister. Have you found Chi Sha or not? Sheng Tian's situation is 100,000 times more urgent. Qi Lu Yao didn't want to talk nonsense and pulled the topic back. Even if I find it. What's the point? The last companion bone was inoculated by you. Shi Yu roared. Big sister. Why are you being mean? Are you going to let us watch Sheng Tian die? Shi Lu Yao gasped and laughed, saying. Then a Qi Fury without a companion bone will die just the same. Do you know that? Shi Yu despaired. She'd never felt so cold-blooded and heartless as she did with these sisters of hers. But this time, she experienced it. The companion bone was peeled off by Chi Sha himself. He's not even afraid of death. What are you afraid of? Big sister. Hurry up and bring Chi Sha back. He's raised the supreme bone for so many years. He must know the supreme bone well. We need to get him to figure out the root cause of the rejection reaction. Qi Lu Yao said almost in a commanding tone. It was the first time in years that she had spoken to her big sister in that tone. No way. Unless you dig up the companion bone for me. Shi Yu ranted. It was also the first time in all her years that she had argued so much with her sister. Big sister. According to you, you wish for Shang Tian to die? Good. Good you Qi Yu. Did that bastard Chi Sha put something in you that made you all so unscrupulous? Qi Lu Yao questioned furiously. Am I unscrupulous or are you unscrupulous? I was gone for just one night. And as a result of something as big as inoculating a companion bone. You guys didn't even inform me about it? What on earth were you guys thinking? Lip service to me for bringing back Ziza. But the companion bones are gone and you want people to think of something? How can you be so shameless? Chi-Yu drank. She was so emotional that passers-by on the sidewalks were giving her sideways glances. Some people recognized her identity and immediately flashed far away after knowing that she was the Chi family's eldest miss. Because this woman was so cold that people didn't dare to approach. He is a member of the Chi family. Right now his brother's life is at stake. Shouldn't he come back and try to find a solution? Isn't it just a companion bone? If the rejection reaction continues, Katsura is going to die. Shi Luyao double labeled it. You're just aqua filling your brain with no brain. I'll stay out of this. And don't want to care. Chi-Yu directly hung up the phone. So angry that she braced herself against the guardrail on the side of the road, which stabilized her body. On the other end of the phone, Chi Luyao stared blankly at her cell phone. She could never have imagined that her big sister would curse herself like that. Aqua filling the brain? Who the hell is out of their mind? What did she say wrong? Nothing. Originally, Shisha had only lost one companion bone. But Sheng Tian on the operating table was losing his life. Shi-Yu braced herself against the guardrail and panted frantically for a few minutes before relieving herself a little. But in a flash of thought, Shi-Yu realized a very serious problem. She had to rush to the hospital. The companion bone of Chi-Sha must be brought back. Otherwise things will go to a point of no return that cannot be undone. Thinking, she immediately ran to the curb and the broken heels, which were in the way, were taken off and thrown to the curb. And with bare feet and stockings, she ran wildly through the streets and hailed a cab to run to the hospital. Kanda Private Hospital. The operating room corridor. Seeing her big sister rushing towards her, Chi Luyao, even though she was dissatisfied, she pushed her wheelchair to meet her. Big sister. Where are the Chi-Sha people? Why did you come alone? Snap. Chi-Yu yanked on Chi Luyao's collar. Her pair of beautiful eyes glaring at her with blood red. Her eyes extremely terrifying. The stockings under Chi-Yu's feet had been tattered and torn as she ran furiously along the way. If she had been in the past, she would never have been able to do so. Because as the president of the Chi family group, she must pay attention to her image. But at this point, she couldn't care less. Immediately have the operation stopped and hand over the companion bone to me. Chi-Yu roared in shocked anger. Chi Luyao slapped her hand away and said with the same fury, Chi-Yu, do you want to hear what you're saying? Get the hell out of here. Seeing that she couldn't make sense of it, Chi-Yu rushed straight in the direction of the operating room and she's going to rush in, stop the operation, and get Ziza's companion bone back. Third sister. Stop her. She's gone crazy. Chi Luyao anxiously shouted towards Chi Sanin in front. Big sister. You're really crazy. With me here, there's no way I'm going to let you in. Chi Sanin blocked the doorway, her eyes cold. But Chi-Yu didn't even think about it, and directly drew a knife from her nascent sacred ring and slashed at Chi Sanin. When they saw Chi-Yu move the knife, the few sisters in the corridor all froze. Even Chi Sanin herself was incredulous. Big sister actually went under the knife? How far has she gone mad? Big sister. You're only a mere fourth rank of a mere sect master. Do you think you're my opponent? I'm in the war god realm. Chi Sanin chortled, while kicking off the battle knife in Chi-Yu's hand. He also slammed Chi-Yu against the wall with one hand. She clamped down on Chi-Yu's throat and it's already a few pounds harder. It made Chi-Yu feel suffocated. Chi Sanin had been fighting in the extraterritorial battlefields for many years. And by the time she broke through to the war god realm, she had already become the Dragon Kingdom's newest major war god, the Sanin war god. Chi-Yu was in charge of the family's business. So her strength naturally didn't progress as rapidly as Chi San-yin's. Moreover, Chi San-yin was the only one of the several sisters to break through the war god realm. Big sis. I don't want to hurt you. But can you calm down? What exactly did that guy, Chi Sha, brainwash you with? Chi San-yin questioned. She's partly like her big sister in nature. Thunderous and murderous. But she is more like a high and mighty queen. Who is absolutely and habitually ordering others, and whose perception is only good and evil and right and wrong. Right is right and wrong is wrong. If she's in the family, then she's definitely the first one to react to it. And it won't be Chi EU. Brainwashed? Oh. It's only been one night and you've inoculated the companion bone. So who's right and who's wrong? Chi EU's voice was hoarse. But her eyes were still too cold for words. We do have a problem in this case. But isn't that a no-brainer? Chi San-yin gruffly said. Of course she knew that such behavior would be as disgusting as killing someone and abusing the corpse. But it's true that there's no way around it. On the one hand, human lives are at stake. And on the other hand, the companion bone is right here. So they can't not use it. Right? Have you ever considered that? In fact, the so-called rejection reaction doesn't even exist? Chi EU said hoarsely. Chi San-yin could only loosen her up a few points when she saw that she was having trouble breathing. What do you mean it doesn't exist? Are you going to say that Victorious Sky has been deceiving us? That Shang Tian and the hospital colluded to deceive us? Then what about the second sister's test results? Chi San-yin questioned. Then what if he deliberately caused the supreme bone to have a repulsive reaction? The innate 9 dragon body is an excellent physique. As long as he fuses with the supreme bone, he can do such a thing. Chi EU asked rhetorically. And does he have to? And what did he do that for? Chi San-yin was a bit unresponsive and said. Bang! Chi EU got a few moments of respite. And with an answer like that from her, she straight up stormed off. Chi EU broke away from her as soon as she could and slammed a hard punch into her stomach. Big sister. You. Chi San-yin is in some pain. What pissed her off even more was the fact that her big sister had laid down a death sentence. Chi EU approaches towards the door of the operating room. With only 2 steps left, Chi San-yin quickly approached over and heavily knocked Chi EU to the ground and held her down for dear life. It hurts like hell. Big sister. You are really crazy. Don't you give me any more shit. Don't force me to use the power of the war god realm to suppress you. Chi EU saw that the operating room was close at hand. But she couldn't get close to it. Her heart was anxious and bad. That's when Qi Guanshan and Zhao Milan came from the back. When Qi Guanshan saw this, he frowned and said, What happened? Why are you sisters fighting? Chi San-yin looked back with a headache and said, Dad. Big sister is crazy. She's going to break into the operating room and dig out Xingtian's companion bone. Qi Guanshan's face froze as he questioned. Boss? What the hell are you doing? Chi EU choked. Dad. Please make this operation stop. We need to return the companion bone to Qi Sha so that we can perhaps gain his forgiveness. Qi Guanshan abruptly fell silent. Listening to Chi EU's choking sobs, his mood grew heavier and heavier. He didn't want it to be like this. But what can he do? He was the one who didn't let his daughters inform Chi EU last night. Because he knew Chi EU's temperament too well. Once Chi EU knew about this, she would definitely do everything in her power to stop it. He originally wanted to wait until the end of the operation. In the matter told Chi EU. Then Chi EU even how angry. There is no way to change. Boss. This matter is our fault. When Qi Sha comes, we will definitely make up for it. Only after a long time did Qi Guanshan pop out this sentence. Dad. If someone dug up the companion bone in your body and said they'd pay you compensation, would you be able to accept that? Qi Yu asked rhetorically out of breath. Qi Broken Mountain's companion bone isn't the same as Qi Fury's. Qi Fury's, which is contained within itself. And Qi Guanshan bought it. It would have been impossible for Qi Guanshan, who was unable to inoculate the sacred bone, to achieve the position of family head. But he then created a miracle with an even weaker companion bone. The relationship between the sacred bone and the companion bone is like that between the sea and the lake. The sea can give birth to lakes, but a lake cannot give birth to an ocean. They do not need to have sacred bone in their bodies, but also have the chance to grow companion bone, which is the main source of human inoculation companion bone. It was a pity that Qisha's body could no longer be inoculated with companion bones of other attributes. He had and could only be inoculated with companion bones produced by the supreme bones. Otherwise the Qi family could easily make up for it. Boss, calm down. Now that it's happened, we should think about how to fix it. Qi Guanshan persuaded. We're not giving the companion bone back to Qi Sha. This thing just won't work out. Qi Yu shook her head. Qi Sha. He's a son of our Qi family anyways. He'll understand. Qi Broken Mountain said. Even if he can understand it, I can't. Dad. He's your own son. Is this how you treat him? Qi Yu despaired. Then what else do you want from me? Qi Guanshan was momentarily enraged and drank. If we return the companion bone to Qi Sha, then Qi Shengtian on the operating table is in bad shape. This was because Qi Shengtian's rejection reaction this time was more violent than any other time before. And when Qi Yu heard her father's words, she knew that this matter was completely out of the question. Father would have to give the companion bone to Qi Shengtian. Ka Chao. The door to the operating room is open. Qi Shengtian, who was so weak that he didn't have any blood in his veins, was pushed out and the one who pushed him out was actually the second sister, Qi Shire. At this moment, Qi Yu's world collapsed. She glared at Kazel with a death glare. In his eyes was a monstrous hatred. Big sister, don't blame me. Last night Shengtian's situation was too serious, so I could only. Qi Shire heard the quarrel at the door and said sheepishly, Big sister. Third sister. You don't quarrel because of me. It's me who is sorry. I can't live much longer. You guys go get your brother back. I'm willing to return both the supreme bone and companion bone to him. Qi Shengtian's weak voice broke his sister's hearts. In fact, he's got a lot of resentment in his heart. Obviously he planted the last of the companion bones. But why the rejection? Those previous repulsive reactions were indeed something he had messed up himself in order to get more companion bones. But this time, on what grounds? Aha! Zissou! You asshole! You've obviously become an invalid. But you still want to harm me once? For martial artists, the rejection reaction of the martial bone is very serious. Light is the regression of strength. Heavy is the total destruction of cultivation. And the fear of life. Once the rejection reaction has occurred, the companion bone, or even the sacred bone, cannot be removed. It's just like allergies. Either you get through it or you don't. Or die. And to know if the martial bone is able to be inoculated, all you have to do is drop a drop of blood on it. And if the bone doesn't react, that means it's able to be inoculated. Qi Shengtian could have been inoculated. The front is fine. So why did the last piece go wrong? Brother, I will definitely not let anything happen to you. Hold on. Sixth sister will dispatch the nation's channels to think of a way for you. Qi Luyao anxiously said. Shengtian, I'm going to ask my mentor to see if he has a solution. Lin Jiu was also busy saying. Lin Jiu was still a junior, graduating next year. And after taking the qualification of strategist, she would enter the army of her third sister, Shi Sanin. Shang Tian. Don't worry. I'll contact the War Ministry and see if there's anything I can do. Shi Sanin also said. My father was right. Since things have happened, we should find a way to solve them, rather than keep arguing about meaningless rights and wrongs. Do you guys want to hear what you're saying? If the same thing were to happen to Qi Sha, would you guys still be so nervous? Shi Yu coldly scanned them and said. If they cared even 1% about Zissou, then things aren't even that. In them, Shi Yu saw the person she once was. While questioning them, Shi Yu also questioned herself. Boss? Stop it. Qi Guanshan interrupted with a headache. He no longer wanted to continue dwelling on this topic. But Shi Yu bit the bullet. I'll ask one last time. This companion bone. Are you guys returning it or not? Shi Yu's expression grew colder and colder, no longer caring about Qi Broken Mountain's eyes. Boss? You. Qi Guanshan was just about to speak when Shi Yu interrupted. Shi Yu completely lost her mind and drank. Dad. Stop it. I already know your attitudes. Saying that, she once again began to struggle up, trying to shake off Qi Sanyan's. Shi Sanyan was afraid that Qi Yu would do something stupid on impulse, so she continued to hold Qi Yu down. Qi Guanshan sighed and shook his head towards Qi Sanyan. Only then did Qi Sanyan let go of Qi Yu. The first time Qi Yu got up, she instead dusted off her body and looked at her sisters with the detachment of a stranger. Instead, the look in her eyes made Qi Shire's heart very hard to bear. Qi Shire operated on her brother, Qi Shangtian, is tantamount to aiding and abetting. Then who was such a person to say anything for Qi Sha? Boss? Where are you going? Qi Guanshan stopped her and asked. Go find Qi Sha. Aren't you guys trying to find a breakthrough from Qi Sha? Aren't you trying to find a solution for Qi Shangtian? Then I, the big sister, should do something too. Shi Yu dropped some words and turned to leave. His back has become as determined as Qi Sha's. Boss. Zhao Milan looked toward her back, her heart bitter to the extreme. Things have been out of control since last night. Zissou has severed his ties. Shangtian is experiencing rejection. If even her boss, Qi Yu, had left the clan, then she really wouldn't know what to do. Big sister has already been brainwashed by Qi Sha. Let's leave her alone. Sixth sister Qi Luyao stepped forward and said coldly. Qi Sanyan sighed, and could only pick up his cell phone and contact the War Ministry side to see if he could find a solution. Qi Shangtian was lying on the stretcher cart, his heart already angry to the extreme. Big sister Qi Yu reveals such an attitude. A very bad sign for him. The elder sister is favoring the side of Zissou. So what if the other sisters start to fall in line? The Qi family is his. He wouldn't allow a couple of his sisters to fall on their swords and affect his interests. If big sister really influenced him, then don't blame him for doing things too extreme. When the time comes, he will definitely try to find a way to eradicate big sister. In front of the White House, Qi Yu waited for 3 days and 3 nights, without sleep or rest. Exhaustion was written all over that delicate, pretty face. At one time, she and a few other sisters were known as the 9 goddesses of the capital. Not only in appearance, and even in status, they were all so high and mighty. But at this point, she could no longer be seen as the goddess she used to be. For the past 3 days, the White House hasn't allowed her to go in, letting her stand in the doorway like that. She remembered all the times that. It also recalled the attitude of the eighth sister before she disappeared that year. Back then, the eighth sister had a big fight with her family over the Chi Fury thing. And even broke with her sisters. And her whereabouts were unknown after that. It wasn't until now that she finally realized how the eighth sister felt back then. But it was already too late. Chi Yu's heart was sad. How I wanted to confide in the eighth sister. It's just that the eighth sister's cell phone is no longer reachable. Family Master. The great Miss Chi family has been waiting at the door for 3 days and 3 nights. Should we invite her in? The subordinates immediately greeted Bai Wan when they saw the two of them come out of seclusion. As a subordinate, it was impossible for him to make a decision for Bai Wan. And even more impossible for him to say the words, "Drive Chi Yu away." What's she doing here? Bai Wan frowned and asked. Said he came to apologize to his aunt. She's been standing at the door for the past 3 days and hasn't moved an inch. In such a matter, the subordinate can only state the facts, not express his own attitude on the matter. The Bai family has severed ties with the Chi family. If he said the wrong thing, it would trigger the displeasure of the head of the family. Apologize? Late. You guys go out and tell Chi Yu to leave. Just say it's the family head's intention. Bai Wan ranted. Now you know you regret it? What are you doing? And who knows if Chi Yu's apology was because of the celestialine bone? Forget it. I'd better make a trip. Shisha shook his head to himself and said rather helplessly. Shisha. Their Chi family is already like this. Why are you still going? Bai Wan asked nervously. Even if Shisha is dead to the Chi family. But Shisha has also been in the Chi family for 5 years. And are related by blood. She was really afraid that Shisha would have a soft heart and rejoin the Chi family. Shisha knew what she was worried about and looked at her seriously, saying, "Don't worry. I'm just going to go and finish up with Chi Yu. So as to save her from bothering me. There's no way Chi Fury will ever forgive the Chi family. At the moment of severance, all relationships are completely broken. Then do you want me to accompany you?" Bai Wan asked. "It's fine. I'll say a few words to Chi Yu and come back." Chi Shaichi smiled. "Then I'll wait for you in the living room." Bai Wan looked at him and said. Since Chi Sha said so, Bai Wan will trust Chi Sha. Even if Bai Wan was the head of the Bai family, she would still give Chi Sha enough space. And it was precisely this feeling that made Chi Sha feel comfortable like never before. Chi Fury has had enough of the Chi family for 5 years. And after meeting Bai Wan, the natural highs and lows are immediately apparent. Chi Sha patted Bai Wan's shoulder. And then he whirled around and walked straight to the door under the guidance of his subordinates. At the gate, Chi Yu watched as Chi Sha walked head-on. Those beautiful eyes shone for a split second, finally taking on a spiritual glow. Chi Yu quickly stepped towards Chi Sha to welcome her. And her originally expressionless face finally put on a smile. The look of anticipation and joy has been overflowing. Brother, you're finally willing to see me," Chi Yu said excitedly. But the word brother in her mouth made Chi Sha feel a great mockery. Chi Sha interrupted icily. "Miss Chi, please speak if you have anything to say. I'm worried about losing your Chi family's face by approaching me." An invalid pain flashed across Chi Yu's face but it was quickly replaced by a smile once again. "And, brother, I know I have wronged you and neglected to care for you all these years. Mom and Dad asked me to take you home. But I don't want to do that. You don't want to go back. I respect your decision. I just hope you'll give me a chance to make up for the past," Chi Yu said sincerely. "Miss Chi, you and I both know that there's no point in saying such things anymore. State your purpose? Did something happen to Qi Xingtian's fusion of the companion bone?" Ziza asked. "It happened. In a previous life. With Qi Xingtian's insidiousness, after he obtained the companion bone, he would definitely try to transplant it to himself as soon as possible. But this happened to be the biggest problem. If it was just a single piece of supreme bone, or a companion bone to the supreme bone, there wouldn't be a problem with it. But when all of the companion bones have returned to being, they will repel Qi Xingtian's body. Because they, however, were all raised by Qi Fury. What flowed inside was Qisha's essence blood. You? How do you know? Qi Yu froze and subconsciously asked. Sure enough. I knew you'd come to me for no good reason. I can't help with Qi Shengtian. Ziza laughed. The smile was so cold. There was actually a way to resolve this matter. It was just that Qi Shengtian was unwilling and unable to accept it. Because it would require digging out the companion bone. In his last life, Qisha used his own blood to replace Qi Xingtian's blood, which solved this thorny problem. In this life, they don't know how long it's going to take them to work it out. Of course, Qisha wanted Qi Shengtian to die. Brother, I didn't want you to solve the problem on Qi Shengtian either. I was so angry when I found out about the transplant that I stormed into the hospital to get your companion bone back. Only your third sister overpowered me. Never mind. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. I've got some presents for you. I hope it makes up for all the birthdays you've had these past 18 years. Qi Yu said, taking out the gift from Renaissance sacred ring. It was a beautifully wrapped gift box. She smiled. And from the gift of a 1-year-old, she handed it to Ziza. Ziza, however, didn't pick it up. She didn't mind placing the 1-year-old gift in front of Ziza and proceeding to introduce the second gift. Ziza didn't speak. Didn't interrupt her. Just watching her perform with indifference. It was only after all 18 gifts were introduced that she raised her eyes once again, looked at Qi Sha, and said with a smile like a flower, Brother, happy 18th birthday. Congratulations on becoming an adult. Qi Sha snorted disdainfully and glanced at her. Miss Qi, have you had enough of playing house? If it's enough, I'll go back. Qi Yu is in a hurry. Hurriedly, he took Qi Sha's hand. Brother, I know this isn't enough to make up for your hurt, but I'm begging you to give me a chance. Okay? Qi Sha shook his head. There's no need to bother. What's in the past is in the past. And it's impossible to undo it. Miss Qi, I've stood with you for so long. I should have satisfied your overly domestic mind. Go back. Please. I'm no longer related to the Qi family. I hope you'll leave me alone next. 2. Qi Yu's body froze. Her eyes are crimson. Almost in tears. Brother, I didn't realize what you were really going through until that night 4 days ago either. I just want a chance to make amends. Will you stop being so desperate? Qi Sha coldly scanned her and said, I'm a thief and have a tendency towards violence. So please don't waste your time on me. Miss Qi, I can't afford it. Brother, don't call me that. Gross. Brother, I really realize it's wrong. I thank you. If you're so free, you can go out the door and turn right and go feed the pigeons in the park. I'm really not in the mood to waste time with you here. Qi Sha, is it that I have to kneel down for you before you are willing to forgive me? Qi Yu choked in despair. Can't hold it in? Don't hold it in. Have you already cursed me 100,000 times in your heart? Qi Sha sneered. I don't have. Qi Yu's tears slid down and said, Miss Qi, I'm not your Qi family's dog. It's impossible for me to be at your beck and call. Understand? Qi Sha shouted angrily. I'm sorry. Chi-Yu leaned helplessly on the doorpost beside her, her body shivering slightly. "Don't bother me again." Shisha dropped a sentence and turned around to walk into the White House. Seeing Chisha's back fading away, Chi-Yu sobbed uncontrollably. Vision. All blurred by tears. Is it true, as the orphanage director said, that it's hard to reunite a broken mirror? No. She doesn't want it. She'd hate to be able to go back in time and that way. There was no way she could let that happen again. Shisha. How are things being handled? Baiwan saw him coming and took the initiative to stand up, handing over a cup of hot tea. Shisha was warmed up and smiled at her. I've already warned for her to leave me alone. I think she, the Chi family's eldest miss, should still pay attention to her face. With Chisha's understanding of Chi-Yu. What Chi-Yu has done once, she won't do it a second time. It's not that Chi-Yu is impatient. Rather, she has absolute confidence and competence. What doesn't work the first time around either can't possibly work. Or she's going about it the wrong way. Like right now. Ziza gave plenty of warning. Then as smart as Chi-Yu. She should understand Shisha's attitude and not waste any more time on Shisha. Baiwan nodded and smiled. That's good. Let's go eat. I'll personally show you my hand. Shisha said in amusement. You still know how to cook? You're the head of the titular by family Baiwan flashed her pink fist and said. My buns are delicious. Do you want to try? Ziza's gaze moved down and landed on her rather sizable chest, nodding while scrutinizing. Baiwan hadn't understood Shisha's gaze for a moment. When she reacted, she was instantly infuriated. And with a cat punch on Shisha's shoulder, she delicately grunted. Bad guy. Ziza laughed and followed her to the kitchen. I thought she was good at this. As a result, by the time she gets down to the kitchen, Chi fury crumbled. The White family's chef also broke down. If we put this ninny in the kitchen, she could set it on fire. In the end, there was no choice. Or Chisha personally cooked. Made her 4 dishes and 1 soup. Which was the only way to plug her blathering little mouth. Chisha's cooking skills, though not as good as a professional level chef. But it was the best meal Baiwan had ever had. Because that's what Zissou did to her. It was also the first meal Ziza had cooked for her. The Chi family. Obviously it was only half a day's journey. But Chi-Yu had walked for a whole day. When she came home, her 3 souls had been lost. And her beautiful eyes were completely devoid of all. What's wrong with you? Big sister? Did that bastard Chi-Sha bully you? 5th sister Chi Wuxian said angrily. Chi Wuxian, as the 5th oldest member of the family, had received the Chi family's bloodline cleansing from the day she was adopted. Sisters who are unique in their fields. And she's not bad either. Her assassination skills are not matched by many. Even if you look at the whole country. 2 years ago, she traveled around the globe, assassinating many human traitors, and at the same time accidentally killing many innocent people. She's particularly bull-headed and paranoid. What she has decided is the truth. The most classic one was when a family in Mordor was assassinated. And the last orphan was hunted down in a big way by the. When she arrived, the man was cornered by the slayer, burned his life and cultivation, and turned on the slayer. But she assumed it was bullying. She killed the man. She let the assassin go. It wasn't until the Martial Arts Bureau dumped the killer's wanted notice in front of her that she actually trotted out a whole bunch of reasoning to self-consider that her behavior was okay. Chi-Yu knows her character too well. Even without strength. He still explained. 5th sister. Don't think too much. Things are not what you think. Shi Wuxian, however, exploded. It's still not what I thought. You were crazy enough to even break into the operating room. Went looking for Qi Sha. And didn't come back for 3 days and 3 nights. If Qi Sha didn't bully you. Hell no. Shi Yu anxiously said. There really isn't. Fifth sister. I'm warning you not to mess around. Shi Wuxian didn't care about this and copied a dagger to rush out. Big sister. Stop it. I'm going to find Qi Sha right now and seek justice for you. Don't. Shi Yu wanted to chase after her. But she couldn't catch up at all. She's too weak for that. It was at this point that her old problem returned. And the pain killed her. And beads of sweat slipped from her head. And she took out her cell phone. Shakily. And tried to call Ziza. But the phone doesn't work. FMS can't send it. Because all the ways she could contact Qi Sha had been blacked out. Now. It wasn't just cold sweat that slid down her face. There were also tears of despair. After leaving the family, Shi Wuxian headed straight to the Bai family. She wants someone from the White family. Forgive the Bai family for not daring to stop them. Qi Sha. Get your ass out here. Shi Wuxian, dressed in combat uniform, stood in front of the main gate, ignoring the guards that rushed out from the Bai family, and roared in a stern voice. The guards surrounded her, their faces grave, as if they were enemies. Shi Wuxian. They know. The notorious madman of the capital. In her 16th year, she killed the head of the Lin family because she suspected that the head of the Lin family was a copper smelter and took the risk to check the truth herself. In her trial and error, the Lin family head could not bear it and called for her to be arrested. Further confirming her suspicions in her heart, she exposed her hidden strength. And with her emerald 3rd grade strength, she killed through the Lin family's guards who were watching over her. It was only then that the head of the Lin family realized she was the daughter of the Qi family. But it's too late for regrets. The Qi family's elite are here. Tried the head of the Lin family for her. After this matter festered, it alarmed the entire capital. And everyone shunned it. Even the mere hearing of her name made them fearful. Qi Sha. Don't think that hiding in the White family is useful. Since you dared to do these things, plague the interior of our Qi family, and brainwash Big Sister to take Xingtian's life, you should pay the price. Shi Wuxian's eyes were grim as she stared dead in the direction of the main entrance. The voice, which was catalyzed by strength, echoed in the White family compound and traveled a long way. Miss Qi, you are not welcome in our Bai family. Please leave. The head guard looked at her warily, ready to strike at any time. Shi Wuxian sneered as she scanned them and said, as long as you obediently hand over the Qi Fury, I naturally won't make things difficult for you. But if you don't hand it over, it's the same as making enemies of our Qi family. The consequences of which you weigh yourselves. Shi Wuxian came over, not only to seek justice for Big Sister, but also to purge the Qi family of scum. Even if Qi Sha says a solution to the companion bone rejection, she was also going to put Qi Fury in the Qi family's prison. Miss Qi, this is the Bai family. Even if you are the 5,000 gold of the Qi family, you are not qualified to make a call on our Bai family. The head guard said coldly. So, you guys are planning on aiding and abetting the enemy? Shi Wuxian sneered and sneered. Do you set the standard for enablers? Does the fact that your Qi family is a township clan qualify anyone's behavior? The head guard questioned. Shi Wuxian was offended and coldly said, I'll ask for the last time. Are you guys going to hand it over or not? The head guard led the crowd to draw their swords and said, if you insist on trespassing into our White House, then you can't afford this consequence. Shi Wuxian laughed and said contemptuously, in the capital, there is no consequence I can't afford. With that, Qi Wuxian's figure moved and, having mastered the Qi family's stance martial arts, she was as fast as a stump. For the head guard emerald strength. Most of the other guards are of the rank of military generals. But they couldn't see Qi Wuxian's speed at all. Qi Wuxian was not only fast, but she was also able to hide her aura, catching people off guard. Swish! Qi Wuxian flashed and appeared behind the head guard. As the palm slapped out, it sent the head guard flying, causing the head guard to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Beads of blood like a diffuse mist of blood. The moment the head guard fell to the ground, he couldn't get up anymore. The bang! 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 One of the guards was wounded by her. If this were a battlefield, they'd be corpses by now. Qi Wuxian looked disdainfully at the people who had fallen to the ground and sneered as she walked through the gate of the Bai clan. With them? You want to stop yourself? Also? Bai Wan, with her family uncles in tow, greeted them with a grim face. Qi Wuxian's behavior not only offended the Bai family, but also violated the Bai family's bottom line. Qi Wuxian, I advise you that you'd better tie your hands. Or else even if your father comes personally, he won't be able to protect you. Bai Wan stood in front of the gate and said icily. What do you mean? Do you still want to arrest me? Qi Wuxian was stopped by Bai Wan and scrutinized her with disdain. Bai Wan was beautiful, with a great body and temperament, and was still the head of the Bai family. Yet one couldn't figure out why she wanted to keep Qi Sha, the invalid. But the more Bai Wan did so, it made Qi Wuxian more and more certain of Qi Sha's level of brainwashing. You injured my white family guards. Why can't I arrest you? Bai Wan questioned. Behind me is the Qi family, a township clan, while you are nothing more than a third-rate clan. Qi Wuxian sneered. Didn't take Bai Wan seriously at all. So, you don't even need to follow the laws of the Dragon Kingdom? Bai Wan coldly said. Your Bai family is so biased in favor of Qi Sha. It's obvious that you're not good people either. Even if I destroy the Bai family today, I'm still doing the right thing for the heavens. Hand over Qi Sha or suffer the consequences. Qi Wuxian suddenly had an extra dagger in her hand, and her eyes looked in Bai Wan's direction with murderous intent. Arrest her and twist her to the Budokai. Bai Wan gave a command towards the crowd behind her. But then, Qi Wuxian's figure disappeared once again, charging headlong in Bai Wan's direction. Watch out! Bai Wan's eldest uncle exclaimed, immediately blocking in front of Bai Wan. Bai Wan is their family's greatest hope. Nothing must happen. Bang! Qi Wuxian lands a nice leg kick that sends Dabo flying. As the figure approached, the sharp dagger rested against Bai Wan's white neck. Seeing that Qi Wuxian had hijacked Bai Wan, the hearts of the Bai family were in their throats. Give me the Qi Fury and I'll still let you off the hook. Qi Wuxian's teasing voice sounded beside Bai Wan's ears. Bai Wan didn't have any fear. No expression could be seen on her delicate face. Her eyes under the eye mask snapped open, and a vast spiritual power surged out. Qi Wuxian, you're finished. The threats you're making right now will just aggravate your next charge. Bai Wan was already preparing to fight back. Joke! What are you? How dare you convict me? Qi Wuxian said without taking it seriously. What kind of good person could someone be who could be in contact with Qi Fury? The White family must have a lot of sins behind their backs. But most people just don't know about it. Since you're so sure, let's try it. The spiritual energy in Bai Wan's body began to spread. An invisible pressure began to pour down on Qi Wuxian, calling Qi Wuxian to feel the pressure. Strength, the source of a martial artist's power. And spiritual power is a powerful tool possessed only by a few martial artists. After spiritual power was cultivated to a certain level, It could be done with an outward effect. And at the level of the White family ancestor. Even a single look was enough to kill. Fifth sister. What are you doing? Just as Bai Wan was about to make her move, an anxious questioning came. Shi Shire received the big sister's call. In a hurry to the White House to come. But still a step slow. Second sister. What brings you here? Qi Wuxian was surprised. If I don't come, are you going to kill someone? Shi Shire's face was clouded with a few moments of anger and whether I kill or not depends on the White family's attitude. As long as the Bai family hands over Qi Sha, I can still be lenient. Qi Wuxuan bristled. She gave the Bai family a chance to reform. If the Bai family still didn't know how to take advantage of it, then the Bai family would be destroyed. Fifth sister. Let go. Don't make things worse. Okay? Qi Shire pleaded. Not to mention the fact that the Bai family and the Qi family were very close. Let's just say that even if she were to switch to any ordinary family, she wouldn't have been able to let Qi Wuxian run amok. Second sister. Their Bai family is clearly not good people. God knows how many things they've done to harm the heavens and the earth. So why are you panicking? Qi Wuxian still didn't take it seriously and said, Do you have proof? Qi Shire crumbled. Not at this time. But just let me look around the White House. And I promise I'll absolutely find it. Qi Wuxian affirmed. There's no proof. So what are you saying? Where are you putting our relationship when you do this? Qi Shire approaches and tries to take Qi Wuxian's sword away from her. But Qi Wuxian took several steps back. At the same time, he took Bai Wan with him to retreat. Qi Wuxian. Are you going to release them or not? Qi Shire rarely moved to anger. Even if she usually tolerated her fifth sister's temper. But this was a major matter of human life. Was she going to allow her fifth sister to mess up as well? Second sister. You go back. I will handle this matter. Qi Wuxian shook her head and said. Release them. Qi Shire gritted her teeth. No way. Qi Wuxian refused. The White family doesn't even show the slightest remorse. Then why did she release them? Don't you even listen to my words? Qi Shire was really angry. Second sister. I've told you that I'll take care of this matter. Why don't you go back? Qi Wuxuan questioned with a few moments of impatience. Qi Shire was furious. Seeing how Qi Wuxian couldn't make sense of it. She was the one who took out a dagger from her nascent sack and placed it across her neck. It was the first time Qi Wuxian had seen her second sister so paranoid. Not only did he freeze. The heart is even more shocked that. Second sister. What are you doing? Why don't you hurry up and put the knife down? Qi Wuxuan said anxiously. If you dare to do anything unforgivable today, I'll thank you with my death. Qi Shire's voice went a few shades colder. Tinged with despair. You. Qi Wuxian was already furious. The White family does. So did the second sister. Why do they all have to stand up for Ziza and excuse Ziza the asshole? Da. But at that moment, a sound of footsteps rapidly approached. More than a dozen vehicles painted by the Wudao Bureau arrived outside the Bai family. Dozens of Wudao Bureau's special police rushed down from the vehicles, aiming their guns in the direction of Qi Wuxuan. Dozens of emerald-strength SWAT officers with weapons in hand surrounded Qi Wuxian at the first time. Their faces heavy as if they were facing a great enemy. Who called the police? Qi Wuxian became angry and questioned. At this time, she did not have any evidence of the Bai family in her hands. So she was guilty of holding Bai Wan, the head of the Bai family, hostage. The police took her away. And even if she had said that the White family was guilty as sin, the police would not have been able to search the White family for evidence without a fight because it would have been in line with the process. I reported it. What's wrong? Qi Sha walked coldly. his voice wrapped in great anger. It's not enough for the Chi family to come looking for trouble. But they've actually abducted Baiwan. Do these people have to go this far? What were they thinking? Chi Shire couldn't help but be flustered. When the Martial Arts Bureau hadn't come, the situation was still manageable. And they could still beg for the Bai family's forgiveness. But the Wudao Bureau is here and things are out of control. Chi Sha. You despicable villain. You've done so many nasty things. And you're actually wicked enough to greet the Martial Arts Bureau? Chi Wuxuan angrily questioned. Your Chi family forced me to hand over the last piece of my companion bone, only to have it transplanted into Chi Xingtian's body that very night. Who the hell is nasty? Chi Sha asked drily. Withdraw your report immediately. This is between the two of us. Leave the Budokai out of it. Chi Wuxian glared at him and said. As long as Chi Sha was able to withdraw the case, then Chi Wuxian would be able to settle the rest with the Chi family's background and identity, as it was in line with the Martial Arts Bureau process. Why did I withdraw the case? Should I let you keep hijacking and keep putting knives to our necks? Chi Sha really couldn't understand Chi Wuxian's brain circuit. It was clearly Chi Wuxian who had hijacked Baiwan. And she actually said such words with a straight face? Well. You're going to make such a mess. Aren't you? Chi Wuxian was also enraged and drank. Everyone. What are you all waiting for? Do even the Martial Arts Bureau, which symbolizes justice and fairness, have to be afraid of the Chi family's lewdness? Chi Sha turned his head and said coldly. The people from the Martial Arts Bureau were already looking for an opportunity. And seeing that Chi Wuxian wasn't going to compromise, they had no choice but to play hardball. Swish! The crowd swooped towards Chi Wuxian in unison. At this moment, she gave up struggling and resisting and, even though she was the Chi family's daughter, if she rebelled against the Martial Arts Bureau, the Chi family wouldn't even be able to protect her. And it would also blacken the face of the Chi family. It was already humiliating enough for the Chi family to produce a Chi fury. She was not going to be the same as Ziza. No. Chi Shire nervously blocked it. But things had come to such a pass that they were no longer subject to her will. Chi Wuxian was arrested. It was also handcuffed with silver wobbly handcuffs. In Chi Shire's sad and helpless eyes, she was sent to the police car. Chi Wuxian coldly glared at Chi Sha. Chi Sha. And your Bai family. Don't think that you guys can sanction me by getting the Martial Arts Bureau involved. Sooner or later, I will catch your Bai family in the act and destroy it with my own hands. Immediately she was escorted away by the SWAT team and disappeared from view. Chi Sha came up quickly and saw that Baiwan didn't have any injuries on her body. Her hanging heart was half relieved. But the anger in her heart couldn't be quelled. He's the one who told Chi Yu to leave him alone. But it's only been a couple hours. Chi Wuxian then put the knife on Baiwan's neck. Chi Sha. I beg you to go to the police and reconcile. Don't let them convict her. She's your sister. Chi Shire choked and pleaded. Get out. Chi Sha was so angry that he was dizzy and said angrily. Sister? How dare she have the nerve to mention those two words? Chi Sha. It's not like you don't know her character. She's always been this paranoid. As long as you promise to reconcile, I'll guarantee that she won't appear in front of you again in the future. Chi Shire assured. She can't restrain Chi Wuxian. But that was all she could say. At this point, I told you to get lost. Can't you understand? Chi Sha was even more furious and said. Not only would he not reconcile, but instead, he would pursue Chi Wuxian's responsibility. Chi Sha. Don't do this. Mom and Dad want you to go back. But they'll be mad if you send the fifth sister in. Chi Shire persuaded. What's that got to do with me? Chi Sha sneered. Mom and Dad have realized that they've been neglectful of you all these years. And they're willing to make it up to you. You take it easy. Okay? Chi softly persuaded. Once upon a time, Chi was so obedient and understanding. But the expression on Chi face at this moment was so cold and desperate. You come over here to move the knife. But you want me to come and forgive you? I'm not that cheap. I cannot and will never forgive you. To say that the original Chi Fury was still just desperate for the Chi family. At this point, then, he already hated the Chi family. Chi Fury. Shut up. Chi had just said that when Chi interrupted grumpily. Her voice made Chi feel sick. Chi quickly stepped forward and helped the Bai family along to send the injured guards to the hospital. Leaving Chi alone in the same place to shed tears alone. Chi admits that she's sorry for Chi Shengtian for helping him finish his surgery. But doesn't she have no choice? Isn't she trying to undo everything? She wiped her tears and rushed into the hospital as quickly as possible to inform Chi Guanshan, who was so angry that he had a heart attack after learning about what happened. Chi Guanshan knows very well what Chi Wuxuan's character is. Just a little radical. Just a little impulsive. But she is a good person. Chi Wuxian wanted to force Chi to hand over the solution for Chi Shengtian's sake. This approach, while not desirable, but Chi can't send her in there either. Chi Shengtian was lying on the hospital bed, in pain. But this incident also allowed him to see the hope of a complete break between the Chi family and Chi Fury. Chi left the Chi family. It's not safe yet. Only by turning the Chi family against the Chi Fury could he secure his position in the Chi family. Why? Fury? Why did you send your sister in there? Zhao Meilan sat on the sidelines and hid her tears. We're all family. Why make things difficult for your own people? I told you that we should have gotten rid of this asshole a long time ago. Right? He's been in the Chi family for 5 years. His wings have hardened and he actually dares to do something like this. Sixth sister Chi Luyao said angrily. Sixth sister. You don't say. This matter is because of me after all. I will go to beg Big Brother to release fifth sister. Chi Shengtian coughed violently. Sat up from his hospital bed and his weak, pale face was heartbreaking to the crowd in the hospital room. Chi Luyao hurriedly held him down. Brother, the rejection reaction in your body is still so severe. Don't do anything rash. We'll take care of this matter. Chi Shengtian shook his head and insisted on sitting up, which in turn caused the crowd to become more and more anxious. Chi Luyao was so furious in her heart that she couldn't wait to send Chi in. Take a look. Look what her brother's been made to do. If Chi had any semblance of a conscience, he wouldn't go to this extent. It's better for me to beg the White family to release them. Chi Guanshan sighed and stood up. Chi Luyao hurriedly said, Dad, you are the head of the Chi family. But what is the status of the Bai family? Why should you have to beg them? So what else? Chi Guanshan sighed again and walked out of the hospital room with his cell phone. It's all my fault. I don't have much hope left anyway. So I'd better go to hell. Chi Shengtian hid his face and cried heartbreakingly. Don't. You mustn't, don't think about it. Chi Luyao panicked. The first time to stop the road. Sixth sister. Big Brother is your real brother. I'll go call him back. As long as I return the Supreme Bone and Companion Bone to him, this matter will be resolved. After I die, you'll still be a family that loves each other. Chi Shengtian said with tears alone. No. There's no way I'm going to watch something happen to you. That scum, Chi could never be my brother. Chi Luyao said indignantly. The more Chi Shengtian did so, the more agitated she became. Although Chi Shengtian was defending Chi and looking out for the Chi family at every turn, he had in turn provoked the relationship between the two sides to become more and more distant. Outside the door, Chi Guanshan dialed Bai Wan's number. He wanted to get Bai Wan's forgiveness on this matter. But Bai Wan was extremely cold in her attitude and made sure to make Qi Wuxian pay the price she deserved. He tried to talk to Qi Sha, but was met with a stern refusal from Bai Wan. On the phone, Bai Wan accuses him of his style, and even accused him of treating Zissou differently over the years. Hang up the phone. An acquaintance from the Budokai called, saying that the matter of Qi Wuxian holding Bai Wan hostage was particularly serious, and that the Bai family demanded that the Martial Arts Bureau execute the trial procedure as soon as possible. Made him unable to help but raise his eyebrows in anger. He, the head of the Qi family, has put down enough to beg. But did Bai Wan have to go so far for Qi Sha? Where did she put the two families when she did that? Third sister. Are you busy? Something happened at home. Qi Luyao dialed third sister's phone and opened the door. What's wrong? Shi Sanin was in the middle of the war ministry at the moment, trying to figure out what to do about Qi Shengtian. And Qi Liuyao's words caused her to tense up for a split second. That bastard Qi Sha. He actually arrested fifth sister. Fifth sister has clearly done nothing wrong. Yet he wants to try fifth sister. And even more so, he wants to put fifth sister in jail. Qi Luyao said angrily. What the hell is going on? Qi Sanin frowned. Qi Falcon, he actually set up fifth sister and planted evidence to frame her. Qi Luyao distorted things, saying that Qi Wuxian's hands were framed by the Bai family. If the fifth sister deserved it, then Qi Sanin wouldn't care at all. But the Bai family had already devised such a thing, so she couldn't possibly watch her fifth sister suffer a trumped-up charge. She didn't want to be a bully, but it's all forced. Qi Sha was immersed in the medicinal liquid that Bai Wan had prepared for himself for a new round of body hardening. On the wall paintings around him, where stars and dots of golden light rose up and gathered towards his body, accompanied by the effects of the medicinal liquid flowed through his body together, and finally converged into his heart and mouth. After these 3 days of absorption, Qi Sha's body had already shown signs of revival. When the recovery is over, it is the formal remodeling of the supreme bone. Shi Sanin couldn't contact Bai Wan, who was in the Forbidden Land, so she called Bai Wan's eldest uncle here. The White family's great uncle's greasy attitude, much to Qi Sanyin's dismay. I'm going to emphasize once again that you're not going to give me any more cartwheels back and forth when things are going this way. Our Qi family has helped you a lot over the years, even if my fifth sister injured one of your men. But we're also willing to pay compensation. The Bai family's eldest uncle, however, laughed coldly and said, I've also said that we've already given the Qi family's fifth young miss a chance. And it's her who doesn't cherish it. Yes. Your third Miss Qi is the newest war god of the Eastern War Zone, with a high position of power and authority. But my Bai family is no slouch either. It's impossible to allow you to act as a tiger over our White family. Qi Sanin couldn't help but get angry. She had already agreed to pay compensation. What else did the Bai family want? Are they trying to use this incident as a way to extort money? To get a bigger favor? Even if fifth sister's personality was no more extreme on a regular basis, she wasn't someone who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. If the White family hadn't set up the trap, how else could the fifth sister be like this? 100 million. Reconciliation with my fifth sister, Qi Sanin coldly said. Exempt. The eldest White family member refused outright. 300 million. Qi Sanin continued to raise the price. Third miss. If I were to treat your Qi family head in the same manner and give you another $500 million in compensation, would you be able to agree again? The eldest sneered back. Oh. Do you really think I can't fix it? I'm the Dragon Kingdom god of war. If I want to release someone, it's simply easy. Qi Sanin said angrily. She's negotiating with the White family because she doesn't want to lose face. But the White family's attitude was simply too deceitful. Even if she's away from the Qi family for years, But she Sanyan's sister, was not something the Bai family could bully. You were able to get the Chi family's fifth miss out. That's your skill. It has nothing to do with us. We, the White family, have only one request. That is to be punished severely. The eldest dropped some words and hung up. Chi Sanyin rose up with her chest heaving violently. Towering in size. It was eye-catching. But she was the only one in the office at the moment that. She slapped her cell phone heavily on the table and. Eyes cold and stern to the core. Good you White family. Good you Chi Sha. Why didn't I realize before that your brainwashing skills were so powerful that you even dragged the White family down with you? Don't think I can't do anything about you just because you have the support of the Bai family. At my word. It'll keep you from taking the entrance exam. Chi Sanyin only rushed her enemies when she faced them. But Chi Sage was enough for her to treat her that way. Someone who could subvert the Chi family to such an extent. Isn't it still the enemy? Late night. When Chi Sha and Bai Wan came out of the Forbidden Land, the Bai family's eldest uncle quickly stepped up and informed Chi Sanyin of the threat in full. When Bai Wan heard this, a cold smile hung on her face and she was extremely sarcastic in her heart. You want to threaten Chi Sha? And even more so us? By way of the entrance exam? Don't even think about it. Even if Chi Sanyin has the ability to cut off Chi Sha's entrance exams? I have the ability to make Chi Sha take the path of free entrance exams. The eldest couldn't help but be anxious and said. But Wan. The path of the free college entrance examination is not feasible. Most of the people who can go for the free college entrance exams are those who cannot be selected by the regular college entrance exams. Either there's something wrong with the identity background, either it's too old. According to the standards of the free college entrance examination, no matter who it is, they will be deprived of 20% of their college entrance examination scores. And it will also be despised by some top colleges and universities, thus cutting off the future. Bai Wan waved her hand. The eldest said that she knew. Naturally. That. But isn't that a no-brainer? What's more? If Chi Sha is the top predetermined in the college entrance exam, there is no worry that those top colleges won't look at them. As long as Chi Sha showed enough talent and dominance, then even those colleges and universities would ignore the threat of the Chi family and thus recruit Chi Sha. Chi Sha. Do you believe that you can astonish the capital? And even the whole country? In the college entrance exam? Even if Ziza couldn't make it that far, she'd still have to say this. Because Xeraxia is just the right stage to rebuild confidence. So do you trust me? Chi Sha asked with a light smile. I believe it. Bai Wan nodded heavily. Since you all believe in me so much, then naturally I'll give it my all. Chi Sha looked at her seriously and promised. Good. Bai Wan smiled back at him. Like a spring breeze. The day Chi Sha rebuilds the Supreme Bone, she will make it known to the whole country that. Let the world know that the genius of yesteryear has returned strong. Even the Chi family. Even if someone wants to do something bad in the dark. But as long as the White family backed him up, as long as there was the shock of the Supreme Bone, it would be enough to attract many forces to stand up for Chi Sha. No one would be able to move him at that time. Eldest uncle. Tell the third miss of the Chi family. Just say that whatever tricks she has, use them. If we are afraid, then the White family will change their name and completely go into hiding. Bai Wan sneered and turned around to lead Chi Sha away. Her forcefulness, her absoluteness, completely disappeared the moment she turned her head. And instead, like a little girl, she pestered Chi Sha to make her a midnight snack to eat. Ziza scratched her nose in amusement and led her towards the kitchen. Pak Wan is protecting him. Gave him hope. Then as long as Bai Wan does not leave in this life, he will never give up. When Chi Sanyin received the call, She thought that the Bai family's eldest uncle had come to make peace, and had already posed herself in a higher position. But the White family's eldest uncle's refusal caused her face to change abruptly. Let her use whatever means she has. Can the White family afford it? Is this the White family's own arrogance? Or was it the confidence brought about by Chisha's brainwashing of them? Don't you guys realize how serious this is? As long as I open my mouth, Chisha will be expelled from his school. And indeed no school in the entire capital will dare to accept him. Chi Sanin questioned with a cold smile. Without his companion Bone, Chisha had lost much hope. If we go down the road of free high school again, then what's the difference between that and making a fool of yourself? I won't bother third Miss Chi with that. I'd advise you to take better care of your sister. After all, she's only got 40 hours or so left at most. The eldest did not take it seriously. He said. After more than 40 hours, the Martial Arts Bureau's interrogation process was over. And the results had to be finalized for Chi Wuxian. He wanted to see how the Chi family could turn things around. All right. I'd like to see how you'll beg me next. Chi Sanin coldly hung up the phone. Turning his head, he called the principal of the capital's 15th high school. Lu Pingping been in a drinking game, pushing the cups in front of a large number of bigwigs in the capital. He smiled fawningly, one by one to honor the past. His smile, like those doggies in TV shows, made people cry a little. The cell phone in his pocket rang and, looking at a strange caller, Lu Pingping was puzzled. An advertising pitch? Or is it a scam call? He spoke to the bigwigs in the box and numbly rolled outside to answer the phone, without waiting for him to speak. The voice on the other end of the phone almost made his legs go weak. Lu Pingping? Right? I'm the newly promoted war god of the Eastern War Zone. Chi Sanin. Lu Pingping cold sweat are about to come down. The education system and the Ministry of War is not a faction at all, although there is a connection between each other. But the relationship is not deep. This is the Dragon Kingdom's decentralized system, which restricts the War Ministry from being overly powerful through the constraints of the rules. If the War Department even kidnapped the entire education system, then the War Department is completely unregulated. And not only did he have no contact with the Eastern War Zone, he also had no contact with Chi Sanin, the big miss of the Chi family. So what was Chi Sanin doing calling him? There can't be any PY deal with him. Can there? Hello? Three Tones War God. I'm Lu Pingping. How can I help you? Lu Pingping hemmed and hawed. One side of the fly rubbed his hands together. I want you to fire Ziza immediately. Can you do that? Chi Sanyan's tone was so condescending, as if ordering his subordinates. Chi Fury? Lu Pingping froze and said. Isn't he the young master of your Chi family? Why do you want me to fire him for good reason? Chi Sanin coldly said. He's already separated from our Chi family and has no more relationship with us. Just say if you can do it or not. Lu Pingping carefully said. It can be. But I need to know why. Chi Sanin said angrily. He violated my Chi family's bottom line and was expelled from the family and was blocked by my Chi family. Is that a good reason? Listening, Lu Pingping, however, fell into silence. Back then, relying on the relationship that Chisha's elementary school class teacher was his old friend, he abducted Chisha to the 15th middle school step by step, and originally wanted to watch Chisha soar to the sky so that he could also become a celebrity in the capital city, and be scrambled by all kinds of journalists. But it turned out that Chisha had not been in the 15th middle school for a long time. And then he was deprived of his supreme bone by the Chi family. He was helpless, infuriated, and helpless. So he could only continue to tilt his resources to cultivate Chisha, only hoping that Chisha would continue to be powerful by relying on the companion bones. But in the 5 years that followed, The Chi family became more and more excessive. There are a total of 8 companion bones on Chi Sha's body. The Chi family actually took 7 pieces. The last piece, I heard, was also forcefully recovered by the Chi family a few days ago. Lu Pingping, speak. This matter? Can you or can't you? Chi Sanin said impatiently. Sanin War God. Can you wait for 2 minutes of my time? I will give you the results later. Lu Pingping's face has been clouded with displeasure. The flattery and caution had vanished. 1 minute. Chi Sanin ordered. Good. Lu Pingping hung up the phone and pushed the door into the box. He quickly stepped to the side of a white-haired old man, interrupted the old man's laughing conversation, and complained in the old man's ear. Godfather. Just now, the third young miss of the Chi family called me and threatened me. I'm just a principal of the District 15th Middle School. I'm simply not a match for her. So you say what to do, ah? The old man froze and glared at him. Did you kid provoke her? Lu Pingping became even more aggrieved and said. No, ah. She is just mad at me because of Chi Sha's things. The old man lit a cigarette and said. Tell me in detail. If it's her fault. Don't care what her status is or if she's a war god. It's not your head. With the assurance of her godfather, Lu Pingping was relieved and recounted everything in a simplified manner. After hearing this, the old man's brows tightened as he asked towards him. Regarding Chi Sha's matter, what did you kid think? Are you looking for my help to protect him? Lu Pingping Fly rubbed his hands and gave a thumbs up. Hey. Hey. It's still Godfather who understands me. I'm asking for your help because Chi Fury was personally dug over by me back then. And secondly, I just can't stand that tone of voice from the third miss of the Chi family. What does she think she is? She thinks she has some status. So she dares to step on my head and doesn't give face to you. Godfather? The old man cried and laughed, spitting out a smoke ring and said. Your kid is really. Forget it. Since you want to bail out Chi Sha, let Chi Sanin come to me. Lu Pingping said excitedly. Thank you, Godfather. Thank you, Godfather. I'll fill it up for you. Wishing you a long rainbow of martial arts and a flood of blessings to take off. The old man glanced at him. You're stealing wine again. Pour me a full glass. Lu Pingping's face was bitter. Dry smile said. Godfather. You are not unaware that I am not capable of winning alcohol. The old man kicked him and said. If you don't pour it full, I don't care about your shit. Lu Pingping could only say. Okay. 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 Godfather. You have said so. I must pour it full. Come. Godfather. I honor you. Lu Pingping hardened her head and drank a cup of tutu white wine. A martial artist's drinking capacity is something that will increase along with their strength. But Lu Pingping is an exception. Besides, these old men drink like psychopaths. Have you ever seen a drinking party where you just sit down and everyone gets a case of white wine? All right. Roll with it. Go call with Chi Sanin and say it's my idea. The old man took a mouthful into his throat and raised his hand impatiently. Gotta go. Lu Pingping, living like a eunuch in the ancient palace, smiled and exited the box. He took a deep breath, changed his tone to a more hangdog one, and called Chi Sanin back. Hello, MS. Chi. He doesn't even use honorifics anymore. What's your answer? Chi Sanin asked majestically. As a student of our 15th middle school, Chi Sha has not violated any rules or discipline in school, and is motivated and good at learning. As the principal, I have no reason to expel him. Lu Pingping had a strong attitude and said. Can you take responsibility for your answer? Shi Sanyan's face fell steeply and said, "Aha! I'm in charge. And it's a matter for our Ministry of Education. You shouldn't interfere." Lu Pingping reversed her hair and said, "Lu Pingping? Aren't you afraid that because of this matter, you won't even be able to become your principal? Although 15th Middle School isn't a good school. But as the principal you always have some power and status. So think it over." Shi Sanyan's voice was clouded with anger as she said, "I wouldn't bother MS. She with that. I might even be able to move up a bit before I retire." Lu Pingping hemmed and hawed. Exasperated said. As soon as Shi Sanyan heard this, she knew that Lu Pingping had a backer and asked, "Who is your backer?" Lu Pingping's waist instantly straightened. Her head held high. And with unprecedented confidence, she said, "My godfather is the Chief Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Education." Shi Sanyan hangs up straight away. Since he knew who was behind Lu Pingping, there was no need for more nonsense. She got someone to ask for General Deputy Minister Vaughn's number and dialed it. Meanwhile, Lu Pingping walked into the box and, attentively, he walked over to Wulong and heatedly said, "Godfather, I've already spoken to MS. She should call you later." Wulong nodded and raised his hand for him to roll back into his seat. Without the slightest hesitation, he rolled back numbly. Ring. 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 Wulong's phone on his desk rang. He raised his hand to pick it up. "Chief Vice Minister. Hello. I'm the third oldest member of the Qi family. Shi Sanyan. The newest war god of the Eastern War region." Shi Sanyan on the other end of the phone said. Wulong asked, shaking his cell phone, "Who is this? The signal is bad. It's a little hard to hear." Shi Sanyan really thought that Wulong's signal was bad. And once again said, "I'm the newly promoted war god of the Eastern War Zone. Shi Sanyan." Wulong nodded. "Oh. So it's the Sanyan war god. What is it that you are looking for me for?" Shi Sanyan said. "Chief Vice Minister. On behalf of the Qi family. And even more so, on behalf of myself, there is a matter that I would like to ask for your help." Wulong lit a cigarette again and said, "What is it? Speak." Shi Sanyan pontificated. "There is a traitor in our Qi family that has already caused an extremely bad influence on our Qi family. I hope you can help and cut off his future." Wulong's face sank as he rebuked. "Sanyan war god. Do you know what you're saying?" Shi Sanyan nodded. I know this request crosses the line. But it's just a breeze for you. Right?" Wulong burst out laughing in exasperation. It's not true that it was easy for him. But why would he do that? If it had been a delinquent teenager, the school itself would have expelled him without his intervention. But if it was a teenager who was not at fault, he would not be able to cross his own bottom line. Not even if the King of Heaven came. These teenagers know that they are stepping into a martial arts campus. And that one day they will head to the battlefield. To be the first to fight. Or even to die in battle. And they're determined to do it. So how can he, as the higher power, live up to these children's determination to protect their country? Shi Sanyan. What are you? It's not for you to meddle in the affairs of my Ministry of Education. Wulong roared as he slammed the table. Elder. Take it easy. This Qi Fury person really isn't a good person. He victimized my younger brother who possesses the innate Nine Dragons body. Rampaging and bullying men and women outside of the family. As well as acting as a tiger in the family. This kind of person, even if it cuts off his future, it will not constitute any loss to you. Or to the Dragon Kingdom. Either. Shi Sanyan hurriedly explained. Do you think I don't know about your Qi family's Qi Sheng Tian bar mitzvah? I went to the extraterrestrial battlefield that day and wasn't in the capital. But I also know that Chi Sha, the teenager, dug up the bones in public and returned the companion bones to you. If he's as bad as you say he is, then why doesn't he stay in the Chi family? Why don't you take advantage of the power of the Chi family and act recklessly? Wulong questioned. Shi Sanin was momentarily dumbfounded. Enough. If you dare to mention this matter again, I will definitely report it to the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom. And then the consequences will be at your own expense. Wulong hangs up coldly. Dropping his cell phone on the table in front of him, he continued to laugh and drink with the crowd. Lu Pingping's face was full of fawning. Attentive as a pug, Godfather is bullish. Godfather is mighty. I toast to Godfather. Wish Godfather a long life than South Mountain. Wulong laughed at him. Not having a good time. When Lao Zi was killing foreign beasts outside the domain back then. Shi Sanin. This girl child wasn't even born yet. How dare she abet Lao Zi's head? Is she worthy of it? Lu Pingping nodded frantically and said, Godfather is truly the contemporary Master Guan heir. Loyal and righteous. Wulong was a little tingled by his bluster. Hurry up and shut this kid up. But Chi Sha is already wasted. There's no point for you to even keep him in the school. You'll even harm him. Wulong sipped a glass of wine inside. Whether it's the entrance exam or the mock exam, it's all about traveling outside the city to hunt foreign beasts. Even though it's an area designated by the Ministry of Education, it's still dangerous. Teachers protect the entire exam every time. But people still die. Lu Pingping was also a bit moody, but there's only so much I can do. He couldn't kill the Chi family and snatch the Supreme Bone back. Could he? Even if he wanted to. He doesn't have that kind of strength either. Nurture the other young people well. Wulong gently patted his shoulder and said helplessly. Aha. Lu Pingping was surprisingly not attentive, but instead was very heavy. Shi Sanin had just finished a phone call with the General Minister of Education. And while he didn't get a scolding, he did get pretty much a rejection that. She was angry. But she had calmed down a few times and, just like her character, she could not go to extremes even if she was angry. Otherwise she could not lead the ranks under her command. She couldn't resist taking a pack of cigarettes out of a drawer, sitting alone in a chair and lighting them. And she hadn't smoked in a long time. Every time, when things are serious, a scene from the Bat Mitzvah came to her mind. That pretty face, at the moment, was incomparably gloomy, and the dim light shining on her face made her look a little more sternly grave. And, after thinking about it, she dialed her sixth sister's number. She knew the double standard of the sixth sister. Still, she wanted to hear how the sixth sister would explain. Third sister. How is the situation? Sixth sister Chi Lu Yao hurriedly asked. Sixth sister. What happened when fifth sister went to the White House? I want to hear the truth. Chi Sanyan's tone was calm. But the calmer it is, the scarier it gets. The big sister's calmness is that she's already in a situation of absolute fury. Her calmness, on the other hand, is that she is on the edge of a cliff? The situation is the situation I told you about. Chi Fury set up fifth sister, dug a hole for fifth sister, and forced fifth sister to do what she had to do. Chi Lu Yao explained. Good. Chi Sanin hung up the phone, raised her hand and dialed her second sister Chi Shire's number again. Although Chi Lu Yao didn't say it, Chi Sanin also knew, through her own means, that Chi Shire was present at that time. And if it were in the past, Chi Sanin wouldn't have gone any deeper after receiving confirmation from her sixth sister. Because there was no point in. But at the moment, She wanted to know the truth instead. She wondered if her anger, if it really meant anything. Third sister. Chi Shire quickly picked up the phone. She was now in the hospital. Without surgery. Accompanying her bedside and guarding Chi Shengtian. Second sister. What did you see when you went to the White House? Chi Sanin stubbed out his cigarette and asked gruffly. As soon as Chi Shire heard this, she knew that Chi Sanin was beginning to suspect this matter. She sighed and did not say directly. Third sister. You know. This person. Fifth sister. Is actually very paranoid in nature. She can't talk anyone out of it when she gets into a bullseye. Chi Shire's words were tantamount to giving the truth that. Chi Sanin stiffened in place and, with a few tremors in his voice, he asked. And the cause? Chi Shire said. Big sister waited for 3 days and 3 nights at the Bai family home. And was indifferently rejected by Chi Sha. And when she came back, she locked herself in her room. Fifth sister was worried about her. And when she saw that she was very depressed at the time, she pressed her to ask her why. And when she didn't say anything, fifth sister was certain that she was being bullied by the Chi Fury. So, and there was this thing that happened. Chi Sanyan's body stiffened even more and, with her analysis of the situation, she should have actually judged this a long time ago but she used her power to start a siege against the Zygons because of her trust in the sixth sister's words and her nervousness about the fifth sister. Suddenly, Chi Sanin was a little glad that the Ministry of Education hadn't agreed to her request. Even more glad they scolded themselves for it. Otherwise, she will stick to what she believes to be true and be complacent about what happens to Ziza. And at the same time, the fact that she had threatened the White family had already happened. Even if she called to actively apologize, there was no longer any meaning to it. There's no way Zissou is coming back. The fifth sister is still in jeopardy in the Budokai. 2. In the grand scheme of things, she had to stand up for the greater good of the Chi family and stand up for her sisters. So how Chi Fury really was meaningless. If she were to go and soften and apologize to Chi Sha because of her attitude towards Chi Sha in the past, she could do it. Just to do that. Just to bring Zissou back to the Zissou family. Inevitably, it will give rise to new problems. Before the Chi family had returned to tranquility, Chi Sha could never appear in the Chi family. Second sister. Do you wish for Chi Sha to return? Chi Sanin inquired one last time. In his heart, he had actually made up his mind. Of course I'm hoping. It's just that he can't come back now. We all owe him. But all of us can't realize how we really do. The fifth sister is extreme. The sixth sister is double standard. And the fourth is hot-tempered. Instead of solving the problem, Chi Sha's return at this time will cause everyone to have a bigger problem with him. Chi Shire spoke from her heart. Good. Chi Sanin nodded and put down the phone and her hand fished another cigarette out of its casing. Her tight frown still intact. The White family. In Bai Wan's boudoir. Bai Wan came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. With a nice smelling aroma. And was using a white bath towel. Wiping her wet hair. The black blindfold over her eyes was removed. And her eyes, beautiful as jewels, blinked with an unmistakable sparkle. A single nightgown, gently clinging to her dainty body. Outlining her perfect curves. Obviously she's only 18. Her figure, however, was already as tantalizing as a young woman's. On the bed sat Ziza. Tense, constricted, and stiff as a rock. Bai Wan sat beside him and gently bumped him with her shoulder, saying in amusement, "Nerd, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you go take a bath?" Shisha's voice stuttered a bit and tried to stand up. By one. So what? I'd better sleep in the guest room. By one tugged at him and glanced at him grudgingly. What? Am I so much like a man-eating tigress? Shisha shook his head frantically. No. No. By one came a few points closer and questioned. Then what are you hiding for? We've been in seclusion in the Forbidden Land for the past few days. But that doesn't mean we don't want to sleep. And I'm not afraid. So what are you afraid of? Are you worried that I'm going to pull your pants down? By one giggled and the eyes can't help but move down the. But when it landed on Shisha's pants, even she herself froze, her face steeply blushing like a fever. Coughing. Shisha is also a red old face. Cannot help but hard to get up. Usually joking around was fine with him. It didn't involve anything. After all. But this is the time to take a bath and go to bed. It's to lie in a bed. Baiwan was so beautiful and so nice. He was really worried that when he fell asleep, he couldn't help but hug Baiwan. Then when he woke up, how should he explain? All right. Get in the shower. Baiwan gently pushed him and urged. I'm going to the guest room. She Fury then tried to take the door. Where are you going? Baiwan chased after him and blocked the doorway with her figure. Rooms. Shisha repeated awkwardly. I don't have a guest room in my house. Baiwan shook her head. And what are those empty rooms in the courtyard for? Shisha asked. Those are all utility rooms. They're not for sleeping in. Baiwan said with a straight face. And in passing, she also walloped Shisha on the door of the room, looking straight into his eyes. Baiwan. Can you put your hand down? Shisha said as he hurriedly averted his gaze. What? Shy. Baiwan teased cheekily. Beautiful. Slender white fingers gently picked up Shisha's chin, making him look straight at himself. Your neckline is showing. Shisha said awkwardly. Still. He shifted his gaze elsewhere. Ha! Baiwan looked down and let out a cry of shock. She wouldn't have noticed if Ziza hadn't said anything. It's a good thing she's wearing cuties. Or it's going to kill you. Bad guy. What did you just see? Baiwan reached out and viciously twisted her hand around Shisha's waist, eating the flavor. I swear to God. I didn't see anything. Shisha lied with a red old face. There really isn't? Baiwan died not believing it. Really no. Shisha nodded. So am I big? Shisha was baffled for a while, almost falling for it, saying, what kind of tiger and wolf words are you using? Pay attention to the image. We are all still high school students. Baiwan pretended to be indifferent. But in her heart, a deer in the headlights said, anyway, I'm an adult. I'm not afraid. Shisha broke down. Where the hell did you learn all this? Don't they say girls are shy? But why is Baiwan like this? Baiwan proudly puffed out her chest and said, self-taught. He. During the period of seclusion, Baiwan would occasionally read some female frequency hegemony novels with some shibboleths in them, which made her blush every time she looked at them. But she has to spit while she continues to watch. Man. I don't suppose you can't. Can you? Baiwan's jade leg was raised. It actually arched straight up. My missy. Will you just spare me? I beg you. Shisha completely collapsed, wanting to cry, and said, you boys. Don't you just love that feeling of being subdued by a queen? Whips. Candles. Little leather coats. Ha. Baiwan became even more complacent and said, normally, she can't beat Ziza at jokes. But now, finally, She found her chance. Shisha was once again speechless and said, "By one. If you dare to molest me again, then I'm going to make a mess." By one shook her head proudly and said, "Come on. I'm still afraid that you won't mess up." Shit. Shisha couldn't help but curse. As soon as he grabbed Bai Wan's soft waist, he reversed and walloped Bai Wan on the wall, making a gesture that he was going to kiss towards Bai Wan. At this moment, Bai Wan's heartbeat became more and more powerful, practically beating out of her chest. So nervous. So shy. But there's actually a few moments of anticipation. How fat is that? Her big, beautiful eyes, unblinking, stared into Shisha's eyes, her breath becoming hotter and hotter, forming a su-su hot current blowing on Shisha's chest. Shisha wanted to scare her, so a little bit closer to the past. As soon as she yells stop, then the Chi Fury stops immediately. However, until Shisha was close at hand and was about to stick on those glittering pink lips, Bai Wan still did not show any resistance. Bai Wan's small hand that was grasping Shisha's lapel had completely clenched together, pinching the clothes out of the folds. Ziza stiffened and moved a few moments closer. But it was at this point that Bai Wan's little brain completely burned out and her body went limp and the whole thing went limp. Woohoo! It's over. There's no strength left. Is this the legendary early X? 555? Shisha was really startled. Hastily reached out and copied Bai Wan's soft waist. The feeling of fragrance soft in the arms. Let Shisha cannot help but slightly confused. He hasn't done anything. How did Bai Wan get like this? This little face. It's almost ripe. Bai Wan was soft on top of Shisha. Weak. Helpless. And pitiful. Blame it on the Chi Fury. If he'd hurry up and kiss. Would not have done so on their own. Made myself so nervous I was short of oxygen. It's his fault. It's his fault. Big dummy. Bai Wan. What's wrong with you? Shisha looked at her nervously. Ignore you. Bai Wan regained a few moments of strength and was busy breaking free from his arms, and then rushed to the bed in a whirlwind, burrowing under the covers. The quilt was so high and arched that it was as if it hit a kangaroo bear that a little head peeks out playfully and was making faces at Ziza. Then, "I'm going to take a shower?" Shisha asked, crying and laughing. Go go go. I'm warming the comforter." Bai Wan nodded her head obediently. Aha. Ziza walked into the bathroom. He didn't want to stay and sleep together because he was worried that he might accidentally do something excessive to Bai Wan in his sleep. But Bai Wan had said so, and wanted him to stay so much. Even if he was nervous and apprehensive in his heart, he was willing to take this step for Bai Wan. While waiting for Shisha to take a bath, Bai Wan listened to the sound of the clattering water, and the image of Shisha quenching his body couldn't help but pop up in her mind. The muscles on Shisha's body, scars on Chi Fury's body, and that weird thing. Aha! Bai Wan. What the hell were you thinking? Are you a demented woman? Bai Wan roared as she broke down in her mind, only to be deprived of oxygen once again. Ziza took a shower, dried herself off and got into bed. While waiting, Bai Wan also blow-dried her hair and she pulled the blanket over half of her face, revealing eyes that were as cute as a little hamster's, as in peeping JPG in the dark. Ziza couldn't help but smile at her and got into bed, covered up and turned off the light. In the darkness, the two hearts couldn't stop beating violently. The bang, bang, bang bang. Both of them are too nervous to sleep. Bai Wan counted sheep in her mind. 1 Chi Fury. 2 Chi Fury. 3. Qi Fury. Qi Sha, on the other hand, was silently reciting the 99 multiplication tables, 300 ancient poems, and martial arts techniques, Gongfu mind techniques, and other things. It's completely dark outside the window. A pleasant chirping of insects, from time to time, sounded. At some point, both of them drifted off to sleep. But both of these faces wore sweet smiles that couldn't be hidden. At dawn, in the hospital ward, Qi Shengtian was violently awakened by the sharp pain by mistake. His body subconsciously sighed violently towards the side of the ground, sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Qi Shire, who was guarding the side of the hospital bed, was awakened at the same time and panicked in her heart, almost subconsciously pouring her own strength into Qi Shengtian in order to stabilize his condition. Shengtian, Qi Shire is nervous. At the same time, he took out silver needles and prepared to give Qi Shengtian acupuncture. After the ancient war 300 years ago, Chinese medicine laid claim to an absolute position because it was able to complement each other in the absolute sense of the word. The daily treatment, with Chinese medicine as the mainstay. When it comes to some serious injuries, internal bleeding and other symptoms, they will be treated with Western medicine by means of surgery. Sis, I'm fine. Qi Shengtian was dying of pain, but he still gritted his teeth to support himself. In his heart, he cursed Qi Sha severely, hating Qi Sha to die immediately. But on the surface, he could only be as White Lotus as in the past. You're like this and you're still okay? Lie down and I'll heal you, Qi Shire hurriedly said. The rejection reaction in Qi Shengtian's body has become more and more serious. And last night he fell asleep from the pain until his spirit collapsed and his will was disorganized. And this morning he was still awakened by the pain. Sis, I'm really fine. Qi Shengtian gasped weakly and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. Qi Luya was pushed in her wheelchair by her men to the hospital room, ready to take over from her second sister to watch over Qi Shengtian. But in the end, just as she arrived at the door, she saw such a picture. She's in a hurry. Pounce on it at the first opportunity. His face was full of self-reproach, and he even choked. Shengtian, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all Sixth Sister's fault that she hasn't found a solution for you until now. Qi Shengtian was lying with a pale face. And the acupuncture of Qi Shire, who was welcomed by his body, was shaking her head. She said, Sixth Sister, it's not your fault. No one expected the rejection reaction to be so drastic this time. Qi Luyao fell helplessly into tears, her hands tightly grasping Qi Shengtian's hand as she assured him, Shengtian, you'll be fine. Sixth Sister swears. Qi Shengtian laughed and said, Sixth Sister, after I get better, I want to go and meet Big Brother. Qi Luyao was instantly alert and said, What are you going to see that scum for? No, I won't allow you to go. Qi Shengtian laughed bitterly. Sister, don't be like this. Big Brother is my big brother no matter what. Is Mom and Dad's own son. And is also the future heir of the Qi family. An heir? We don't even recognize him. What the hell kind of heir could he be? Even if we die in battle, there's no way we're going to let him get half a share. Qi Luyao choked and cursed. She thought that Qi Shengtian was feeling desperate about his situation. So he said such words like last words, which made her very scared. And Qi Shengtian certainly can't give up on himself. He's not even really strong enough. Without becoming the head of the Qi family, how could he possibly give himself up to death? The Supreme Bone and Companion Bone were both Qi Fury. So Qi Fury must have a solution. If not, swapping Qi Fury's blood onto himself should be able to alleviate it. Sis, I don't think I have much time left. At the end of the day, I hope to ease the relationship between you and Big Brother, so that Big Brother can return to the family and hold up the family's burdens. Qi Xingtian's smile is so sincere, selfless, and that's how he's been fooling his sisters. And the sisters are deep in it. Jumping out of the way is not an option. No. Don't. Qi Luyao burst into tears and washed her face with tears. Qi Shengtian slowly closed his eyes, with a frail look of unbearable exhaustion. But in his heart, he was screaming in agony. He's really hurting. It's going to hurt like hell. This genuine reaction of rejection, unlike anything he'd ever faked. It was the kind of pain that penetrated deep into the bones, like a fire burning, as if every nerve in the body was about to snap. Qi Sha. Ziza must have a solution. Qi Sha. You actually pulled the plug on me? By one. Answer the phone for me. Or else within today, I'll destroy your Bai family. Qi Luyao roared hideously. Bai Wan was awakened by a sharp ringing of her cell phone. And in a daze, she tried to touch her cell phone. But what she touched was the banana alarm clock on her nightstand. She naively placed the banana alarm clock next to her ear and tried to pick up the phone, before her little brain could respond to the "Why is the bell still ringing?" Bai Wan muttered in a sulky voice. You got the wrong one. Ziza sat up, amused, and picked up the phone for her, ready to answer it. But when it came to that string of caller numbers, Qi Sha's face was steeply gloomy. Because it was the phone number of his once sixth sister. Qi Sha knew that Qi Liuyao's call at this moment must not be good. So he pressed the mute button and gently stroked Bai Wan's little head, letting her sleep for a while longer. Ziza put on her slippers, turned to go out the door. And just as he closed the door to his room, the call came back. Bai Wan. Where is Qi Sha? Tell him to pick up the phone for me. Immediately. Qi Liuyao's angry voice carried the absolute command of a superior. MS. Qi? May I ask what you are looking for me for? Qi Sha sneered with a cold voice. Qi Fury? Qi Luyao froze. Exactly. Ziza nodded. Qi Sha. What exactly did you do in the companion bone? Why did Sheng Tian experience a rejection reaction after transplanting your companion bone? Qi Luyao questioned in a violent rage. Oh. I do tampering? Your sixth miss has the nation's intelligence network in her hands. Have you ever heard of anyone being able to tamper with a companion bone? If you want to talk about arms and legs, then the only arm and leg is that it was nourished up with my essence blood. Qi Sha said with a cold smile. Asshole. You sure did tamper with it. Qi Luyao roared in exasperation. MS. Qi? Are you unable to understand human language? If you're going to be so insistent that it's me, then it's me. It doesn't matter. Is Qi Shengtian dead yet? Do you want me to go over and deliver a wreath? Qi Fury became even more mocking and said. After experiencing the despair of his last life, he already didn't have any hope for his sisters. And what Qi Wuxian had gotten up to made him hate the Qi family even more. For this double-standard sixth sister, even if he used all the vicious words, it was not too much. Qi Sha. You deserve to die. If anything happens to Sheng Tian, I want you and the entire Bai family to accompany me. Qi Luyao was completely unable to contain herself. If Qi Shengtian really died, she really might slaughter half the city. You're sick, aren't you? You want to kill me? I'll take it. But if you want to touch the White family, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Qi Fury said in grim fury. The veins on his forehead were already bulging. Sixth sister. Don't be like this. Qi Shire hurriedly grabbed the phone and said toward Qi Sha. Qi Sha. Shang Tian's rejection reaction is getting worse. What can you do? Even if second sister begs you. Save Shang Tian. I'm willing to agree to any conditions. Qi Sha roared. I want you to die. Do you promise? At this moment, he couldn't control his anger. Either. If Qi Luyao was in front of him, he would definitely not hesitate to move his sword. Qi Sha. Calm down. Don't be so excited. Qi Shire persuaded. Don't give me that fucking shit. Shut up. Qi Sha bellowed. Qi Fury. I told you to shut up. Can't you understand that? Qi Sha. I know you're angry. But I'm your second sister. Shang Tian is also your younger brother. Qi Shire choked. Fuck. The main solution to Qi Shangtian's rejection reaction is my blood. Come over here and kill me. You guys. Come over here and snatch the blood from my entire body. Just in time to show the capital and the whole country the face of your Qi family. Ziza roared. Already angry to the point of trembling. What makes him calm? Who's to forgive? Qi Shangtian is his brother? Ridiculous. Can a man who has stripped him of everything at every step be his brother? And Qi Sha's argument with Qi Shire on the other end of the phone woke up Wan, who came out of her room in a panic and looked at Qi Sha's bloodshot eyes. How much further does the Qi family want to go? Just how much further do we have to push Qi Fury? Why they just won't let go? Wan's soft little hand gently pulled up Qi Sha's hand, which made Qi Sha's anger slightly clear a few points. Qi Sha turned his head to look at her, and suddenly had the urge to cry. As if the bitterness that had been pent up over the years was about to erupt in a volcano at this moment. Qi Sha is just a teenager after all. Even if he's strong and tenacious. But he is also untouched by the world. He needs to be relied upon. Comforted. And more than anything else, he needs someone who can be there for him and understand him. He took a deep breath and continued. Qi Shire. Don't you guys want to know what's going on with Qi Shangtian's rejection reaction? Good. I'll tell you guys. It started simply because you guys fucked up too much. If you wait 3 or 5 months, you will not have much trouble. But the companion bones are all raised by me with my body. They are a part of my body. And when they are all returned to their original position, it is natural that they will be rejected when they realize that they are not the original body. The solution is in me. I'm waiting for you to kill me. Snap. The phone hung up. Qi Sha's chest rose and fell violently. And he clenched his teeth to keep the tears from falling. If the Qi family really wanted this life of his, then he'd just give it. He wouldn't let himself implicate the Bai family. Much less let Wan get caught up in the whirlwind. Ward. A dead silence. Qi Shire looked at her cell phone and 2 lines of tears couldn't help but slide down. Qi Luyao was caught up in her thoughts. Confirming how much truth there was in Qi Fury's words. Confirming whether Qi Fury could have possibly set up a trap. Trying to harm Shang Tian for one last hand. And Qi Shangtian was so excited in his heart that. Finally a direction. That's great. Qi Fury's blood. It actually did work. Swish. Qi Luyao violently turned the wheelchair and made a turn to head towards the door. Sixth sister. What are you going to do? Qi Shire blocked in front of her, anxiously stopping her. Go find Qi Fury and take the blood from him. Qi Luyao coldly said. The attitude is extremely tough. Sixth sister. How could you do that? What will he do if you take his blood? How will he live? If the matter were to spread, how would others view our Qi family? Qi Shire was most afraid that Qi Luyao would get an impulse and really do it. It's not true that she wants to save Qi Shangtian. But that's no way to let Qi Sha die. I don't care about any of this. I just want Shang Tian to survive. And is it so important what other people think? Qi Luyao shook her head. Sixth sister. Don't go. Don't ever go. Shang Tian weakly opened his eyes and stopped it. Shang Tian. Stop it. My mind is made up. Qi Luyao couldn't say anything at all. Sha had done so many things that hurt the heavens and caused so much harm to Shang Tian. So it was time to pay with Sha's blood. It's just that he's out of blood. Big deal. Just give him another infusion. Can't die. But Katsura is dying. Sixth sister. You say you won't listen? There must be something else we can do about Katsura. Shire held her wheelchair down for dear life and wouldn't let her leave. Second sister. Get out of the way. Qi Luyao was already impatient. No. Shire firmly said. Second sister. Don't go too far. If anything happens to Shang Tian, I won't even spare you. Qi Luyao said angrily, her eyes becoming incomparably terrifying. Shang Tian is happy in his heart. Argumentative. Argumentative. The more you fight, the more likely you are to get me blood. Seeing that she couldn't stop Qi Luyao, Shire could only rush to call her big sister. At this time Qi Yu locked herself in the room. The original beautiful and so high goddess. But at this time the face was written with fatigue. After locking herself up, Qi Yu did nothing and cared for nothing. She wakes up every day and sits alone on the balcony of her room. Sitting alone in a chair. Looking out into the distance. When she thought back to what had happened, the harder and guiltier she felt, the more she felt the urge to die. And when she received Shire's phone call, her somewhat cloudy and beautiful eyes were instantly covered in frost, becoming incomparably cold and so angry. What did you say? Sixth sister is going to kill Sha and take his entire body's blood? Yeah, big sis. Come on. I'm about to lose my stop. Shire said nervously. Wait. I'm coming now. Qi Yu couldn't bother to change her clothes and rushed downstairs with her hair and face bloodless. She took the car keys, got into the sports car, and rushed out of the Qi family's quadrangle with a kick of the gas pedal, even startling the servants at home because of the speed. Get her under control. Don't let her wander around until I get back. Qi Luyao greeted the men outside the door, guarding Shire in the hospital room and restricting her movements. Zazelle calls her big sister and tells her to come over and stop herself, making her really angry. Sixth sister. Don't mess around. I beg you. Don't ever mess up. Shire was held down by the two female powerhouses, and she was in a hurry. Don't stop me. I have to save Katsura's life. Qi Liugao's eyes were grim as she said. She let herself be pushed out and hurried toward the White House. Sister 6. Shang Tian screamed weakly from his hospital bed. Qi Luyao heard, but walked still so resolute and determined. She knows Shang Tian's nature, knowing that Katsura has a soft heart. This sinner, then, will be himself. Sixth sister. Don't Shang Tian's voice choked with sobs and pleaded. But at the same time, his heart was even more pleased and happy. As long as Qi Luyao acted faster, grabbing Sha and channeling Sha's blood into her own body. Then by the time the others reacted, it would already be too late. He doesn't care if Ziza dies or not. And it's still a good thing that Qi Fury is dead. It was an honor for Ziza's blood to be able to save him, to be able to free him from the rejection reaction. Qi Yu rushed into the hospital, but she was stopped by a group of strong men. Qi Yu's eyes were cold to the extreme. Her body was almost on the verge of solid frost condensing as she roared at them. Still don't get out of the way. Those people shook their heads at her and firmly said, Missy, I'm sorry. This is 6th Mrs. Intention. She said icily. If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you all. But they still didn't back down, saying, even if you do kill us, we won't back down. You guys. She was already furious, and if this was outside of the city, then she would have done it without hesitation. But there are rules within the city. Even if these people are from the Chi family, even if their lives belong to the Chi family, she couldn't do the killing either. Chi family's personal guards immediately make a trip to Kanda Private Hospital for me. If you don't show up in 10 minutes, there will be consequences. Chi dialed a phone number, enraged to the extreme. In order to stop Chi Lu Yao specially arranged many people in the hospital. The whole floor, the whole aisle, all of them are Chi Liu Yao's people. And these weren't even ordinary experts, but the topmost elites under her command. She was about to make a move to kill a way out when her thoughts abruptly jammed and she suddenly realized something even more serious. The fact that Chi Lu Yao has arranged so many people here means that she's already left. So where would she go? It's got to be the White family. It's a no-brainer. Chi hurriedly dialed another number. Third sister. Where are you? Chi Sanin frowned and said, what's wrong, big sister? What happened? Chi furiously roared. Your dear sister is going to kill someone. You immediately call someone to go to the Bai family to stop her. If you can't, I'll hold you responsible. At this point, no one else can be relied upon. Only Chi Sanin has a ray of hope. Big sister. What exactly happened? Sixth sister shouldn't be so impulsive, right? Chi Sanin asked nervously. The solution to Qi Xingtian's rejection reaction is in Qi Fury. She's going to kill Qi Fury and drain Qi Fury's blood to heal Qi Xingtian. Qi growled. Qi Sanin couldn't help but be shocked as well. She really didn't think that sixth sister would actually go crazy to such an extent. But if the sixth sister really got her hands on it, then with the sixth sister's double-standard nature, she would definitely only think that it was Qisha's honor to die for Qi Shengtian. Putting down the phone, Qi Sanin immediately dispatched the capital city war zone and told them to rush to the Bai family at fire speed. Get the War Department involved. Things are still under control. But if the Wudao Bureau gets involved, then the consequences are unimaginable. At the same time, regardless of her attitude towards Qi Sha, regardless of whether or not she wanted Qi Sha to return to the Qi family, Qi Sha could not die. Once Zissou is dead, the Qi family is finished. Damn it! Qi went crazy, attacking those elites in front of her. Although her heart was anxious about Qi Sha's side, she needed to grab control of Qi Shengtian more than anything else. As long as Qi Shengtian was held in her hands, then even if Qi Lu Yao had captured Qi Sha, she would definitely not dare to mess around. If anything happens to Qi Sha, everyone, all must die. The White family, with a great line of caravans coming in. Qi Lu Yao, in her wheelchair, got out of the car and, leading 1,000 men, he surrounded the White House. Bai Wan's face was grim to the core when she was informed of what happened, and she immediately asked her eldest uncle to stop Qi Sha and head into the forbidden land of the Bai family alone. Bai Wan knew what Qi Sha wanted to do. She knew that Qi Sha didn't want to involve the Bai family, so she'd rather sacrifice herself. But she wouldn't say yes. There was no way she was going to agree to that either. It was fortunate that she hadn't destroyed the secret order left behind by the Qi family's ancestor. If the Qi family really dares to mess around, then the Qi family, let's destroy it. Qi Sha, get your ass out here. As long as you behave yourself, I won't make things difficult for the White family. Qi Luyao was outside the gate, coldly scolding. Her voice, after being strengthened by her strength, traveled even farther into the Bai family's quadrangle. The Bai family's strong men and guards all blocked the doorway, confronting Qi Luyao, each with a sullen face, incomparably angry. The Qi family is really getting over the top. To that extent. Aren't you afraid of being poked and prodded by the whole country? Qi Sha. Since your blood can cure Shang Tian's condition, I'll just need your blood for another body. I can make it up to you enough when it's done. But if you don't cooperate, then I'll step on the White family today. Qi Luyao threatened in a drunken voice. 6th Miss Qi. Are you taking yourself too seriously? A voice came from the direction of the side of the. It was a middle-aged man in a suit with a human face who came over with a smile. Who are you? Qi Luyao glared at him angrily. My humble self. Principal of the 15th Middle School. Lu Pingping. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed and explained. There's nothing for you to do here. Get out. Qi Luyao bellowed. Article 13. Note 5 of the Criminal Law of the Dragon Kingdom. All martial arts students enrolled in elementary schools, junior high schools, and universities are the future hopes of the Dragon Kingdom. And no one may kidnap, coerce, or even kill without reason. And anyone who violates this law commits the same as committing a crime against the state. The Ministry of Education, the Bureau of Martial Arts, has the right to arrest him or even kill him on the spot. This clause applies to all township races, and applies to all people in high positions of authority and considerable status. Lu Pingping was still The threat in the words, though, was so morose. But this is a family matter of my Qi family, and you are not allowed to interfere. Qi Luoyao's gaze was unkind as she coldly said. As long as we bite the bullet and say it's a Qi family matter, then the Ministry of Education and the Martial Arts Bureau can't control it. I, as headmaster of the 15th form, and with a student of mine who hasn't come to school for days, I'm going to take him back. Whether it's a family matter for you, Qi, or not. Lu Pingping was not humble and said. He's been smiling for too long. Do people really think he's easy to bully? Are you sure you really want to pipe down? Can you afford the consequences of this? Qi Luyao said angrily. My godfather is the Chief Deputy Minister of Education. Hit me if you can. Lu Pingping spread her hands out, a face full of arousal. Good. Yes. Qi Luyao was so angry that her body was trembling, and her gaze became more and more unkind. Uncle Bai, please bring Qi Sha out. I want to take him back to school. Lu Pingping turned her head to look at the Bai family's crowd and said. The only way to absolutely protect Ziza is to bring him back to the school. He's already arranged quarters for Qi Sha. Anyone who tries to touch Qi Sha, it's just a death wish. Qi Sha won't be going anywhere today. He's my fiancé. I'll protect him. Bai Wan led the people out with great anger on her face. Bai Wan, your Bai family is only a third-tier family. You can't beat the Qi family. Give me the Qi Fury. Only the Ministry of Education can protect him. Lu Pingping persuaded. Principal Lu, thank you for your kindness. But no. It's not true that the White family is a third-rate family. But if my Bai family wants to control the Qi family, it's just a matter of my thoughts. With a lift of her right hand, Bai Wan naturally draped a 1-meter-long scroll with the words branded by the Qi clan's oldest ancestor in seal script, carrying the old ancestor's pressure. In this instant, the Qi family bloodline in Qi Luoyao's bone marrow surged, almost on the verge of boiling. It's an extremely difficult feeling. It's like the old man himself. If she hadn't been in a wheelchair, she would have been on her knees already. The secret order of the Qi family's old ancestor is here. Qi Luyao. You have been cleansed by the Qi family bloodline and have been favored by the Qi family bloodline. I order you to disable your own cultivation and get out of the White family. If it happens again, I'll personally destroy the Qi family. Bai Wan coldly said. Didn't you promise to destroy the secret order? Qi Luyao exasperatedly said. It's a good thing I didn't destroy it. Otherwise, wouldn't I have let your Qi family run amok? Abolish your own cultivation, or I'll send you on your way. Bai Wan sneered. I just want Qi Sha to save my brother. Why are you bullying me too much? Qi Luyao roared. I'm a bully? Ha! Who the hell is bullying people? Bai Wan questioned. Seeing that Qi Luyao wouldn't listen, Bai Wan was already planning to activate the heavenly Yin bone while activating the secret order that. The feeling of oppression on Qi Luoyao's body became more and more severe. While feeling the blood churning in the bone marrow, it was simply worse than death. And the pain was to the extreme. She hates. I hate that the White family is acting as a tiger with the secret orders of the old ancestor. If the Bai family did not have the secret order, she would make the Bai family pay a terrible price. Almost clenching her silver teeth, she slapped her palm on her own chest, shattering the meridians in her chest. But at the same time, leaving hope for her own restoration. Bai Wan of course knew that there was a way to repair the meridians. But shattering the heart vein, then even if it was repaired, the strength would still be greatly reduced. It's enough that Qi Luyao can do this. If he killed Qi Luyao on the spot, it would be tantamount to declaring war with the Qi family. And the consequences would be extremely troublesome. Even if Bai Wan isn't afraid. The White family isn't afraid. But Bai Wan also had to buy time for Qi Sha. This secret order, I will continue to keep it in the White family. If you guys still dare to mess around, I will completely open the secret order. And I will not rest in peace with your Qi family. Qi Sha is my fiancé. Want to move him? First step over my dead body. Bai Wan put away the scroll and brought the crowd back to the Bai family, inviting Lu Pingping in on the way. Boom! The door to the White House is closed. Only Qi Luyao, whose complexion was grim to the extreme, remained. Rumble. A helicopter came from the sky. The people from the capital war zone arrived outside the White House at the fastest speed possible. A soldier rushed down and anxiously came to Qi Luyao. Sixth Miss. The god of war ordered you to leave immediately. Qi Luoyao's face was grim as she growled. How come even third sister is here to get in my way? The soldier couldn't care less and said. Sixth Miss. Please. Withdraw. Qi Luyao gave an order and led the crowd away. Even when it came down to it, she wouldn't give up. She didn't believe that the White family could still protect Qi Sha for the rest of her life. She just couldn't believe that Qi Sha would never go out. Second sister. You prepare an operating room for my surgery. My heart vein is broken and my cultivation is all but ruined. I need to seize the time to recover immediately. Qi Luyao dialed her second sister's phone and said. Because of the disability of his legs, she couldn't ask for the heights of the war god realm in this life. Then the heart vein break at this time would have little effect on her. Her future was restricted anyway. What's going on? Qi Shire was taken aback and said. The shouts of murder outside made her mind panic and Qi Luoyao's news gave her even more of a shocking thunderbolt. That bastard Bai Wan took out the old ancestor's secret order and suppressed me with my bloodline, forcing me to have no choice but to scrap my own cultivation. Qi Luyao said at length. Boom! The door to the ward was kicked in. Qi Yu rushed in with her people in a lousy shape and looked coldly at Qi Shire. Second sister. Who are you talking to on the phone? Qi Shire's heart thumped. And she subconsciously said. It's sixth sister. Qi Yu snatched the phone as soon as she And he put the long knife in his hand on Qi Shengtian's neck. Qi Luyao. Get your ass back here immediately. Otherwise I'll kill Qi Shengtian. Big deal. One life for another. Qi Luyao froze. Her heart in turmoil. And anxiously said. Big sister. You're crazy, aren't you? What are you doing? Qi Yu coldly said. Roll back. Don't force me to kill anyone. Qi Luyao breathed heavily. I'll come back. I will come back right now. Big sister. Calm down. Don't mess around. Shengtian is your younger brother. Qi Yu broke down and yelled. He's not my brother. Snap. The phone was slammed to the ground and quarterbacking. Qi Shengtian was held by a knife to his neck. So nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He didn't expect his big sister to be the first to react. And even more so, he didn't expect his big sister to even move to kill him after she reacted. Qi Shengtian. You simply deserve to die. You're satisfied after using all your heart and means to get us to help you get your hands on the Supreme Bone and Companion Bone. Almost forcing Qi Sha to his death? Qi Yu glared at him and growled. A pair of beautiful eyes, full of tears, lost their voice and choked. If it wasn't for the fear of affecting Qi Sha, otherwise she would have killed someone by now. Boss? What are you doing? A furious cry came from the Qi Guanshan and Zhao Mailan husband and wife stood in the doorway. Furious beyond words. Zhao Mailan sky-spinning. Almost on the verge of fainting. Dad. Qi Shengtian staying in the Qi family is a scourge. As long as you nod your head. I'll dig out his Supreme Bone and Companion Bone right now and return them to Qi Sha. Qi Yu was in tears. But the voice was strong. You're crazy, aren't you? Qi Guanshan rushed forward and slapped her hard on the face. She doesn't duck. She doesn't flash. Letting the blood flow from the corners of his mouth. Let go. Qi Guanshan ordered. No. Qi Yu shook her head. Dad. It's only right that big sister hates me. After all, it's really me who took away Big Brother's Supreme Bone. And it's also me who caused Big Brother to be like this. Dad. Mom. I'll see you in the afterlife. Qi Shengtian slowly closed his eyes and said feebly. The way he looked. It was almost heartbreaking that. Zhao Mailan shook and cried so hard that she was already hoarse. Boss? What are you still doing? Are you trying to force me to death before you're satisfied? Mom? Don't you understand? Qi Yu turned her head and asked. Understand what? Understand you put a knife to your brother's neck? Zhao Mailan broke down more and more. Tears like a kite with broken strings. Think of all the piles and pieces over the years. Qi Sha is your own son. Yet you allowed his Supreme Bone to be dug out. And even more so, all of his companion bones. Just to give them to Qi Shengtian? Is he your son? Is that what a mother should do? Qi Yu asked rhetorically. Enough. You've gone mad. Men. Arrest her and imprison her in the Qi family. Without my permission. No one is to release her. Qi Guanshan is furious. It's rare for her to be so angry at Qi Yu. Qi Yu struggled and resisted. But was still dragged away. And when Qi Luyao came back, she saw Qi Yu being grabbed onto the car. She couldn't care less about her big sister. She didn't even want to talk to her anymore. Qi Luyao rushed upstairs. With only her favorite brother, Qi Shengtian, in her heart. Seeing that Qi Shengtian on the hospital bed is fine. It was only then that her hanging heart relaxed completely and... Roku! What's wrong with you? Qi Guanshan was in an uneven mood. And when he realized that Qi Liuyao's strength was all crippled, he couldn't help but frown. The White family moved out a secret order from the old ancestor to force me to scrap my own cultivation. I have no choice but to do so. Shi Lu Yao explained. The White family. Shi Guanshan's teeth clacked. More like pouring a pot of oil on his anger. He recalls what happened 18 years ago. Recall the gentleman's words and get completely taut. 18 years ago. Shi Sha wasn't actually missing, but was sent away by him. Sir said that Qi Sha is the reincarnation of the Furious Star. If you stay in the Qi family, you'll surely cause the Qi family to fall apart. And the Qi Fury's name was given by Mr. It's the Fury's destiny that was specifically used to restrain him. Originally, Mr. She said that Qi Fury can only be brought back after 25 years old. Then Qi Fury will no longer be the Qi family's bogeyman, but a blessing to the Qi family. It's just that Qi Sha 13's natural talent shone that year, and his growth rate was excessively terrifying, leaving Qi Broken Mountain with no choice but to pick up the. If we don't get them back, when Qi Sha is 25 years old, it will be hard to be able to get Qi Sha to return to the Qi family. Qi Guanshan's deliberate estrangement over the past 5 years. In fact, it's to avoid Qi Fury influencing their Qi family. He felt that by doing so, he could avoid any bad future. As for the transplantation of the supreme bone, he had considered it for a while at the time, and ultimately felt that the transplantation would be a good thing. Without the supreme bone, it would be even more impossible for Qi Sha to influence the Qi family. But in the end, the Qi family was victimized as usual. Qi Fury is indeed the heavenly fury. I should have known. I should have sent him abroad back then. Qi Guanshan gritted his teeth. Dad! What did you say? Qi Lu Yao froze and thought she had heard wrong. I'd say Qi Fury is a heavenly fury. Qi Guanshan coldly said. And told the story of what happened back then. After hearing this, the people in the room, all of them were silent. Qi Shire was puzzled. It was clearly this kind of ridiculous talk, but her father actually believed it, and even sent Qi Sha away for so many years. Zhao Milan was about to collapse and fell on her butt, not realizing that the disappearance of her own son was actually her husband's doing. Qi Liuyao's eyes flashed with a strange look. Right on. Everything's right. If Qi Fury isn't the heavenly fury, then how do you explain the recent events? It was because he was a heaven's fury that he caused Big Sister to go crazy, caused Fifth Sister to be locked up in the Martial Arts Bureau, and caused Shang Tian to almost die. The White family. In the parlor. Shija's heart really doesn't feel good. Obviously, he was ready to return this life to the Qi family, but Bai Wan blocked him and solved the Qi family's trouble for him, making him both touched and powerless. Touched by Bai Wan's attitude, powerless as they are. Ziza, why don't you come back to school with me? It's good that Bai Wan is willing to protect you, but she won't be able to protect you for too long in the end. And there are plenty of ways for the Qi family to pick a fight if they want to. If you continue to stay in the White House, then the White House will only be overwhelmed because of you. Lu Pingping took a sip of tea and persuaded seriously. He knows Qi Sha's nature. If Qi Sha had implicated the Bai family because of himself, then even if Qi Sha was still alive, he would live in pain and suffering. Yes. Ziza smiled bitterly, stood up and he raised a far-fetched smile and looked at Bai Wan. Bai Wan, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I will do my best to repay you for your kindness to me. Bai Wan looked serious and stared at him. Qi Sha, are you that cowardly? The district is just the Qi family. Where is the courage you had to dig up bones at the bar mitzvah that day? Qi Sha smiled bitterly. But I don't want to drag you guys down. Bai Wan said seriously. You are my fiancé. It's the man who is going to pick up the beam of my Bai family in the future. What's there to drag or not to drag? Lu Pingping felt something was wrong and said. Bai Wan. What's the situation? Bai Wan's desire to make Qi Sha her fiancé despite the incomprehension of the entire capital was actually all still a minor matter. But the problem is that Qi Fury won't live long. So what's the point of talking about the future? Bai Wan thought about it. But said. Principal Lu. You are aware of the connection between my Bai family and the Qi family. Back then, the Qi clan's old ancestor not only left us many treasures, as well as secret orders to hold the Qi clan hostage, but even another path for the Qi clan to develop. I've spent the last few days trying to figure out how to help Qi Sha embark on this path. Lu Pingping was stunned at first. Spinning around, he stood up violently and the face was ecstatic. This. So, Qi Sha he is expected to return to the peak? Bai Wan nodded her head. As long as everything goes well, not only will you be able to return to the peak, but even surpass the previous. Lu Pingping laughed out loud. Her face reddened and her mouth cracked with laughter. Hadn't he abducted Qi Sha to the school back then to see Qi Sha grow up and boast the Dragon Kingdom? If Bai Wan didn't lie to him, then Zissa will one day take off again. Qi Yu was imprisoned in the family. The body of the nascent sacred ring, as well as weapons, all confiscated. The room around the perimeter of the room there are a number of people to guard. This time, her father, and even a few of her sisters, all got angry and she didn't think she'd done anything wrong. Though, Qi Shangtian does have too much influence. If he was still in the Qi family, he would inevitably become the greatest scourge of the Qi family. Qi Shire was in a complicated mood, changing into her surgical gown and personally pushing her sixth sister, Qi Luyao, into the operating room, ready to reattach her heart vein. The surgical rebridging is the fastest way, and it's followed by a variety of top-notch medications that harbor the Qi Guanshan waited at the door of the operating room. The look was incredibly somber and, as things stand now, it's unlikely that Qi Sha will return. Over the years, he did feel guilty about Qi Sha. But all these things that accompanied Qi Sha's mess, how could he still feel half guilty? He's right. The fault is all on Ziza. When fourth sister Qi Siyuan heard the news, she immediately rushed back from the extraterritorial battlefield and brought back a large amount of medicinal herbs, having someone decoct medicines for Qi Shangtian to heal his injuries. The third sister, Qi Sanin, also rushed back, and after visiting Qi Shangtian in the hospital, she went back to the Qi family to see her big sister. The seventh and ninth sisters, who had also heard of the news, returned that evening. This whole thing has gotten too big. It even made waves in the capital. Ninth sister Qi Jiao stood on the promenade outside the operating room, staring blankly in the direction of the operating room, waiting for her sixth sister to come out, while hiding her face and weeping. The seventh sister Qi Meng didn't say a word. Her delicate face was obviously quite pale, and she was as disheveled as she could be. Whoa! The door to the operating room is open. Qi Luyao was pushed out, under the attention of the crowd. Her anesthesia had just worn off, and she was still weak. Qi Shire nodded her head towards the crowd, indicating that her situation was mostly fine, and that as long as she recuperated and recovered at ease, she would be able to regain 70% of her strength. 70% strength? Qi Siyuan is furious. Fists clenched and clicked. Sixth sister Qi Luyao had obviously gone to Qi Sha to seek a solution. But she had her heart vein abolished and even lost her loss of 30% for no reason? That 30% is still just strength. None of the caps that can grow later count. Fourth sister. You guys need to stop going after Qi Sha's trouble. I'll get him myself. Later. Go talk to him. Qi Shire persuaded. Qi Xingtian's rejection reaction was one aspect. The key was the situation of his fifth sister Qi Wuxian. If he didn't hurry to fish her out, she would be in trouble. What are you going to say to him? That he's taken things to such a desperate level, and that it's useful to talk about it? Qi Siyuan laughed back in anger and said. But there's always the fifth sister's situation. Qi Shire shook her head. For the sake of Qi Wuxian, the Qi family has thought of a lot of ways. But the Qi family is not just a handful. The Martial Arts Bureau's side wouldn't let up. Just wouldn't let up. Leaving them with no way out. Right now. There was no other way but to get Qisha's understanding. That sinful son has gone completely insane. But the second one going over there might have some effect. Qi Guanshan coldly said. Dad. Just stop talking about the skyfall. It's our fault for all these years. And I don't blame Ziza. Qi Shire sighed and persuaded. I've given him the opportunity to return to the family. But what did he do? And where did he put the face of the Qi family? Qi Guanshan interrupted. All the big families in the capital are already looking at their jokes. At the same time, the top leaders of the Ministry of Education called directly to warn that if he, the Qi family, made it difficult for one more student, then there would be consequences. Qi Guanshan hadn't been this humiliated since he became the head of the Qi family. Qi Shire sighed and didn't say any more. With her understanding of Qi Sha should have just been pushed. As long as she waited for Qi Sha's anger to subside, Qi Sha would definitely still be willing to help out. If Qi Sha was willing to take out some blood to help relieve Qi Shengtian, that would be even better. Big sister. Things are just as I said. It doesn't matter now whether I have an attitude or not. Yes. For these 5 years? For all the things we did to Qi Sha. It was indeed a big mistake on our part. And we should apologize to Qi Sha. But he's like this. You're doing it again. What am I supposed to do when I'm stuck in the middle? Qi Sanin sat in front of her and couldn't help but light a cigarette. Annoyed. Before entering the room, the guards outside the door had specifically instructed her that she must not assist Qi Yu in escaping, or they would be in big trouble. I just hope you can make a good atonement for me. Isn't it still possible? Qi Yu sat on the edge of the bed. And between her powerlessness, her voice was so weak. Qi Sanin hadn't seen her like this in a long time. The last time, when I was, like, 4 or 5 years old. Big sister. I do recognize right and wrong. But ahead of right and wrong, there is the big picture. Second sister and I originally wanted Qi Sha to stay in the Bai family for a few years. And then slowly, bit by bit, change everyone's attitude before bringing Qi Sha back. But it's clearly a family matter. And you and Qi Fury are making a big deal out of it. A lot of things that become quite tricky. Qi Sanin said seriously. These truths, Qi Yu could actually figure them out normally. It was just that she got caught up in the dilemma in her own mind and led things to the other extreme. Oh. If I wanted to make a scene, I wouldn't have called you back. Qi Yu shook her head with a bitter smile. But that's just the way it goes. Qi Sanin was also helpless. So? You can't help Qi Sha at all? Qi Yu turned her head and asked with a final expectation. Can't. Qi Sanin refused. Then get out. Qi Yu waved her hand. Not wanting to see anyone. No one wants to see anyone again. Big sister. Take care of yourself. I won't be able to stay in the capital for long. And in a few days, I'll have to head to the extraterrestrial battlefield again. Qi Sanin got up and said. Qi Yu didn't respond. She just turned her head to look out the window to the clear blue sky that symbolized freedom. Qi Shire came to the Bai family quadrangle outside the door. Has been the third day of the early morning. The 15th principal Lu Pingping has long since left to return to the dressed in a long beige dress. She stood alone in the doorway of the I didn't bother the White family. And didn't ask the White family to pass on any. Having been a doctor for so many years, she certainly knew that when people were angry, they could never listen to anyone else's persuasion. All she could do was wait here until Ziza was willing to see her. Qi Guanshan had already paid a huge favor and posted a large bond for Qi Wushuan, which delayed her trial for 10 days. The White family had put a lot of pressure on the Martial Arts Bureau. And if they couldn't get a letter of understanding from the White family within 10 days, the Bureau would have no choice but to pronounce a sentence. Second sister. Qi Shengtian came over weakly and Katsura. What brings you here? Qi Shire waited for 4 days. But still no sign of Qi Fury. When she saw Qi Shengtian appear, her expression was quite surprised, while tinged with nervousness. Shengtian, you're still weak. How dare you run out? Qi Shengtian raised a far-fetched smile and said, Second sister. You've been waiting here for 4 days. And now that I'm a little better, I want to come over and get forgiveness from Big Brother. 2. You mustn't tell the 4 girls. Because I snuck out. Qi Shire wanted to let him go back. But when she thought of Qi Sha's attitude, she could only let him stay. The bells must be untied. His coming may be able to be a turnaround. In the past few days, Qi Shengtian's situation has indeed gotten much better. With the herbs that the other sisters managed to get for him, which greatly suppressed the rejection reaction. But even so, once the rejection kicks in, it still hurts like hell. If the sisters were a little more useful. He wasn't even in pain for 4 more days. 4 days? Do you know how he survived the last 4 days? Qi Sha. Have you thought about where to take me today? Bai Wan's voice, as pleasant as an oriole, came out, and was holding Qi Sha's arm as they came out together. To the snack bar? To the Heroes Monument? We'll go see a movie together later. Qi Sha asked in amusement, with only her in his eyes. At Qi Sha's most desperate and helpless time, she was the only one who was willing to give herself a hand and was willing to stand up for herself. If it wasn't for her, Qi Sha might have even returned his life to the Qi family. Yeah. Bai Wan smiled and nodded. She let Ziza pull herself up. She could see through the blindfold. But it was ultimately too much of a shock. When going out, it was better to keep a low profile. Qi Fury. Qi Shire shouted at the 2. The 2 men heard it, but simply ignored it, and walked off to one side of the street. They don't need to bring bodyguards. A secret order from the Qi family's ancestor in the nascent ring would be enough to suppress everything. And since today was Bai Wan and Qi Sha's first date, she didn't want anyone to follow and ruin the nice atmosphere. Qi Sha. Just help second sister one last time. Okay? Qi Shire did not give up and caught up, saying, Second Miss Qi, please respect yourself. We gave you permission to stand at a distance, but we didn't say you were allowed to approach our housemaster and aunt. The White family guards immediately stepped forward and blocked Qi Shire. Sorry. Qi Shire smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, just come back to the Qi family with me, please. Qi Shengtian shouted towards Qi Sha's back from afar, his heart broken with jealousy. Bai Wan is pretty, not bad in strength. She is also the heir to the Bai family's Tianyin bone. And she even holds a secret order from the Qi family. If Qi Sha hadn't snatched her away, then Qi Shengtian would have been able to utilize her energy to directly become the true power core of the Qi family. But Qi Shengtian's words were not responded to by Qi Sha in the end. Qi Sha disappeared around the corner with Bai Wan. It completely disappeared from the eyes of the two men. Forget it, Shang Tian. Let's continue to wait here. As long as we are more sincere. Sooner or later, Shi Sha will forgive us. Shi Shire said. It can only be. So? Shi Shingtian's eyes flashed with a sinister look. But it quickly dispersed. Ring. 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 A phone call rings. It was Qi Siyuan's phone call. Second sister. Do you know where Shang Tian is? As soon as Qi Shangtian heard that it was the fourth sister's voice, he immediately shook his head towards the second sister, telling her to say that he wasn't there. Qi Shire whirled around and shook her head, saying, I don't know. Why? Qi Siyuan said. I just arrived at the hospital and realized that he wasn't in his room. Asked the doctors and nurses, and none of them knew where the hell he had gone. Qi Shire said. Maybe he went somewhere and came back later. Qi Siyuan's tone was tense as he said. Then let me ask sixth sister. She has so many people under her. Surely she can find Shang Tian. If it was normal time, Qi Shangtian was not worried about where Qi Siyuan went. After all, with the Qi family's power in the capital, no one would dare to touch Qi Shangtian at all. But with the whole Qi Fury thing, there was no guarantee that Qi Sha wouldn't have bad thoughts about Qi Shangtian. Putting down the phone, Qi Shire looked at Qi Shangtian and said, Shangtian, explain to your sixth sister, or else she'll find her way back here later. Qi Shangtian nodded his head in a pretense of nervousness and said, Good. I'll talk to sixth sister and the others. Originally, Qi Shangtian wanted his sisters to make a scene. But now, no. If this keeps up, God knows when we'll get the blood of the Qi Fury. This day down, Shi Sha took Baiwan to play a lot of places. And because of the reason that he had done the strategy in advance, he didn't feel dizzy. It's been a long time since Zissa has been out to play. Baiwan grew up with even less time to come out and play. They went to the Heroes' Monument. First, for 300 years, all the martyrs who died in battle have been buried here. Among them were Baiwan's parents. Baiwan lost both parents when she was 3 years old. When she was 4 years old, she opened the inheritance ceremony of the heavenly Yin Bone and began the 14-year-long seclusion. And only she knew how torturous those years had been. Baiwan didn't have much of an impression of her parents. But after offering a hand bouquet, she smiled and introduced Qi Sha to her parents. In fact, how she wished she could be like all the other children and have her parents with her. Whenever she remembered that she was alone, she would hide in the forbidden area of the White family and shed tears alone. But it's okay now. She's not alone anymore. At her side, she was accompanied by Qi Sha. After leaving the monument, the two Kisses went to eat a lot of good food, see a lot of sights, and in the evening went to see a movie celebrating heroes. In the last 100 years, movies about extraterritorial battlefields have been big hits. The subject of, especially the movies with extraterritorial romance, are a hit among the hits. In the movie theater, Baiwan took the initiative to pull Qi Sha's hand. The light reflecting off the big screen, falling on the side of her stunningly beautiful face. She asked in a small voice toward Ziza. Qi Sha, what do you think it would be like if one day the foreign beasts become extinct? The extraterrestrial battlefields are closed, and peace is restored to mankind? Qi Sha shook his head. I don't know. A picture like that is too beautiful for me to even imagine. In these 300 years, strong human beings have been evolving. But the Fae are just as evolved. The lifespan of Fae beasts was quite a bit longer than that of humans. And some of the Fae beasts that had survived from 300 years ago had quite a few of them become the #1 public enemy of humans. If they were allowed to remain so powerful, Sooner or later humanity would come to an end. That day, again, is beyond the imagination of mankind. Sha. Can you promise me something? Baiwan turned her head and looked at him seriously. What is it? She Fury wondered. Live well and don't die before me. I, for one, am very afraid of being alone. And I would be very sad if you died. Baiwan's voice was soft, but with great stubbornness. We will all live well. Don't say such things. Shisha couldn't help but gently stroke her hair and smiled. But what I'm saying is true. I was alone every day for those 14 years I was in seclusion. And I was going crazy. Baiwan said feebly. Then I'll be sad if you go ahead of me. Shisha smiled and said. Obviously they've only been together for about 10 days. It's clear that before this, they had no emotional foundation at all. But these last 10 days. But it was as if a decade had passed. Then how about this? As long as one of us dies, then the other will be martyred. How about that? Baiwan was actually making a serious proposal. This whole thing didn't seem like a big deal to her. It was romantic. Instead, though not born in the same month and year, but to die in the same year and the same month. Is there anything more romantic in heaven? Yes. Shisha didn't think much about it. So he nodded in agreement. Shisha. You're so nice. Baiwan was obviously very happy. Even if Shisha was lying to her, she didn't care anymore. The emphasis is on the present moment. Isn't it? But just as the movie was about to break up, a phone call from my eldest anxiously called. Uncle said something happened at home. One of the guards of the family beat up Qi Xingtian. The sisters of the Qi family arrived at the first time and almost fought. When Baiwan heard this, her face steeply clouded over. She was too lazy to bother with Qi Shire and the girl standing in the doorway. And she ended up actively picking a fight? Letting the guards get their hands on Qi Xingtian so they can throw dirty water on the Bai family? Good math. What a good calculation. Baiwan pulled on Shisha and immediately took a taxi back to the family. Shi Siyuan looked at the injuries on Qi Xingtian's face, at the blood at the corner of his mouth, and glared angrily at these bullying white family guards in front of him. They didn't go interfering with the white family. They didn't give the white family a hard time. But the white family actually made a move? That made it unbearable for her. Sixth sister. You take Shengtian back first. I'll take care of this. Shi Siyuan handed Qi Xingtian over to the sixth sister's people. Coldly stood up and said, Fourth sister. Don't mess around. I'm begging you. Don't ever make a mess. We already need to be forgiven by Big Brother. If you make a move against the white family, then how can we still be forgiven by Big Brother? Qi Shengtian said anxiously. During the day, he was given the suggestion that he could make things messy by getting the white family to hit him. As long as the white family makes a move. No matter what. It's the white family that's in the wrong. If Qi Sha was determined and unwilling to give his blood, then even if he waited at the door for 3 years, Qi Sha wouldn't be able to agree to it. And he couldn't wait that long. Then the fastest way is to victimize the white family. The person who helped him behind the scenes helped him to conspire with one of the white family's guards to get the guards to do it. And then this incident happened. Sixth sister. Take the man back. Shi Siyuan coldly said. The aura on his body was continuously increasing. And he was already ready to make a move. Fourth sister. Don't be impulsive. Not to mention the fact that the Bai family has a secret order from the old ancestor. But with the city in full swing these past few days, it's not the right time to make a move. Qi Shire grabbed her and anxiously persuaded her. I don't do it to them. But I'm going to tear down the White House today. Qi Siyuan said angrily. She was already short-tempered. And her strength was above Qi Shire's. With a flash, he swiftly approached towards the Bai clan's crowd. She wanted to tear the Bai family apart and make the Bai family lose face in the capital so that they would know what would happen if they assaulted her brother. Stop her! Bai Donghua said angrily. Qi Siyuan, as a powerhouse of the 9th rank of the sovereign, had already taken a half-step into the realm of the god of war? And could not be stopped by one person, requiring the Bai family powerhouses to collectively mobilize. The true powerhouses of all the great clans were in the extraterrestrial battlefield. And that was why the strength of the patriarchs could then overwhelm the crowd. Get out of the way. All of you. Don't make me hit you. Qi Siyuan stormed out. Why don't you ask why? 4th miss? Your 2nd miss of the Qi family has been standing in front of our Bai family for 4 days. Why is she fine? But instead, when Qi Shengtian came, our Bai family made a move? Bai Donghua questioned. At the guard's move, he felt that the situation was not right. It's just that this is not the time to dig deeper. You beat up my brother. That's why. Qi Siyuan kept dodging, trying to rush past them. This feeling is extremely stifling. As the leader of one of the Dragon Kingdom's major SS-ranked hunting regiments, she had swept through the extraterritorial battlefield, hitting whoever she wanted to. When had she ever been such a wimp? If I didn't want to cause trouble for the Qi family. Otherwise she would have already hospitalized these people. Qi Siyuan, don't be so unreasonable. Okay? Bai Donghua snapped. Reason? My fist. That's reason. Qi Siyuan sneered. Bang! She went around the defense. A kick in the doorpost of the White family's front door. Immediately, she leapt up in a single boarding step, removed the White family's plaque, and crushed it with a single stomp. At the main gate of the White House. It's a mess. Under Qi Siyuan's violent smashing, it didn't take long for the White family's entrance to be in a state of disarray. Bai Wan and Qi Sha arrived almost together with the Martial Arts Bureau. The Wudao Bureau's SWAT team immediately took control of Qi Siyuan. Qi Siyuan also stopped struggling and allowed the SWAT officers to control him. After all, if he resisted the Wudao Bureau any further, it would only make things more and more troublesome. Bai Wan's gaze was somber, looking at the broken plaque on the ground, the rickety doorposts, and the broken gate, and was already enraged. And the Budokai had a hard time after learning how it all started. This time, the White family made the first move. But Qi Siyuan didn't hit anyone. He just demolished the White House. At most, it's just a dispute over property damage. Qi Siyuan couldn't catch it. Only mediation can be given to both parties. Our Bai family doesn't need mediation. Since you bit the bullet and said that my family guards beat up your brother, then this matter will end here with 50 strokes each. How about you take care of your brother? And I'll take care of the damage to my White family? Bai Wan hated to ask for the secret order of the Qi family's ancestor. But once you use a secret order, you get one less. Once the password has expired, then the Qi family will no longer have any scruples. Bai Wan, I'm warning you. This matter is not over. Qi Siyuan spat on the ground and led the men away. Qi Sha really wanted to crack open Qi Shengtian's head to see if it was filled with muscles. If Qi Shengtian hadn't played with his heart, then how could the White family guards have hit someone? Uncle! Where is that guard? Why did he do it? Bai Wan frowned as she saw them leave and had people clean up the scene. He said that Qi Shengtian was shifty and said nasty things and insulted Qi Sha. So that's why he made his move. Bai Donghua explained in a deep voice. Get him over here. Bai Wan said gloomily. Family master. It's not good. The guard who made the move ran away. A guard ran up to him head-on. saying, "Ha! Run away? This is going to be fun." Bai Wan's face grew colder and colder. Really angry. If the guards didn't run, then there was a real possibility that Qi Shengtian had taken the initiative to pick a fight and the guards couldn't help but strike. If this was the case, Bai Wan wouldn't pursue it at all. If you hit it, you hit it. All she'll say is well played. But the people ran away. So that only means it was a self-directed play by the Qi family. The Qi family is really good at what they do. To actually send someone to infiltrate our Bai family and put on such a show? Give me a thorough investigation of the entire family. Immediately. Anyone associated with the Qi family? Clear out. Bai Donghua said angrily. Uncle! Don't panic. Since the Qi family was able to infiltrate once, they will be able to infiltrate a second and third time. Even if all the people involved are retired. It's meaningless. Bai Wan pulled him back and shook her head. So should we just hold back? Bai Donghua is also a violent temper. It's okay for people to bully him. But you can't step on the White family's head. I'll gradually show the world the value of Qisha when the mock exams are in a few days. At the same time, when the mock exams are over, the White family will begin to rise to the ranks of second-rate families. At that time, I will take out something from the Forbidden Land to help the White family rise. Bai Wan coldly said. When she accepted the old ancestor's legacy, she also accepted the old ancestor's scheme of. So don't look at the fact that she was only 18 years old. And her experience and readings were not as good as Bai Donghua's and theirs. But in terms of the general direction, she couldn't be wrong. Good. Our Bai family has been dormant for too long. It's time to show the world the depths of our Bai family. Bai Donghua lit a cigarette and said indignantly. Qi Sha. Let's go. To the Forbidden Land. Bai Wan took Qisha's hand and led him to the Forbidden Land. Qisha's supreme bone has already shown signs of revival. Bai Wan is confident that before the mock exam, Qisha will sprout and grow bones. Even if Qisha's supreme bone just grew out one section, it gave to provide great help for Qisha's mock exams. At the same time, his display can show the world that the former genius did not fall down. Bai Wan originally wanted to slow down the pace a bit. But the Qi family is pushing so hard. She would have to be prepared. This time, it was highly likely that the Qi family would make a move in the mock exam. And since she and Qi Sha were not in the same exam area, she would have to defend Qi Sha in advance. She would not. And would not allow Qi Sha to die young again until he had truly grown. Qi Si Yuan left with people. Although it was tearing the Bai family apart. But she was still not relieved in her heart. She really wanted to beat the White family up violently. Luckily, Katsura's condition isn't too serious. Otherwise she is guaranteed to kill someone. In the hospital, the nurse is treating Qi Shengtian's wound. Qi Shengtian was unperturbed on the surface. But in his heart he was really furious. Failed again. Another fucking failure. There were no days left before the mock exams. And if he was still trapped in the rejection reaction, he wouldn't even be able to take the mock exams. Have to think of another way. Let's see if we can get the people who are helping him behind the scenes to go and get him 2 assassins to come to the hospital in the middle of the night and assassinate him. If things get extreme enough. He couldn't believe that his sisters couldn't help him set up Qi Fury. When his sisters left, he immediately contacted the person who was helping him behind the scenes on his cell phone and informed him of his idea. And the other person swung around and agreed. At the same time, the other party also said a piece of news that surprised him. Qi Sha was going to take the mock exam this time. What's the point of going there when Kisses is already wasted? Are you going to die? You have to know that the mock exam is also about traveling to the assessment area and hunting foreign beasts. But it was just as well that Ziza was going. If his sisters can't help him frame Qi Fury, then he'll have the man behind the curtain help him find an assassin to assassinate Qi Fury during the exams. When that time comes, he'll still be able to get Chisha's blood. And he'll be able to eliminate Chisha as a threat. It's almost like two birds with one stone. Late the next night, a group of people lurked ahead and ambushed the hospital, only waiting for Qi Shengtian to ventilate the room and assassinate. The man on watch tonight is Qi Siyuan. While Qi Siyuan went to the restroom, Qi Shengtian asked them to come up and Qi Siyuan was so powerful that these people could not possibly be her opponents. And by coming, these people had already ignored the consequences. There's a killer! With a scream that cut through the night sky, Qi Siyuan was still in the toilet. When he heard this voice, he was so scared that he immediately rushed out of the toilet in the swish. She's like the wind. The strength of the ninth rank of the sovereign is utilized to its fullest extent. Her face was extremely gloomy. And in her heart, she prayed that these assassins weren't aiming at Qi Shengtian, or else she would completely and recklessly retaliate. Shengtian. Qi Siyuan saw the killer in the room. And for a split second a landslide went through his mind. She watched as a dagger was about to land on Qi Shengtian's neck. And with her strength at full strength, she blasted out with a palm, directly sending the man flying out the window and falling from the 5th floor. Bang bang! Bang bang! She took care of a few people as fast as she could, and immediately went to check Qi Shengtian's injuries. Seeing that Qi Shengtian didn't have any injuries on his body, the heart that was hanging in the air then landed on the ground. These white family members passed. Beat up her brother yesterday. Today's the day to hire a killer. This is to declare war with the Qi family. Qi fury. White family. Since you want to be so-and-so, then don't blame me. Qi Siyuan called to inform the other sisters while contacting her own troop members. If the white family hired assassins, then she would issue a bounty for the white family's life. She has no proof that the white family hired a killer. The Pax won't have proof that she's the one who put the bounty on the Pax. She wanted to see what the white family would do. The sisters arrived at the hospital with their hearts in their mouths. Who would have thought that there would be killers lurking in the middle of all the hospitals? And that they would come to kill their brother. This must be the work of that scum Chisha. Buying a murderer to kill his brother. He's so cruel. Qi Luyao angrily rebuked. The eyes were scarlet. And there was anger spewing out. 6th sister. Don't say that. How could this kind of thing be done by Chisha? Qi Siyuan said in a conspiratorial manner. In fact, she's arranged everything. When tomorrow morning rolled around, the bounty on the Bai family would startle the entire capital. 4th sister. What do you mean by that? If this wasn't done by Chisha, who else could have done it? Qi Luyao couldn't help but frown in question. Qi fury? Does he have the guts? Qi Siyuan sneered. 3rd sister was here at this moment. She categorically couldn't divulge any information. Or else 3rd sister would definitely stop her. Because 3rd sister would not allow someone from the Qi family to buy a murder. Qi Shengtian on the hospital bed was also a bit confused. Qi Siyuan just went out to make a phone call. He must have gone to target the Bai family. But why would she say that again? Someone who could take a shot at himself at this point in time. Not the white family. It's Zissou. Because no one else has a reason to. Senior. You didn't do anything. Did you? Shi Sanin felt that something was not right and frowned. Compared to what? Killed the killers? Qi Siyuan directly disliked a sentence back. She absolutely couldn't have any weakness at this point. Or else the 3rd sister would notice the problem. The Martial Arts Bureau will find out the truth about this matter. None of you should act rashly until there is an official result from the Martial Arts Bureau. Understand? Qi Sanin scanned the women and warned. When Big Sister is away, Qi Sanin is the most capable of holding down the fort. He. I'd like to see who dares to invite another assassin over. If he invites one, I'll kill one. If he invites a pair, I'll kill a pair. I'll be guarding Katsura's hospital room. Chi Si-yuan sat down on the sofa, his body filled with hostility. Chi Sanin couldn't say anything about her attitude. After all, an assassin had come to assassinate, and did deserve to be killed. The women stood guard in the ward until the early hours of the morning. Until 2 in the morning. Before they dispersed, leaving only Chi Si-yuan to watch over the ward. Chi Si-yuan is sleeping in a nursing bed. In the darkness, there was still anger burning on her face. As soon as tomorrow morning, the White family would be completely unable to sit still. She would like to see how the White family would come tomorrow and beg for her forgiveness. In the early morning hours, Chi Shire went to the Bai family. As usual. It's getting to be a pain in the ass. After what happened when Chi Shangtian was beaten up, it would be even more impossible for Chi Shire to get Chi Sha's help again. Seeing that the deadline given by the Martial Arts Bureau was coming up soon, she was really in a state of turmoil. Once the Wudao Bureau's program is activated, then fifth sister Chi Wuxian's crime will be finalized. Ding dong. A cell phone tweet came into view, but it made her face steeply pale. Heavyweight. Last night, a mysterious person put a bounty on the White family in the capital on the darknet. And the bounty is as high as $5 billion. Major crisis for the White family. Mystery man offers a reward. The White family is in danger. Recalling the attitude of fourth sister Chi Si-yuan last night, Chi Shire realized in an instant that she said why Chi Si-yuan was so strange last night. It turned out that he had posted a bounty on the darknet. Now, it was going to be the sky falling. Chi Sanin was ready to leave for the Eastern War Zone. And at 4 o'clock last night, her men in the war zone sent a message that they might have found a solution to the rejection. But it was as she was about to move that she saw a tweet on her phone that instantly, her face was incredibly somber and it's not even a thought. It must be the fourth sister's doing. She immediately rushed to the hospital ward. Questioned the fourth sister Chi Si-yuan. And Chi Si-yuan is simply a dead pig, is not afraid of boiling water hot look. Dead not to admit. The third sister. What makes you suspect that I did this? The family has been in quite a storm lately. There's no way I would do something like this to discredit the family. Or even cause trouble for the family. Chi Si-yuan spread his 2 hands and said. As long as she was dead set on not admitting it. Then even if third sister was as certain as she was that it was her, there was absolutely no way that she could have leaked the information or even pointed the finger at her. Because third sister is going to have the greater good of the Chi family at heart. Remove the bounty at once. Chi Sanin growled at her. These sisters, they just keep getting more and more outrageous. If this matter was caught in the act, then the Chi family would immediately be stripped of their qualifications as a Zhengue clan. And at the same time, the person in question would also be put on trial. Third sister. What's gotten into you? I didn't make this. How do you expect me to undo it? Chi Xinyuan confronted her. I'll ask again. Are you withdrawing or not? Chi Sanin was already on the verge of rage. I didn't do it. Can't withdraw. Chi Si-yuan stubbornly said. Snap. Disappointed to the point of despair, Chi Sanin landed a heavy slap on her face. The fresh blood, slowly sliding down the corners of her mouth, caused her eyes to be clouded with a few points of viciousness. Third sister. Are you sure you want to force something that has nothing to do with me? Onto my head? Chi Sanin grabbed her by the throat and threatened. Old 4. If I find evidence of this matter, I will personally send you in. Chi Si-yuan said indifferently. Fine. Then I'll wait for you. Chi Sanin. To come to the great justice. Chi Sanin turned to leave. with a monstrous fury that. However, Chi Si-yuan applauded behind her and sneered. Third sister. You must find the evidence earlier. I'll be waiting for you to arrest me in the capital. Chi Sanin stopped talking to her. Before you leave. She contacted her eldest sister, who was in confinement, by phone through the family maid. Chi Yu's cell phone and communication devices had all been seized, and the family estate that was originally managed by her had been handed over to someone else. Soon, Chi Yu answered the phone. Third sister. It's me. Chi Sanin got into the military vehicle and stared. Big sister. I need the help of your connections in the capital. Fourth sister is offering a bounty on the lives of the Bai family on the dark net. And she's offered a sky-high price of $5 billion. I need to get this thing pressed as soon as possible. Although Chi Sanin could use her war god identity to issue a notice that no one should pick up the wanted list on the darknet, or else they would be making an enemy of her. But once she made that announcement, she was here to stay. Instead, it would make people focus their attention on the Chi family. What? Chi Si-yuan Shi actually spent $5 billion to offer a bounty to the Bai family? Chi Yu stood up violently and the eyes were cold as ice. Big sister. None of this matters for now. Finding a way to protect the Bai family from the effects of the wanted notice is the key. Chi Sanin drove with one hand. Anxiously. Good. I'll contact my contacts in the capital. I'll be in touch later. Chi Yu said. After hanging up the phone, Chi Sanin also urgently contacted his connections in the capital to save the day. Chi Shire immediately greeted Chi Sha and Bai Wan when she saw them walking out quickly. She knew what Chi Sha was here for and tensed. Chi Sha. Hold your horses. I just contacted third sister. And she said she's investigating the real culprit behind this incident. At the same time, she has mobilized big sister's connections and will definitely ensure the safety of you and the Bai family. Chi Sha roared. That's enough. I don't care which one of you actually did this. It's my fault. Okay? This is my blood bag. It should alleviate Qi Xingtian's problem. We'll go to the Martial Arts Bureau right now to issue a letter of understanding and release Qi Wuxian. Please. And please. You Qi family. 2. Leave me alone. Qi Shire reddened her eyes and tried to pull Qi Sha's hand, saying, Qi Sha. Don't be like this. This bounty. It really wasn't issued by us. Qi Sha was furious. Don't fucking force me to scold you. Other than your Qi family, who would offer a reward of $5 billion? Qi Shire wanted to say something else, but he was forcefully interrupted by Qi Sha. Cut the crap. Take the blood bag and go save your dear brother. I've seen enough of the Qi family's ugly face. With that said, Qi Sha turned around and left with Bai Wan. Was heading to the Martial Arts Bureau to issue a letter of understanding. Things had come to this point. Even if Bai Wan no longer wanted Qi Sha to hand over the blood bag, Qi Sha had to do it. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance that Qi Sha could not let the White family risk their lives for themselves either. Bai Wan treats him like this. The White family did this to him. It would be worth giving his life to guard. His hatred for the Qi family had reached its peak. And next, he would only have hatred for anyone in the Qi family. He wanted to continuously strengthen himself so that he could become an existence that could counteract the Qi family. And then make the Qi family pay the price because of all of this and more. Your mom's Qi Shire. Qi Si-yuan. Qi Lu-yao. Why don't you guys go die? Qi Fury roared as he crumbled. Qi Sha. Don't be angry. Don't get mad at people like that. No matter what happens, you've got me on your side. Bai Wan hurriedly comforted. Bai Wan. What do you think I did wrong? I'm so sorry I came into this world. Shi Sha choked. Don't say that. If you hadn't come to this world, how would I have been able to meet you? Bai Wan was worried for fear that Shi Sha would lose his will. Bai Wan. Shi Sha completely tensed up. Tears slipped down silently. It's fine. When your supreme bone grows, everything will be fine. Bai Wan gently hugged him, wrapping him in her own gentleness. Shi Fury, in this life and in the next, will not share the same fate as the Qi family. Shi Fury clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and hissed. Shi Sha. Let's stop by the Martial Arts Bureau and change our names. The Qi family's Qi is no longer good enough for you. Bai Wan softly said. Yes. With a trembling hand, Shi Sha gently hugged Bai Wan. At this moment, the teenager completely broke down and the heart in the chest contracted violently and the flames of anger, which formed the toothbed of the supreme bone, accelerated the regeneration of the supreme bone. By the time they came out of the Martial Arts Bureau, Qi Wuxian's letter of understanding had already been signed, and the materials for the name change had been formally submitted. As soon as the formalities are down, Ziza will then be completely removed from the name. In the future, he will have only one name. Read White. Thoughts of Thoughts. White Wan's White. Starting from this chapter, the male lead has officially changed his name on Nian Bai. Nian Bai. He. Bai Wan wanted to give Nian Bai a family name with words like Wu or Dragon, but he refused. Originally, he wanted to take Bai Wan's last character in form Nian Wan, but it was rejected by Bai Wan because it sounded too girlish. With his new name, Nin Bai equaled a newborn. Then he didn't want to take on any more last name. For the rest of his life, all he wants to do is live his life. Live more Bai Wan. Bai Wan hopes that the future Nian Bai will be a top hero, a man of the world. At the same time, it is important to love yourself deeply and to join hands with yourself for the rest of your life. The two of them were walking down the street, shoulder to shoulder. Bai Wan pulled him around and ate some delicious roadside snacks. The boys and girls are in a much better mood. Even if the Qi family remains unwilling to let them go next. But they don't care anymore. Come on. Just face it with your head held high. In hospitals, Shi Shire took the blood bag back, but was a bit disoriented and Shi Yu and Shi Sanin were still trying their best to deal with the bounty order, to seal off the huge impact that it had brought from the entire scope of the capital. Second sister. Why are you back? What's that in your hand? Ninth sister Qi Jiao greeted her, puzzled. This is the blood of the Qi Fury. Now we have a solution to rejection. Shi Shire let out a bitter laugh. But it was so powerless. Isn't that a good thing? Second sister. Then you should quickly channel the blood pack to Shang Tian. Shi Jiao said excitedly. Shi Shire shook her head, no longer having the strength to give Qi Shengtian a blood transfusion. She called the nurse and handed the blood packet over. Is this Qi Sha's blood? Send it to the lab first to see if there are any other problems. This scum has such a bad heart. Who's to say he didn't tamper with the blood packets? Qi Lu Ya was in a wheelchair, with Qi Si Yuan pushing her behind her. Yesterday they had some unpleasantness, mainly because of Qi Si Yuan's words, which made Qi Lu Yao upset. However, when she woke up this morning, Qi Lu Yao saw the push on her phone and was instantly happy, making her instantly understand the intent of those words from Qi Si Yuan yesterday. Yes, second sister. Get someone to send it for a lab test. Qi Si Yuan also nodded. Sisters. I, Qi Wuxian, am back. A shout of excitement came from the. It was Qi Wuxian. who had been locked up for close to 10 days, who came up to me with an excited face and, "Fifth sister is back?" Chi Luyao looked at her and couldn't help but smile and bloom as well. Back. Being locked up for so many days was driving me crazy. It's a good thing the White family went to sign the letter of understanding. Otherwise, when I come out, I'll make the White family sleep through the night. Chi Wuxian sneered. Old 5. You're back just in time. We've got Qisha's blood pack. Shang Tian has a solution. Qi Siyuan looked at her with a smile and said. Chi Wuxian was even more excited and said. That's double happiness. Then hurry up and start treating Shang Tian. Qi Siyuan said. There's no rush. Wait for the blood packet to test okay before injecting it. In 15 minutes. The lab results on the blood packets came back quickly. The blood packs are fine. It is also true that it is possible to resolve Qi Shengtian's rejection through analysis. A doctor took a blood pack and injected Qi Shengtian with blood replacement. And it was only a few hours of waiting before Qi Shengtian's rejection disappeared completely. Qi Shengtian felt the long-lost sense of relief in his body. And he couldn't wait to shout out freely. Shit! He finally doesn't have to suffer anymore. And along with the end of the rejection reaction, the 8 companion bones fused perfectly with Qi Shengtian, matching his innate 9 dragon's body, allowing him to go even further. Upon learning the news, Qi Guanshan immediately arrived with Zhao Milan. The results of Qi Shengtian's talent test came out. Grade, SS+. It has already surpassed the height of Nianbai when he was 13 years old. Ha ha! This is really one good thing after another. Brother! Congratulations! Qi Luyao would smile and said. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you all. If you guys hadn't helped me so much, I would have given up. Qi Shengtian shed tears of excitement and wiped the corners of his eyes. Shengtian, the Qi family will rely on you to pick up the slack in the future. The heights you will be able to reach in the future will definitely be beyond the reach of the entire capital. Qi Guanshan patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Dad! Don't worry. I swear I will not fail you. Qi Shengtian resounded. Today, Old 5 is acquitted of all charges. Shengtian is free from the rejection reaction and has been promoted to a SS+ grade talent. So it's really a triple happiness. Spread the word. I'm going to have a big party. Invite all of our Qi family members and friends. Qi Guanshan laughed brightly. Dad! You can just celebrate for your 5th sister. As for me, there is no need to be so extravagant. Qi Shengtian was very understanding. All along, he'd held it well, keeping most things under his control. Shengtian, what are you talking about? It's not called wastefulness when Dad celebrates you. And a mere bit of banquet money is just a drop in the bucket for my Qi family. Qi Guanshan waved his hand. Brother, Dad's happy today. So just do what he wants. Qi Siyuan laughed. Then. Well. Thanks, Dad. Qi Shengtian nodded his head obediently and said. Go. We're out of the hospital. Qi Guanshan laughed brightly and put his arm around Qi Shengtian's shoulders, leading him away. But Qi Shire looked behind them, watching them talk and laugh, but suddenly felt a little out of place. The news that Qi Shengtian had been discharged from the hospital reached Qi Sanin. After learning what happened, Qi Sanin couldn't help but hold her forehead and let out a long sigh. Eventually. Still. It's come to this. The 4th sister Qi Siyuan's bounty order has completely pushed the Qi Fury to the brink. And also pushed him to the opposite side of the Qi family. It would be fine if the Qi Fury could not grow up. But if it did, it would become the biggest obstacle in the Qi family's path. SS+ level talent? If not for the 5-year delay of the Qi family, the Qi Fury would have been able to do the same. That evening. It's the same 7-star hotel. Qi Guanshan made a big deal for Qi Shangtian, proudly announcing Qi Shangtian's talent to the crowd. Although there were quite a few who felt that the Qi family did not do things properly, Qi Shangtian's talent was enough to erase everything. No matter how disgusting the Qi family was, they had to brag about it. Because Qi Shangtian represented the future of the Qi family. Big sister Qi Yu couldn't come because of her tight schedule. Second sister Qi Shire is not feeling well. She's resting at home. The third sister, Qi Sanin, arrived at the scene and forced Qi Siyuan to withdraw the bounty order. And it wasn't long before the wanted notice on the darknet was so eerily retired. Bye. Qi Shangtian has been promoted to SS Plus talent. Bai Wan walked into the forbidden area and looked at Nian Bai, who was immersed in the medicinal liquid, and said, "Oh. Well. Congratulations to him." Nimble snorted. "Let's test the talent too. You drop a drop of blood on this instrument." "Aha. You? Not bad. It's only been less than 20 days. And you've been promoted from an F-rank talent to a D-rank talent," Bai Wan said excitedly. "It's still a bit too bad. My previous cultivation efficiency was nearly 100 times what it is now." Nian Bai shook his head. "But you can grow infinitely." Bai Wan smiled cheekily and said, "Wan, I think I might be able to break through the C-rank talent tonight." "Really? That's great. I'll stay with you all night tonight. Wan, when we graduate from college, we'll get married. Don't worry. I'm already your fiancé. I can't run away. When we graduate from college, we'll get married. You're so cute. I suddenly want to kiss you. What should I do?" He. "I'll let you kiss if you break your C-rank talent tonight. I'll have to work on that then." In the Forbidden Land, there was a burst of laughter and the journey that belongs to them is about to set sail. Lu Pingping came to wait at the Bai family's house after class, ready to come and see how Nian Bai was doing so that she could determine whether or not to let Nian Bai participate in the mock exam 3 days later. Because Nian Bai and Bai Wan were in the Forbidden Land and couldn't come out for a while, the Bai family servants served him tea. Bai Donghua finished his business and came to the parlor to entertain Lu Pingping. For Lu Pingping, Bai Donghua is in awe of his understanding of Lu Pingping originally is to tend to influence the villain only. Although it is the principle of the 15th. But the 15th would have been general. So even though many people respected Lu Pingping, Bai Donghua never took him seriously. However, his attitude refreshed Bai Donghua's perception that a man like him is actually willing to offend the Qi family for Nian Bai. And even with that tough stance, totally right up against the Qi family. Enough to see that he is not as simple as he seems. Principal Lu. Nian Bai brought Bai Wan over and smiled at him, saying, "Lu Pingping is also considered Nian Bai's benefactor." Back then, although Nian Bai was tricked into going to the 15th grade with bad qualifications and conditions, but these years never treated Nian Bai any less, and even stood up to support Nian Bai. "Yo! Marshal General 4th grade now?" "Yes." Lu Pingping put down her teacup and smiled joyfully, saying, "Just a moment ago, my talent returned to the C-rank level and my strength broke through at the same time." Nian Bai respectfully explained. "Lu Pingping deserves his attitude." Well. Good thing." Lu Pingping became more agitated and said, Hey. This is interesting. If Nian Bai can get back to the top of his game, the 15th grade will take off. At that time Lu Pingping will be discerning eye ability, either to lead the 15th high school to become a top high school, or into the Ministry of Education. C-rank talent. Though average and only downstream level in the 15. But it's on Nian Bai's body. The nature is very different. Chi Sha. Oh no. Nian Bai. The first mock exam is coming up in 3 days. Do you want to take it? Lu Pingping's smile dispersed and asked seriously. Because this is a serious matter. In the college entrance exams, there are times when geniuses misbehave. So the Ministry of Education counts the scores of mock exams as well. There are 2 options available to students in the form of: first, ignoring the scores of all mock exams and using the GCSE scores as the final score. Second, based on 15% plus 15% plus 15% of the 3 mock exam scores, superimposed on 55% of the entrance exam scores, as the final overall score. Students can choose the calculation that is most favorable to them once the scores are available. Principal Lu. I'd like to attend to it first. My scores on this mock exam shouldn't be very good. I won't be able to rank anywhere in the city. But I'm sure I'll definitely hit the ground running when I take the college entrance exam. Nian Bai said confidently. His confidence? Given to him by Bai Wan. If Bai Wan trusted him so much and helped him so much, he had to show enough attitude not to let Bai Wan down. Good. Try it. Then, 3 days later, you come to the West Gate to meet up. Our 15th grade exams leave from the West Gate. Remember, regardless of your test scores, be sure to protect yourself. And only show your fangs when you've really grown up. Lu Pingping earnestly urged. I understand. Nian Bai nodded heavily. Nian Bai. This is a B-grade Longquan blade. It's what our 15th grade invested in you. I hope that when you grow up, you don't forget your beginnings. Don't forget our 15th grade. Lu Pingping changed to a smiling face and said, Principal Lu, I bear in mind the goodness you and all the teachers have shown me. I will work hard and make sure to live up to your expectations. Nian Bai stepped forward and received the dragon spring sword with both hands. Although this was nothing more than a very ordinary weapon to the Bai and Qi families, it was enough to touch Nian Bai because it was full of care. Principal Lu has given a gift. So we're certainly not shy about it. Bai. This is a necklace left behind by our Bai family's old ancestor. When it's a matter of life and death, you can save your life by breaking it. Bai Wan took off the necklace from her white neck. Hand it to Nian Bai. Nian Bai quickly waved his hand and refused. No way, Awan. I can't accept such an expensive gift. Bai Wan smiled sweetly and said, just think of it as a token of love so that you won't be pressured. Bai Donghua took out a scroll from his nascent sack and handed it to Nian Bai. Smiling. Bai. This is given to you by your eldest uncle. Tearing this scroll open at critical times will allow Xuanqing to travel 1,000 meters away. Which can help you. Lu Pingping sent weapons. So it was not good for Bai Donghua and Bai Wan to send weapons. With Nian Bai's current strength and talent, a B-ranked weapon would actually be enough. If you use too good a weapon, it's not guaranteed that someone will kill and take the treasure. Thank you, Uncle. Nian Bai nodded gratefully and took it with both hands. Although he didn't want to accept these valuable gifts, this was the Bai family's kindness to him, and he couldn't live up to it. Nian Bai. As long as you can hit it out of the park in the college entrance exams, I'll go talk to you about college. Even if you only got a mid-range score, I can find a way to get you into a top university. 2. Lu Pingping assured. As long as he informed Wulong of Nian Bai's special situation, it was a matter of words. Thank you, Principal. Nian Bai heavily bowed deeply towards Lu Pingping. No need to be so polite. The future of our 15th grade school is bound to you. Lu Pingping helped him up and laughed. 15th middle school was hardly able to get talented geniuses because of its resources and faculty strength. And the only one, Nian Bai, was still the one he spent a lot of effort to trick. Now that Nian Bai had rekindled hope, He was naturally happier than anyone else. By the way, Baiwan, which exam center are you from? Lu Pingping turned her head and asked. Baiwan hadn't been to school for more than a decade. But her school registration was affiliated with the third middle school in the capital. And it just so happened that Lu Pingping and the principal of the third middle school didn't deal with each other. So she didn't inquire. We're the North Gate, Baiwan explained. The test center from the North Gate is more treacherous. But there are relatively safe areas. So watch yourself, Lu Pingping reminded. The examination halls from the North Gate are for the major geniuses of the capital. Bifang Baiwan's 9th grade strength as a martial arts general is considered to be very powerful. The main focus of many geniuses before their senior year is to keep letting their talent grow. With S-rank talent as a watershed. S-rank and above. One should never break through the emerald strength before the age of 18. Or the subsequent avenues of ascent are very limited. Let's say Pack 1. Let's say that once upon a time. Nimbai. As for A-level and below, they will enhance their talent if they have the ability to do so. And if they don't have the ability to do so, they will enhance their strength to cope with the entrance exams. There are a lot of S-rank talents in the capital city. Many ancient sacred bones. Once fused. It's an S-class talent. After raising multiple companion bones, you can also impact SS-rank talents that. Nianbai didn't have these limitations when he started harboring the Supreme Bone. He could raise his strength and talent together. This was the most terrifying. Big sister. Shi Shai, he changed his name to Nianbai. Shi Sanin went to see her big sister to break the news. Last name? Surname White. Or something else? Shi Yu lowered her eyes without any essence. No last name. Shi Sanin shook his head. He. It seems like he's completely hating our Qi family. He doesn't even want to use the family name anymore. But that's fine. It's his freedom. And I support him in doing it. Shi Yu sighed and smiled bitterly. How hard it was on her heart. Only she knew. Big sister. I'm leaving for the extraterrestrial battlefield tomorrow. What's your next plan? Do you want to reconcile with the family? Or do you want to keep locking yourself away? Shi Sanin asked seriously. I don't know. Shi Yu shook her head. Life goes on. Big sister. The matter of Nenbom has been drawn to a close. Let go. Shi Sanin said helplessly. Nianbai's matter was already difficult to resolve. And now that Qi Shengtian had achieved a SS plus level talent, then the Qi family would be even more centered on Qi Shengtian. Third sister. Let me just ask you one question. Do you think that both the Supreme Bone and the Companion Bone were done intentionally by Qi Shengtian? Shi Yu raised her eyes and asked. She needed to get a definite answer from Qi Sanin because it represented the position. It doesn't matter anymore. Shi Sanin shook his head and couldn't help but fumble for another cigarette. Normally, she doesn't smoke much. But these days it's all about the cigarettes. Answer me. Shi Yu said forcefully. From the perspective of the Qi family's bigger picture, this incident cannot be something Qi Shengtian intended. Nor could it be him. Shi Sanin gave a clear answer. But it's so cruel. Because Qi Shengtian's talent outweighs everything. I want to get out of the Qi family. Shi Yu despaired. Don't do that. If you leave the Qi family, where will you go? Shi Sanin blocked. Foreign. Extraterritorial. Anywhere. Shi Yu's smile grew bitter as she said. Big sister. Be good and promise me. Is that okay? Nimble is beyond redemption. We do him the greatest honor by not bothering him. Shi Sanin persuaded earnestly. Nianbai is gone. Shi Sanin didn't want her to leave with her. Shi Yu raised her hand. signaling Chi Sanin that she could go out. Chi Sanin sighed heavily and could only inform her second sister of her elder sister's situation, asking her to keep an eye on her elder sister at home so that she wouldn't do anything stupid. Chi Sanin knew that he had sinned terribly, and that he was terribly wrong. But the only way for her to atone for her sins was to travel to the battlefield and kill the foreign beasts. Ka chow. The door to the room is closed. Chi Yu suddenly hid her face and cried so feebly that suddenly she realized that everyone in the family was so strange and Ming Ming's gentle second sister operated on Qi Shengtian, transplanting the last piece of companion bone into Qi Xingtian's body. The third sister, who is clearly so right and wrong, chooses to tolerate Qi Shengtian even after realizing that he has problems, and allows him to become the future of the Qi family. Even they're already doing that. The other sisters, then, are even less dependable. Mother talks about worrying about Nian Bai. He said he'd get Nian Bai back. But not once did she go to see Nian Bai, much less stand in her mother's shoes and confess to him. Father said that these 5 years of shame Nian Bai. Unfair treatment. But in the family when things go wrong. But instead of blaming Nian Bai for all the sins, this Qi family, maybe it's long gone. Recalling all the things about herself and her family, Qi Yu was immediately a wave of nausea surging to her heart, and actually even spit out the bile. The next day, the White House. Bai Wan was on a crutch, which was used to hide his face from the public. Meanwhile, here's her weapon for the practice exams. She carefully straightened Nian Bai's collar and, smiling, he said, Bai. The next exam can last for 3 days. So you have to call me every night, or I'll miss you. Communication devices are permitted for both mock exams and advanced placement exams. Candidates carry bracelets that monitor their every move during the night. However, candidates can choose to rest or continue to fight. If a break is needed, the candidate can turn off the bracelet. Then the examination center's monitoring of the candidate is eliminated, leaving only vital signs and positioning. And no hitting on pretty girls. No talking to them. When Bai Wan talked about it, she suddenly had a small mouth and milky ferocity. Okay. Got it. Nian Bai favored her and scratched her nose in amusement. If you let me find the odor of another girl on your body, you know the consequences. Bai Wan gently pinched Nian Bai's waist and threatened. I haven't even fucked yet and you're pinching me? Isn't that a little unfair? Nian Bai couldn't help but laugh. Reasoning with a girl. Are you a fool? You have to coax me when I dream that you're making love to other girls. Bai Wan rationalized. Ha ha. You're being unreasonable then. Aren't you? Nian Bai laughed. It's a girl's right to be unreasonable. Who made you not a girl? Bai Wan hummed and said. Wan. Bai. It's almost time. Time to go. Bai Donghua stood at the gate and urged. Coming. The two men stepped out quickly and headed for the car. Go for the test. Bai Donghua waved his hand at the two men and said. Uncle. We're off then. Nian Bai nodded at him and said. Go on. I'll wait for your triumphant return at home. Bai Donghua laughed lightly. Afterwards, Nian Bai and Bai Wan got into 2 separate cars and went in different directions, watching the streets continuously recede, looking at the capital's skyscrapers, and even more so, looking at the crowds of people on both sides of the streets. Bai Wan's mood was obviously very good. Through her spiritual power, Bai Wan could sense everything within a range of 300 meters. If her body hadn't been unable to withstand the full force of the old ancestor's spirit. Otherwise, at the drop of a hat, then you can peek into the entire capital. In order to buy more time for Nian Bai, she would give the entire city a good look this time. Let them understand the true power of the heavenly Yin bone. The White family's rise to power was already unstoppable. The chauffeur drove Nim Bai to the West Gate. At the West Gate, there's a huge crowd. Students, teachers, and school leaders from more than a dozen high schools gathered here too. There is also a Ministry of Education examination team, as well as the many emerald and patriarchal powerhouses that are here. In order to avoid the death of a candidate, nurse examiners are allowed to attend during the examination. And the rates of these powerful men range from $10 to $2 million. More notoriously powerful people were gathered over at the North Gate. And their charges were even more terrifying. Some of them could even reach the 10 million level. Chi Fury, a lanky teenager, saw him and excitedly rushed from the area of the 18th grade. Opened his arms and gave him a bear hug. That Mango, long time no see. Nian Bai smiled at him and said, Zhou Mang, as one of Nian Bai's playmates in the orphanage, had grown up with Nian Bai. And he was the one who had made a move towards Chi Yu when she had traveled to the sacred martial orphanage. Mangzi, I've changed my name. Call me Nian Bai from now on. Nian Bai let go of him and said, It's good to change your name. It's good to change your name. You should have taken off the name Chi Fury a long time ago. Zhou Mang was happy for him and said, No matter what the family name, as long as it is paired with Fury as the first name, it will make people feel awkward. But it is decided by others. By the way, Mango, how's Dean's grandmother's health? Nian Bai asked as he found a place to sit on the edge. The exams are shifted starting at 8 a.m. There's still half an hour to go. A bus parked on the side was the vehicle that transported them to the real test center. Dean's in pretty good health. Just misses you more. Whenever you're free, go back and visit. Zhou Mang explained. Let's wait until the entrance exams are over then. I'm going back to live for a while after my senior year. Nian Bai said. Went back. Surely not in a hurry to leave. He's got a lot of people to meet. There's a lot of people who want to see him. too. Why does it have to be the end of high school? Not lately? Zhou Mang asked. Mostly because I have to get busy with my strength. Nian Bai said with a smile. The Qi family returned the companion bone to you? Zhou Mang said in shock. No. Nian Bai said with a show of hands. Then how do you raise your strength? Zhou Mang queried. Along with the loss of all of Nian Bai's companion bones, his talent was also nullified. His body was riddled with holes and it wasn't even easy to stay alive, let alone improve. I have my ways. I'll tell you later. Nian Bai smiled and didn't explain much. He doesn't trust Zhou Mang. Rather, the specifics about him were not even clear to his eldest uncle. Bai Donghua. Zhou Mang nodded his head and didn't go deeper into the matter. Because there are many secrets of a martial artist that cannot be asked. Nian Bai. How sure are you about this exam? I've heard that Qi Shengtian, the Qi family one, has been upgraded to SS plus level talent and is in the same exam center as us. Zhou Mang said while turning his head to look at a young girl who looked over not far away. His bronze-colored face couldn't help but redden a few points. Teenagers have their fantasies and flutters. It's just that he's a little misunderstood. Because the young girl who seemed to be looking at him was not looking at him, but was looking at Nian Bai. And there was not a small gap between the two in terms of their handsome appearance. Why is he at Westgate? Nian Bai couldn't help but frown. I don't know. Zhou Mang shrugged and said. Even if Qi Shengtian hadn't fused the last companion bone, he should have taken the exam at the North Gate, rather than coming to the West Gate and deliberately lowering his difficulty. The decrease in difficulty means at the same time a decrease in the number of points that can be gained over, which is unacceptable for those geniuses. Nianbai also felt that there was something weird revealed in this matter. Bai Wan suspected that the Qi family would tamper with this exam. Regardless of whether or not it was actually tampered with, Nianbai will keep his eyes peeled. Look! People are coming. Zhou Meng pointed in the direction of the crowd of people surrounding him not far away and gritted his teeth as he cursed. Damn it! Qi Shengtian is clearly a bandit. Taking away everything from you and actually enjoying the bragging rights of the crowd. There's really no justice. Nianbai let out a helpless, bitter laugh. It's not their fault. With Qi Shengtian's talent and status, if they could get on good terms with him, it would be enough to change the fate of many ordinary people. I'd do the same thing if I were them. A single word, a single thought from Qi Shengtian can even change some people's admission to university. As long as they could get Qi Shengtian's help, it would be the biggest turnaround in their lives. And this was the added value that came with the status of power. Bunch of lapdogs. Zhou Meng cursed fiercely, but was powerless to change anything. Okay. Stop it. I see they're selling kielbasa on the side. Would you like one? Nianbai asked as he stood up. More chili. Had ha. Zhou Meng smiled at his and said. Nianbai also smiled and turned towards the roasted sausage stall. Sizzling sausages. $30 a skewer. A young girl was hawking her wares in front of a booth that. The price of 30 yuan for a string is actually considered cheap when placed here at the gathering point of the examination center. After all, prices are not as high now as they were before the descent of the Fei. Hello? I'll have 2 skewers of grilled sausage. One bursting with spice and one slightly spicy. Nianbai took out $100 bill and said. Okay. Just a moment. Please. The young girl was about 11 or 12 years old, with a youthful vigor on her face, and a smile that blossomed, making people feel comfortable. And being a martial artist was very costly. A B-rank weapon cost millions. An A-rank weapon broke $10 million. And the price of potions, although quite a bit cheaper, was also sky high. That's also why many martial arts students who are attending school go out on part-time jobs to supplement their expenses. Hello? You're 2 skewers. This skewer is bursting with spice and this one is mildly spicy. The young girl put it in a paper bag and handed it to Nianbai. Thanks. Nianbai took the hot skewer and the aroma and flavor is appetizing just by smelling it. Brother, cheer up on your exams. The young girl made a cheering gesture at him. And with a sunny smile, she said, Yes. Nianbai nodded heavily and these 5 years in the Qi family had made him cherish his feelings to the extreme. And even just a word of concern from a stranger was enough to move him. Because even a simple word of concern was more than he could hope for in the past 5 years. That's when there's some commotion in the crowd. It was Qi Shengtian who came towards Nianbai surrounded by the crowd. Big brother. Qi Shengtian smiles brightly. Toward Nianbai raised his right hand in the air and waved it. Nianbai treated it as if he didn't see it. Didn't care. And walked straight towards Zhou Meng. Big brother. Wait for me. Qi Shengtian was going to run towards Nianbai with quick steps. Qi Wuxuan, as his test escort, pulled him back and said unhappily, Shengtian, what are you doing going after him? Don't forget what he did to you. Qi Shengtian shook his head and said, Sister, I'm just going to say a few words to big brother. It'll be fine. It's really hard on my heart when my big sister is confined and spends all day in tears. I want to tell my brother about this. Let him know what big sister is going through. Let him go and see his big sister. Qi Wuxian, although still gloomy, nevertheless acquiesced and loosened her hand. The situation of her elder sister made them sisters really heartbroken. Even though they cursed her madness on their mouths, they still remembered it in their hearts. If Nianbai's visit to see her big sister could make her better, then she was willing to hold back her anger towards Nianbai. But she didn't know that Qi Shengtian went over there this time simply to pick a fight with. He had just left a few minutes ago to contact the Slayer. He's going to let Nianbai die in the exam room. As long as Nianbai died, he would be able to contact the Bai family and snatch Bai Wan's marriage contract. After all, the Heavenly Yin Bone and the Supreme Bone were the perfect match. Nianbai handed the roasted sausage in a paper bag to Zhou Mang, who was already out of the mood as he watched Qi Shengtian approach over. His face even clouded with anger. Big brother. Qi Shengtian walked over and greeted him. It looked like those people around him weren't brought here by him on purpose. But that was the effect he wanted. Inadvertently, he made Nianbai fall into a moral puddle. What are you doing here? Zhou Mang stood up and questioned. Big brother. Come home. Big sister has been in a bad state after being confined by her father. And she washes her face in tears every day. Just wanting to see you. Qi Shengtian brewed his emotions and choked. In these 5 years, every time he set up a trap for Nianbai, there was not a single time that Nianbai did not jump into it. On intelligence. On schemes. Nianbai is nowhere near as good as him. But he didn't know that it wasn't that Nianbai was unaware of his schemes, but that she had been putting up with him for the sake of her family and her sisters. Young Qi, please leave. We don't welcome you. Zhou Mang pointed to his side and suppressed his anger. Big brother. I beg you. Just go back. Not only big sister. Even mom's health has been poor lately. It must be caused by missing you. They really want you to go back. Qi Shengtian's voice became even more choked. Eyes red. As for Zhou Mang's display of an angry attitude, it was just the right thing to contrast with his attitude, making everyone feel that Zhou Mang and Nianbai were aggressive. Nianbai was going to die soon, and there would be no more opportunities to tease Nianbai in the future. So of course he had to make the most of it. Can't you understand what I'm saying? I said you're not welcome. Zhou Mang shouted angrily. Mango. Don't talk to him so much. Eat something and get ready. We're getting on the bus later. Nimble blocked. Of course he knew what Qi Shengtian was thinking. Even though he had no relationship with the Qi family and didn't care about the Qi family anymore, he wouldn't acquiesce to Qi Shengtian trampling on himself. But with a guy like that here, let me still eat? Just looking at him makes me full of gas. Zhou Mang was very angry. I'm not even mad. What are you mad about? Nianbai shook his head. He had already used up his anger towards the Qi family, and wasting even one more ounce of emotion on Qi Shengtian felt like a waste of time. Big brother. This is all our fault. It's all my fault. Please just follow me back to the family. The family can't really do without you. Qi Shengtian pleaded. His attitude. So that those candidates beside him cannot look at it. Nianbai, even if no matter what, should also give a response. Right? What's the point of being so quiet? Seems like it's time to gather. Mango. I'm going to the meeting point in the 15th grade. Nianbai stood up and said. Good. Then wait until we get to the periphery of the examination center and we'll team up. Zhou Mang nodded. He knew Nianbai wanted to take the opportunity to leave. Just in time. He didn't want Nianbai to suffer here either. Aha. Wait, let's team up. Phone call. Nimble agreed. Wait to the periphery of the examination room. A large number of people. Just rely on the naked eye to find not so easy. Telephone communication is the best way to find. Big brother. Qi Shengtian stretched out his hand, trying to stop Nianbai. Nianbai's right hand retracted, immediately dodging his grasping hand, his body circling away from him at the same time. Big brother. Do you have to be like this? Do you have to be so desperate? Qi Shangtian roared unwillingly. It was as if emotions had been suppressed for a long time and erupted in a way that was so heartbreaking. Qi Wuxian had been watching from a short distance away. And when she saw Qi Shangtian almost on the verge of tears, her heart tightened and she immediately rushed over with quick steps wrapped in anger. Big sis really wants you to go back and see him. I beg you. Go back. Qi Shangtian stiffly squeezed out 2 tears and, even though Nianbai hadn't said half a word to him, Nianbai had fallen into a moral puddle. Can I trouble you to take out my trash? Nianbai has a grilled sausage in his mouth, shoving the paper bag at him with his backhand. Qi Shangtian didn't react for a moment. Rubbish. Nianbai pointed to the bag in his hand and said. At this moment, Qi Shangtian reacted. Nianbai was clearly borrowing an object as a metaphor to ironize that he was a piece of trash. How dare this guy? Ziza. What are you doing? Qi Wuxian came over in a rage. Nimble walked past her and, in passing, I took a picture with my cell phone and sent it to Baiwan, attaching the text. The grilled sausage is delicious. Too bad you can't eat it. Baiwan replied back almost in seconds with an angry expression of a kitten with its arms crossed. One look isn't enough to express how pissed off she is. Immediately after that, she sent an emoji of a kitten scratching the wall, which really made Nianbai laugh and, Ziza. I'm talking to you. Qi Wuxian increased the volume of her voice by a few points. I can't wait to slap you in the face. No manners. MS. Qi? Are you calling me? Nianbai turned back in mock confusion, holding a grilled sausage in his mouth. Innocently. Crap. Who else would I call? Qi Wuxian said angrily. Oh. I'm sorry. My name is Nianbai. I don't know any Qi Sha you're talking about. Nianbai shook his head. Naively. Qi Shangtian can use this kind of ruse to play them around. Then Nianbai can use this kind of ruse to disgust her. What do you mean? You don't even recognize your ancestors? Qi Wuxian said in a fiery voice. Ancestor? Who? My name is Nianbai. Just an orphan. Nianbai still made a disbelief. His tone was flat. But he could be angry. Qi Sha. You've almost had enough. You're only making me sick when you do that. Qi Wuxian said grimly. I'm sorry then. It's probably because I don't look on your aesthetic. And I apologize for making you uncomfortable early in the morning. Nianbai slightly arched his hand and apologized seriously. Spinning around, he turned again to leave. Stop right there. Where are you going without saying anything? Qi Wuxian can't stand it any longer. Rushed up and grabbed him. MS. Qi? Didn't I make you sick? Then why are you still stopping me? Is it because you want me to continue to disgust you? The corner of Nianbai's mouth curled up in a smile. The more maddening it becomes, the more. If the irascible Qi Siyuan were here, I'm afraid he would have already made a move. You. Qi Wuxian was stuck in Nianbai's trap. The words in her throat could not go up and down. Disgusting is what she said. The apology was made by Nianbai of his own accord. If she continued to keep Nianbai behind, it would be the same as slapping herself in front of everyone. The exaltation of being the fifth miss of the Qi family was gone. MS. Qi? Is everything okay? Can I go now? Nianbai asked with a smile. Get out. Qi Wuxian shouted grimly and violently. Unable to endure a little. Since Miss Qi hates me so much, I will definitely go around you guys next time. And please, Miss Qi, don't ever come over to find trouble with me just because you don't see eye to eye. I'm just a powerless orphan who can't afford your pressure. Back to normal starting today. Begging for free swag. Woohoo! Nimble puts himself in a very low position. In a way that would be just the right slap in the face for these upstarts. If you, as a higher power, are in general concerned with orphans, then where should you put your face? Anger flashed in Shi Xingtian's eyes. The last time he embarrassed Nimble, he got Nimble riding on his neck instead? Forget it. That's all. Nianbai is dying anyway. Shang Tian, don't talk too much nonsense with that kind of scum. Go. I'll walk you to the perimeter of the exam room. Shi Wuxian coldly turned around and pulled Shang Tian away. Students can travel to the examination centers either by being transferred by the Ministry of Education's vehicles or by themselves. Although traveling on their own can make things confusing to account for, so it is not recommended. Shi Xingtian was originally from the North Gates Examination Center. And when he came here, he was already disconnected from the school's candidates. So he also needed to go there on his own. Moreover, Shi Wuxian, who was the fifth young miss of the Qi family, did not care to let her brother squeeze into the same bus as the other candidates. 15th grade students, gather here. 15 minutes until boarding. The teachers at the Ministry of Education have some things to explain. Principal Lu Pingping took the megaphone and called out loudly. Whoa! Thousands of students gathered by class. Nianbai's talent had been declining over the years, but he was still in the ranks of the senior A class. And that was because Lu Pingping had forcefully bailed him out. Students, let's welcome the teachers from the Ministry of Education to the stage. Lu Pingping said. Snap. There was a loud round of applause. Spinning around was a middle-aged woman in a suit pants, coiffed hair, and black-rimmed glasses walking onto the stage. She nodded at the students and pressed her hands downward, signaling for silence and, with the exit of her voice, for carrying the strength of the martial arts. Mid-air. Students, welcome to your first mock exam of your senior year. And thank you so much for embarking on this path to become the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. The form of the extraterrestrial battlefield is becoming more and more urgent. It is possible that you will set foot on the extraterritorial battlefield during your time at the university, and work with the Dragon Kingdom War Department to exterminate the foreign beasts. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I would like to thank you for the contributions you will make to the country in the future. The woman said, bowing deeply toward the 1,000 people on the stage. She had a serious face and absolute position on behalf of the state. The students were likewise all serious-faced and they want to be strong. Not just to make things better for myself. For my family. More people are trying to protect their families and their country. To completely annihilate the alien beasts that have existed for 300 years for the Dragon Kingdom and restore peace to the world. Now, I'm going to announce the rules for the rest of the exam. First, all of you will have bracelets. Wait until you reach the perimeter of the exam room and distribute them. They will calculate your test scores in real time. If you are in danger, please call for help immediately through your bracelet. The invigilator who is in your neighborhood will come to you immediately. Second, all candidates who have hired an escort. Remember, it is best not to let the escort go out on a limb for you. Once you strike, even if it's out of protection, that's where the test scores end. Third, the exam lasts for 3 days. Please stock up on plenty of food and water in your nascent sack. It's very dangerous to spend the night in the wilderness. If you are not absolutely sure, you must not build a fire. Fourth, it is not safe to rest anywhere at night. You must always be alert to your surroundings. The middle-aged woman spoke slowly, repeating and emphasizing each line uttered. And these rules, which have been stated countless times by teachers at school, even if you don't have to listen to it again, people will memorize it. Last article. Teams of up to 5 people are allowed during the exam. The points gained by the team can only be divided by equalization. So teaming up must be done carefully. Forming a team will not necessarily improve your performance. The middle-aged woman continued. Nien bai for the so-called how this time the examination. As long as the best effort can be. So he and Zhou team. And will not cause much impact. Everybody. Get in the car. The middle-aged woman gave an order. Lu Pingping, as well as various teachers from the 15th grade, led the crowd, walked towards the bus and boarded it. As Nien bai was about to get into the car, Lu Pingping pulled him back and earnestly admonished. Nien bai, after you start the exam, you must pay attention. Take as many tests as you can. And if you are in danger, exit the test center at the first opportunity. The 3 practice exams before the entrance exams are important to you. But not so important. You can just get high grades on the high school exams. Nien bai nodded seriously. Principal Lu. I know. I'll definitely do my best. But more to protect myself. Lu Pingping patted his shoulder and said. Get in the car. I'll be in the invigilation area with the teachers from the 15th middle school when the exam starts. If something happens, we'll be there first. Lu Pingping wasn't sure if the Qi family would do it. So they can only take precautions. The Qi family has already let Nien bai fall once. He wouldn't allow the same thing to happen a second time. Principal. I'm going. Nien bai parted from him and found a seat. And obviously it is just more than 20 days to see. But those former classmates have become a little strange. I wonder if it was the Qi family that kept these students away from him. However, it's okay. Anyway, for the rest of the day, he won't have any more contact with these classmates. Except for the exams. It's actually quite nice to be alone in peace and quiet. Rumble. A bus pulling out of town. The roads outside the city have been temporarily blocked. The long line formed by the caravan was extremely spectacular. Today alone, as many as 110,000 people are taking the test together. Bai Wan took pictures of the convoy and sent them to Nien bai. Get in the car. Get in the car. Stinky Bai. Who's sitting next to you? Is it a man or a woman? Nimble patted the empty seat beside him and sent a smiley face. Jealous ass. There's no one on my side. Bai Wan smiled and said. Wow. A VLP throne. Nien bai said in amusement, what about you? Pak Wan, I was sitting with a very pretty girl I'd never met before. And it was kind of awkward for the two of us to sit together and not say a word. Nien bai, the teacher arranged it? Or did you sit by yourself? Bai Wan, sitting by herself. I saw how pretty she was. So I sat next to her. Nimble, can you take a picture so I can see it? Bai Wan, nice try. Bai Wan, she seems to be asleep with her eyes closed. Wow. The way she sleeps with her eyes closed is really pretty. Just like a doll. Nien bai laughed. So is she pretty? Or are you? Bai Wan meowed her fists. Do you think she's pretty or I'm pretty? Nien bai laughed. I think it's her. Bai Wan sent a gnashing of teeth emoji. I think you're just begging for a beating. Be careful after the exam. I won't let you go to bed. Nien bai cried and laughed. Don't. Woman warrior, spare your life. That's when. Boom. A fully loaded bus in front of the car was rushed up by a huge bug drilled out of the ground. And the bloody mouth was trying to catch the car. Bai Wan's car was a few dozen meters behind that car. And with her mental perception range, she immediately noticed the accident the instant it happened. Crunch! The driver braked immediately. These drivers who drive these cars are ordinary people. As he watched the dozens of meters of huge monster drill out of the ground and still kill with such a terrifying gesture, he panicked in his heart to the extreme. The Ministry of Education has special people who patrol the routes of the exams every year, in case something happens to the. But even so, it was unavoidable. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. The accompanying teacher panicked. It's the infamous wire longworm. Evolved from the longworm, which can be very large or very small. A wire longworm that had reached the size shouldn't have appeared here, because judging from its size alone, it was at least a war god realm existence. Bang! Iwan put away her cell phone at the first opportunity and cracked the glass at her side. The young girl beside her, who was as pretty as a doll, instantly awakened. And a handful of this fan opened in her hand, only to be followed by a huge stream of air exploding inside the car. Just for a moment, all the glass in the car immediately shattered and, if everyone escapes through the car door, there's no time to lose, because they couldn't be sure that there would be any other longworms present under the ground. Run! The young girl took Baiwan's hand and immediately rushed out through the broken car window. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The bus in front, which had been swept up, was steadily caught by the mouth of the long wire worm. The sharp teeth like those of a shield machine kept gnawing on the carapace, making a chilling and terrifying sound. The accompanying teacher kills his way out of the car. But he's so desperate. He's no match for this monster. At all. He can't save these kids. Damn it. More teachers rushing toward the long bugs. In their hands were weapons of all kinds. Teachers from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and Ministry of Education. En masse. A number of other teachers fled the scene with their students, rushing away from the direction of the surrounding woods, unsafe on any level ground, with only a run up to the crest of the hill for shelter. The doll girl thought that Baiwan couldn't see, and without saying a word she picked up Baiwan and ran her body, like an agile cat, towards the mountains. A call came through on her headset. But just be connected. She then cursed. Grandpa! What are you guys up to? On the way out from the north gate, there are Battle God Realm Iron Thread Longworms that have already killed a carload of people. The person on the other end of the phone steeply tensed up. Yu Meng. What did you say? War God Realm Iron Wire Longworm? Xia Yemeng anxiously said. Yes. Luckily for your granddaughter. I'm lucky. Or else I'd have to explain myself here today. Hurry up the hill. Hurry. I'll bring the family experts immediately. The caller was in a hurry. The examination area arranged by the Ministry of Education has at most, only Emerald 5th grade exotic beasts. A War God Realm Fey beast. Not to mention during the exam period. Even in normal times. As soon as it was detected, it would immediately be hunted to death. To the right. Go right. Baiwan was held by her and had some difficulty moving. And immediately said. Because of Baiwan's spiritual perception. Already sensing danger underground. Ha! Xia Yemeng froze. The heart did not understand the arms of this blind girl. Led himself to the right for what? But she was too late to ask more questions. With a flash of his body, he immediately dashed to the right. Boom! An Emerald 7th grade long insect, drilling violently out of the ground with a bloody mouth, brushed past Xia Yuming's body. Baiwan broke free from Xia Yuming's arms, and the walking stick in her hand instantly lengthened, turning into a long spear that was inserted into the long insect, following it as it sped upward. This Emerald 7th grade long insect was no more than 20 meters. She yanked the bottom half of her lance out and it fissioned into a two-headed spike. 50 centimeters for the handheld portion of the weapon. The spikes are more than 10 centimeters at each end. After she stabilized herself, She leapt upward and plunged toward the first heart of the long insect. Legendary weapons? Xia Yameng was dumbfounded as she watched from below. The seemingly inconspicuous walking stick in Bai Wan's hand was completely unexpected. But it was actually a legendary grade weapon. That was a terrifying existence above the SSS level. Absolute will. Bai Wan gathered her spiritual power in one place and suppressed it towards the palm-sized cerebellum of the long insect. Mental energy is intangible. Is unobservable. Although Bai Wan was able to penetrate the cerebellum of the long worm in an instant. But if he did so, the long worm's body would struggle wildly under the control of the nerve endings, which would in turn create even more trouble. The only way to kill the long worm and the safest way was to mentally suppress its cerebellum so that its body would stop struggling. Boom! The longworm's consciousness was momentarily thrown into chaos. The body, which had rushed out of the ground for more than 10 meters, slammed heavily into the ground in a matter of moments, raising a large amount of dust. Ahem! Xia Yameng fanned the soot and accidentally choked on it while coughing violently. Die! Bai Wan merged the double-headed spikes in her hands into a long spear and pierced through the 3 hearts of the long insects as fast as she could, causing the long insect's blood to stop and die. From the time it appeared to the time Bai Wan killed it, it was only 5 breaths before and after. But it left Xia Yameng on the side looking dumbfounded. She had one little mouth wide open and eyes blearily looking towards Bai Wan, who jumped down from the corpse. She had thought that this blind student was not strong enough. After all, he could not see. But the results were a shock. They're not just strong. And it's ridiculously strong. Legendary weapon. Martial General 9th grade instantly kills the Emerald Fae. Whoa! So handsome. Class. Are you okay? Bai Wan came up to me head-on. With a shake of her right hand. The black blood on the tip of the lance was shaken out and turned clean again. And in a whirlwind, it turned from a lance to a walking stick again. It's okay, it's okay. Hello, sister. My name is Xia Yameng. Can I team up with you? Xia Yameng excitedly stretched out her hand and said excitedly. She's met a lot of geniuses. However, he had never seen a genius of Bai Wan's level. My name is Bai Wan. We'd better run. Bai Wan changed the topic very smoothly. She won't team up with anyone else. Because anyone who teams up with her is dragging her down. Except for Nian Bai. Of course. Sister. Can you see? Xia Yameng said suspiciously. I'm translucent with this blindfold. Bai Wan casually explained a sentence. Pulling on Xia Yameng's soft little hand, he quickly rushed towards the direction of the mountains. Sister. Your surname is Bai. And you're holding a legendary grade weapon. Are you a descendant of the Bai family from 300 years ago? Xia Yameng followed behind. Curious. Yes. What about you? Bai Wan responded while alerting her surroundings. I'm the youngest granddaughter of the Summer family. Xia Yameng explained. The Zhenghua Xia family? What kind of person are you? Mr. Charlotte. The Minister of Education? Bai Wan asked. He's my grandfather. Kiss Grandpa. The guy I just called. That's him. Xia Yameng said. There are more elders in the Xia family. And she has 8 grandfathers alone. All of whom are brothers of the same clan as her grandfather. Xia Lei. That little granddaughter of the Xia family who inherited the swift feather sacred bone. That's you. Isn't it? The swift feather sacred bone was a great sacred bone from the same period as the heavenly yin bone and the supreme bone. And its greatest characteristic was its speed. When speed was utilized to the extreme, coupled with a martial artist's strong strength cultivation, it was able to erupt into an incomparably terrifying top-level battle power. Although the Xia family ancestor was not as good as the Qi family or the White family ancestor, but it's also a presence that will last through the ages. There is a saying that describes the Xia family's swift feather sacred bone. Once the sacred bone is opened, even 1,000 armies can't withstand a split second's breath. Back then, in that 10 million level holy war, the Xia family's old ancestor, one person, one breath, exterminated 100,000 foreign beasts. It's horrifyingly horrible. It's just that the swift feather sacred bone has also gone uninherited for 170 years. Sister Bai, how did you know that I inherited the swift feather sacred bone? This news is embargoed. Xia Yumeng was puzzled. Grandpa didn't allow anyone to tell anyone about her, much less allow her to use the swift feather sacred bone. So it was logical that the only people who knew about this matter should be the higher-ups of their Xia family. It's a complicated matter to say the least, and can't be explained in a moment. Bai Wan shook her head. In this matter, some hidden secrets of the Bai family were involved, which Bai Wan could not explain. But Yumeng, if you don't use the sacred bone, then how will you be able to utilize the characteristics of the swift feather sacred bone? And how can you let the sacred bone bring about enhancements for you? Bai Wan wondered. The two are still running forward. It was soon approaching the foot of a hillock ahead. I don't get it either. Anyway, Grandpa just won't allow me to use it until I'm 20. Xia Yumeng shook her head. So how many companion bones do you have? Bai Wan asked. 9 pieces. Xia Yumeng said honestly. Anyway, they were all from big families, and she wasn't worried that Bai Wan would harm herself. $9? Why do you have so many? I'm all just $13. Bai Wan was shocked. Sister White, if you don't know how to chat, you can stop. We're about the same age and you've got 4 whole blocks more than me. So do I have to find a block of tofu and run over it? Xia Yumeng didn't have the good sense to say. Ahem. Sorry. Bai Wan gave a dry laugh and said. The 2 women ran up a hillock, which temporarily freed them from the danger of the ring, ring, ring. An anxious ringing of a. It was Nian Bai who nervously called. Ah, Wan. I heard from the teacher that you guys have encountered the wire longworm over there. How is the situation? Are you all right? Bai Wan's heart warmed, and a sweet smile couldn't help but appear at the corners of her mouth as she said. I'm fine. It's already in the safe zone. Only then did Nian Bai let out a long breath and said. That's good. That's good. Obviously. There are inspections by the Ministry of Education. But why are there still alien beasts of this level appearing? Bai Wan shook her head. If it didn't run over here on its own, then someone must have attracted it. There are many traitors among the human race. They're working with the Fae, selling out the human message to the Fae. It's also ridiculous to think that Fae are the future hope of the world. Swish. 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 Hundreds of strong human voices, rushing in at a rapid pace. But at the same time, a large number of longworms burrowed out from beneath the ground. And there were also several thousand beasts formed by alien beasts, charging in the direction of the students. Damn it! It must be those human traitors who leaked the news and led the foreign beasts to kill this generation's heaven's pride. A teacher cursed angrily. Mankind and these traitors, who do not share the same fate. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, there were an unknown number of people who were killed by these traitors every year. A large part of the reason for humanity's delay in clearing out the Fae, in getting the Fae off the planet, lay with these people. Look out! Look out! The beast tide is coming. All students seek shelter immediately. Teachers were yelling as hard as they could, spreading the word, trying their best to save the lives of as many students as they could. This road, Northgate, gathers 99% of the freshman geniuses in the capital. If something happened to them, it would be an incomparably heavy blow to the Dragon Kingdom and to the families behind them. And this session had the most geniuses in 300 years. The Qi family, the Supreme Bone, the White family, Tianin Bone, the Xia family, the Sacred Bone of the Swift Feather, Chen family, extremely cold 9 domains of ice and bone. Other than the Supreme Bone and the Heavenly Yin Bone, all other sacred bones were hidden absolute secrets. It was an existence that was absolutely not allowed to be leaked to the outside world. If they die, the consequences are unimaginable. Sister Bai, the beast tide is coming. Shall we run? Xia Yumeng also couldn't help but get nervous and said, I'm going to slay the Fae. Yumaman, are you coming with me? Bai Wan refractured her walking stick into a lance, her eyes glaring as she said, if there are only longworms underground, then running away is the best way to. But right now, all the longworms are basically out of the ground. And there's a tidal wave of animals counterattacking. Then, is the only proper means. 1. Don't go. Nenbai on the other end of the headset tensed. Don't worry, Bai. I'm stronger than you can imagine. Under the War God realm, I am invincible. Bai Wan relieved. In order to avoid Nianbai's constant worry, so she and Nianbai stayed on the phone, so that if there was any situation, Nianbai would be the first to know about it. Are you sure? Nianbai was a bit incredulous. Even if Bai Wan possessed the 9th rank of martial general strength, in between, there are 2 realms, the Emerald and the Grandmaster. I'm sure. Bai Wan nodded seriously. That's good. Be careful with everything. That's all Nimble can say. Bai Wan had said that the Tianin Bone was not so simple. And Bai Wan was not a messy person. At this time, he was far away from Bai Wan. He could only believe her. Something's happened to the North Gate passage, and strong men from other directions are rushing to reinforce it. As long as Bai Wan and the others could hold out until the powerhouses arrived, there would be basically nothing more to do. Either. And whether or not Bai Wan's and their exams will go ahead after this incident will require a meeting of the Ministry of Education to agree on. But there's a high probability that it will continue that. Because even if the Dragon Kingdom can protect it for a while, nor can it be guarded for a lifetime. The future of the Dragon Kingdom still needed them to support it. Naturally, as long as the danger is manageable, then that's what they need to face. Yameng, I'm leaving. Are you going? Bai Wan turned her head and asked. Sister Bai, I'll go with you. Xia Yumeng nodded. There are no cowards in the Xia family. Or else they wouldn't deserve to be known as the Jingua clan. At the same time, Xia Yumeng would be in greater danger if she stayed here instead. With her strength of the 9th rank of martial general, she could at most put to death an Emerald 1st rank Fey beast, and could not do what Bai Wan had done to put to death an Emerald 7th rank. Moreover, Bai Wan's determination greatly influenced her so that she would not hide. Go! Bai Wan led her down the hill. Mental powers are on full blast. Always be on the lookout for the perimeter. It didn't take long. When a pillar of purple light rose to the sky, whether it was the teachers of the major schools, or the senior management of the Ministry of Education, all of them were alarmed. The Tianin Bone, as recorded in the history books. Present. A terrifying spiritual force so powerful that it was suffocating, rapidly spreading outwardly. It skipped over all the fleeing students that. Yet, at the same time, the students were protected within the. A large net was woven and formed in only a few breaths. Die. Along with Bai Wan's clear and cold voice. The hundreds of scattered foreign beasts within the large net died violently in an instant. Even if Baiwan only had the strength of a 9th-ranked martial general. But her spiritual power had long exceeded the realm of the war god. Even if Chi Sanin is here. And nowhere near as much. Xia Yumeng followed behind Baiwan. So shocked that her jaw was about to drop to the ground. After clearing out the surrounding foreign beasts, Baiwan collected her spiritual power and brought Xia Yumeng with her as fast as she could, recoiling towards the long insect of the first rank of war god. The suppression of spiritual power instantly paralyzed the war god level longworm. Legendary lance in hand through and through. It was Baiwan's true strength. The earlier run was to escape the threat of the other Nagas. Because once the longworms are there, it is group behavior. And the killing back at this time was a shocking battle that belonged to the maiden who inherited the will of the White family's old ancestor. She said she wanted to buy time for Nian Bai. And she will do it. Boom! The crowd watched as the young girl climbed up the body of the long wireworm. Watching the longworms fall. And again. He watched as the young girl killed him. 9 ranks of military generals. She's a 9th-ranked military general. However, she killed the war god first-grade foreign beast with one person. The most terrifying genius in the world is not as good as her. All the words in the world to describe a demon were far from enough when placed on her body. Yameng, the chief minister of education, is rushing in, throwing people out of the way. The worry in his heart was half relieved when he saw the long wire worm fall. But when the young girl stood on top of the corpse, he froze violently again. Grandpa! Why are you so slow? Why don't you just eat your dinner and come over? Xia Yumeng didn't have the good sense to say. What's this all about? Charlie asked dully. Sister White killed it. Awesome. Right? Xia Yumeng's eyes were filled with little stars as she admired. But she didn't know that this was not Baiwan's full strength at this time. Because Baiwan's blindfold hadn't been removed yet. A martial general's 9th rank executing a war god's first rank? How is this possible? Charlie said in horror. Don't be too surprised. This is still just the tip of the iceberg of my Bai family's heavenly Yin bone. Baiwan leapt down from the corpse and smiled faintly. Chief Vice Minister Wu Long was so shocked by this sentence that he almost fell to the ground and asked with a trembling voice. MS. Bai. Dare I ask where the limit of the heavenly Yin bone is? Baiwan's right hand shook, shocking away the blood from the tip of the gun. Faintly speaking. Extreme? When the heavenly Yin bone is on me, there is no limit. Boom! The minds of the people exploded. Even a host of top-tier powerhouses were shocked by that. Damn it! Wu! Quick! Get some fucking people over here to wipe the others' memories. The matter of the Bai family's heavenly Yin bone will be classified as a state-level secret from now on. And will absolutely not be allowed to be leaked. Or else it will be hunted down and killed by the entire nation. Xia Lei breathed heavily and said. Oh. Well. Shit. Wolong couldn't help but crack up as well. If word of this gets out, shocking the world is one thing. The main thing is that it's going to be fucking assassinated. If a genius of this level died, not even killing off the capital's 20 million population would be able to make up for it. Right. My Nianbai will only be no less than me if he grows back up. I have 2 conditions. First, I need you to buy my fiancé enough time to get him into a top-tier college so he can grow back up. Second, my Bai family needs to be ranked as a second-tier family. And as soon as possible. Baiwan faintly said. It was as the head of the White family that was negotiating with the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom. No problem. Even if it's the Town Country clan. I'll agree. It's just that if it rises to the Township clan at once, it will cause suspicion from others. And I'm afraid that there will be trouble. Charlie immediately nodded. It's with that in mind that I just need the status of a second-tier family. Bai Wan said. I have a question. Shi Sha, also known as your renamed fiancé Nian Bai. What exactly is his situation? Wulong asked nervously. As long as we give him enough time. He's at least a legendary grade sacred bone. And all over. Bai Wan explained. The crowd was going to have their memories washed away later anyway. So it was fine for her to talk about it. Shit. 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 Legendary grade sacred bone? I'm not dreaming. Am I? Wulong is crazy. The bigwig of a country's Ministry of Education is really close to being unable to accept it. Xia Lei, Xia Yameng, as well as the surrounding teachers, were all as if they were dreaming. The genius that has fallen. You say it can grow back? It's okay to grow back. But to actually be able to have a legendary grade sacred bone? And it's a full fucking body. How do you expect us to visualize that? On the outskirts of the west side. The convoy is still traveling on the road to the examination center. But a large number of manpower has been withdrawn. And the number of teachers invigilating the examination is bound to decrease considerably next. Shi Shengtian didn't expect such a thing to happen over at the North Gate. At the same time, in his mind, he was glad that I'm glad I didn't go to Northgate to take the test. Even if the probability of the wire longworm devouring the vehicle they were in was less than 1 in a million. It would be 100% if it happened to him. Nimble is in a nervous mood. Because just now, Bai Wan's signal was interrupted. Ah Wan. You mustn't be alright. Nian Bai is like an ant on a hot pan. It's like a day in the life. He kept calling Bai Wan's number back. But still can't get through. With no other choice, he could only call Bai Donghua for assistance. Uncle. Something has happened on Awan's side. A foreign beast has attacked their convoy. Bai Donghua just got the news. 2. The tone of his voice, however, was not as tense as Nian Bai's. Ah, Bai. Don't be anxious. Wan's side should just have a broken signal. She's definitely fine. Eldest uncle. That's a war god realm iron thread longworm. And there's a beast tide. Nian Bai really couldn't calm himself down. He couldn't do it. That thing is a war god first grade. Bai Donghua added. Isn't the first grade of war god terrifying enough? Nian Bai said anxiously. But the problem is that Wan had killed a war god second grade fey beast when she was 17 years old. It's been a year. It's always impossible for her to regress. Isn't it? Bai Donghua laughed lightly. Although there was some worry in his heart. He needed to keep his composure so that Nian Bai could calm down. Uncle. You're not kidding? Nian Bai said in shock. No kidding. Wan's situation is different from all of you. You can understand that martial strength is just an aid to Wan's strength. Where she is truly powerful is the secrets of our Bai family. Bai Donghua said. It was very foolish to speculate on Bai Wan's strength from her cultivation level. Anyone who received an inheritance at the level of the Bai clan's ancestor would become as powerful as Bai Wan. To put it more vividly, when Bai Wan inherited the heavenly Yin bone, it was equivalent to possessing a huge treasure trove of peak strength of the Bai clan's oldest ancestor. The more she absorbs, the stronger she'll become. Mental powers. Martial arts training. It's all part of the legacy. The White family ancestor had sacrificed all of himself to leave behind the same piece of inheritance because only the inheritor of the inheritance was worthy of being the possessor of the Holy Spirit bone. Ah, Bai. Wait for now. Wan should be able to call you back soon. Keep your cell phone open. Bai Donghua said. Nian Bai was still worried in his heart. But he could only accept it as such. Ring. 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 It didn't take long. Bai Wan's call then recalls backend. She smiled cheekily as if nothing had happened and said, "Stinky white. Just now I lost my signal. Did you panic?" Listening to Bai Wan's voice, Nian Bai's heart relaxed and Bai Wan's appearance, Bai Wan's presence, has become Nimble's hope for the rest of his life? If he even lost her, then Nian Bai really didn't dare to imagine how desperate he would be. These 20 days or so with Bai Wan, Nian Bai only felt like a dream bubble. He was so careful that, afraid that when I wake up, everything will be shattered. On the other side, because Xia Lei and Wulong had brought strong men with them, Bai Wan stopped making any more moves and concentrated on sitting and chatting with Nian Bai, accompanying Nian Bai all the way to the outside of the examination hall. When Nian Bai arrived at the periphery of the examination center, the special personnel that Xia Lei had called in from the capital had also arrived, in order to deal with some of the special events and to protect the secrets of the Dragon Kingdom. That's why the Dragon Kingdom specializes in training people with special abilities. The sacred bones and companion bones they possessed belonged to a special existence in the spiritual lineage, which could erase part of other people's memories and were directed by Wan and Nian Bai's secret. It was protected by only two people, Charlie and Wulong. From now on, the two will represent the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom, giving absolute support to Bai Wan, as well as Nian Bai. Whether it's Bai Wan or Nian Bai, until they become really strong, none of the real secrets that belong to them will be revealed. The perimeter of the examination room. There are special teachers who distribute bracelets. The teacher also spoke to them specifically. Candidates, before you enter the examination room, you are required to enter your school number and ID number into the bracelet to bind your identity. You can team up by using the touch function of the bracelet. The points earned by the team will eventually be divided equally according to the number of people on the team as your final score for this exam. His words, which the school teacher had already said on the bus, but he needed to emphasize them again, were, because this isn't just any written exam. Instead, you have to face the life and death of the Fae head-on. This student, before entering, please check the positioning and communication functions of your bracelet and make sure it's okay before entering the examination room range. In the meantime, please check your food and water in your nave for your energy intake for the next 3 days. It's a free animal repellent powder from the Ministry of Education. The beasts can be dispersed as much as possible. A teacher at the entrance handed a packet of powdered medicine to Nian Bai. But this, with only one dosage, because animal repellent powder is expensive. The Ministry of Education, even if it has the Dragon Kingdom as its backing, can't be so financial when it needs to provide the consumption of 110,000 people at a time. Thank you, teacher. Nian Bai nodded his head and accepted the beast-repelling powder. Before setting off, Bai Wan had also given Nian Bai quite a lot of beast-repellent powder, enough for Nian Bai to use for 3 days. Nian Bai checked the bracelet device and completed the input of his identity, then called Zhou Meng to join him. As for Qi Sheng Tian, under the protection of Qi Wu Xian, he had long since traveled to the high-difficulty area, preparing to hunt down powerful foreign beasts and obtain higher scores. Nimble. Zhou Meng came running fast and joined Nian Bai. Touched the bracelet. Nian Bai extended his right hand and said, "Good." Zhou Meng nodded his head and touched Nian Bai with his bracelet. The built-in chip in the bracelet completes the information interaction, and the less than 1-inch display on it shows a message indicating that the two have been successfully teamed up, and their grouping information was synchronized and sent to the examination room system, which monitors, in real time, the 1. We're going into the exam room. Nimble sent her a message. Bai Wan once again returned in seconds, saying, "We're still dealing with the Fae on our end, but it's almost done." I just asked the teachers at the Ministry of Education. And they said that the exams will continue. But that we will be protected 24 hours a day by strong men from the Ministry of Education. I'll talk to you when we get into the exam room later. Oh. Xia Yunlong pestered Bai Wan and said she wanted to team up with her. Bai Wan really couldn't argue with her. So she could only agree. She's too clingy. For the most part. Sister long. Sister short. Spoiled and adorable. And cute. It's just too much to turn down. Ah, Bai. Cheer up for the exam. Bai Wan sent a cheering emoji. Cute and adorable. Go you too. Nian Bai nodded with a smile. Put away his cell phone. And took Zhou Mang with him. Walking into the forest. The examination areas planned by the Ministry of Education are from easy to difficult. Prior to the exam, they'd target some of the stronger Fey to other ranges. And drive the relatively weaker Fey to another range. There were dozens of large-scale examination areas scattered throughout the 200,000 square kilometers of the examination hall. Each of these areas, which are labeled in the map, and labeled with the range of strength of the Fey. Candidates can choose the corresponding region, according to their strengths. At the same time, the number of exotic beasts in the exam room was limited, which meant that the overall score of the exam room was limited, requiring candidates to compete with each other. Roar! A white-haired spirit ape set its sights on them, letting out a hissing roar from its mouth as it rushed from the trees to kill them. It could clearly sense that these two human teenagers were not as strong as it was. So it didn't summon its companion first and intend to strike out on your own. It wants to offer the two human teenagers as a gift to the Monkey King. Marshal General 5th grade. Mango. Watch out. Nimble reminded. Zhou Mang had been promoted to the 2nd grade of strength of a marshal general. And facing this spirit ape was absolutely inferior. I'll flank the ambush. With a serious expression, Zhou Mang copied out his weapon and pounced on the spirit ape's side. Nian Bai's talent has declined a lot, though. But all the past experiences are still there. The difference in strength between martial artists is absolute. Even if the difference is just one small paragraph, it's still a world of difference. If it were before, Nian Bai would have been able to easily smooth out the gap between the two by operating the supreme bone and companion bone in his body. But at this point, he could only fight against it with his own combat experience. The sacred bones and companion bones. Not only do they directly represent a person's talent, it is even a powerful base card for martial artists. In battle, the martial artist's strength through the operation of the sacred bone, able to exponentially enhance out of the while playing some of the special effects of the sacred bone. Than ever the supreme bone. Its effect is one of absolute suppression. It's an aura that. It's also a belief that. With the supreme bone in play, even high-ranked martial artists would be affected by the aura. In the past, along with Nian Bai's 8 companion bones and supreme bone powering up, he was able to instantly increase his strength by 3 times, which was incomparable to other holy bones of the same rank. Bang! The long knife in Nian Bai's hand slashed at the spirit ape's body, blocked by the sharp claws of the spirit ape. This blow more let it feel the gap of Nian Bai. Mouth excited strange laugh. Right hand sharp claws more and more crazy toward Nian Bai, piercing and go. But it doesn't know that. This is a break that Nian Bai deliberately revealed. When he was a child in the orphanage, Nian Bai understood one thing. A martial artist's talent. Strength and weakness is one aspect. In battle, it's even more important to utilize the hearts and minds of the people. You have to make it feel like it's winning so that it can take advantage of it. Zhou Mang and Nian Bai have been working together for years. Upon seeing Nian Bai display such a stance, He understood what Nianbai wanted to do. The tip of the knife came in Nianbai's direction. The tip of the knife is angled up 45 degrees at the same time, eyeing Zhou Meng's attack. The spirit ape froze slightly and, with its intelligence, it couldn't figure out how Zhou Meng could not figure out why he was striking out at his companion. But that's just as well. These two humans messed up. It then has even more opportunities to exploit. When its right sharp claw was about to stab Nianbai's chest, Zhou Meng forcefully utilized his strength to change the direction of the blade tip's advancement, piercing through its arm. Also instantly, Nianbai borrowed the force of being bounced by the spirit ape's left sharp claw, causing the right-hand longsword to fly backward some distance. He backed up, turned around. Immediately, his left hand grabbed the hilt of his long sword, and with the inertia of his body driving the blade, the strength of his whole body seized up and slashed towards its neck in an absolute stance. Swish! With a sound of a blade entering flesh, the spirit ape's head is disconnected from its body, blood spurting wildly. The head fell 7 or 8 meters away. Don't look at Nianbai and Zhou Meng. The two of them cooperated with a lot of movements. But it was only a matter of a breath to complete this series of movements. It was too late for the spirit ape to react. The spirit ape's head rolled off, his eyes carrying unbelievable shock. If it knew ahead of time that this was a trap, then it will certainly be careful. Congratulations on killing the martial arts general's 5th grade exotic beast, the white-haired spirit ape. Team score +5. 20% bonus for grade crossing kills. 6 points total. A string of messages scrolled across the bracelet screen. Nianbai and Zhou Meng high-fived each other with smiles on their faces. And, even after 5 years of not seeing each other, but they still work so well together. Ho ho ho! That's when the sound of cries coming from it was the white-haired spirit ape's companion who had come. Mango! Change tactics and use our old plan B. Nianbai's eyes were serious. From the nascent sack, he took out another long knife. Okay, Zhou Meng promised. The weapon in his hand immediately switched to a red-tasseled spear. They hadn't used much strength in their fight just now, as they needed to suppress their strength for their sneak attack in order to make the enemy let their guard down. The two of them were leaning back to back, and on the big tree beside them, a white-haired spirit ape appeared. Counting them carefully, there were as many as 21. And among them, there was also a red-faced, white-haired spirit ape, which was the Monkey King's existence. Ho ho ho! The Monkey King looked at the two men, and then at the corpses not far to the side, and grew steeply angry. Accompanying its hiss, the normal-sized white-haired spirit ape in the treetops lunged towards the two of them. Their group attacks, and their speed, all of them are difficult points for them to deal with. The strength of each of these spirit apes varied. There were samurai of the 8th rank, martial arts generals of the 1st rank, and also martial arts generals of the 6th rank. The Monkey King in the tree made no move, but merely scrutinized coldly from his high perch. It was even Emerald 1 in strength. To the extent that it was more than the two could handle. Nianbai and Zhou Meng's plan B. In fact, it's a war on the side, between retreats, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. In the face of the overall strength of the monkeys, it was useless to show cowardice. And any cowardice would even turn into a point for the monkeys to multiply their victory. Nianbai's dual swords in his left and right hand simultaneously shook back the two spirit apes and opened a cut on one of the spirit apes of the 3rd rank of martial general. Holding his sword in both hands and attacking with both hands at the same time is relatively demanding. It takes extremely skillful fighting. And as Nianbai had been cultivated through various resources, his combat skills were naturally not bad. When he was at the Holy Martial Orphanage, he had gotten a large amount of resources tilted in his favor because of his absolute natural talent. And going to the Chi family had delayed him for 5 years in turn. Bang! Zhou Mang couldn't do any fatal damage when he faced that Martial General's 6th grade spirit ape. He could only shock it back. Zhou Mang took half a step back, and his figure finished switching with Nian Bai. The budding supreme bone in Nian Bai's chest was catalyzed by his martial strength and began to operate. Although the Sprout Supreme Bone couldn't do a 3x strengthening effect, it reversed the output of Nian Bai's strength. But it was able to make Nian Bai's strength more refined. An intense warmth erupted with Nian Bai's chest as the center, quickly warming the entire body, making it seem as if the body had inexhaustible energy. Bang! 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 Between that spirit ape pouncing again. In an instant, Nian Bai exchanged dozens of blows with it. Under the premise of equal strength, combat skills can crush. Under the premise of unequal strength, combat skills can create miracles. Boom! Bang! The Sprout Supreme Bone in Nian Bai's chest erupted with a red sun-like light. Although it could not reach the sky, it penetrated through the clothes, making it impossible to ignore, which made Zhou Mang beside her unable to help but stare. In the face of a fight that's gone 2 levels over, the reading of the white text is slightly strained. But at the critical moment, his supreme bone grew a tiny inch more. At the same time, it was as if all the bones in his body were being communicated with, and a steady stream of energy burst out from the bone marrow, strengthening him even further. Is this the power of a true supreme bone? Nian Bai's breath couldn't help but stutter. Even he, doubly surprised, because this was an effect that was once unattainable by the supreme bone. Even though Nian Bai was still struggling, he was getting more and more courageous and fierce. And the feeling of getting communication all over his body was really soothing and refreshing. After half a minute, the effect of the Sprout Supreme Bone reached its peak, giving him the strength of a 5th-ranked martial general for the time being. Click! Nimble seized the opportunity, explosively killing that 6th-grade spirit ape in front of him. Heads rolled down. Blood splattered. Nian Bai shone like an invincible ever-victorious general. The red sun-like light on his chest was impossible to ignore. What's more, the blood on the blade actually gushed towards Nian Bai's fingers. Nimble's veins began to surge and, absorbing this animal blood through the skin. Mango! Get out of the way! Let me kill! Nian Bai felt this feeling was very strange, but so exciting at the same time. Between the beast blood being absorbed, part of it transformed into part of his strength, yet part of it surged towards the Sprout Supreme Bone in his chest. He hadn't realized that this was the second combat form of the Supreme Bone. Berserk! In the first stage, by taking some time to communicate with the whole body, and by scheduling from the whole body to enhance the strength of one's own chi and blood. In the second stage, absorbing beast blood, human blood, or burning one's own blood in order to reach the heights of impacting a stronger strength. In the third stage, after absorbing and stacking up enough blood, the strength reaches a super high level beyond the current limit. And at the same time, sanity will gradually be lost. At the fourth stage, the sacrifice of the soul, the strength will increase infinitely until the soul is completely burned and dies in battle. Starting from the third stage, the Supreme Bone requires the cooperation of the Celestialine Bone. Otherwise, it won't be long before the possessor of the Supreme Bone will gradually turn into a killing machine, without being able to stop, or even let towards death. But it can be stopped autonomously for a moment, as long as the holder remains conscious for a moment. Meanwhile, The third stage is the one that needs to be actively turned on. After the blood has absorbed a certain amount of, the body will reach its limits. Stage 3 can only be turned on actively to get to the next crazy as hell stage. In the Holy War 300 years ago, the Chi family's old ancestor who evolved the Holy Spirit bone, one person, one sword, exploded and killed for 3 whole years, bringing 300 years of respite to mankind. In that battle, the White family ancestor's heavenly bone reached its limit, sacrificing himself as the price to make the Chi family's ancestor stop. At the same time, he also used his life as a price to seal all of his strength in the heavenly bone, so that the late generations of the Bai clan could find a way to suppress the Holy Spirit bone, the celestial bone. It can suppress the supreme bone, but not the Holy Ghost bone, even though Spirit bone is relatively sane. But after 3 years of killing and slaughtering billions and billions of ferocious beasts, anyone would go crazy. Ka Chao. Ka Chao. Ka Chao. Nian Bai had killed one spirit ape after another, and his strength was increasing. The blood in his body kept surging. The pores of his body opened up, absorbing the blood splattered on his body continuously, which in turn made him more and more excited. Holy shit! Nian Bai. You're this. What the hell is going on? Zhou Mang was simply stunned. He's never seen Nian Bai in this state before. If what's shown in Nian Bai's chest was a certain piece of holy bone, then what kind of holy bone was it? In the textbooks, there was no record of such a holy bone. I don't know. But this state of affairs is really interesting. It's like I don't get tired. Nian Bai let out a loud, excited laugh. At this moment, he felt a strength that far exceeded the peak of that year, and felt truly powerful. Bai Wan was right. Compared to this budding supreme bone that Nian Bai regenerated, the piece of supreme bone within Qi Xingtian's body was a trash-like existence. This was because it could only provide an increase in strength at best, and it also required the cooperation of a companion bone. In this life, he will not go back to his despondent death. In this life, he won't let Bai Wan down. He would do his best to step on top of the mountain where the strongest people were and make Bai Wan proud of himself. It didn't take long. The surrounding spirit apes were all killed by Nian Bai. The Monkey King can't sit still. With a hiss, it leapt from the treetops and lunged at Nian Bai. This human juvenile had killed so many of its fellow clansmen. Then it would make this juvenile pay for it with blood. Bang! The huge gap in strength caused Nian Bai to be shaken out by the Monkey King in an instant. But Nian Bai couldn't feel much pain. Instead, he stood up for a split second. Once again, he lunged at the Monkey King. Mangzi, you go quickly. I'll stall it. Nian Bai knows he's no match for it. Even if you add Zhou Mang together, you won't be able to defeat them. This group of monkeys shouldn't have appeared in this area. But it was not uncommon for foreign beasts to travel through different areas during the examination. Nian Bai, come along, Zhou Mang said eagerly. No way. If we go together, no one can go. Move. I have the treasure that Awan gave me on my body. It's enough to save my life and get away in a critical time. Nian Bai shook his head and refused. In addition to the necklace on Nian Bai's chest, Bai Wan had also given him quite a few protective treasures for different situations, so that he could get out of the way. In order to be able to defend Nian Bai against danger, Bai Wan had given him almost all of the Bai family's best protective treasures. Yes. Zhou Mang clenched his teeth. Still gone. He knew that if he continued to stay, he would only be dragging Nian Bai down. And in the event that the Monkey King turned his target to him, he would even add to Nian Bai's troubles. Show me my limits. Where they really are. Nian Bai lunged towards the Monkey King with a full outburst. Because there's only one Monkey King left. The wounds he created in the Monkey King would allow him to absorb the beast's blood from the. Even though the beast's blood was more pure, it could only maintain him as he was. Bang! Nianbai was sent flying by the Monkey King's slap. A broken rib in the chest. It was when he felt that he had reached his limit and was about to flee that the Sprout Supreme bone in his chest violently drained his blood and instantly healed his broken ribs. It made him stare in disbelief. A little dumbfounded myself. At this moment, he finally understood why Old Ancestor was able to kill for 3 years in the Holy War. Blood brings a constant supply of stamina. Also, it can heal itself from injuries. If it is not possible to obtain enough blood from outside, then it will be drawn from its own body. If this was mixed in a wave of beasts of the same rank, one person would be invincible. A single person can make a big kill. The first sacred bone of the ancient world. It's true to its name. Nenbom drops a smoke grenade to the ground. It's mixed with animal repellent powder and other medicinal powders with hidden scents. And between the spread of the smoke, it can spread to a radius of 15 meters in 10 seconds. Roar! The Monkey King angrily rushed into the smoke, trying to find Nianbai's presence. Black smoke clouded its vision. The powder in the smoke, which had robbed it of its olfactory judgment. Nianbai took this opportunity to get out of the range of the smoke and rushed in the direction Zhou Mang had left, while the Monkey King was still clumped in the smoke. Swish! An invigilator, seeing the smoke rising, immediately rushed to the perimeter of the smoke end. He was dressed in a suit, and his eyes were fixed dead center in the smoke. When the Monkey King drilled through the smoke, he double full squeezed. His stance was set up, and he was instantly in a fighting stance. Emerald 1? It actually hurt it? These two little guys. They're quite interesting. The corner of the invigilator's mouth curled up in a smile that. He saw the angry monkey lunge at him and turned to meet him. Mango! I'm coming! Nenbai smiled and chased after him, patting him on the shoulder. Seeing that Nianbai's body was covered in blood, he worried. Nianbai, are you alright? Nianbai smiled and said, it's fine. When the state dissipated from him, he was slightly tired and, because of the replenishment of blood in battle, don't look for him to cross over and fight. Consumption after closable. But it's only 1 to 10 th of its own strength. Meanwhile, the most counterintuitive effect of the Sprout Supreme Bone is that it can be opened infinitely. But at the cost of constant blood nourishment. If there isn't enough blood, then the body will become incredibly weak. It's really okay? Choman looked at him strangely and examined him in the. That's an Emerald 1 Monkey King. How is it possible to escape from the Monkey King without injury? It's really nothing. The price was dropping in $800. 000 smoke bomb or I wouldn't have gotten away. Nianbai spread his hands and explained. Shit. You're really dirt poor. Zhou Mang was shocked. This is from one. I'm going to get myself hurt because I'm saving money. And she is going to scold me. Nianbai said in amusement. Wan? Who? Zhou Mang wondered. He didn't know about Nianbai's engagement to Bai Wan. For one thing, because of his lack of standing. 2. Because the news hasn't spread. My fiancé. Bai Wan. Nianbai's smile blossomed more and more between explanations. You have a fiancé without saying a word? Hurry. Tell me the truth. Zhou Mang was about to go crazy with jealousy and held down Nianbai as he scuffled. Nianbai joked and showed Zhou Mang the screensaver on his cell phone. That angelic face. That blossoming smile. It made Zhou Mang look dumbfounded. Holy shit! Your fiancé is actually this pretty? Bastard! Bastard! I also want to have such a beautiful fiancé. I also want to eat soft food too. Whoa! Zhou Mang wanted to cry and said. The expression on his face at this moment perfectly illustrates what it means to be afraid of your brother having a hard time. And also afraid of your brother driving a Land Rover. Bye. We're at the exam room. I'm teaming up with that pretty sister. Pak Wan sent a message. There's also a photo attached of the. In the photo are two white jade hands. Each wearing an exam bracelet. One is Bai Wan's hand. The other is Xia Yumli's. Good. By the way, Wan. How did you team up? Nian Bai wondered. Hey this sister is a stickler. As soon as she gets in the car, she goes to sleep, making me think she's high-strung. But she ends up pestering me. She grated on me for half a day. So I had no choice but to team up with her. Bai Wan explained with a smile. So is she going to hold you up on your exams? Nen Bai asked. Worried. It hurts to ask such things. But this is an exam. No kidding. It won't. She's actually quite strong. White. We're going into the exam room. Contact us later. Bai Wan said. Aha! Remember to heat up the bento I gave you when you eat at lunch. Nimble reminded. Got it. Stinky White. Bai Wan agreed in a delicate voice. Stinky White. Stinky White. Zhou Mang followed Bai Wan's tone. The tone was so sour you could take it to vinegar. Cut the crap. Or I'll whip you. Nimble glanced at him in amusement. Die. Aha. I want to have a sweet relationship too. Zhou Mang followed Nian Bai to the death. Along the way, he asked Nian Bai how he met Bai Wan and how he got engaged to her. And Nian Bai told him what happened. He was actually quite glad that Nim Bai's time had come and gone. After being scourged by the Qi family for so many years. Now finally turning over. Meet a fiancé who treats you with sincerity. This area they were in was mainly dominated by Fey beasts of Samurai 5th grade to Martial General 7th grade. Samurai Strength Fey. Record 0 points. Let's say a samurai is a 5th grade. With a grade of 0. 5. Samurai 9. 0. 9 points. 20% for kills at the next level. 40% for kills at the next 2 levels. 80% at the 3rd level. 150% at the 4th level. 300% at the 5th level. And the further back you go, the harder it gets. It's already hard to accomplish from the 3rd or 4th grade. Unless it's as perverted as Nian Bai. Swish. A green spotted snake with a black body. Green spots. And scales as hard as iron burrowed out of the. A pair of eyes as black as jewels stared at the two men. The body is about 5 meters long. The standing snake's body and spitting out of its letters is alarming. Nian Bai rushed over and killed this green spotted snake of the 2nd rank of Martial General with a single slash. And together with Zhou Mang, he detached the scales and removed the snake's tendons and gall. Snake tendons and bile can be used as body-hardening herbs for Nian Bai. The rest of the scales and flesh, which can be sold for money. At this stage, the body-hardening herbs that Nian Bai consumed every day was an astronomical figure. And he knew that he wouldn't be able to make it up to the Bai family. For the time being. But being able to collect some materials on his own. Nian Bai also wanted to reduce the White family's contribution by a few points. Martial artists are too burnt out. Especially the stage where he was reborn as a supreme bone. Even if the Bai family didn't care about his expenses. He had roughly calculated that he would need at least a few $1 billion from the time his supreme bone sprouted to the time it completely grew. although he could now quench the supreme bone through beast blood. But anyway, it was all a huge debt he owed to the White family. On the other side, while the two of Nianbai were searching for the foreign beasts, the Baiwan and Xiaoyaming arrived at the North Gate Advanced Examination Area. Baiwan unleashed her spiritual power, weaving a sweet-smelling bait to attract the surrounding beasts to rush over. When the foreign beasts formed a small-scale beast tide, she and Xiaoyaming turned on the explosive killing mode, killing all the foreign beasts in front of them as fast as they could. And in less than 2 hours, their team score, it's already at the top of the list, and is pulling away from second place by a huge margin. Holy shit! What is this? Isn't Xiaoyaming not teaming up? These scores are all swiped by her, right? What are you talking about? Even if Xiaoyaming was more powerful, it's impossible for her to have swiped so many points at once. You have to know that she's only a 9th-ranked marshal general. Then is it hard to believe that it was swiped by that Baiwan person? Baiwan? This girl seems to be the head of the Bai family. Big brother. Are you talking about that third-tier White family? Even if it's that White family, there's no way they'd let a high school student be the head of the family. There's a lot of talk in the class groups of all the major high schools. After learning that Baiwan was the head of the Bai family, most people expressed their disbelief, because it's just so far-fetched that not even a 4th or 5th tier family would do that. A high school student, even if he's no longer heaven-defying, can't possibly stand up to the elders in his family. Those elders in the family, 20 or 30 years older. It's basically Emerald, or even War God strength. And as a high school student with insufficient strength and experience, then how can he carry the family banner? You guys don't believe me yet. You know about the bar mitzvah of the Qi family's youngest master, Qi Shangtian, don't you? Baiwan declared herself the head of the Bai family on the spot. It's really getting out of hand. Which one are you? You know about this kind of thing? I'm Meng Yuan from the 2nd-tier Meng family. And I was there at the time. Don't you think? I'm sorry, big brother. I was wrong. Meng Xiao. What the hell is going on here? Meng Yuan talked about what happened that night in the big campus group, and talked the crowd into a stupor. Baiwan, head of the White family, engaged to a fallen genius? You guys are unaware that the Baiwan of that time refused the marriage of an entire city for Qisha. Even our Meng family. She was full of disinterest. The more Meng Yuan talked, the more energized he became. If it was a woman from an unusual 3rd-tier family, Meng Yuan's status would be enough to crush it. And if he could still throw out a marriage contract, it would be enough to make the other party excited. But it turned out that Baiwan was a special case. Rejected an entire city? Did you reject even the 1st-tier families? And the town's national clans? Aha! The Qi family master tried to retain her, but she said that the Qi family's supreme bone was trash and she couldn't look at it. She's not taking herself too seriously, is she? The young master of the Qi family is a SS plus ranked talent. It should be that she's not worthy of it. Qi Shangtian? He's nothing. Just a scum who steals other people's futures. That's when a dissonant voice jumped out. At Floating Life. Classmate. Who are you? She is the top genius of our first middle school. Isn't it too much for you to talk about him like that? A girl disgruntled and caustic. She's the White family head. Baiwan, as you call her. Also my teammate. Xiaoyaming replied smugly in the group. Qi Shengtian did whatever he could to dig out a piece of companion bone from my fiancé's body. Do you think I'm in a position to talk about him? Baiwan responded coldly. Companion bone? That wasn't something Qi Sha himself was willing to take out. The girl responded with a straight face. At the same time, She wondered why Baiwan suddenly jumped out of the group. Why hadn't she ever heard of Baiwan in first middle school before? Oh. If I asked you to dig out the companion bones from your body, would you be willing to do so? Do you realize that stripping the companion bone is done in a sober state? Do you know how much that hurts? Who else would be willing to endure this pain of flesh and blood stripping if they weren't forced to? Baiwan angrily rebuked. A statement that silenced the large group that. Quite a few people realized that something was wrong. Please add bookshelf. The first volume is almost over. There will be a big climax soon. There will be an unexpected person who will come out to help the male lead and change the direction of the next plot. The second volume is titled The Fate of the World. They know that stripping the companion bone involves a great deal of pain. But they didn't realize that it was actually going to be done in a sober state. Because it was impossible for them, in their position, to find out about such things. In their eyes, the only ones who could be stripped of their companion bones were never weak enough to resist. You don't know anything, so you go and think what you so think. Do you realize that by doing this, you are actually aiding and abetting the enemy? Baiwan questioned icily. Chi student he can't be this kind of person. No way. Those female classmates who defended Chi Xingtian in the group were still doing the hokey-pokey resistance. But their voices were just a lot weaker. They don't think Baiwan would cheat on something like this. Because Baiwan didn't have to. And it's a lie that's easy to dismantle. No one would be willing to endure the pain of blood and flesh stripping and give up the companion bone unless that person was insane. But to say that this is Chi Xingtian's problem. They can't take it again. In their eyes, Chi Xingtian was so handsome, so gentle, so easygoing. How could he be such a brutal outlaw? Impossible? Then you explain why all 8 of Nianbai's companion bones have run to Chi Xingtian's body? Why did Chi Xingtian plant the companion bone right on top of himself on the same night that Nianbai stripped the companion bone? Baiwan angrily questioned. She's got to get these people to wake up and to make them understand what Nianbai has endured. These girls are dumbfounded. No amount of rhetoric can justify such behavior. Even if they're usually so articulate. A piece of it. It's a coincidence. It's a rescue. The 2 pieces could be interpreted that way. 2. But 3 blocks of $4, $5 or $8. And what to explain? It couldn't be possible that Chi Xingtian would often experience a rejection reaction from the supreme bone after planting it. Could it? This was something that defied common sense. Wake up all of you. After Nianbai severed ties with the Chi family, the Chi family actually wanted to kill Nianbai for Chi Xingtian and take away the blood in his body. Baiwan said in shocked anger. Her words made Xia Yumeng all stunned and Xia Yumeng was absolutely willing to believe Baiwan's words. Only she couldn't imagine that the Chi family would be able to go to such an extent. The Chi family is a township family. Damn it! Chi Xingtian is being ed out. Looking at Baiwan's statement in the large group in the first middle school, he was furious to the extreme. What he had done, to be raked over the coals by such a white one and questioned by the crowd as to his purpose behind it, was tantamount to stripping him naked and exposing him to the sunlight? With Baiwan's words, even though most people did believe him, they planted seeds of doubt. In a moment of desperation, Chi Xingtian hurriedly said, Classmate Bai, I'm sorry for making you doubt me so much. I didn't want this to happen. And I didn't want to put my big brother through the pain. Either. You know what? I've been suffering a great deal in my heart every moment of these 5 years. After my big brother left the family, I tried very hard to get him back. Before he could finish his sentence, it was then interrupted by Baiwan. Baiwan coldly said, If you are truly guilty, you should dig out the companion bone. The fact that your talent is now promoted means that you're past the rejection reaction. So there's no excuse that you can't divest yourself of the companion bone. If you can, do it. Like Nimble the other night. Take a knife and pry your own bones out. Shi Shangtian was disliked for a moment. Even though he's usually so thoughtful. But he was only good at using his softness. And arousing the sympathy of his sisters. I'd like to talk about the city. He's really not as good as Baiwan. And he couldn't argue with it in the face of absolute truth. What? So you're afraid to talk? You keep saying that you have a guilty conscience towards Abai. But when it comes to the critical time, how come you don't dare to take this step? This only proves that your heart is weak. Baiwan taunted. Big brother needs my companion bone. Then I'll return it to him when my exams are over. Big brother is the first son of the Qi family. And I'm just an adopted son. Compared to me, it's still Big brother's future that's more important. Shi Shangtian was momentarily speechless. Still, a perfunctory remark was quickly found. And whenever he used to say that, his sisters would stand by him, thus going on to refute Nian Bai. This time, he thought, people should still stand him. Is there any point in babbling all this? You're taking the exam at the Westgate Examination Center. And Abai is there. too. As long as you're willing. I'll let Nianbai go over to you now and get the companion bone back. At the same time, tell Qi Wuxian to stay out of it. Do you dare? Bai Wan questioned. Qi Shengtian was so flustered that he once again didn't know how to respond. And could only curse damnation in his mind. Obviously he has SS plus level talent. Obviously he's the future of the Qi family. But why did Bai Wan choose that invalid Nianbai and speak for him? You wouldn't dare. Would you? Bai Wan sneered. I would do anything for my brother. Qi Shengtian could only die a duck's death and said. Good. Then I'll let Nianbai go over there now. And I'll have the Ministry of Education's invigilator accompany him. So that Nianbai won't be set up by your Qi family halfway through. Bai Wan said directly. But so. Doesn't that make Big Brother give up this round of exams? Qi Shengtian said anxiously. And what does that have to do with anything? Is it the exam that's important? Or is the companion bone important? Bai Wan asked rhetorically. Now. Qi Shengtian completely dared not respond. Because he couldn't respond. If we let Nianbai come here like this, then he's like being roasted on a fire. At the same time, Nianbai stopping the exam means he can't kill anyone. He couldn't accept this matter no matter how it ended. Where are the people? Venture out. Bai Wan urged with a cold smile. The crowd is already speculating in their minds. From an outsider's perspective, it's actually quite easy to be able to figure it out. After all, the price Nianbai paid was too great. And no matter what Qi Shengtian, who was the beneficiary, said, it was hard to argue. Qi Shengtian could only pretend to let Sister 5 see his chat interface. Because he knew that Sister 5 would snatch his cell phone away from him and speak for him in the group. After seeing Sure enough, Qi Wuxian took a look. He snatched his cell phone away in a fit of rage. Qi Wuxian at Bai Wan in the group. Angrily rebuking. Bai Wan. This is Qi Wuxian. I'm warning you not to sow discord here. I haven't even settled the score for you guys calling the police. Bai Wan sneered. Then come. As long as you dare to come. I'll dare to have the Martial Arts Bureau arrest you again. Qi Wuxuan instantly became even angrier. Fine. Fine. Fine you Bai Wan. This is you completely disregarding our Qi family? Bai Wan said. The secret order of the Qi family's ancestor is still in my hands. Piss me off and I'll tear up the secret order. Everyone in the Qi family will be dead by then. Qi Wuxian is furious. But there's nothing to be done about it. He could only say, Okay. We can't afford to mess with you. So it's okay for us to hide. Right? As long as you don't mess with Shang Tian. We won't go looking for you. Bai Wan said disdainfully. Make him spit out the companion bone. That's what he promised. Qi Wuxuan said angrily. Don't go too far. Bai Wan laughed coldly. Who exactly went overboard? Who was it that led hundreds and thousands of people to surround my Bai family in order to save Qi Shengtian? Even if this is the work of the sixth sister of the Qi family. But Qi Wuxian can't be blamed either. There's no way I'm going to give or go for the companion bone. If you have the ability, come and grab it. I'd like to see how capable your Bai family is. Qi Wuxian finished. Just drop Qi Shengtian's software out of the group. Out of sight. Out of mind. The heart is not troubled. She didn't want her baby brother to be affected. Because of the public opinion in the group. Qi Shengtian's face was incomparably gloomy. His heart was filled with indignation. And he was even more moved to want to kill Nian Bai immediately. As long as Nian Bai doesn't die, then this questioning will only cascade. But as long as Nian Bai died, then even if Bai Wan let him divest the companion bone, it would be meaningless. Because no one needed the companion bone anymore. See it all? Right? This is the face of the Qi family. This is the face of the innocent people you speak of. Bai Wan sneered. And subsequently withdrew from the group. She'll only explain this kind of thing once. For one thing, she doesn't have that much time. Secondly, it makes no sense. It only takes one time for someone with a brain to realize that something is wrong with Qi Shengtian. And people who pretend to be asleep can never be woken up. The group was silent for a long time. First, they all sensed something was wrong in this case. But they don't dare discuss it. Because it was Qi Shengtian. That's the Qi family. Discussing this is tantamount to offending the Qi family. Sister Bai. I still know for the first time in Nian Bai. Actually happened so many things. In that case, the Qi family and that Qi Shengtian. They're really detestable. Xia Yimeng couldn't help but say. On the day of Qi Shengtian's bar mitzvah, their Xia family wasn't there. It's because the Xia family and the Qi family don't deal with each other at all. This feud started with the old man of the Qi family. At that time, the old man Qi's knife seized his love, stealing Xia Yimeng's third grandpa's lover. They obviously love each other. But the Qi family stepped in, blackmailing the woman's family to force the marriage to be consummated. The reason was simply that the Qi family needed the sacred bone inside the female as a match. They needed the female party to join them to make the Qi family's old man stronger. Who says otherwise? Nian Bai has endured too much these past 5 years. If it were anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. Bai Wan sighed. What a heartache. The Qi family really deserves to die. That Qi Shengtian deserves to die too. Xia Yimeng couldn't help but clench her small fists and said. Sooner or later, Bai Wan would completely strip down the Qi family's hypocritical mask, making them regret doing such a thing. And even more so, making them pay the price. Night. With the fall of night, a bonfire blazed in the midst of the woods. A fiery red glow that lit up the perimeter. There aren't many campfires in the forest that exist that people would dare to light. And the people who lit the bonfires were basically hired to protect the test. Qi Wuxuan handed Qi Shengtian a skewer of grilled fish, and was very distressed when she saw how absent-minded he was. Still thinking about the day. Brother? Forget it. Forget about what those classmates of yours think. Anyway, we're not afraid of shadows. No matter what that Bai Wan says. Qi Shengtian sighed. Sister. It's really hard in my heart. Big brother doesn't understand me. No one else understands me. Either. I obviously really don't want this," said he, almost in tears. It broke Qi Wuxian's heart even more. She walked over and gently hugged Qi Shengtian, comforting him. "It's fine. It's fine. As long as your sisters understand you, nothing else matters." Suddenly, Qi Shengtian's cell phone vibrated imperceptibly a few times. He stood up with a pretense of despondency and, strong and cheerful, he said, "Sis, I'm going to the bathroom. I won't go far." Qi Wuxian, however, shook her head and blocked the way. "I'll turn my back. You just stay here. Mostly because the forest is too dangerous at night for me to risk you. It's not just her. All of the exam attendants at the exam center do this. Whether it's a man or a woman. The resolution of all three emergencies must be accomplished in front of. There have been many cases in the past where candidates had to go outside to use the restroom, only to be attacked and killed by foreign beasts. So this is not a solution. I can protect myself, sis. And it's within a few meters of the neighborhood. Even if something happened, you'd be the first to show up. Right?" Qi Shengtian said. Seeing that he was so insistent, Qi Wuxian could only nod her head. "All right then. Be careful and call me immediately if anything happens." "Yes." Qi Shengtian nodded and turned to walk into the dark woods. He took out his cell phone, turned the brightness of the screen to its dimmest setting, and looked at the message on the screen that, "This is from the killer." The killer said that they had found an emerald 8th grade Fey beast and were going to make the beast go berserk so that they could kill Nian Bai. According to Nian Bai's current direction of travel, tomorrow night at the latest, he would arrive at the ambush area. And by doing so tomorrow night, he would be able to conceal himself to the greatest extent possible. You will catch another Fey here. And you must kill Nian by tomorrow night. I won't allow any accidents. Qi Shengtian coldly typed and said. But the assassin balked and said, "Boss, one Fey can still be considered a coincidence. But for two to appear, the traces of artificiality are too heavy. And killing people under the watchful eye of the Ministry of Education, the consequences can be very serious. Even if we're not worried about getting caught ourselves. How about you think about yourself? What will you do in case you get caught?" Qi Shengtian was furious when he looked at it and himself as an employer. But how dare they go against their own wishes? He dialed right through and said angrily, "And how do you guarantee there won't be an accident?" Killer said in disbelief. "What could possibly go wrong with an emerald 8th grade Fey beast? And we're still looking for the very ferocious giant tooth iron bull." Qi Shengtian was still uneasy and growled. "And what if there's still an accident? This time out. Even if it's just a 1 in a million accident. He wouldn't even allow it. Boss, I know you're eager to kill. But we're the professionals." The killer was speechless in his mind. It was tempting to curse. But all one could do was suppress the anger. "All right. Since you've said so. I just need a result. If the person is not dead by the end of the exam, then I want your lives." Qi Shengtian angrily cut off the phone. Still indignant. He only wanted to add one more Fey beast. What could be the matter? They weren't willing to do it. And actually found a bunch of reasons to put them off? Around the campfire, Qi Wuxian's entire body froze in place. What did she hear? Her harmless brother talking about killing people? A martial artist's perception is very sharp. She was pretty sure she hadn't just heard right. In the dark, Qi Shengtian took a deep breath, replaced it with a smile, and walked back to the campfire. Katsura, who were you talking to on the phone just now?" Qi Wuxian asked, frowning. She needs to know what just happened. She wouldn't allow anyone to teach her sweetest brother a lesson. Qi Shangtian froze. The smile at the corners of his mouth disappeared completely and a moment of panic. Oops. He was just in a fit of pique. I can't believe I forgot that fifth sister is still here. I'm getting a sister text with a 100,000 word outline. And I'll start writing today. So I'll put the address in the book. Short synopsis: I've been reborn. My sisters have been reborn. And the hunt is on. Of course. It doesn't stop the book from being updated. The 200,000 outline of the book is all done and stocked. A phone call that won't shatter the image he's had in Sister Five's mind for years. But it could leave a seed of crisis as a result of it. Big Sister has fallen to Nian Bai's side. For the sake of Nian Bai. Even to the extent of getting himself confined. If even the paranoid fifth sister has undergone a transformation, then the consequences are unimaginable. Roar. That's when a terrifying beastly roar came from. Immediately followed by a low, terrifying sound of footsteps rapidly approaching towards them. The serpentine tiger? Qi Wuxian had a grave expression for a moment. How did this emerald second-grade strength serpentine tiger appear here? Shang Tian. Get out of the way. Qi Wuxian drew a long sword from Renaissance sphere and prepared to meet the enemy. Before they lit the campfire, Qi Shangtian turned off the detection function of his bracelet and entered a state of rest. In this situation, Qi Wuxuan, as a guard, was allowed to make a move. If one were to strike during the examination of detection, it would be the same as Qi Shangtian's examination coming to an end. Sis. Let me do it. I can handle it. Qi Shangtian gritted his teeth. He wanted to divert Qi Wuxian's attention through the appearance of the serpentine tiger. If Qi Wuxian was allowed to make a move, then this serpentine tiger, in just the blink of an eye, would have been taken care of by Qi Wuxian. At that time, Qi Wuxian would surely still pursue that phone call just now. Shang Tian, you're only at the 9th rank of martial general strength. This serpentine tiger of the Emerald Realm is not something you can deal with. Qi Wuxian stared. With her confronting the massive serpentine tiger, the serpentine tiger didn't dare to attack rashly. Sister, believe me, I can do it. Nowadays, I have the 8 companion bones of my big brother. And I also have a terrifying talent at the SS Plus level. Even if this serpentine tiger is a realm more powerful than me, I believe I can still have a fighting chance. Qi Shangtian firmly said. Candidates who cross the level to kill a foreign beast alone are given a score bonus. But if you cross realms, it's a 10x bonus. Let's say Qi Shangtian is a 9th grade martial general. And he's up against this serpentine tiger of 2nd grade emerald. After a kill, a 20x bonus is given based on the base points of the serpentine tiger. In the meantime, this kill, which will be recorded in the archives, it became one of the plus points for the entrance exam. Katsura. Can you really? Qi Wuxian couldn't help but worry. I can do it. Qi Shangtian firmly said. That's good. Only then did Qi Wuxian turn around and get out of the way. Her breath completely locking onto the serpentine tiger, avoiding it from suddenly going berserk. Qi Shangtian turned on the surveillance function of his bracelet and re-entered the examination state. He took a deep breath, fully dispatching his strength and the difference between each realm is a world of difference. He wasn't sure he'd make it over the top. But regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he had to fight the good fight and divert Qi Wuxian's attention completely. Boom! Qi Shangtian's body's energy is running. The supreme bone increased his strength, and several companion bones functioned at the same time, making his strength not to be underestimated. And also along with his firepower. He had the hidden golden light of the supreme bone shining on his body. And the surface of his body was like a haunting multitude of golden fireflies. The swish. Qi Xingtian's body moved to meet the 3-meter-tall serpentine tiger. Also at the moment he made his move, Qi Wuxian lifted the lock on her breath, allowing the serpentine tiger to launch a counterattack. Although serpentine tiger's strikes were half a beat slow, but its strength is here. Only in an instant. Its claws struck Qi Xingtian's chopping long sword, accompanied by sparks erupting. The sharp claws and the sword body rubbed out horrible sparks. The Qi Xingtian was shocked by its powerful force. Numbness in the tiger's mouth. And the tip of his foot was even heavily sunk down a little bit. The look in the serpentine tiger's eyes as he faced Qi Xingtian was so condescending. With scorn and because this human teenager is nothing more than that. Victory. Qi Wuxian was incredibly nervous. This one shot. And it's a split decision. If this is just a serpentine tiger of Jade 1, then with Qi Xingtian's strength he can still have a fierce battle. But the strength of the Emerald 2nd grade, it wouldn't be something that the 9th rank of a military general could handle. Sis. Don't worry. I can do it. Qi Xingtian gritted his teeth. With that, he once again pounced towards the serpentine tiger in front of him. Qi Wuxian is right to be so nervous. With his understanding of Qi Wuxian, as long as Qi Wuxian was nervous enough, then Qi Wuxian would overlook many things. He's not worried about dying. If he really couldn't beat them, then he could have Qi Wuxian make a move. The big deal is that this practice test is over. Qi Wuxian was worried in her heart. Her fists couldn't help but clench. But at the same time, she felt more and more that something wasn't right about this whole thing. That how did the Emerald Fae get here? You know, this is just a lower middle class exam area. Someone must have messed up on purpose. But who the hell is it? Could it be those two assholes? Nian Bai and Bai Wan? During the battle that lasted for 10 minutes, Qi Xingtian became more and more tired of dealing with it. And a number of injuries appeared on his body, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. It hurts. It really hurts. Shit. If it wasn't because of that damned Nian Bai, why else would he have to endure this kind of pain? Katsura. Stop it. You've made it this far. Qi Wuxian reddened, her eyes and tensed. No way. I'm not at my limit yet. Sis. You guys have given so much for me. Then I must become strong enough. It's you guys protecting me now. It's my turn to protect you guys in the future. Qi Xingtian resounded. Qi Wuxian had tears welling up in her eyes. It's enough to have him say that. With his words, it would be worth it for them to pay for all these years. Seeing that the claws of the serpentine tiger were about to slap Qi Xingtian's chest, Qi Wuxian immediately took out the soul-chasing underworld needle and penetrated the serpentine tiger's brain. The spectral pursuit needle belongs to a special prop of the spirit system and is extremely expensive. It doesn't leave any traces when it pierces through a creature's brain. It is one of the few means by which you can cheat in the exam room. That the Ministry of Education, even if it knew it could cheat, was unlikely to upgrade the bracelets that monitor test takers as a result. Because it belongs to the S-class props. To use it once would require a horrendous $500 million in financial resources. Even the Zhenghua clan couldn't just casually throw $500 million of wealth at a martial general. Or an emerald fey beast. Swish. Qi Xingtian pierced through the serpentine tiger's heart with his sword. Crimson blood burst forth and the foul-smelling blood splattered on his face, making Qi Xingtian feel sick to his stomach. Katsura. Are you okay? Qi Wuxian asked nervously. No. It's fine. Qi Xingtian smiled weakly and bitterly. His body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. The Qi Wuxian dashed to his side and supported him, her eyes full of heartache and even more anger. Qi Wuxian was more than certain that the serpentine tiger had arrived. There must be someone in the dark. Why don't they get more powerful fae? That was because once the more powerful foreign beasts appeared, then Qi Wuxuan would definitely strike. There was no way she would allow Qi Shengtian to be harmed in the slightest. On the contrary, getting a fae that's not up to scratch, it would allow Qi Shengtian to make a move. It can also hurt him for it. Read the white. And by one. You guys are really good and vicious. Because after cheating and killing that serpentine tiger, Qi Shengtian's name jumped to the second position, with the same number of points. The rankings are divided by who killed the more powerful alien beasts. And killing foreign beasts across realms can even ignore scores and promote them directly into the head rankings of the. This is the case with Qi Shengtian. Sister Bai. Qi Shengtian's ranking has caught up A. And it's still the 9th rank of a martial general, killing the serpentine tiger of the 2nd rank of emerald. Xia Yiming sat by the campfire, eating a kebab while refreshing the points ranking. The serpentine tiger is considered to be one of the top group in terms of battle power among the many Fey beasts. The emerald 2nd grade can kill regular emerald 3rd grade Fey beasts. Just with him, he can also kill an emerald 2nd grade serpentine tiger? Baiwan couldn't help but lose her smile as she ate the bento that Nianbai had prepared for her. A practice test in cheating? What a disgrace. Sister White. Do you think he cheated? Xia Yiming raised her eyes and looked at her with watery eyes. The look is very cute. Or what? Baiwan rolled her pretty eyes. It's just a shame that through the blindfold, Xia Yiming couldn't see her regal little expression. He. If it weren't for the fact that you, Sister Bai, are a test taker, otherwise I'd be considered a cheater. Who would have thought that an Emerald Realm Fey beast in front of you would be so weak that it could be crushed to death in a single breath? Sister Bai, you're awesome. Xia Yiming hugged Baiwan's arm and playfully pouted. You're not weak either. Martial General Realm. It's hard for you to meet an opponent, Baiwan said with a light smile. When Xia Yiming heard this, she puffed up her cheeks. Sister Bai, if you don't know how to chat, don't chat. Aren't you hitting me? Baiwan laughed out loud, amused by her look. Because of the presence of Baiwan, a humanoid outsider, they can ignore the threat of the campfire attracting the Fae. Even Baiwan couldn't wait to meet more powerful foreign beasts. Because they exist. It's the medicine that can help Ninbai improve. Sister White, I'm going to take a shower. Do you want to join me? Xia Yiming intended to go to the small river on the side to clean the beast blood on her body. If it was just her alone taking the exam, then she definitely wouldn't dare to do something so dangerous. But with Baiwan, an exam was shaped like a field trip. Go ahead. I'll watch your back. Baiwan looked at her with amusement. Nah. Then I'll go. Xia Yiming nodded, took out a set of clothes from her nascent ring, and headed towards the creek. Baiwan sat on a big rock by the river, tenderly wiping the walking stick in her hand. This walking stick. But it was one of the most handy weapons the White family's oldest ancestor had back in the day. There are only 11 legendary weapons in the world. It's either mankind's exhaustion of countless top-notch resources to build that. Either that or those weapons that the beasts brought to the extraterrestrial battlefield. And above the legends, there are the epics. Global epic. 3 in total. On Baiwan's body. There was one left behind by the Qi family's ancestor back then. And it was the only one in the Dragon Kingdom. All epic weapons are growth weapons. It's grown from an F-class blood weapon. When a blood-driven weapon grows into an epic weapon, it will open up its own spirit and become extremely picky about its owner. Something that can't be mastered by normal people. A black-spotted snake, the thickness of an arm, silently appeared behind Bai Wan's back. It lurks in the darkness. The serpent's letter catches Bai Wan's message in the air. The. Exactly when it thought Bai Wan was defenseless and ready to attack. Bai Wan's walking stick splits quickly into two-pronged spikes. In a split second, it ended its life. Early the next morning, bang! Zhou Mang, who was sleeping soundly, fell from the top of a 5-meter-high tree without warning and hit the ground heavily, immediately baring his teeth in pain. Mango, are you okay? Nen Bai, in the treetops, looked at him with amusement and, last night's vigil, he kept the first half of the night, and Nimble the second. Unlike Bai Wan and Xia Yameng, who dared to light a bonfire in the woods, they hid above the treetops even to sleep and keep watch. Damn! That hurts. My ass is falling apart. Zhou Mang rubbed his ass. The mold is very funny. Ha ha! Who let you sleep so much? Nian Bai also came down from the tree and took out a bottle of water in his nascent sacred ring and threw it to him. The two of them ate something, got ready, and headed deeper into the exam room. In yesterday's exam, they actually pulled away from the head of the pack, and are currently scoring only in the middle to lower level lines. At the top of the list, it's Bai Wan and Xia Yameng. Their scores are so horrible that no one can top them at all. And it's already set a new record in the capital. Although Nian Bai's supreme bone could turn on the terrifying berserk, there were conditions. That he would have to encounter a sufficient number of alien beasts to open it without injury. If there wasn't a sufficient number of foreign beasts to support it, then even if he forced it on, there wouldn't be much of an increase. In a day's time, they had killed quite a few Martial General Realm Fey beasts and gained quite a few points. But two pairs of eyes were staring at them in the gloom. In order for Nian Bai to move in the set direction, those hidden in the shadows also attracted the foreign beasts in this neighborhood into different areas. These people have artificially created a beast channel of even strength. Moreover, this passageway was specially designed according to the killing habits of the two Nian Bai. In fact, yesterday, someone was watching them. After they finished killing the nearby beasts of comparable strength, it was almost nighttime. So they would inevitably rest at the safe spot they had prepared in advance. As the assassin and Qi Xingtian said, the consequences of killing someone under the eyes of the Ministry of Education are very serious. Even professional killers. It must also be unmarked. Nian Bai, come quickly. There's actually a B-grade ironstone mine here, eh? Ha ha ha. We're rich. Zhou Mang hurriedly greeted. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, it was time for them to find a place to rest and recuperate. And after a day of killing foreign beasts, their bodies couldn't help but get a little tired. Nimble walked over to take a look. Sure enough, it's a B-grade ironstone mine. B-grade ironstone ore, in the mid to high 30,000 S per kilogram. And this pile of ironstone ore had a yield of at least 100 kilograms. If we took them all away, it would casually be over $3 million. This is the kind of good thing that even professional hunters don't come across so easily. Strange. Such a big ironstone mine. Why hasn't it been dug up? Nian Bai was rather very puzzled. Whatever. Since we met it, it's ours. With these ironstone mines, when I return to the capital, I'll be able to exchange it for a B-rank weapon. Zhou Mang was ecstatic. He's been wanting a different weapon for a long time now. It's just that B-ranked weapons are $1 million or more. And he can't afford them. And now, here's your chance. Zhou Mang hurriedly took out 2 shovels from his nascent sphere and threw one to Nian Bai. Then he and Nian Bai dug up. Nian Bai always felt that things weren't quite right. but there were no traces left by other people in the surrounding area. So even if it didn't feel right, he could only put his worries aside for the time being. Ring. 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 A phone call came in. It's White Vinegar Bag Goddess Wan. Checking in again. Stinky White. What are you and Mango doing? Wan asked curiously on the other end of the video. Nianbai flashed the shovel in his hand and said in amusement. Can't you tell? It's digging. During the 300 years since the descent of the foreign beasts, many of the powerful materials needed by martial artists had appeared slowly under the influence of the world's aura. Ironstone mine. For example. It's formed from exposed ores in the ground, reacting with the aura that. Correspondingly, there are copper, silver and gold mines. A B-grade ironstone mine? When Bai Wan looked at it, she was a bit surprised. Such a large ironstone mine. It is reasonable to say that it should have been dug up a long time ago. Many martial artists, unable to refine their strength and not wanting to risk their lives by traveling to extraterritorial battlefields, have switched jobs to become hunters to support their families. Because more people are doing it, the amount of high-level materials that can be encountered in the outskirts of the countryside naturally decreases. An ironstone mine worth millions of dollars would not be surprising if it were in a virgin forest in the middle of nowhere. However, the Westgate hunting ground where Nian Bai and the others were located was not a place where powerful alien beasts gathered. There were just a lot of hunters going in and out on a daily basis. Much less should this situation occur. Is it possible that we got lucky? Zhou Mang appears smugly in the shot. A fine bead of sweat covered his forehead from digging and the afterglow of the setting sun poured down on him, emphasizing his dark skin and giving him a sense of being a black man. Well, you guys are in luck. Bai Wan cried and laughed a little, saying, Nianbai's brother-in-law. We've gained a lot today too. If we only count the materials we scored from the foreign beasts, it's worth a few $1 million. Xia Yimeng tilted her little face and said excitedly, if it were up to her, she certainly wouldn't have been able to kill so many foreign beasts, much less acquire so many materials. But who is this beside her? This is a white humanoid self-propelled external god. An exam that made us all rich. $3 million today. $5 million tomorrow. We all have bright futures. An ironstone mine. It made Zhou Mang's back straighten up, waiting to pick it up. You think you're this lucky every day? Nian Bai said in amusement. Had. Maybe the luck is coming and you can't stop it? Zhou Mang smiled brightly and said. He realized that after breaking ties with the Zhou family, Nian Bai's luck was really good. First, I met Bai Wan, the treasure girl. Good looking. It's the White family's daughter again. Afterward restoring some of his gifts and changing his destiny. Now that he had encountered such a super lucky ironstone mine, it was really a lucky break. Stinky White. I've got the materials I asked my eldest to find. And I'm almost done. When we get back, I'll have someone build you a blood-dripping weapon. Bai Wan watched Xia Yimeng build a campfire while propping her chin up with her small hand, eyeing Nian Bai on the other end of the screen as he was digging. But along with her words, Xia Yimeng on this end of the screen, as well as Zhou Mang on the other end of the screen froze. The two were violently fed a mouthful of dog food. I can't wait to find a rock and hit my head on it. Sister-in-law. You're going too far. Zhou Mang wanted to cry and said. Yeah. It's too much. Sister Bai. Even if you want to show your love, please go home and show it behind closed doors. Can you? Can't you see that there are still 2 single dogs here? On behalf of all the single dogs in the world, I severely condemn this behavior of yours. Xia Yuming's small mouth beamed as she said. Blood-dripping weapons. That's not something anyone can have. Trying to build it would require an outlay of $50 to $100 million in the first place. And along with its enhancement, an incomparably terrifying cost of materials. A regular A-class weapon. Worth millions of dollars. But it takes hundreds of millions to upgrade a blood-dripping weapon from B to a grade. Holy shit. I want a blood-dripping weapon too. Is there a rich woman who could look at me? Zhou Mang was holding the shovel. Envious to the point of tears. Want a rich woman? Here's not one. Bai Wan pointed at Xia Yumeng beside her and said. Sister Bai. What are you talking nonsense about? I'm still a 17-year-old girl and I'm not planning on getting into a relationship yet. Xia Yuming's pretty face blushed. If she dares to fall in love, Grandpa designated could rip her boyfriend's head off. And Zhou Mang was so self-aware that he made a joke and changed the subject to. Xia Yuming is cute. Nice personality. 2. Fascinating indeed. But behind her, it was the Zhenguo Xia family. It wasn't an orphan from the bottom like Zhou Mang who could climb high. The four of them talked and laughed for over an hour. Across the screen. It was only when it was completely dark that Nian Bai and Zhou Mang finished digging all the ironstone mines and stopped to have something to eat. As for Bai Wan and Xia Yumeng on the other end of the screen, they had long since finished eating and waved goodbye to them, indicating that they were ready to take a shower. But it's just that the video hasn't been up for long. An unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps. From far and near. The Mango. We have a situation. Hurry up the tree. Nian Bai stood up in an instant and urged with incomparable anxiety. In the forest, there were often foreign beasts rampaging through. And hiding in the treetops would prevent them from being detected and circumvent the vast majority of the dangers. Nian Bai. You go up first. Zhou Mang was so nervous that he threw Nian Bai toward the treetops with both of his hands on Nian Bai's thighs. Nian Bai grabbed the trunk above him with his right hand, flipped over and slammed into the tree, and dropped the rope from above, yanking Zhou Mang up from below. The boom boom boom. The terrifying footsteps of the Fae are coming closer and closer. The voice is incredibly heavy. It's at least a 3-ton Fae. Those footsteps sound like a frenzied, iron-horned rhinoceros. Nian Bai was horrified in his heart and said, the iron-horned rhinoceros is one of those very dangerous beasts. Not only does it possess a defense that is incomparable to that of its class, but it also has an offense that is incomparable to that of its class. It has a very strong sense of territory and is itself very irritable. And once it goes into a frenzy, it will not stop with its enemies. Its only weakness, its back. Because of its size, it couldn't touch its own back. Shoo! Nian Bai immediately made a silencing gesture towards Zhou Mang, signaling him not to make any noise. This thing, Nian Bai had also met it in the previous exams for junior and senior high school. Even if they are of equal strength, they must be dodged. For one thing, its iron horns are extremely terrifying. The second was that with its own tonnage, it could inflict horrific stomping damage on martial artists. Bang bang! An emerald 8th grade iron-horned rhinoceros came into view. The hearts and minds of the two Nian Bais in the tree trembled greatly. The iron-horned rhino, on the other hand, came to a violent stop after charging into the area they were in. This kind of thing, by definition, can't happen. First of all, an iron-horned rhinoceros with this kind of strength shouldn't have appeared in this exam area. Secondly, after going berserk, the iron-horned rhinoceros will keep running to find its target. If the target disappears, it will rampage in a straight line and, in its charge, it will topple every obstacle that stands in its way. For example, large trees, rocks, It doesn't stop until it runs out of stamina. But this iron-horned rhinoceros clearly hadn't finished its frenzy. And it just stopped. Combined with that earlier ironstone mine, Nienbai snapped to the realization that something big was wrong. Mango! Hurry up and enable the distress function of the bracelet. Someone's trying to kill us. Zhou Mang sniffed and froze, saying fearfully, "No. Shouldn't I? Both of us are still students." Just halfway through his words, Zhou Mang immediately reacted. With his status, it's impossible for someone to buy a murderer to kill him and make such a big commotion about it. But not so with Nimble. Crap! The bracelet's communication function is disabled. Zhou Mang said anxiously. Mine is also disabled. Nienbai couldn't help but breathe a little faster. During the exam, the cell phone may not have a signal, but the bracelet can't be without it. Because the bracelet is the final guarantee for the candidates. Those guys took things to the extreme when they struck. Before the iron-horned rhino appeared, they blocked all signals around them. The iron-horned rhinoceros circled around below and began to frantically crash into the surrounding trees. Bang! 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 A tree fell. Nienbai hurriedly took out the claw hook from his nascent ring and shot it at a large tree 8 meters away. Mangzi, you go first. This iron-horned rhino is not something we can handle. Zhou Mang shook his head and excused himself. If you want to go, you go first. Nienbai became anxious and said, Mangzi, you don't even listen to me? Hurry up and go. Zhou Mang looked determined and said gruffly, Nienbai, you have more of a future than I do. So hurry up and leave. I'll find a way to attract the iron-horned rhinoceros's attention and buy you some time. Nienbai couldn't care less and immediately tied the rope around Zhou Mang and triggered the mechanism of the claw hook, using it to forcefully drag him away. Read white. Zhou Mang panicked. But he couldn't stop at all. Move! Nienbai shouted anxiously. He wasn't sure how far the signal was shielded, but he could be sure that these people were coming for him. If he leaves, it's highly likely that the iron-horned rhinoceros will be manipulated into coming with him. And if Zhou Mang escaped, if he could escape outside the shielding range as soon as possible, and send out a rescue signal with the teacher from the Ministry of Education, then he could still be saved. Bang! The iron-horned rhinoceros breaks another tree. It's close enough to read white. Nienbai once again took out a claw hook from his nascent sack, shot another tree, and fled in the opposite direction of Zhou Mang. In less than 3 breaths, the iron-horned rhinoceros, not knowing what it was being manipulated by, chased after Nienbai's direction and locked onto Nienbai's aura. Damn! Damn the Qi family! How far are you going to go with this? Do you really have to drive Nienbai to death before you're satisfied? Seeing the iron-horned rhinoceros chasing Nienbai away, Zhou Mang's fists were almost crushed. His eyes were crimson. There was almost a quick trickle of blood. Nienbai, I won't let anything happen to you. Definitely. You wait until I get back. Zhou Mang clenched his teeth in death and used the claw hook to quickly escape. The assassin, hidden in the darkness, did not pursue the. As of now, none of them revealed any signs of man-made activity. The source they used to destroy the bracelet signal was an extremely specialized electromagnetic tengu. It releases impulse signals to the periphery when stimulated. And this pulse could not only destroy the vast majority of communication equipment, but could even affect some spirit-based weaponry. Then if they go after Zhou Mang at this point, even if you kill it, what's the point? Once the human traces are exposed, the Ministry of Education is going to go after it heavily. But if we just let the iron-horned rhinoceros go after Nienbai, even if it killed Nienbai, the Ministry of Education wouldn't have any direction to trace. Ministry of Education. Westgate Examination Center monitoring site. Immediately after the signals from the bracelets of the two Nianbai people disappeared, a teacher noticed that the Area C09. Two candidates have lost their signals. Attention teachers in Area C09. The coordinates of the area before the signal disappeared have been sent to your bracelets. Please ask the teachers in the vicinity to investigate immediately. The exam board contacted the invigilator in Section C in the first instance. But the words just came out. The entire examination region, however, was in chaos. Examination Center. Examination Center. Zone A alien beasts riot. Requesting reinforcements. Examiner. Alien beast riot in Area B. Requesting reinforcements. Examiner. I'm here at post 049 on the edge of the region. I've just detected a wave of beasts coming from east to west, about to enter the exam area. SS level alert. SS level alert. The beast tide is large in number and accompanied by a large number of electromagnetic skinks. Requesting that all candidates be withdrawn from the examination range. The news from post 049 has caused complete civil unrest at the Westgate Examining Center monitoring site. Ministry of Education strongman. Teachers, leaders, and principals of major schools. None of them. All tense. Candidates of the Westgate Examination Center. I'm the head of the Westgate Examination Center's monitoring point. Wang Kai. An emergency notice is now being issued asking all candidates to stop their exams immediately and join the nearest invigilator to return to the examination center monitoring point. There is a wave of beasts that are approaching the examination range. To reiterate, there's a wave of beasts approaching the exam range. And they number over 100. 000. The person in charge, Kai Wang, is going crazy. The signal of two candidates just appeared to disappear. And as a result, a large wave of beasts rioted? This is not the North Gate. Not a rallying point for tons of talent. So why is this wave of beasts coming here? What the hell is going on here? Wang Kai immediately dispatched all personnel on the scene. Out to rescue the... Now it's not just the Ministry of Education. It's all the teachers in all the schools. Old Wang. Hurry up and locate a student for me. Come on. Lu Pingping, the principal of the 15th middle school, rushed over and anxiously said. Candidate number reported to me. Wang Kai nodded gruffly. 01145. Lu Pingping immediately reported Nianbai's number. Wang Kai had the technician enter the number and locate it as fast as he could. Locatable locations. Exactly where the two students disappeared. Looking at the big screen, Lu Pingping's emotions were steeply out of control. And her heart was in turmoil. Nianbai disappeared? He disappeared? Wang Kai pushed him and hurriedly said. Lu Pingping? What are you still waiting for? Since he's your student, why don't you hurry up and find someone? Maybe he just happened to run into an electromagnetic tenebris that caused the signal to disappear. Lu Pingping then slowed down and nodded. Right. He should just happen to run into it. He's definitely fine. Lu Pingping whirled around and rushed out. But the angry voices that. Also from a distance. Wang Kai. You son of a bitch. When you packed up the exam room, you actually left the electromagnetic heavenly cow behind? When I come back, I'll have my old godfather come and clean you up. You're fucking done. The twist in the first volume will be tomorrow. And after the twist comes out, the first volume will be almost over. And the key event at the end of the first volume is the beginning of the second volume of the riot, where the male lead's true talent unfolds and hangs on to all the geniuses in the capital. This plot is the beginning plot of the second volume? In all exams, and even on top of the battlefield. The electromagnetic tenebrae is an extremely dangerous presence. Its threat, not in its combat power, but in its effect on timely communications, has the potential, as a result, to delay the whole picture. Whereas the electromagnetic aspergillus did not exist in the earliest days of. It first appeared 300 years ago. In that holy war. Its ability to reproduce is extremely frightening. Disgusting. And it's not a good idea. Even a freshly hatched electromagnetic skink can affect timely communications within a certain range. Baiwan wiped her soft hair. Her heart suddenly thumped. And a feeling of uneasiness surfaced in her heart, causing her mind to snap. Xia Yameng, who was beside her, looked at her suspiciously. What's wrong? Sister Bai? Ring. 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 An urgent phone call rang. It's Uncle Pak Donghua calling. Wan. Something big has happened. A wave of 100,000 beasts has appeared at the West Gate Examination Center. Meanwhile, Nian Bai's signal has disappeared. Clunk! Baiwan's cell phone fell to the floor and a pretty face was instantly covered in misery. Bloodless. Sister White. What happened? Xia Yameng was even more startled by her appearance and nervously inquired. Yameng, I'm going to break away from the exam room. Something happened to Nian Bai. Baiwan stood up, picked up the phone but her face also grew steeply somber for a moment. And her voice was cold as she said to Bai Donghua, eldest uncle, I'm now detaching myself from the examination center. So come and pick me up. Bai Donghua immediately responded. Wait for me at the North Gate monitoring point. I've already rushed towards the North Gate. Baiwan enabled the communication function of her bracelet and called the nearby invigilator over to her. Qi family. You actually wanted to kill Nian Bai in the examination hall? You'd better pray that Nian Bai is safe and sound. Otherwise, I want your Qi family to be buried with you. Killing chances surged from Baiwan's body. It actually caused Xia Yameng beside him to have heart palpitations. Xia Yameng also enabled the communication function of the bracelet and took the initiative to withdraw from this exam. Sister Bai. I'll accompany you. Baiwan nodded her head. Follow the invigilator when she arrives. In the middle of the West Gate examination room, Qi Shengtian received a message from the examination center. And suddenly froze. He's arranged for an assassin to assassinate Nian Bai. But he didn't arrange for an assassin to start a wave of beasts. Shengtian. Let's go. Qi Wuxuan pulled Qi Shengtian and was about to leave. She also went into a state of alert because of the riot of the nearby foreign beasts. The surrounding foreign beasts were not as strong as her. But the rioting foreign beasts made anything possible. She would not allow Shengtian to suffer any harm. Sis. Big brother he is also at the West Gate Examination Center. Let's hurry and save him. Qi Shengtian said in a hurry. He knew his words were meaningless. But he said them anyway. For it was by this means that he had solidified his image in the minds of his sisters over the years. That scumbag. What do you care? That serpentine tiger last night? It's possible he asked someone to lure it here. You know? Qi Wuxian said angrily. There's no way she's going to forgive Nian Bai in this case. Nian Bai wanted to hurt her most precious brother because of her own selfishness. Something that was unforgivable. Qi Shengtian was forcibly pulled away towards the monitoring point outside the examination center. On the other side, Nian Bai. Still on the run. The iron-horned rhinoceros, after locking onto his scent, pursued him relentlessly and bit him to death. He used his claw hook to weave through the trees while the iron-horned rhino crashed through a large tree just below, making sure to kill him before he was willing to do so. Shit. Nianbai couldn't help but curse. According to the map of the test site, there is a lake in front of us that covers an area of 1,000,000 square meters. If he went any further, he would inevitably be caught up by the iron-horned rhinoceros. There's only one way to soldier on. Nianbai clenched his teeth, using the claw hook to move quickly, but also took out a spiked claw hook. The front part of these spiked claw hooks, which are incredibly sharp spikes, will open instantly when shot into the beast, and the expansion mechanism will be fixed inside the beast. But ordinary spiked claw hooks can't penetrate the skin of the iron-horned rhinoceros at all. It's a good thing Bai Wan gave him a lot of good stuff. Let him deal with all kinds of situations. Swish! A spiked claw hook worth $5 million. Shot towards the iron-horned rhino. Having pierced its epidermis in an instant, and accomplished the fixation. Roar! The iron-horned rhinoceros ate the pain and let out an angry yell that Nianbai couldn't think of anything else, and immediately used his claw hook to haul himself and landed on the iron-horned rhinoceros's back. At the same time, he took out the immobilizer made of diamond and hit it on the back of the iron-horned rhinoceros and fixed himself firmly to it. It was the only way he could survive. Feral animals, such as felines and canines, when they perceive a threat on their backs, they roll their bodies over on the ground in order to get the threat off their backs. But an iron-horned rhinoceros doesn't. Even if the iron-horned rhino sensed that someone was on its back, all it could do was jump and fling itself around. Bang! 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 And along with its jumps and flings, Nianbai's body crashed heavily into its. Each impact was like falling from the 5th floor. Each impact caused Nianbai's internal organs to be violently rushed. Electromagnetic sky cow? Between following the iron-horned rhinoceros on its rampage, Nianbai discovered the culprit that was blocking the signal. That's an Emerald Realm electromagnetic skink. But seeing it, Nianbai became even more desperate. This is because it releases a pulse that can cover a radius of 10 miles and the pulse will be in the air for 12 hours before fading. Damn! What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Nianbai watched as the iron-horned rhinoceros was about to slam into a cliff in front of him. And he was in a state of confusion. The iron-horned rhinoceros doesn't know what's gotten into him. It's full speed ahead. Between runs. If it hit the cliff at such a speed, even an iron-horned rhinoceros of the Emerald 8th grade would have fainted on the spot. And Nianbai would have even been shocked to death on the spot. The distance is getting closer. Nianbai hurriedly unfastened all the fixings on his body and removed the climbing claw hook, trying to climb the cliffs to escape the danger. But as if the iron-horned rhinoceros knew his intentions, a powerful aura was released from his body, suppressing him on his own. Nianbai despaired for a moment. He doesn't want to die. But these people from the Chi family clearly wanted to force him to die. Boom! In an incomparably terrifying crash, Nianbai's figure flew out of the iron-horned rhinoceros and crashed heavily into the top of the more than 10-meter high cliff. He happened to land on a half-meter stone wall extending out from the crag, and violently spurted out a mouthful of crimson blood that. The eyelids are getting heavy. Laxity. The ribs in radius have been broken. Even the blood spilling out of his mouth was like a kite with broken strings. It simply couldn't be stopped. The Chi family. Nianbai's breathing became incredibly weak. Instead, there was nothing but monstrous hatred in his heart. Even if you're born again. Surprisingly, his fate can't be changed either. Forget it. That's all. It's just that he's sorry for Bai Wan. If she knew about his death, Bai Wan would have cried so hard. The iron-horned rhinoceros below actually didn't pass out. I can't believe they're still hitting the cliffs, trying to shake him down from above and kill him. Bang! 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 It was at this moment that the sound of an incomparably horrible trampling approached. Countless trees have fallen as a result. There were no weak beasts, scared to death of their livers and bile. And they, in fact, rushed straight towards Nianbai's direction. Sinful animal! Die for me! An angry female voice, which actually shook the entire forest from afar. The iron-horned rhinoceros of the Emerald 8th grade instantly regained its composure, completely devoid of any semblance of frenzy from earlier, and even prostrated itself on the ground, its body trembling incessantly. A battle god realm white moon eagle swooped down. Sharp claws, in a flash, pierced through the flesh of the iron-horned rhinoceros. Also in a flash, the heart of the iron-horned rhinoceros was dug out and killed, accompanied by a loud and clear chirp from the Haoyuet Sangi eagle. More sovereign realm Haoyuet Sangi eagles appeared in the sky, circling in an extremely terrifying manner. All kinds of flying birds and beasts, densely packed in the sky. The teachers who were chasing towards Nianbai were all stagnant and terrified, not knowing what to do. Zhou Mang followed the teachers, froze and looked in the direction of that sky. His face was pale. Even his eyes were lax. The wave of beasts actually appeared in the direction where Nianbai was. It's over. This is really over. Lu Pingping was also rushing in this direction. But when he saw the foreign beasts hovering in the sky, he was also disturbed to the extreme. I'll fuck you. You animals. If you dare to hurt my students, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Lu Pingping angrily roared. In the common people's impression, he has always been a flattering villain. Who's ever seen him so angry? Lu Pingping immediately took the teachers of the 15th middle school and killed them. But also between the clothes, countless sect masters and battle god realm foreign beasts surrounded them. Their front path was completely blocked. Even if the capital warzone had mobilized en masse, they wouldn't be able to approach so easily. Godfather, have you arrived yet? The beast tide is far more terrifying than we thought. There are many battle god realm and sect master realm foreign beasts. Godfather, you should quickly call for help with the higher-ups and ask them to send back strong people from the extra-dimensional battlefields to support them. Lu Pingping anxiously dialed Wulong's phone. What did you say? War God Realm? Patriarch Realm? Wulong on the other end of the phone was shocked. Yes. It was so large that it even covered the entire sky. Lu Pingping said nervously. He's really worried about something happening to Nianbai. Don't look at him. He always looked like a villain. But in reality, he could care immensely about his students, especially Nianbai. A beast tide of this scale would be no more than that in the extraterrestrial battlefield. How did they just show up at the Westgate Exam Center? Wulong was extremely puzzled. Godfather, this is no longer the time to dwell on this matter. Hurrying up and asking for help with the higher-ups is the point. Lu Pingping urged. It's too late. There's a war going on in the extraterrestrial battlefield. 2. Even if a group of powerful people are deployed to rush back, it will take 3 days at the earliest and fastest. Wulong said feebly. But what about Nimble? What about my students? Lu Pingping was going crazy. Who do you mean? Nianbai? Is he in the center of the beast tide? Wulong's heart, for an instant, lifted. Yeah, Godfather. If he wasn't in the beast tide, otherwise would I be so nervous? Lu Pingping hurriedly said. I'll immediately request reinforcements with the higher-ups and send all the strongest people to your side. You must break through the beast tide as soon as possible and rescue the people. Nianbai can't die. Wulong panicked. Nianbai is someone Baiwan cares very much about. Moreover, Bai Wan had said that Nian Bai was someone who had hopes of reaching the pinnacle of the Qi clan's oldest ancestor back then. For such a human hope to die in a beast tide would be an incomparably huge blow to all of humanity. Lu Pingping, even if you die inside, you must save the people for me. That's an order. Understand? Wolong stormed out. Yes. Lu Pingping promised and led the teachers to charge towards the beast tide while waiting for reinforcements. In the forest, a stunningly beautiful woman, mounted on a huge white tiger, swiftly arrived at the bottom of the cliffs. In one leap of her body, she made a slight point on the wall and landed beside Nian Bai, on the protruding rock wall only half a meter above her. Looking at Nian Bai spitting blood out of his mouth and almost hammering to death. Her heart was breaking. Brother, pull yourself together. The eighth sister is here. Eighth sister is back. The woman choked back a sob and gently hugged him. The woman took out a tube of incomparably top-notch healing potion from her nascent ring and carefully sent it into Nian Bai's mouth. But Nian Bai's state eased up just a little bit and... That is not enough. My brother is going to die soon. And I'm going to use your lives to save him. Death to all of you. The woman roared a strange beastly language out of her mouth. The hissing echoed through the forest. In a flash, a single foreign beast prostrated on the ground. No matter if it was in the battle god realm or the sovereign realm, it unexpectedly shattered its heart and died on the ground. Crimson blood flowed on the ground and began to converge into a horrific stream of blood that... Shi Baifeng embraced Nian Bai in his arms and landed on the ground with a body as light as a swallow. She placed Nimble in a pool of blood. He even placed his jade hand on top of Nian Bai's chest, forcibly opening the second stage of the Supreme Bone Berserk. Whoa! The blood on the ground, as if it were alive, began to converge in the direction of Nian Bai, began to be absorbed by Nian Bai's body. And even the blood of a foreign beast of the sovereign realm carries an incomparably terrifying energy. Shi Baifeng suppressed the terrifying energy in Nian Bai's blood for him, only allowing Nian Bai's body to absorb the key essence of it in order to repair his body. General, there is a growing flurry of strong human beings outside our encirclement. Are we going all out? A 5-meter-tall titanic great ape approached and asked cautiously. It will take time for my brother to recover. In the meantime, you guys just stall those human powerhouses for me. Just play normal offense. Don't let them notice the difference. Shi Baifeng said coldly. Yes. The titanic ape bowed and nodded, turning to leave, along with Nian Bai's absorption speed getting faster and faster. Boom! A terrifying pressure from Shi Baifeng's body at first, even overflowing dozens of miles in a circle. Most of the shock between Nian Bai's absorption was carried by her and the hundreds of companion bones in her body, which resonated with this blood. The companion bones of top-grade exotic beasts, which are hard for ordinary martial artists to reach. On her, there were actually a full $100. It's even more than most people can imagine. A peerless realm foreign beast? Lu Pingping felt the breath and was instantly frightened and palpitated. It was important to realize that the distance between them was a long way apart. But even so, it could make Lu Pingping feel an incomparably terrifying intimidation. The peerless realm above the war god was truly terrifying. But this presence, why is it here? To know that on top of the extraterrestrial battlefield, a peerless level terrifying foreign beast was also a very tricky existence. Shit. How's that for a fight? Lu Pingping appeared for the first time a deep sense of powerlessness. This powerlessness, more than anything else, gave rise to great despair in Lu Pingping. If it really is a peerless beast residing in a beast tide, then its presence alone is enough to subvert half of the capital. Because most of the Dragon Kingdom's forces are on the extraterrestrial battlefield. Even in the capital, There were only a few war gods. Wan. There are actually peerless level foreign beasts among those beast tides. Don't you go in there. Nianbai he is afraid that he is already in a bad way. Bai Donghua's was feeble, although he also wanted to save Nianbai. But that was a peerless realm foreign beast. How could they save it? Nianbai is mine. I won't allow him to die before me. Bai Wan's expression became incomparably cold. So I see that it was as if she had no feelings whatsoever. The legendary great weapon in her hand opened up, forming a long spear that followed her into the West Gate examination hall. Sister Bai. Wait for me. Xia Yimeng quickly caught up with. She knew the trip into was treacherous, but she was willing to take the risk that a peerless realm foreign beast? It's a good thing we came out in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qi Wuxian also had a heartbeat after hearing the news. An existence of this level was simply not something she could deal with. Even gathering all the sisters together, neither could be its match. Sis. But Big Brother, he's still in there. The range where the beast tide is located seems to be where Big Brother is. Qi Shengtian pretended to be nervous. In fact, he couldn't tell you how happy he was that. Even if the Emerald 8th grade Iron Horned Rhino couldn't kill Nianbai, how could this 100,000 beast tide peerless realm Fei kill Nianbai? Ha ha. Nianbai, just rest in peace. The Qi family, and all that belongs to you, will be inherited by me. I'll live on for you. Ka Chao. Ka Chao. Along with the blood flow surging madly around Nianbai's body. The supreme bone in his chest was actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not enough. It's not enough. Give me another batch of death. Qi Bafang coldly scanned the tide of beasts beside him. And those foreign beasts, after receiving Qi Bafang's order, only died by breaking their own hearts. Just like the previous batch of foreign beasts. If he were to follow the price of beast blood in the capital, in this short period of 2 hours, Nianbai had actually absorbed a terrifying value of over $1 billion. The price of animal blood is lower, with the exception of blood and sperm. At the same time, Nianbai's absorption of potency wasn't really that much, as a greater portion of the potency was buffered by Qi Baifeng, while using a low-level exotic beast could have the same effect of. But Qi Baifeng didn't want to. There are foreign beasts of the war god realm around. Then why did she use a foreign beast from the martial general realm? The beasts. The list is endless. But her brother? That's all. Overnight, Bai Wan and the core powerhouses of the Bai clan were killing like crazy outside of the beast tide. Her look grew fainter and fainter, as if she were dead, and the grim aura she displayed made everyone around her feel even more frightened. Also overnight, Qi Shengtian was at the monitoring point. He waited all night, because he wanted to see Nianbai's body with his own eyes. Being carried out. Zhou Mang was seriously injured and was carried out. He sat in his wheelchair, staring dully in the direction of the tide of beasts, watching the sun rise from the horizon and weeping in despair. The golden dawn light sprinkled on Nianbai's body, shining on the blood on his body, but making his appearance look a little weird, demonic. Click. With a bone-crunching sound, Nianbai's supreme bone, in one night, from a budding state, grows to 1/3. Even his talent had broken through to be rank. But the price was a ground full of alien beast corpses. These beasts have only given their blood so far. Next, their bodies could also become the key nutrients for Nianbai's body hardening. Brother, you're finally awake? Qi Bafang hugged him, his voice choking. Not dead? Nianbai looked at the near face in confusion. And his heart froze. Isn't this eighth sister's Qi Baifeng? What's she doing here? And then taking a look at the countless corpses of foreign beasts in the surrounding area. There were even foreign beasts circling above the sky. Nianbai was instantly startled. And also instantly tensed up. Brother! Don't be nervous. These foreign beasts. They are all my subordinates. Qi Baifeng hurriedly explained. MS. Qi? So? What are you here for? Nianbai got up coldly. Coldly asked back. He had completely despaired of the Qi family. Even this eighth sister who had disappeared for years. He didn't want to see her again. The fact that so many foreign beasts had died in the surrounding area made him feel that something wasn't right. But where was the impression of the Qi family that could be changed so easily? Not to mention, he was being chased by the iron-horned rhinoceros before he passed out. Who can guarantee that the iron-horned rhinoceros? What about having nothing to do with Sister 8? Brother! Qi Baifeng's defense was shattered by Nianbai's Miss Qi. She had come on such an exuberant trip. Purely out of nervousness about Nianbai. But Nianbai did this to her. And she can understand that. The root cause of all this is the Qi family. It's in the abominable things those sisters of hers have done. MS. Qi? I'm not related to you. Please don't call me that. Besides, I've already severed my ties with the Qi family. Nianbai said coldly. She took a deep breath. Tried to smile. And said, Brother, I understand your hatred for the Qi family. Even more so, I understand your current state of mind. The assassin Qi Shengtian called for has already been killed by me. Titan ape. Bring me the body. Accompanying her voice, the 5-meter-sized titanic ape appeared. Followed by a giant ape that. And in their hands are the bodies of 4 killers. Brother! Do you know why I left the Qi family back then? Why did I disappear without a word? It's because I saw through the Qi family a long time ago. See through the big sister girls. Back then, I dealt with Qi Broken Mountain many times because of your unfair treatment. But how did Qi Broken Mountain respond to me? It was as if you deserved to endure all of this. Qi Baifeng's voice grew gentler and gentler. To expound on the past. But it made Nianbai frown. She knew that Nianbai couldn't possibly believe her at first glance. So she could only use her sincerity to make Nianbai change her mind. Brother! I've always been aware of what you went through in the Qi family. And I also know about your public bone digging at Qi Xingxing's birthday banquet. You know what? I'm actually really heartbroken. But I was at the extraterrestrial battlefield that day. I couldn't come at all. I didn't have the strength. Back then. There are no means. Nothing will change. So, I became a traitor to humanity. Obtained a large amount of resources tilted from the hands of foreign beasts. And even more so, gained monstrous power from the hands of foreign beasts. Qi Baifeng's voice choked. She's tempted to say she's doing all this for Nianbai. But she couldn't say. Until Nianbai's trust is gained. Her showing her pity will only make Nianbai feel sick. But all these years, she's really hard. If she hadn't wanted to change everything, how else would she have been able to persevere? As someone who came out of the township's national clan, asking her to accept that she'd become a lackey of the Fae. This thing. Difficult in itself. The secrets of the Qi family that Baiwan controlled. She actually knew about them. All of the information she controlled was a record of the Fae in response to the Holy War 300 years ago. Allowing her to learn how the final form of the Supreme Bone was going to be realized. In fact, without Baiwan making a move, she would have rushed back as soon as possible to evolve towards the Holy Spirit Bone for Nianbai. It's just that she didn't expect Nianbai to dig up her bones in public. What's more, I didn't expect Nianbai's severance of ties with the Qi family. because in her eyes, Nianbai was the kind of person who was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the family bloodline. Then severing the relationship would be impossible to do. She had wanted to wait until she got back. When she's ready for anything. Just take Nianbai to rebel against the Qi family. She originally wanted to make Nianbai completely despair of the Qi family through her persuasion. Bai. You are ultimately going to step onto the path of the peak of humanity and realize the glory of your old ancestor back then. But the Fey beasts have developed to a level unimaginable to mankind in these 300 years. That holy war 300 years ago caused incomparable losses to the Fey. And made them learn a lesson and develop in secret for 300 years. Whether it's the heavenly Yin bone, the supreme bone, or the Xia clan's swift feather sacred bone, or the Qin clan's extremely cold 9 regions ice-sealed bone. It's all been figured out by the Fey to break it. But now, with me, you can just move forward. I can buy you enough time before the true power of the Fey appears. Traitor to mankind. Just let it be by me. All sins are mine to bear. Qi Baifeng secretly wept. The mold, however, is so bleak. At this moment, Nianbai's mind went blank and he's confused. Dull. More like overwhelmed. Because he didn't know whether to trust the woman in front of him or not. General. We're running out of time. We disappeared for 15 hours in the extraterrestrial battlefield. And the higher-ups have sent an inquiry. We should go back. The Titanic ape came over to me. In his mouth, he actually spat out human words. Qi Baifeng wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said solemnly, "In 10 minutes. You guys will go back to the extraterrestrial battlefield first. I still have things to deal with back in the capital." That's right. Put all the corpses of the foreign beasts at the scene into the nascent ring and let my brother take them away. The Titanic ape nodded and whirled around to do as he was told. Qi Baifeng took a deep breath and stood up. Bai. I know what path you want to take. But it's not that easy to quench out the Holy Spirit bone of your entire body. It has a major premise. That would be by one obtaining the full inheritance of the heavenly Yin bone. The Fey Beast's research on Supreme Bones and Holy Spirit Bones is beyond your imagination. After Bai Wan obtains all of her inheritance, I'll give you all directions for the next stage. Let's have you all break through towards the realm that all the old ancestors are pursuing. That will be the limit of what man can achieve. It's the realm of the gods. Qi Baifeng took the nascent ring handed over by the Titan giant ape and personally handed it over to Nianbai. Her smile, which became more and more gentle. But the teardrops in the corners of his eyes, still slipping down. The corpses of the foreign beasts in the nascent ring were enough for Nianbai to quench a complete supreme bone. And there was even an excess of them. Bai. Your future will only be above countless human powerhouses. Even above the entire human civilization. Bai Wan is a nice little girl. I'm relieved to have her guarding you. But at the same time, you must watch out for humans. Among humans, there are apostles of the Fey. And even more humanoid Fey. It's just that you haven't realized it. Qi Baifeng really wanted to hug Nianbai. But those resisting eyes that keep her from acting. She gathered up her own complicated emotions. And moreover her grief. And her eyes became unmistakably sharp. The Titan. When you return with your troops, inform the higher-ups of what happened. Truthfully. Let's just say that the plan to cultivate strong human beings will be implemented by me. Holy Spirit Bone Program officially launched. Qi Baifeng opened his mouth icily and said, "Yes." The Titanic ape nods. If it wasn't because of this plan, otherwise even if Qi Baifeng was a general, he wouldn't have been able to make the many battle god realm Fey beasts commit suicide and become Nianbai's sustenance. Where are you going? Nimble really had a trance-like feeling that the mind is still a bit overwhelmed by the Clear the way for you. Your future is mine to protect. But only if the Qi family pays the price. Qi Baifeng coldly said. Swish. Qi Baifeng's figure disappeared in an instant. As if he had never appeared. Before she left. How she wished that Nianbai would call her sister. But she knew better that this matter had to be gradual. Because Nianbai had been hurt too much. Nianbai. Come with me. There is a cave not far ahead. Hide in it. We'll take care of the rest. The titanic giant ape turned his head towards Nianbai. Nianbai nodded his head and followed the titanic giant ape away. He was wary in his mind that. But what's the use of being vigilant? This titan giant ape was at least all-powerful above the war god realm. If he wanted to harm him, a single thought would do the trick. The titanic giant ape arranged Nianbai in a cave. Hidden from view. An explanation was given before leaving. Nianbai. What happened between us and the general must not be told to anyone else except Baiwan. Or the consequences will be unimaginable. There are also many factions among the Fae. The less you know, the safer it is for you and Baiwan. Soon after the titanic great ape left, the sound of a terrifying trampling sound came. It was like the sky crashing into the earth. An army of hundreds of thousands of alien beasts. Just evacuate. Nianbai always still has a dreamlike feeling. 8 sisters have been missing for so many years. But they've transformed themselves into human rebels. And even into a general. Moreover, when he was in danger, it seemed that the 8th sister had even received the news in advance and led hundreds of thousands of foreign beasts to kill in the Westgate Examination Center and came to rescue him. The beast tide has receded. Quickly! Find Nianbai quickly! When Lu Pingping saw this, she was immediately anxious to bring people forward. From Wolong's attitude, Nianbai was no longer just a student that Lu Pingping valued greatly, but even an existence that the Ministry of Education valued greatly. Although Lu Pingping didn't know the reason for this. But there's that. And that's enough to prove Nimble's worth. More proof that Nianbai can't die. Eldest uncle. Yameng. You guys go rest first. I'm going to find a Bai. Baiwan held a gun in her right hand as she walked alone towards the core of the original beast tide. After last night's night of hard fighting, Bai Donghua, Xia Yameng, and all of them were exhausted. Because these beasts, not many are simple. Either the patriarch, either warlord, in order to hide the secret, as well as to let go of the fight. So Baiwan attacked the beast tide from another area last night. From the direction she's heading. Heading southeast. It would take at most half an hour to meet up with Lu Pingping and the others. And it was at this point that the signal to read white appeared. Bang! A crimson flare that rose in the sky. In a flash, all the powerful people in the entire forest quickly approached in that direction. Baiwan's mental probing couldn't see the flare rising in the distance. But Nianbai's phone call rekindled the light in a pair of dead eyes under her blindfold. The Stinky White. Is that you? Are you alive? Baiwan's voice. For a moment. Choked. The aggravation. The worry. The pain of despair. It all exploded at this moment. 1. I'm sorry for making you worry. Last night a large number of electromagnetic skinks were stationed in the neighborhood and there was no signal. So I couldn't reach you. Nianbai said heartily. Baiwan's choking sobs that suppressed her tears really broke his heart. It's okay. It's good that you're alive. Live and let live. Where are you? I came to find you. Baiwan asked nervously. I sent you the location. You come here. Nianbai said. Because Lu Pingping and the others had rushed over. Nianbai couldn't leave his spot for the time being. He fired the flare. As the titanic apes had intended. Half an hour after they left, he was able to contact the Ministry of Education. Wait for me. Be right there. Bai Wan followed the positioning and immediately followed. Lu Pingping and the others were the first to arrive at Nian Bai's side. Seeing Nian Bai safe and sound, all whiskers and all tails, Lu Pingping's hanging heart finally landed. And after him, Wu Long, the General Deputy Minister of Education, and Xia Lei, the General Positive Minister, also rushed to Nian Bai's side. Bai Wan didn't take long to arrive as well. Nian Bai, you kid really has a great life. Hundreds of thousands of foreign beasts. The War God Realm and the Sovereign Realm. They actually didn't kill you. Lu Pingping couldn't help but spit it out. But as he spoke, walked up and patted Nian Bai on the shoulder. Nian Bai, were you hiding in this cave last night? Xia Lei seriously asked towards Nian Bai. Yes. It's also fortunate that there is this deep cave. The iron-horned rhinoceros can't get in. And neither can any of the other foreign beasts outside. Nimble nodded and made up a lie to utter that. If he had said that last night's beasts were coming for him, then he would have been taken away on the spot as a human traitor. Or even imprisoned. On the ground, a lot of blood remains. As for what happened, it's good for Nimble to just say he doesn't know. There was no evidence. Anyway, that he was connected to these beasts. Stinky White. Bai Wan appeared, pushed her way through the crowd, and looked at him with incomparable sultriness. Over the course of the night, Bai Wan's body had been stained with a large amount of beast blood, many of which had clumped together, making her look unavoidably wretched. 1. Nian Bai was in the middle of explaining to the crowd when he heard her voice and immediately turned back. Bai Wan was a bit unable to contain herself and rushed over, hugging Nian Bai with one hand. A teenage girl is a teenage girl. In the arms of Nian Bai, silent tears fall. In the midst of last night's endless killing, she even thought that Nian Bai had already died. After killing to the back, she only wanted to bring Nian Bai's body back for burial. And once the tear ducts have collapsed, they're completely contained. Crying. The young girl's cries then touched a number of people. Xia Lei and the others originally inquired. But looking at Bai Wan's appearance, they altogether chose to leave the space. To this pair of young boys and girls, Nian Bai was busy comforting Bai Wan. His hands were busy. Bai Wan bit him on the shoulder. Somewhat harder. But it was her way of venting her emotions. Stinky White. What the hell happened last night? Don't try to fool me with the same thing you used to fool them. Your supreme bone. It grew so much overnight. I want to know the truth. No lying to me. Bai Wan was aggrieved and pathetic. She was so worried about Nian Bai that she even wanted to kill the Qi family and declare war with them. Nian Bai had no intention of deceiving her. With or without Eighth Sister's permission, Nimble will tell her the truth about all of it. For it was she who brought new life to Nim Bai. Ah Wan. It's not convenient to talk here. I'll tell you when we get home. Don't worry. I'm sure I won't lie to you. Heaven help me if I lie to you. Nimble assured. Silly. Don't say that. I was already scared to death of you. And if you do die in front of me, I won't live. Bai Wan hastily sealed his lips with her fingers, milking the fierce words. But Bai Wan's words made Nian Bai's heart clench hard again. I've got a good wife. What more could a man ask for? West Gate. Examination Center Monitoring Point. The moment Nian Bai and Bai Wan appeared, everyone at the scene froze in their tracks. They knew that last night the Ministry of Education, as well as the 15th Middle School, were frantically searching for a student named Nian Bai, who was also the former youngest master of the Qi family. Everyone thought he was dead. After all, It would be impossible to survive in that horrific wave of beasts. But who would have thought that? He actually survived unscathed. Qi Xingtian's pupils widened for an instant, filled with incredulity. And at the same time there was anger burning. You can't even die like this. Is Nianbai a little strong? Aha! Asshole! Why won't he die? God! Why are you playing such a big joke on me? He's actually alive? On what grounds? Qi Wuxian was also incredulous. Between the dumbfounded. More unfair huge gap. Why is it that people like this can survive a tidal wave of beasts? Nianbai said a few words to Lu Pingping and the others, and then brought Bai Wan over to meet them. The killer was found by Qi Xingtian. This account, then, must be reckoned with. Big brother. You still alive? Qi Shengtian couldn't control his emotions at all and almost shouted angrily at Nianbai. What makes you still alive? Why don't you go and fucking die? Nianbai sneered. Isn't it disappointing that I'm alive? Isn't it disappointing that you didn't let the iron-horned rhino kill me? Qi Shengtian panicked and hurriedly said. Big brother. Don't misunderstand us, but we are a family. How could I do this? Moreover, why would I do that? Nianbai laughed coldly and said. You know in your heart whether you did or not. The body of the killer has been taken away by the people from the Ministry of Education and is being investigated by a tripartite intervention from the Martial Arts Bureau, the Ministry of Education, and the Capital War Zone. You won't be able to bounce around for long. Qi Shengtian had an instantaneous feeling of heart palpitations, and even a feeling of dizziness. He's only an 18-year-old. No matter how green tea he is. He's been so well protected all these years. When faced with a big game, it's rarely the other way around. Big brother. Qi Shengtian panicked and tried to explain. But the next second, the slap from Nianbai then landed heavily on his face, even making clear 5 fingerprints. Qi Shengtian. Put away your dirty and nasty set. Who do you think you're fooling? Nianbai sneered coldly. Nianbai. You seek death. Qi Wuxuan looked at Qi Shengtian with heartache, so angry that she almost stormed out. Swish. Bai Wan unfolded the secret order of the old ancestor. Coldly speaking. Qi Wuxuan. I'm very upset right now. Either you guys cut off your own arm, or I'll utilize the Qi family bloodline in Qi Xingtian's body and waste him. Either of those two choices. Whichever one it is. It's all unacceptable to Qi Wuxian. Breaking one's own arm, although it can be repaired back and recuperated for a period of time, it won't leave any side effects. But if we do that, what will happen to the face of the Qi family? Where's the face of Qi Wuxian? But if they didn't, Bai Wan would be able to use the secret order of the old ancestor to communicate with the bloodline within Qi Xingtian's body, thus directly nullifying Qi Shengtian, whether it's her or Qi Shengtian. Upon entering the Qi family, he received the bloodline cleansing of the Qi family. The Qi family bloodline, which gave them higher potential. Just who would have thought that the Qi family bloodline would actually be threatened like this? If she had known this, Qi Wuxian would have taken Qi Shengtian away last night. She thought that if she didn't meet Bai Wan head-on, Bai Wan wouldn't dare come to the Qi family for trouble. And when Bai Wan threw out this option, she actually favored the former. She's not the one who gave Qi Shengtian a chance. And Qi Shengtian couldn't be moved for the time being. Qi Shengtian has a SS+ level bloodline, and is valued by the capital, and even the Dragon Kingdom. If he is abolished, the Dragon Kingdom and the Ministry of Education's level can't deliver. At the same time, the Qi family will launch a frantic retaliation. If Pak Wan is just by herself, Then she can have no scruples. She could use the power of the celestialine bone to gag the Ministry of Education. But nowadays, Nianbai has not yet grown up. Nor had he reached a level where he could fight against the Qi family. If we waste Qi Shangtian, it's just a moment of pleasure. But it will cause more trouble for Nianbai. Qi Wuxian, state your answer. I have limited patience and no time to waste with you. Bai Wan coldly said. Bai Wan, don't go too far. Qi Wuxian's eyes almost spit fire as she glared at Bai Wan. I went overboard. What happened? Who let the Qi family's old ancestor just leave the secret orders to us? Who made me, as the Bai family head, qualified to be able to dispatch the old ancestor's secret orders? Bai Wan playfully snorted. I can break my own arm. It's the only offer I can accept. Qi Wuxian said with extreme shame. Bai Wan has bullied me too much. It made her want to kill someone. No way. Either you guys break your own arm, or Qi Xingtian's cultivation will be ruined. Choose for yourself. Bai Wan shook her head. Bai Wan's forcefulness made many students, who were not sure of the truth, feel that she had gone too far. How can you push someone like that? Anymore. Qi Shangtian hadn't offended Nianbai, hadn't offended Bai Wan, and had even been bullied by Nianbai several times before. No matter what, Nianbai's body had the bloodline of the Qi family flowing through it. Surname Bai. Can you do wrong just because you're holding the secret order left to you by the Qi family's ancestor? Don't take yourself too seriously. If you don't have a secret order from the Qi family's ancestor, you're nothing. A bunch of people were cursing on the sidelines. Shut up. A bunch of idiots who don't know anything. What qualifications do you have to meddle in the affairs between the Bai family and the Qi family? What do you know about the faces of these people from the Qi family? Bai Wan's cold and angry voice, the aura emanating from their bodies, made them feel terrified. Qi Xingtian's heart was filled with hatred. Nianbai is not dead. Instead, it came back to haunt him? A guy who only knows how to hide behind women. What kind of skill is that? If you've got the guts, use your own skills to overpower me. Qi Wuxian, since you can't make a choice, I'll do it for you. Bai Wan is ready to activate the secret order. Qi Wuxian panicked and hurriedly said. Don't. I'll break my own arms and endure a hardship for Shangtian. Is that okay? Bai Wan shook her head and coldly hummed. No way. If you're so abrasive, why don't you just stop trying so hard? Qi Shangtian, your good days as a top genius are at an end. Qi Shangtian was completely taken aback by. Before Bai Wan could do anything, he'll cut off his own arm. Click. With an oozing bone-cracking sound, Qi Xingtian's left arm dropped down, his arm snapping from the center of the immense pain that afflicted him and drove him almost to madness. He would rather break his hand than abolish his gift. Bai Wan. Wait. You'd better pray that you don't let me find an opportunity, or I'll definitely exterminate your entire white family. Qi Wuxian looked grim. Similarly, slap off your left hand. Shangtian, let's go. Qi Wuxian helped Qi Shangtian up with her right hand. Because of the pain, Qi Xingtian's face had turned as white paper, and there was cold sweat seeping out. Slapped in the face. And a broken left arm. That's a score that can't just be settled. Qi Shangtian, you don't have a few good days left. Those companion bones you got from me, I will personally waste them for you piece by piece. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price. Nianbai's eyes were equally grim as he said. Qi Shangtian glared at Nianbai with murderous intent and followed Qi Wuxian as he left. He had wanted to kill Nianbai. And at this point, there was one more reason for him to kill Nianbai. On the way back to the capital, Qi Wuxian immobilized Qi Xingtian's arm and called her second sister. Qi Shirer. Second sister. Are you at the hospital? Something's happened to Katsura. Those two assholes, Bai Wan and Nian Bai, actually wanted us to break our own arms before they could let us go. From Qi Wuxian's point of view, she didn't feel that she and Qi Shengtian were at fault. Because what was at fault, from beginning to end, was Nian Bai. Nian Bai, being the heir of the Qi family, not to mention the scourge of the Qi family, but also hand-to-hand combat. Sure enough, father was right. Nian Bai, he's a heavenly mess. Break your own arm? What happened? Qi Shire was nervous and asked. She had a feeling it wasn't that simple. How the fuck should I know what's going on? Nian Bai was surrounded by a wave of beasts last night, and just came out this morning, and actually came to trouble me and Shengtian. Qi Wuxian roared angrily. She doesn't even want to call Nimble by the name he once had. Nian Bai has changed his name. It's perfect. Save yourself from tarnishing the Qi family name. Second sister. Hurry up and prepare for the surgery. You must make sure that there will be no problems left in Xingtian's arm. Shengtian is a SS plus grade talent. Not only is it the hope for the future of our Qi family, but it's also the hope for the entire human race. Qi Wuxian was busy saying. A wave of powerlessness ran through Qi Shire's mind. She was aware of the beast tide that erupted at the West Gate last night, and she was originally worried that Nian Bai was already dead. But now, things were getting more and more tricky instead. Qi Shire admits that she's in a passive position. But what could she do? It's her family on both sides. And after knowing that Qi Shengtian had his arm wasted, Qi Guanshan's face was incomparably gloomy. Only like the sky before an impending storm. The Qi Guanshan, Zhao Milan, and several of his sisters came to the hospital at the first opportunity to check on Qi Shengtian's condition. When they learned that Qi Shengtian was not seriously injured, their anger was still hard to dispel. Click. Qi Guanshan's fist clenched out with an explosive roar. Coldly stormed. Qi Sha. Just how much more do you want to victimize my Qi family before you're satisfied? The fourth sister, Qi Siyuan, and the sixth sister, Qi Luyao, cared the most about Qi Shengtian. Watching Qi Shengtian being brought out with a fixed steel plate, his face was incomparably grim, and his eyes were burning with the fire of anger. The seventh sister, Qi Meng, stood by, silent, and ninth sister Qi Jiujiu, on the other hand, was weeping. And the fifth sister, Qi Wuxian, didn't even care about her own injuries, her heart hanging completely on Qi Xingtian's body. Katsura, how are you feeling? Qi Guanshan took a few heavy breaths and asked. Dad. I'm fine now. Big brother is not to blame for this. I can understand Big Brother. He was chased by the Emerald Realm's iron-horned rhinoceros last night, and then encountered a beast tide afterward. So he would naturally feel that these things have something to do with me. Qi Shengtian secretly laughed bitterly and said. But when he says that, no one will associate anything to him. Because last night's tidal wave of beasts was so over the top. It just couldn't have been him. He was chased by an iron-horned rhinoceros. That's what he deserved. It's just that the heavens were unkind and didn't let him die in the examination hall. Qi Wuxian said angrily. Being chased by the iron-horned rhinoceros is just that. What does it have to do with Shengtian? What's the point of blaming Katsura? Old 5. Don't say that no matter what. He is your brother. Zhao Milan lost her voice and choked. One thing has hit her too hard lately. What's even more unacceptable to her is Nian Bai's birth. She could never have imagined that her own son was given away by her own husband's hand. Mom. Sometimes I think Dad was right to scold you. You really are a womanizer when you say things sometimes. He, Nien Bai, has already taken things to such an extent, and has even severed ties with our Qi family. So why do we still recognize him? Qi Wuxian interrupted unhappily. Yeah, Mom. That's the kind of thing you don't say in the future. Qi Luyao said with the same displeasure. Speaking for Nien Bai? Does he deserve it? Dad. From now on, you shouldn't call him Qi Fury either. He's not a member of our Qi family anymore. Long ago. Even using the Qi family name, I feel it is a dishonor to the Qi family. Qi Wuxian turned her head. The Qi family is the most powerful family in the town. A scumbag. Don't come and get involved. Is that what you all think? Qi Guanshan turned his head to look at the women and asked gruffly. Aha! Qi Siyuan. Qi Wuxuan. Qi Luyao. Even Qi Jiao nodded. Only Qi Qiming and Qi Shire were beside her. Not saying a word. Good. Then Nianbai will be expelled from the genealogy. And will have nothing to do with my Qi family in this life and the next. Qi Guanshan made the decision. In this instant, Zhao Mailan's emotions directly collapsed and Nianbai is a piece of meat that fell off her body. Just being disassociated from all relations. She can't take it. Qi Shengtian lowered his head so that his parents and sister wouldn't see his emotions. To say that just expelling Nianbai from the genealogy alone was not enough for him. Because what he wanted was for Nianbai to die. And still die a horrible death. Shang Tian. Don't worry. No matter if it's that Nianbai or what Bai Wan did to you, the sisters will make them pay. Just take it easy on your injuries. Sixth sister Qi Luyao sat in her wheelchair and soothed. Sister. Qi Shengtian pretended to be in a complicated mood and lamented. But in reality, he was thinking of how to make a demon in his mind so that one of the sisters would ignore the cost and directly kill the Bai family and kill Nianbai. Ring. 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 A phone call was made to Qi Guanshan. It's the housekeeper's phone. Family master. The 8th miss is back. She wants to see you. As well as the 2nd miss and the others. Qi Guanshan froze and said in dismay. What did you say? Little 8 is back? The butler said. Yes, family master. It's what happened just now. Qi Guanshan nodded. Good. I'll be right back. Qi Shengtian can go back to recuperate. Since he's not in any serious trouble. Not to mention that there were quite a few top-grade beast bones at home that could also help Qi Shengtian heal his injuries quickly. Honey. Is Hachi back yet? Zhao Mailan's lost emotions. For a split second there were a few moments of anticipation surging. In the situation at hand, the return of Hachi Qi Baifang was the only good news. The housekeeper said she'd just come back and wanted to see us. Qi Guanshan explained. The 8th sister is really something too. A few years ago she had a falling out with her father and directly ran away from home. And no news has come back even after all these years. Qi Siyuan was disgruntled. Obviously has a strong opinion of her. But Qi Siyuan didn't know the nature of what this return of hers meant. Mom. Dad. Sister. Let's go back and check on 8th sister first. Qi Shengtian took the initiative. The return of the 8 sisters might be a point that could be utilized in order to kill Nianbai as soon as possible. He has to do everything. Capital. Daiichi Budo Hospital. Zhou Mang was sitting in a wheelchair. With several broken bones in his body. Caused by last night's battle with the alien beasts. In fact, he didn't help much. And even dragged down several teachers as he flew out after a slap from the powerful alien beast came over. Hiss dash. Pain pain pain. Nianbai. Slow down. Zhou Mang couldn't help the ghostly screams as his wounds were touched by the shaking of the wheelchair. Mango. Do you think you're an idiot? You, a martial artist of the martial general realm, actually ran off to face a foreign beast of the Emerald Realm. You're lucky to be alive. Nianbai pushed his wheelchair and was extremely speechless. Luckily, the 8 sisters told the Fey Legion to avoid killing as many people as possible last night. Otherwise, with Zhou Mang's small body, in a single glance, he could be killed by an Emerald Realm Fey beast. Then I'm not fucking trying to save you? And you're still mean to me? Ooh-hoo! Zhou Mang cried out, trying to arouse the sympathy of Nianbai. Even by one. Nianbai's brother-in-law was right to scold you. You're just you little weakling. You don't even have a companion bone. And you actually want to single-handedly challenge an Emerald Realm Fey beast? Xia Yemeng complimented from the side, saying, holy shit. My bad. My bad. Okay? Zhou Mang crumbled. This is a hospital. Keep your voice down. The little nurse passing by on the side glanced at them and reminded them breathlessly. Zhou Mang. It's all because you yelled so loudly that we were all scolded. Xia Yemeng muttered in a small voice and said, go away, go away. Go away. All of you. Leave me here alone to face the loneliness. Zhou Mang said without tears. What happened to the promised brotherhood? Where did it go? Even if there's no brotherhood, you're in the same class. Aren't you? If not, you have to have some sympathy. Right? Zhou Mang's injuries are actually quite serious. With a fractured calf bone in his left leg, 4 broken ribs, and even damage to his spine. But the good thing was that this was not a big problem for martial artists and martial arts hospitals. After all, martial artists can get their ribs broken in their daily training. Nianbai. I'm getting reimbursed for this medical bill. Right? Zhou Mang turned his head and looked at Nianbai with bashful eyes, asking pitifully. Well, reimbursement. Turn around and take it out of the money from the sale of the ironstone mine. Nianbai nodded, amused. Zhou Mang froze and immediately wanted to find Nianbai to fight for his life. Nianbai. You animal. You're not a human being. You're not a fucking human being. Ow. It hurts. Qi family. In the hall. Qi Baifeng was sitting on a solid wood 80 mortal chair, his hands holding a ceramic tea bowl, sipping it in a cloudy manner. In her face there was no semblance of impatience, much less of suppressed anger. Because over the years, she has internalized it quite a bit. A footstep came. It was Qi Guanshan who had returned with the crowd. Hachi? You're back? Qi Guanshan came and flashed a smile at her. 8th sister. What the hell have you been doing all these years? Do you realize how worried we were about you after you disappeared? Qi Siyuan walked over, disgruntled. She wasn't the only one who was dissatisfied. All the women were dissatisfied. They understandably lose their temper and run away from home. But you've got to have a degree. Who wouldn't be worried after being gone for a couple years with no news at all? Hachi. It's good to have you back. It's good to be back. The family room has been left back for you to come back to whenever you want. Zhao Mylin walked over, her eyes full of love. Qi Baifeng put down his teacup and smiled at her. Mom. It's been a long time. You're still the same as before. You don't look old at all. Zhao Mylin smiled and sat beside her. Where have you been these past few years? Why didn't you give a message to your family? Zhou Meilun was going to reach for her hand, only to be dodged by her. This action is obvious. Not only did it make Zhao Mylin stare, it made everyone at the scene stare. Reporting a message? Is that necessary? How can I be considered a Chi family member if I don't fit in with you guys anyway? Chi Baifeng smiled. There was clearly no teasing on his face. But it sounded so harsh. Eighth sister. What are you doing? Disappeared for a couple of years and you want to throw us a bone the minute you get back? Chi Lu Yao let out an angry cry. I double standardize sister 6. Why don't you say so when you throw off your face? Chi Bafang asked rhetorically with a smile. When did I throw off my face? Chi Lu Yao said angrily. You haven't? It's just that you won't admit it to yourself. Chi Bafang lost his smile and shook his head. After the return of Nian Bai, she saw these sisters of hers. The big sisters only looking at the top of the mountain, not the bottom. The second sister is selectively gentle. Third sister selective justice. Fourth sister. Fifth sister. Sixth sister. They're all pretty much the same. One cranky. One paranoid. One double standard. And the seventh and ninth sisters are even funnier. One is silent. Even when he sees the truth that Nian Bai is being targeted. The other says something, believes it, and has to be a peacemaker. Eighth sister. You've only just returned. Don't fight with everyone. Okay? Shi Shangtian had the softness of a white lotus flower and pleaded. Shi Shangtian. Don't use that tone of voice to talk to me. I'm a bit nauseous. Vomit. Chi Baifang hurriedly interrupted. Even Dry heaved a little. And her attitude, more than anything else, set the crowd on fire. Hachi, if you've come back for trouble, then leave. The Chi family has lost one Nian Bai. So you're not far behind. Chi Guanshan coldly said. He forgot why Chi Bafan ran away from home back then. He only remembered that there was a lot of trouble and Chi Bafan was crying and threatening him. But what exactly is it about? It seems like not important? My beloved Lord Father. Do you disgust yourself when you say this? Chi Baifang asked with a smile. The eyes were actually so provocative. What do you mean? Chi Guanshan's face steeply collapsed as he questioned. Wasn't Nian Bai forced by you to break off relations with you? After asking for the supreme bone. You want the companion bone. Take one of the companion bones and then take it all. Do you deserve to be parents if you're like this? I've traveled to quite a few cities. And I've never seen any parents who do this. Chi Bafang slanted his eyes and sneered. After all these years, I don't even know where my own son lives. Letting an underling lead the way to find it. And actually being refused by the underling. And begged them to never hurt Nianbai again. Even the underlings could see through their mouths. But they didn't know it themselves. Which was ridiculous to say the least. The matter of the supreme bone and the companion bone. I have explained it to you more than once long ago. Chi Guanshan said angrily. But the words just came out. He was then interrupted by Chi Bafang. Don't pull this useless crap with me. I'll just say one thing. I handed Nian Bai over to you guys and you ended up injuring him like this? Shi Wuxian couldn't hold it in any longer and roared. Hurt him? Look at what he did to Sheng Tian. Who the hell is hurting who? At this moment, Qi Xingtian's broken hand was so conspicuous and abrupt that Qi Baifang takes a look. He immediately laughed. Yo! Your hand is broken? Did Nian Bai give you a beating? If it was him who hit it, then I'll applaud. Shi Shengtian didn't expect her to say that and almost died of anger. You're my sister. But you favored that bitch Nian Bai. Why? Hachi? Since you have this attitude, please leave. I, Qi Guanshan, do not lack an adopted daughter like you. Qi Guanshan coldly said. Dad. How can I say that you have raised me? I'll just scold you twice today. So I won't do anything to you. Qi Shire. You inoculated the last companion bone for Qi Shengtian, knowing full well that Nianbai's life would be in danger because of it. But you didn't care. So, it's okay if I break your hands. Right? Qi Siyuan. You rushed to the Bai family and vandalized them, and offered a bounty for Nianbai's head. I'll break your heart vein. Can you accept that? Qi Wuxian. Your extreme character is as disgusting as a dog that can't change its ways. You're targeting Nianbai. So I'll beat you until you're sober. No problem. Right? Qi Baifang nodded over. One by one. All the sisters present. One and all. Seeing Qi Baifang stand up, Zhao Mailan's heart trembled violently and she said fearfully, "Little 8. What are you doing?" Qi Baifang smiled, but with an oozing eeriness. "What for? To break the Qi family?" "Of course. I said I'm here today to seek justice for Nianbai. So of course there's no way I'm letting you guys off the hook." Qi Siyuan couldn't bear it anymore and charged towards Qi Baifeng. Today, she had to teach the 8th sister a lesson. You've been out for a few years and you don't know what you're doing? But when she threw a punch, however, it was blocked by one of Qi Baifeng's fingers. Qi Baifeng looked at her with a teasing face and a few moments of pity. 4th sister. It's a shame that you're still the head of a SS-class hunting group. Is that actually all you've got? Qi Siyuan froze violently, not realizing that the 8th sister had disappeared for a few years. But she had changed so drastically. With this punch, although she didn't use all her strength, but it's 60% used. As per the past, it was simply not something that the 8th sister could resist. Guys, all together? Warm up before I make you pay for it. So I don't have to say I'm bullying you. Qi Baifeng is laughing like crazy. But it actually gave the sisters the feeling of being in the presence of an enemy. Qi Siyuan froze. And with Qi Wuxian, he once again rushed in Qi Baifeng's direction. But in the face of their attack, Qi Baifeng simply walked idly. Even if they used their full strength, they didn't feel the slightest bit overwhelmed. Qi Siyuan and Qi Wuxian are just 2 Zone D powerhouses. There was a huge difference between that and Qi Baifeng, a peerless realm powerhouse. Even with Qi Sanin, a war god realm powerhouse, and a group of sisters, it was impossible to be Qi Baifeng's opponent. Bang! Qi Baifeng blasted out with a palm, knocking Qi Siyuan heavily out of the way. Spinning a kick. It also kicked Qi Wuxian along with it. Put. Qi Siyuan violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Qi Baifeng's palm landed on her chest, but it shattered her heart veins in an instant, causing irreversible damage to her martial strength. Qi Luyao dared to cut her own heart vein under Bai Wan's threat because her strength had long since been heavily damaged. Then severing one's own heart chakra won't cause much of an impact. After all, she had long been unable to break through any further. But Qi Siyuan was different. She's the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's SS-ranked hunting group. At such a young age, he's expected to become a war god realm powerhouse. Naturally, she has an unlimited future ahead of her. But because of Qi Baifeng's slap, making her heart vein, even if she was able to undertake it back, had completely shackled her strength, making it impossible for her to ever cross over into the realm of the war god. Qi Baifeng. Qi Siyuan's chest was in severe pain, but the collapse of her strength had made her already angry to the extreme. She's not happy about it. Anger. But there's nothing to be done about it. Qi Baifeng's slap had already shown her a huge gap in strength. 8th sister. You. Qi Wuxian fell to the ground, also almost gritting her teeth. Qi Baifeng's leg just now, but it broke one of her arms in an instant. And this time, it was something that was almost on the verge of shattering her arm. The. Her hand, even if she was able to reattach it, was bound to be much worse. She didn't know that if Chi Baifeng had pushed a little harder, then her arm, inevitably, it will be blown into a bloody mist on the spot. You never feel that you are at fault. And you never find any excuse to cover up your absurd behavior. Who is the parent? The sister. Who would deprive their child, their brother, of his talent, little by little? Whose elder would personally let their child, little by little, fall to the altar? You guys got nimble back at 13. It's not about kinship at all, but rather for his talent, for all his companion bones. Chi Baifeng roared in shock and anger. This is the moment when years of pent-up emotions completely explode, and she was so hostile that she was almost ready to coalesce into a solid body. And even the tables and chairs around her were shaken and buzzed. The peerless realm? Hachi? You? Qi Guanshan looked at her incredulously. Even the anger in his heart. There was a disconnect between the. That's right. I am indeed in the peerless realm. Chi Baifeng nodded coldly and acknowledged. Hachi? I don't know what you've been through or misunderstood. But we're really not what you think we are. You've become strong enough now. Even above me. You can totally return to the clan and become a great help to the clan. Qi Guanshan persuaded. The peerless realm was a super top-tier powerhouse existence even if it was placed in the extraterrestrial battlefield. After all, there weren't many peerless powerhouses in the extraterrestrial battlefield. As long as Chi Baifeng can return, then the Qi family will inevitably go to another level. Realizing how powerful I am. You want me to return to the clan? Dream on. If I come back, will you let me help everyone raise their strength? And then kick me out when they and Qi Shengtian grow up? Chi Baifeng questioned with a cold smile. Don't say it's impossible. After all, they've already done that to Nian Bai. Hachi, you're the one I've brought up since you were a child. And even though you're not related by blood, I treat you as if you were my own. How can you say that? Qi Guanshan said angrily. Then Nian Bai is related to you by blood. Why did you dare to dig out his companion bones? Piece by piece. You did this to him? So what makes me believe you won't fuck me? Qi Baifeng snapped. You. It's unbelievable. Qi Guanshan said grimly. He felt that Qi Baifeng had become like this. It must be because Nian Bai had brainwashed something. Otherwise, how could he explain it? It's never you who are unbelievable. Have you all really understood Nian Bai's years in the Qi family? And do you all really know what he has endured? You call him a thief. Said he was doing wrong. But that's all your side of the story. And what evidence can you produce? Or did you catch him yourselves? No. You never. With a single word. You guys are capping Nian Bai. Asking him to bear the trumped-up charges. And even more so. Your double-standard treatment. Qi Baifeng stomped on Qi Wuxian's right leg in front of the shocked gazes of the crowd. Qi Wuxian instantly let out a miserable scream of pain. And a face held red and eyes filled with blood. The pain was so intense that he was almost dying. Don't give me any more grandiose excuses. Stop saying that you're doing this to him for his own good. I know it's in your hearts. So, I demolished the Qi family today. And for your own good. Qi Baifeng instantly became furious and kicked Qi Wuxuan out of the room. Qi Wuxian's figure flew out backwards and collapsed a wall tens of meters away, spewing out a mouthful of blood before falling directly into a coma. The swish. Qi Baifeng's figure flashed. In a moment's flash, arriving in front of Qi Shi'er. The moment she could see Qi Baifeng's figure again, Qi Shi'er's face was as white as paper. Her body was filled with fear as if her strength had been drained out of her body. Click. Chi Bafong's two palms shattered her hands and nullifying her capitalization as a doctor. At the same time, she lost most of her cultivation, burying the underpinnings of her future impact on the more powerful. Boom! Chi Bafong grabbed her head and slammed it down hard and her body embedded in the ground. Though not dead, but the bones in his body were almost shattered. Bubbling blood ran down her wounds and out, causing her to lie on the ground in pain and weakness, never to rise again. Chi Hachi Fong. Chi Lu Yao was completely enraged, just like a maddened lion. What are you trying to say? Dead cripple? Chi Bafong turned and stared back, coldly scanning her. Get in here. All of you. Kill her. Chi Lu Yao shouted an order towards the door. Numerous powerful people immediately poured into the hall, surrounding Chi Bafong. There are so many of them, and there's a steady stream of people coming in. But in front of Chi Bafong, they were only trembling, because they know that there was no way that he himself would be a match for Chi Bafong. But it's a strong person of the peerless realm. Chi Bafong coldly scanned these people in the surroundings and also watched as more and more Chi family powerhouses came and went. His eyes only as cold as icebergs. The trigger that made the Chi family like this was actually Chi Shangtian. But Chi Shangtian is at best a trigger. Things that are done by them. Chi Shangtian can't die. Chi Bafong won't let him die either. Because with such a guy around, when the Chi family is truly desperate, they'll realize just how stupid they've done. Chi Shangtian did this to Nian Bai. Then he could take these people from the Chi family and victimize them to the same degree. The child who was pampered and spoiled by himself bit back and even drove himself to his death. Isn't that the cruelest thing in the world? Not enough people. More. Chi Bafong opened his mouth and sneered. Seek death. Chi Lu Yao shouted angrily, and continued to call out to. In just a few minutes, the Chi family had come with 1,000 people, and each of them was a strong person with notable strength. Surrounded by such a large number of powerhouses, even if Chi Bafong was a peerless realm powerhouse, I was afraid that it would be difficult for him to cope. That's all you can call? Chi Bafong looked at her with disdain and said, Against you. These people are more than enough. Chi Lu Yao said grimly. The seriously injured Chi Shire, Chi Si Yuan, and Chi Wuxuan were carried away by the Chi family's people at the first opportunity and sent to the hospital for treatment. They won't die. It's not that easy to die. After all, Chi Bafong wanted them to live and suffer. I'll give you time to call some more people. There's not enough room in here. Let's go outside, Chi Bafong said, and was about to head out. Those strong men beside her confronted her but no one dares to make the first move and fire the first shot. Chi Bafong, you must die here today. Chi Lu Yao was completely furious. It's not just her. Even Shi Guanshan started calling out. Chi Bafong had been severely brainwashed by Nian Bai and was completely disobedient. Then they must wipe out Chi Bafong to eliminate the threat. To say that losing such a peerless realm powerhouse for nothing was something very hard to accept. But if she lives instead, it's what's cruel to the Chi family. Half an hour later, the Chi family had actually recruited more than 3,000 people. 3,000 to 1. Only the Chi family has this ability. Is the man almost called? Chi Bafong asked with a cold smile. They alone are enough to kill you, Chi Lu Yao said coldly. Hachi, I don't know what exactly you've been brainwashed with by Nian Bai, or why you trust him so much. But we are family. After all, I can offer you a chance at forgiveness. As long as you put down your weapon and go apologize to your second, fourth, and fifth sisters on your knees. Then I can still keep you in the family and make up for your mistakes. Qi Guanshan said grimly. This is the last chance he's giving. I hope that Qi Baifan will cherish that. Oh. Chances? And I have to kneel down and make it right? Qi Guanshan. You're so shameless. Qi Baifan was still exasperated and laughed at. Exasperated by the confidence and the ignorance of the Qi family. Dad. Just don't bullshit with people like that. Everyone. Do it. Kill her for me. With a command. Qi Luyao made the 3,000 people in front of her charge towards Qi Baifang. But also at this time, variables happen. Accompanied by Qi Baifang's sonorous and maniacal laughter. Beside her, surprisingly, several small subdimensional doors opened. Accompanied by the sound of hissing. It was actually a foreign beast rushing out from the subdimensional gate. Fei? All of the Qi family members were dumbfounded. With eyes full of dismay, he looked at Qi Baifang. How could they have never imagined that Qi Baifang was a human traitor? Meanwhile, the Capital War Zone has detected a fluctuation in the power of the Sublime. The Capital War Zone instantly locked onto the fluctuating area and was incredulous. What? The Gate of Dimensions? It was actually opened in the Jinhua Qi clan? Extra battle readiness. Extra battle readiness. All battlefield personnel from the Capital War Zone immediately head to the Jinhua Qi family. At the same time, issue an emergency letter for all the strongest people in the capital to come and reinforce them. The subdimensional fluctuations detected in the Qi family were not small fluctuations, but came with a ferocity that, if we don't call on all the strongest men in the capital to reinforce us, we're afraid of trouble. For a time, the capital city war zone. Major departments in the capital. The great families. All of them headed in the direction of the Qi family. If the Fey beasts were to wreak havoc in the capital, then no one, not a single person, would be spared. By helping the Qi family, they were helping themselves. General. A giant black spider with a body length of 8 meters came to Qi Baifang's side and spoke respectfully. It's just that the language they're communicating in is the language of the Fey. It is unintelligible to the common man. Make a big mess of the Qi family for me. Make a scene all over the capital. I'll show the entire capital what happens when you mess with my brother. Qi Baifang coldly ordered. Saying, yes. The giant spider nods and, leading countless foreign beasts on a killing spree. Hundreds of battle god realm Fey beasts. Stepping out of the dimensional door. The powerful aura they formed was so strong that it was almost suffocating. And even more so, Shi Xingtian's legs trembled. His face turned pale. And he fell to the ground. Qi Guanshan was also startled by such a scene. And immediately took Qi Shengtian and Qi Luyao with him and quickly retreated. This situation is no longer something they can handle. Unless the Qi clan's strongest men from the extraterrestrial battlefield rushed back. Not to mention that the number of foreign beasts in the war god realm was still increasing. Qi Baifang's orders. Don't kill too many people except for the Qi family. Because they still have the next step of their plan to lay out. If he completely angered the Dragon Kingdom, it would certainly be quite unfavorable to Nianbai's next growth. She's trying to create opportunities for Nianbai. Instead, it's about reading white. General Qi, you're making a lot of noise. A man wearing a clown mask and long gray hair stepped out of the dimensional door and smiled slyly at her and the man's laugh was like the scraping of metal. Extraordinarily oozy. What brings you here? Qi Baifang couldn't help but frown and said. Anyway, there's nothing much going on in the extraterrestrial battlefield. And I saw you deploying a large army. So I came over to take a look. The man grasped a metallic black and gold folding fan in his hand. On the edge of the folding fan, It was strange runes carved in gold. I can take care of things here. You go back. Chi Baifeng was wary of this man. This man was in the Fae's camp before Chi Baifeng joined. And I heard that he had been serving the Fae for at least 50 years. And that he wasn't even old. Along with the martial artist's increased strength, his lifespan will be extended along with it. A war god can live for 150 years if there are no accidents. The peerless powerhouses, on the other hand, lived a bit longer. However, Chi Baifeng had never been able to figure out the true depths of this man after joining for so many years. Because he's so relaxed no matter who he's up against. There would be no one who could force out his true strength. You settle yours. I'll just watch. The man opened his folding fan and smiled. Okay. Chi Baifeng agreed very reluctantly. And at the same time, with a worry. Chi Baifeng knew that this person had come over to spy on him. She joined the Fae. Though. But won't be trusted 100% of the time. At this point, however, there would be no problem with her behavior or orders. So naturally she wasn't afraid of being stared at by men. Meanwhile, along with her impending execution of the Holy Ghost Bone program, then the higher-ups will naturally send someone to keep an eye on her. It's definitely not as simple as his mouth says. This guy showing up here. Behind him. The odds are that it's the upper echelons of the Fae. Rumble. A helicopter. Arriving over the Chi family. At the same time, there's a line of motorcades coming in. Countless powerful people poured into the Chi family. A great battle is about to break out. At a time when the Chi family is at war. Capital. On the other side, Nianbai said something about the eighth sister Chi Baifeng. But Baiwan was shocked to the point that her little face was dismayed. Chi Baifeng is a traitor to the human race. But she sentenced. Again. Not so thoroughly. Because all her motives are to become stronger and protect Nianbai. Knock knock. The door to the room knocked. It was the voice of his eldest uncle. Bai Donghua. That came. Bai. Wan. Something has happened over at the Chi family. The Chi family's Hachi is back. But she's actually a human traitor and has opened the dimensional gate to start a war in the Chi family. The capital war zone has sent us a letter of assistance to send people over to reinforce us. Should we send people over? Although Bai Donghua, as the eldest, but Bai Wan is the head of the Bai family. Naturally, it was only right that she should decide such things. Eldest, just bring some people there and make a show of it. Let's give the capital war zone a face. Bai Wan's voice came out and said, yes. Bai Donghua nodded his head, spinning around to make arrangements. The matter about Chi Baifeng was too big. Of course Bai Wan couldn't tell anyone else. Or else it would harm Chi Baifeng. And even more so, the Bai family. She had given enough hints to Bai Donghua when she said that doing the act would be fine. And Bai Donghua certainly knew how to do it. Stinky white. So what happened last night was us worrying for nothing. Humph. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Beat you. Bai Wan waved her small fists and landed on Nianbai's chest. Sulking and pouting. Nianbai couldn't help but laugh and said, I didn't think things would be like this either. Even I had a trance-like feeling, not knowing whether I should trust her or not. Bai Wan asked. Then did she say anything else to you before she left? Bai Wan really didn't expect Chi Baifeng's attitude. Such a big deal. She was actually willing to let Nimble tell herself. She gave me quite a few very top-tier Fey Beast materials to speed up my recovery of the Supreme Bone. And that I should wait for her next move. Nimble explained. Saying that, Nianbai took out some of the foreign beast materials in his nascent ring, instantly shocking Bai Wan to the point where her beautiful eyes widened in shock. All of these materials are really top-notch. And there are many more that are available that are not. The difficulty of obtaining these materials, which are quite, but the enhancements they can bring are also quite significant. With them, Nianbai's recovery speed could be pulled up by leaps and bounds. It was even possible to recover the full body supreme bone before the entrance exam. Stinky White, go to the Forbidden Land. I'll help you harden your body. Baiwan excitedly pulled Nianbai and headed for the Forbidden Land of the Bai family. Nianbai was immersed in a vat prepared by Baiwan. Among them is the blood of the beast. There's also a variety of Fey materials given by Sister 8. After 1/3 of the supreme bone has been restored, his speed of recovery, which had already increased dramatically, was. And at this time, he could even absorb beast blood in foreign beast materials at the same time, quenching his body at a speed of more than 2 to 3 times the speed. Along with the chi and blood running in his body, more golden starbursts were attracted around him, drilling into his body. The blood of the beast in the barrel, almost as if it were boiling. Baiwan was beside him, constantly pouring the blood of the foreign beasts into the bucket. Eyes wide open. He's absorbing it faster and faster. Baiwan's beautiful eyes were also filled with ecstasy. And the great battle of the Qi family. It lasted 2 whole days. The capital war zone coordinated the strength of the whole city. Even fought until the next day late at night. Or Qi Bafong mercy. Otherwise I do not know how many people have to die. And for the order given by Qi Baifeng, that this fan man didn't show any difference. Just as an aside, enjoying the great battle, Qi Bafong pretended to be undefeated and retreated with his army of foreign beasts. And when they left through the Sublime Gate, the entire capital couldn't catch its breath for a good half a day. After the Great War, it's a huge fatigue. In this great battle, the Qi family courtyard was torn to pieces. What was originally an imposing and huge building, now not even January 10th of it was left. At the same time, Qi Baifeng's retreat was timed exceptionally well. The strongest people from the extraterrestrial battlefield will rush back. And it will almost be tomorrow morning. And she retreats at this point. I can retain more power. 2 can show weakness. 3 can still make a comeback. Qi Guanshan and the others were in a sorry state, looking at a field of corpses, and looking at the wreckage of the Qi family. Qi Guanshan had a huge sense of powerlessness for the first time, and also even began to doubt whether he had done something wrong. The Qi family lost at least half of their 300-year foundation in this battle. If it weren't for the fact that the Qi family still had a large number of people in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Otherwise the Qi family loses at least 90%. Husband. Mother Zhao Meilan looked at the ruins and couldn't help but cover her face and cry. She was aggrieved and helpless. I don't know what I have done wrong that God wants to make their Qi family fall apart. First, let's go check on the oldest 2 girls first, Qi Guanshan said feebly. But the words just fell out. Instead, he violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. And his body swayed, fainting on the ground. Honey. Dad. Master Qi. The crowd, anxious for a moment, immediately pounced towards him. And seeing that his breath was weak, they immediately took him to the hospital. And Qi Bafeng surfaced into the gate of sublime dimension, leaving with the army of foreign beasts. But in reality, as soon as she dodged, then he appeared in the ruins of the Qi family. There are indeed quite a few powerful people on the scene. Could her strength of the peerless realm? Most of the strongest people in the capital could not spy on her. She crossed the wretched gallery and, across the broken masonry on the ground, push open a door to a room. Only to see, in the middle of the room, was actually Qi Yu, who was bolted to the floor. The battle, too, had a direct effect on her. except that she was bound by heavy chains and could not leave her room at all. The eighth sister? When she saw her, she froze for a moment, her eyes full of unbelief. The big sister. It's been a long time. Don't worry about it. Chi Bafang smiled at her and came to her side. You're back? When did you get back? Chi asked nervously. Before the Great War started. She was ordered to be locked up in her house by Chi Guanshan, simply because she had killed the hospital before, and even wanted Qi Shengtian's life. Naturally, Qi Shengtian would be worried about her becoming a major variable in this war. It even became a knife stabbed into the Qi family. When did I get back? It was yesterday. Actually, Qi Baifang came to the front of the body. A sword cuts through the heavy chains for her. So that fight out there. Qi Yu looked at her dumbfounded, a thought of disbelief rising violently in her mind. The thought was just out of her mind, but she vetoed it. Because that's not possible. I don't have a lot of time and I can't come back often enough. Big sister. Going forward, I need you to be in the Qi family and help me be an undercover agent. Help me monitor their every move. And help me protect Nianbai. Qi Bafang said seriously. Eighth sister. You. Qi Yu's heart thumped. That unbelievable thought actually began to give her a few moments of doubt that you should have guessed. Actually, big sister. I've been missing for so many years. Of course I can't just come back. Much less return to the Qi family when this war started. Qi Shengtian found an assassin to assassinate Nianbai in the West Gate Examination Center. I came back to save him. Come back to make the Qi family pay too. Qi Bafang coldly said. Even if she had caused the Qi family to lose a lot of money, the anger in her heart was still unabated. The Qi family's various things towards Nianbai in the past few years, the unprovoked suppression of Nianbai and the crowning of her, left her with countless mouths of bad anger in her heart that she wanted to vent. At this moment, Qi Yu's brain instantly exploded inside her head. The suspicion in her mind was still confirmed. The eight sisters have defected to the Fae. Became a traitor to humanity. Big sister. You've come this far. So you should understand how shameless the Qi family is. Right? Thinking back to that year, Nianbai his reputation as a great genius in the capital. But the family brought him back. But they personally knocked him off the pedestal. Now he has a chance to rise again. There's just no way I'm going to let him get away with this again. Qi Bafang gritted his teeth. What did you say? Eighth sister? Nianbai he was able to rise again? Qi Yu froze. Didn't even realize how excited I was. Qi Baifang nods his head and told her some of the key information about the Supreme Bone. The eldest sister. This is a critical time for Nianbai to grow back into the Supreme Bone. But I still have a lot of things to do in my hands. Would you like to be my inside man? Protect Nimble for me? Qi Bafang solemnly said. What do I have to do? Qi Yu asked hurriedly. As long as Nianbai could really rise again. Then even if she had to bear the reputation of being a traitor to humanity, she would not mind. She owed Nianbai too much. Nianbai had endured so much pain. Or she had created it. If it wasn't for her, Nianbai wouldn't even be here. Moreover, Qi Shengtian has always been a wolfish man. But I can't believe she didn't realize that. Even aided and abetted. During the time she was imprisoned by the family. She reflected on everything that had happened. And even more so, she came to her senses and realized all that was wrong with Qi Shengtian. For Qi Shengtian to buy a murderer. She wasn't surprised that She was only glad that the eighth sister had received the news in advance and rushed back at the first opportunity to save Nianbai. Eldest sister. What you have to do is simple. The main thing is to monitor the Qi family. Monitor Qi Shengtian. And if anything happens, ventilate with me at the first opportunity. As for Qi Shengtian's problem, you don't have to mention it to anyone anymore. There's no need to make them make changes. Either. It would be a real bargain if they just changed and regretted their behavior over the years. I'll let Qi Shengtian, whom they have taken care of with their own hands, harm them with their own hands. Let them suffer. Let them despair. And let them regret it. Qi Baifeng coldly said. At this moment, Qi Yu in front of her actually feel the Sun chill. It's like falling into an ice cave. Shivering all over. Then wouldn't I have to approach Qi Shengtian as well? Qi Yu couldn't help but resist and even feel nauseous just by listening to it. Yes. You go and make nice with him again. Over at Nimble. I'll go and tell you. Big sister. You know how wrong you've been all these years. I can't guarantee if Nianbai will forgive you. But this is your only chance to redeem yourself. Qi Baifeng gave her the opportunity to. It's up to her whether she agrees or not. Even if she didn't agree, Qi Baifeng had other methods. It's only a matter of moments before we kill them and make them atone for what they once did. But if they were to suffer the pain of Qi Shengtian and live with the guilt of Nianbai, they would never be able to live in peace for the rest of their lives. In this state, every day they live is hell. Why is it that they can spend years making Nianbai live in great pain, but Nianbai can't get back at them in the same way? A mistake is a mistake. Whether or not he was deceived by Qi Shengtian, it's always them who are at fault. Because they did all these things with their own hands. I do. Qi Yu wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded her head in agreement. The Qi family's favoritism towards Qi Shengtian is so deep that it's already reached a point where outsiders can't change it. Since it can't be changed, might as well break the mold then. Whether it's a parent, a sister, or even her, all have to pay for that year. Big sister. Then I'll leave Nianbai to you. Don't let me down. Qi Baifeng dropped a sentence and turned to leave. Qi Yu stood up from the ground powerlessly, her body a little shaky. This war has already been fought. The only thing she had to do was to take a stand. Eight sisters is right. It was the only way she could redeem herself. When she arrived at the hospital, Qi Luyao, Qi Qimeng, Qi Jiao, and Zhao Milan were gathered in Qi Guanshan's hospital room. All of them angry beyond measure. Zhao Milan sat on the side of the hospital bed, looking at the unconscious Qi Guanshan, and couldn't stop covering her face and crying. In this battle, not only did we lose half of the Qi family, it even brought down the Qi family. Damn Qi Baifeng. Damn Nianbai. I don't share your fate. Qi Luyao sat in her wheelchair and hissed in a low voice. Sixth sister. What do you think of eighth sister and how she became a human traitor? And doing this to us? Qi Jiao hugged her mother and choked. It's not like that bastard Nianbai brainwashed her. If it weren't for Nimble. And how does that explain it? I suspect that Qi Baifeng's departure back then had something to do with Nianbai. It was Nianbai who said something to her. So she went and became a human traitor. Qi Luyao gritted her teeth. Nimble actually started planning all this years ago. Really? So vicious. Ka Chao. The door to the room opened. It was Qi Yu who walked in. Mom. How's Dad doing? Qi Yu had already sorted herself out and asked in a pretense of worry. At the sight of her father lying in his sickbed, incomparably weakened, her heart was vaguely intolerant. But she knew she had to harden her heart and she has to be firm. Otherwise, even if she regretted it, nothing would change. Chi-eu. Why are you here? At the time of her appearance, Chi Luyao then glared angrily, clearly treating it as an enemy. During the Great War, no one cared about Chi-eu. They even ignored her. Just because of what she did before. It's okay now. She showed up. Originally, Chi Luyao and the girls were already angry. At this time, the appearance of Chi-eu, who turned against Nianbai's camp, naturally became a vent for their emotions. Why can't I come when there's such a big deal going on at home? Chi-eu chilled her pretty face and said, that family was at war with the Fae. Why don't you come? Chi Luyao questioned. How do you expect me to come when I'm locked up and chained up by Dad's men? If I hadn't managed to break the chains, I'd still be locked up. Why are you so unbelievable? Chi-eu coldly said. Don't say such meaningless things. You go. I don't want to see you. The family is in such a mess now. All because of you people. Chi Luyao spread her fire completely on her body. It's clear that she had nothing to do with this. But Chi Luyao did just that. And justified. Actually, they've always been like that. It's just that Chi-eu came to her senses and realized the problem. Also realized the double standard of the Chi family. Jio. Tell me. What's going on? With fire in her veins, Chi-eu turned her head to look at Chi Jiojio and asked. Boss? Let me do the talking. Zhao Milan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, choked and sat up straight, saying. Chi Jiojio was at her side, supporting her, fearing that she might become too weak and pass out like her father. Zhao Milan lamented and said. Boss? Prepare yourself mentally. Chi-eu nodded her head and walked up to assist her, saying seriously. Mom. You said. I'm mentally prepared. In fact, she knows everything. In this moment, she felt even more that the Chi family simply deserved to be reduced to this state. If she was the one who came to her senses back then she would have definitely followed the same path as the eighth sister, becoming a human trader and acquiring great strength to protect Nianbai. Hachi Shi. Oh. She defected to the Fae. It was her that drove your father to this, too. Although Zhao Milan tried her best to calm down. But talk about it. She couldn't stop the tears again. What? Hachi Shi's back? How could she do such a thing? Chi-eu pretended to be surprised. Even her body stiffened a bit and. Chi-eu. Don't be hypocritical. Who knows if you're colluding with Nianbai and Chi Bafang? Chi Luyao said angrily. She's actually got half the truth. With her one suspicion. Chi-eu did collude with Chi Bafang, and was already prepared to dig a hole for the Chi family in order to allow Nianbai to grow up. But this matter, and Nianbai himself, has little to do with it. It doesn't even have much to do with Chi-eu either. If Chi-eu dares to go soft on the Chi family, then Chi-eu will also be a dish in front of Chi Bafang. As long as Nianbai wanted to come and retaliate, then Chi Bafang would pay him back 1,000 times over. Even if Nianbai didn't want to retaliate, Chi Bafang would still screw the Chi family. As Chi Bafang said, anyone who dares to touch her brother, then you have to pay the price. Even if, of course, it was his own parents. Chi Luyao. You're really unbelievable. I don't want to listen to you. Can you shut up? Chi-eu coldly said. I think you just got the better of me. Isn't it? Chi Luyao angrily said. Well, 6. You should cut the crap. 2. We are all family. Zhao Milan choked. A picture like this is something she definitely doesn't want to see. How she wished she could go back to the old days of loving each other But after Nyanbai broke away from the family. And everything changed. By the way, Mom. Where's Katsura? Keeping in mind what the eighth sister had explained to her. Chi Yu was ready to go and ease the relationship with Chi Shengtian. But she didn't know that Chi Bafan was making her do this. In fact, there wasn't much trust in her that Chi Bafan only asked her to regain Chi Shengtian's trust and to keep an eye on the Chi family and on Chi Shengtian. However, Chi Bafan planned to use her as an entry point to drive Chi Shengtian crazy. Let the Chi family go to ruin because of this point of Chi Shengtian. He's on the side of a couple of your sisters. They were both seriously injured as well. Zhao Milan lamented. Chi Yu was at her side, listening to all that had happened in the past 2 days. I even heard that Chi Shire, Chi Siyuan and Chi Wushuan were abolished. Although Chi Yu knew that the eighth sister had completely disregarded the Chi family. However, it was not expected that the eighth sister would be desperate to such an extent. The 3 Chi sisters are dead and killed many experts of the Chi family. This would have been unthinkable in the past. But that's what the zippers deserve. Sickbay. Chi Guanshan woke up quietly. And when he woke up, he'd been unconscious for over 20 hours. It was evident that it could make him, a battle god 9th grade powerhouse, pass out for so long. Dad. The women immediately greeted them, their faces full of tension. Chi Guanshan held his forehead, unable to sit up. It took a while before he said, "Little Six. How long have I been unconscious?" Chi Luyao choked. "Dad. You've been unconscious for 20 hours. Chi Guanshan still had the discomfort from the great battle in his body. Just as he was awakening, he coughed violently and the women are nervous about him, immediately recruiting the hospital doctor. It was only after confirming that he was not in any serious condition that the women's hanging hearts relaxed. He learned about Chi Shires and their situation, and learned that even if Chi Shire and her girls wouldn't be disabled, their strength had been mostly wasted. At this moment, Chi Guanshan was even more powerless. As if I had aged 20 years in a flash. Even a few gray hairs appeared on his temples. It's my sin after all. If I had known that, I shouldn't have picked up that Nianbai back then. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Chi Guanshan was frustrated and powerless. The once magnificent and exalted head of the Chi family was like a late old man at this time. Things have developed into such a thing now. He still does not reflect on his own faults. Actually still put most of the responsibility shifted to Nianbai on the body. I sent Nianbai away because he's the lone star of heaven. He picked up Nianbai because of his talent. So powerful that he's famous in the capital. He was thrown out because he was a disappointment and a disgrace. After the Great War, everything. It's actually back to square one. Xiaolu. Help me contact the capital war zone and unite with them to hold a press conference. This great battle is finally going to give everyone an explanation. Chi Guanshan sighed powerlessly. Honey. Don't do this. If you announce it, our family will fall apart completely. Zhao Milan choked. Chi Guanshan didn't take a breath and was so angry that he coughed violently. And his face even turned red. Womanizer. If you don't publicize it, doesn't anyone else know about it? Chi Bafang opened the subdimensional gate and allowed the Fey beasts to enter the capital on a large scale. Couldn't the capital war zone have investigated it? Do you think they didn't see Chi Bifang present? What the Chi family should do now is to publicize the truth that. In the meantime, the bright idea is to get out of the way. The townspeople are colluding with the Fey. The consequences are very serious. It was fortunate that their Qi family was the target of Qi Bafang's attack this time. Or else they really had no defense. But Zhao Milan wanted to say something else. But Qi Guanshan's eyes made her unable to say anything. She's just trying to protect her children. What's wrong with her? Well, no buts. 6. Do as I say at once. The sooner the launch, the better. Qi Guanshan interrupted. Yes. Qi Luyao nodded her head, took out her cell phone, and contacted the capital war zone. Qi Yu, however, frowned and asked, Dad, would you suspect that this matter has something to do with Nianbai? At the mention of these two words, Qi Guanshan's breath, which had been unable to come down, once again surged up wildly, infuriating him to the point where he almost stormed out of the room. If it's not about him, then who is it about? Boss, you should wake up. Stop making such a mess. I don't know exactly what that Nianbai has brainwashed you with, but the facts are so clear. If you dare to protect him again, you too. Get out. Qi Yu quickly shook her head. Dad, you can rest assured that I have already come to my senses. Her words, which caused Qi Guanshan to breathe a little easier. But between her turns, she sent this message to Qi Baifeng. And this move by the Qi family. Qi Baifeng had expected this. As soon as the launch takes place, as long as public opinion grows louder and louder, she was then able to push things to diametrically opposite opposites, and use extreme clashes of events to protect Nianbai. Moreover, as soon as things start, Nianbai will leap up at a speed that is unimaginable to ordinary people, and will grow to a level that is beyond the reach of ordinary people. All the plans, they're ready to go. Now, it's just one critical piece. The press conference of the news jointly held by the Qi family and the capital war zone attracted the attention of almost the entire city, and even half of the Dragon Kingdom. This is a big deal. There are a lot of people involved. It also put the whole capital on edge, because this was the first time in 200 years that the capital had encountered a large-scale invasion of foreign beasts. Countless media outlets gathered at the site of. There were also a lot of people gathered at the launch, live streaming that. Crunch. Crunch. The convoys of the Qi family and the capital war zone arrived one after another and appeared in the crowd's view. In order to aggravate the image of the Qi family's victims, Qi Guanshan also intentionally put on a plaster cast and hung his left hand up, pretending that he was injured and fractured. As soon as he got out of the car, it caused countless cameras to race to take pictures of the. He was assisted by Qi Jiujiu, walked into the venue, toward the launch site, and behind him were numerous soldiers in military uniforms, and even the top brass of the capital's war zone. The invasion of the Fei. Making such a big deal out of it, it also made the capital war zone extremely angry. And even more so the Dragon Kingdom. Dad, it's almost time for the presentation to begin. Qi Jiujiu looked at him and said, Good. Qi Guanshan walks onto the stage, greeting the countless cameras below. The journalists in the audience were tempted to ask questions, but they knew this was not the time for inquiries. Everyone. The foreign beasts entered the city and killed indiscriminately in my Qi family, causing incomparable losses to our Qi family, and also causing us to lose quite a few strong men. The families behind them are torn apart because of this battle. A mother loses her son. A wife has lost her husband. The child has lost its father. We, the Qi family, are very saddened. But at the same time, the truth behind this matter is not as simple as a foreign beast entering the city. This is a premeditated, organized act of targeting. Qi Guanshan spoke in pain. But the crowd was dumbfounded. The community made many speculations before the launch. But they didn't realize that things were far more serious than they thought. If this was a premeditated and organized action, then it must be the work of human traitors. Just who exactly could dispatch such a large number of foreign beasts? And Chi Baifan's reason for killing those powerhouses was simple. Just because they are enablers. They know what the Qi family did to Nian Bai. There was no indication that and stay in the service of the Qi family. Then they should have envisioned that they would end up like this. In this kind of factional conflict, you can't say you're innocent if you've done nothing wrong. Once the avalanche is over, every snowflakes will be involved. Gentlemen, I must announce to you the person responsible for this incident. She is the adopted daughter of my Qi Broken Mountain. And also my adopted daughter who has been missing for years without a trace. Chi Baifeng. She joined the Fei Legion and became a strong man. A general in control of 10,000 Fei. And even a sword for the Fei to kill humans. Qi Guanshan had already gritted his teeth in order to aggravate the mood of. At this moment, the crowd at the scene was once again dumbfounded, shocked, and even more bewildered. The Qi family has raised a daughter. Qi Bafeng. I can't believe I'm joining the Fei. Becoming a traitor to humanity. And even a large army to inflict violence on the Qi family? Family Master Qi. May I ask why she broke away from the Qi family back then? And even became a human traitor? With her status, with the Qi family's appeal in the capital, she is a human being. So why would she abandon her honor and wealth to defect to the foreign beasts? An inquiry was made. This kind of problem is perfectly normal. It would be unusual if no one asked that question. As much as I hate to admit it, the facts are out there. The truth is the reason for everything in Qi Bafeng. All because of my own son. The original Qi Fury. Nimble now. After we brought him back to the family back then, we originally wanted to focus on cultivating him so that he would become an adult. But he was born to be ridiculously stubborn. We've tried countless ways to change his stubborn habits. He steals. For wrongdoing. Disrespectful and picking on our family. I originally thought that after he severed his ties with us, he would tighten up quite a bit. But he didn't. He victimized my adopted son, Qi Shangtian, and even allowed Qi Bafeng to come to our door. Qi Guanshan said even more painfully, with a look of heartbreak almost to the point of death. He's got a lot of people empathizing with him. For the sake of the zygote family communion. Nianbai actually took things to such an extent that it was simply heavenly. The gods and men are outraged. Moreover, he actually abetted Qi Bafeng to rebel against the clan and become a human traitor. You can't get what you want in the Qi family. Just let Qi Bafeng come back and start a war. It made the Qi family die a lot. It further puts the capital on edge. Such people deserve to die. The culprit of this accident is my Qi Guanshan's once dear son, the fiancé of Bai Wan, the current head of the Bai family. Accompanying the announcement of Qi Guanshan's national opinion, it instantly blew up. The first time Qi Guanshan mentioned Nianbai's name, it was in order to put all the blame on his head, and to draw out Qi Bafeng's reasons for defecting to the human race. The second mention was to point out where Nianbai was now, and to involve the Bai family. Since the White family is standing up for Nianbai, then they are not innocent. Even if there is national retaliation, they deserve it. Qi Guanshan also wanted to force the Bai families to the edge of the cliff through this incident, so that the Bai family would turn to the Qi family and make the right choice. Because the Qi family needs Bai Wan's Tianyin bone. More than anything, we need the secret in Bai Wan's hands. What? The White family is actually involved in this? Is the White family harboring the real culprit? Journalists are shocked that the countless people in the live broadcast room, 2. were shocked that many people still remembered Bai Wan's amazing score in the mock exam. It was simply hanging on to the countless geniuses in the capital. And there weren't even any whose scores were close. If it wasn't for Nian Bai's sudden accident and Bai Wan's abandonment of the exam. Otherwise Bai Wan's score could set a new national record. Family Master Qi. What evidence do you have to prove that this matter is related to Nian Bai? Don't you think it's outrageous that he, an 18-year-old, could start something so big? Secondly, I remember this reading of White. He was a top genius who was famous in the capital 5 years ago, possessing the supreme bone on his body, as well as 8 companion bones. Since he's a genius, still your own son? Again. Then the resources he has access to are unimaginable to the common man. Why would he do that? A female reporter with an IQ online frowned and asked. If Qi Guanshan says what is what, then they simply do not be a reporter. Directly to the town state clan as a dog, how good? There is still money to get. You are right to be skeptical. It is true that I have no direct evidence in my hand that would prove that. But what happened 3 days ago at the Westgate Examination Center will be able to prove what's at stake. At that time, hundreds of thousands of foreign beasts came. All candidates evacuate the site. Those foreign beasts are so powerful that they are simply unimaginable. But what about Nimble? Not just survived. It's even alive and well. On the day he came out alive, Qi Bafan led the Fey beasts to fight on the Qi clan, provoking this war. Qi Guanshan said gruffly. At this point, even if he had evidence, he absolutely could not take it out because if the Qi family produces evidence, it means that the Qi family has collected the so-called evidence of Nian Bai's crimes and is ready to put him to death. Put yourself in the position of a victim of the Qi family. There's no evidence. It's the strongest evidence. Family Master Qi. I know that your Qi family has suffered heavy losses in this war. But you can't produce evidence. Am I allowed to be more skeptical? The female reporter said in a hushed voice. The female reporter, who wore black-rimmed glasses, had freckles dotting her face, and deliberately made her complexion yellowish to make it more difficult to recognize her. But if Nian Bai had been there, he would have recognized her. Because of a scar on her wrist. Is her most distinguishing feature? Because of this man. It's Qi Baifeng. Qi Guanshan was far away and didn't pay much attention. So naturally he couldn't recognize her. Asked. May I ask how skeptical you want to be? The female reporter pushed up her glasses and said in a gruff voice. Master Qi. Nian Bai has lost all of his talent after returning to your Qi family. Accompanied by his own hand in digging out the last of the companion bones. He is then not far from going to his death. The only piece of companion bone in his body is his final foundation as a martial artist. And it's what keeps him alive. But on the night he dug up the bones, this companion bone, then, was transplanted into Qi Xingtian's body. After that, Qi Shengtian had a rejection reaction. And your 6th Miss Qi clan even led the troops to apply pressure, forcing the Bai clan to hand over Nian Bai, and also his blood to save Qi Shengtian. The scene was again dumbfounded by the words that accompanied her. Public opinion exploded on the airwaves. If we start from this point, then everything Qi Guanshan had said earlier was bullshit. Nian Bai would rather die than dig out the last piece of companion bone and return it to the Qi family. And instead of showing it, the Qi family even transplanted it that day. So who's the evil one? A glimpse of what's going on. This whole thing isn't what you know it to be. I admit that we were at fault in this matter. But whether it was the transplantation of the companion bone or the supreme bone, it was of his own free will. Because he wanted to save my adopted son, Qi Shengtian. We were originally very impressed. But in the end, he's blackmailing us with this. Qi Guanshan clenched his fists and said. As the head of the Qi family, his head naturally spun very quickly. Even in the face of such an unfavorable situation, he was able to immediately think of words to excuse himself and the Qi family. Family Master Qi. Have you ever felt that your logic doesn't make sense? If he made preparations years in advance to have Qi Bafang rebel against humanity, become a human traitor, and gain a foothold in the army of foreign beasts, so why is he risking his life? Hand over the last companion bone? The female reporter asked again. The sharpness of the words was clearly intended to drive Qi Guanshan to his death. Qi Guanshan frowned frantically, realizing that something was wrong, and feeling even more that this person was here to pick a fight. So he asked, "Which reporter are you?" The female reporter shook her badge and said, "Capital Evening News? Wu Xiu Yue." A reporter stood up and looked in her direction in dismay. "You're from the Capital Evening News?" The female reporter nodded. "Yeah. What's the problem?" Another reporter anxiously said. "Capital Warzone. Quickly have your people rush in. All the people from the Capital Evening News have disappeared. There's something wrong with this person." Click. The doors opened for a split second. Dozens of Warzone fighters rushed in and, immediately coming to the female reporter's side and surrounding her. What are you? Please produce your identification." A warrior at the head of the group looked at her sternly, ready to strike at any moment if anything went wrong. "Don't be so nervous. I have a few last questions, so I'll leave afterward." The female reporter was still sitting on the chair. All the serious and probing expression that she had before had disappeared. And on the contrary, she had become a bit unbearable. "ID." The warrior growled. "Eh?" Qi Baifang sighed with a feigned helplessness. She wasn't really even trying to hide who she was. Even if we don't expose it now, she will also be exposed before she leaves. She dropped her black-rimmed glasses and wiped the dullness and freckles off her face with a cotton pad, revealing what she was meant to look like. At this moment, those people in the war zone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Qi Guanshan froze. "Qi Baifeng." Qi Guanshan roared in shocked anger. And he said it was wrong. It turned out that Qi Baifeng had come to pick another fight. What's the rush? I'm not done with my questions. Qi Baifeng's jade feet, which were covered in black silk, were folded together. A standard lady's sitting, except that her upper body was leaning on the back of the chair, which was very lazy. The capital's war zone is heavily guarded. If she's strong enough to get in, it won't be a matter of minutes. With Qi Baifeng's identity on display, all the reporters around her were so scared that they immediately dodged. And the war zone even surrounded her. Countless people in the live broadcast room were horrified. And at the same time, they were cursing. As a human traitor, she actually dared to be arrogant enough to appear on such an occasion, simply not putting the war zone or the Dragon Kingdom in her eyes. You guys mustn't mess around. Me? The peerless 8th rank. Qi Baifeng's words shocked the crowd even more. Matchless 8th grade? The top human powerhouses were afraid to be no more than this strength. Moreover, a strong person of the peerless realm was enough to stir up half of the capital alone. For a while, these people from the capital battle zone couldn't move. And they couldn't move. If they were to move against the aligned 8, they wouldn't be able to beat them at all. If Qi Baifeng opens the Sublime Gate again, then it will be another war. Master Qi, let's continue talking about ours. Don't run away. You live ones. I don't kill people. Qi Baifeng was actually maintaining order at the scene, which was beyond ridiculous. Some people had the audacity to stay behind and continue to maintain their live streams. Though at this point in time the danger is immense. But there's heat. Not to mention that once the fight started, The capital war zone and the Qi family would also bear the brunt. Then they were given time to retreat. Family Master Qi. Answer Nianbai why he wants to break away from the family by stripping the companion bone. And you explain why I defected to the Fae and became a human traitor? Qi Baifeng took a lollipop out of his bag and the smile teased. Qi Baifeng. Don't be too arrogant. As my Qi Broken Mountain's adopted daughter, your betrayal of humanity is a disgrace to my Qi family. And even more so to all of humanity. Qi Guanshan roared. Don't change the subject for me. Please answer positively. Qi Baifeng raised his hand and interrupted. You guys? Don't you just think my Qi family is treating you unfairly? But where exactly have I, the Qi family, wronged you? Qi Guanshan drank grimly. Hey! You got that right. But where exactly you're being unjust? You can't even realize it. Qi Baifeng laughed. I, the Qi family, being a Zhenghua clan, walk the walk and sit up straight. Qi Guanshan coldly said. Qi Baifeng, however, had an expression of wanting to vomit and said, Don't say that. I am disgusted. These years, have you done fewer nasty things? You claim to be blameless to us. But do you really? Words. That's all I'm saying. You're the rock in the cesspit that won't get enlightened until you fall to pieces. Qi Baifeng said. Standing up and. But the people beside him were like enemies in a flash. Qi Baifeng turned to face the camera with an incredibly serious expression. Nianbai. You have no more room to maneuver. Turn to Sister 8. Looking around the world. Only your sister can protect you. Becoming a traitor to humanity is really no big deal. And becoming a human traitor makes you stronger. I'll give you a month. Take your time to think about it. Sis wants you to make the best choice you can. Before Qi Baifeng came to the venue, she had already passed with Nian Baigo. And it wasn't preemptive. And her words were meant for the media. And for all viewers. Everything is planned for the next step. She knew all too well what Nianbai had suffered all these years. If he was pushed into the limelight without Nianbai's consent, it would definitely be a re-victimization of him. If Qi Baifeng wants to recruit him to join the Fey Legion, then the Dragon Kingdom will surely go after him. As soon as the Dragon Kingdom learns of his talent, the Dragon Kingdom will protect him with all its might. And definitely not allow him to be a traitor to humanity. This was Qi Baifeng's method of provoking a mountainous outcry to protect Nianbai. And under this method, Nianbai would be supported like never before. Qi Baifeng released the aura of a peerless realm powerhouse and suppress all the people around them. Even several war god realm powerhouses present were unable to raise their heads under her aura, let alone resist. The crowd could only watch as she walked out and watching her arrogance. And there is nothing to be done about it. A gate of dimensions opened in front of her, and her figure spiraled away in front of everyone. Brother, Eighth Sister has paved the way ahead for you. The next time we meet, and you will be a national sensation. Qi Baifeng was clearly satisfied with his performance. And the sight of his face before he disappeared raised a slight smile. Within 2 days of Qi Baifeng's disappearance, national opinion reached a crescendo of countless people came to the White House to block the door, forcing the White family to hand over Nianbai for trial. And because Nianbai and Bai Wan had received the news in advance, they had been in the forbidden area of the Bai family, while the doors of the Bai family were closed and no one was visible. Now the bigger things get. When the reversal comes, the bigger the sensation that. The next step in the unfolding process is not based on the timing of Qi Baifeng. Rather, it's based on the timing of the recitation of the White. As long as Nimble is ready to start, then it can start any time. At the same time, Shi Baifeng wasn't worried about exposing his true intentions. Because the Holy Spirit Bone plan of the Fey Legion had required Nianbai to stay with the human race. It's not just the reading. Even the other geniuses cultivated by the Fey beasts. Just how many geniuses had the Fey beasts cultivated amongst the humans? This was something that even Shi Baifeng himself did not know. This was because the counterpart of each genius was different. When the Fey have complete control of the human genius, the Fey will be able to rule over the human race without bloodshed. That's why Shi Baifeng needs Nianbai to grow up fast even more, possessing true strength enough to fight off the Fey. During Nianbai's formative years, he was able to have it both ways. Both to get the resources provided by the Dragon Kingdom. You can also get the resources that are within the purview of Shi Baifeng. Such as he is. It won't take more than a few days to take off. The height of the Qi family's ancestor is scary enough. Right? But the heights he could reach were based on the old ancestor of the Qi family. Even crushing the old ancestor dozens of times back then. A week after things festered. Almost the whole country cursed that. They're all poking at Nianbai and Shi Baifeng's backbones. 15th Middle School. Because Lu Pingping stood up to guard Nianbai. So it became one of the hardest hit areas of public opinion. Outside the school, some people gathered to protest, demanding a statement from Lu Pingping. Inside the school, there was also a march by students demanding that the school expel Nianbai from the school to avoid them being affected. Lu Pingping was so blocked that she didn't dare to come out of the gate. Even the door to the house was clanked on. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. What's more, I didn't expect Shi Baifeng to be a human traitor. At that time, the beast tied at the West Gate Examination Center was actually attracted by Shi Baifeng. And it came at Nianbai. Things are so troublesome that Lu Pingping does not know what to do. He called to inquire about his godfather, Wulong. Wulong, however, told him to calm down. Shit. It's that time of year. How else could he be calm? Capital. Ministry of Education Headquarters. The group surged aggressively into the building and found Charlie's as well as Wulong's offices. Gathering both. The two Charlies knew what they were about, but behaved with unparalleled composure. And without the slightest hint of panic. The Chief Minister Xia. Vice Chief Minister Wu. According to our investigation, you made some sort of deal with the White family and Nianbai, and erased the memories of others for them. May it be so? An investigator at the head of the group said seriously. Indeed. Xia Lei nodded. And also opened the old cadre porcelain cup and took a sip of hot tea. Then please give an explanation. The head investigator said solemnly. I'm sorry. You're not qualified. Charlie said lightly. He didn't mean any mockery, but simply that he wasn't of sufficient stature to know the truth of the matter. Shi Baifeng and Nianbai, they were waiting for public opinion to ferment. Wouldn't Xia Lei and Wulong do the same? As long as public opinion fermented more, the more Nianbai would be taken seriously. Nianbai already has the beginnings of becoming a traitor to the human race. As long as the higher-ups get more nervous and anxious, then the more they can get for Nianbai. There was no way the Dragon Kingdom would watch such a talent pass away. But if they took the initiative to go to the top, they would be able to negotiate with a lot less leeway. It's the art of the workplace. Even if they have to follow it. It's not that if they take the initiative, Nimble won't be supported. But there's a fundamental difference between the two. A nervous one. One is not nervous. So can the results be the same? Chief Minister Xia. Please correct your attitude and don't commit an unforgivable fault. The voice of the lead investigator was high-end, with anger in his voice. May I ask if you have any direct evidence of betrayal by me and Lao Wu? Charlie asked rhetorically. Isn't this an investigation? Even if you two are in high places, you should still cooperate. Shouldn't you? The investigator said coldly. Excuse me then. Since you have no proof, we have other things to attend to. Take care. Don't see me off. Old Woo. Have someone go and suppress those disturbances in the 15th middle school, so that they don't affect the normal teaching order of the 15th middle school anymore. Charlie turned his head. The fact that the executives still haven't interviewed them means that the executives aren't nervous enough about it. At this time, by keeping their mouths shut, they were actually abiding by their principles. This was because a genius of Nianbai's level was a national secret of the Dragon Kingdom, and could not be spoken of casually. Even if they are investigated. Even if they're in the slammer. As long as the top brass don't get involved, they can't say anything. In the eyes of the top brass, I'm afraid this is still just a case of an 18-year-old boy in cahoots with a human renegade, and a tendency to mutiny. Well, if it's only to this extent, there's no way the top brass is going to step in and Charlie is going to use himself and Wulong as pawns. Invoke the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom. Put this thing up a tier again. Chief Minister Xia. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to hastily send people to suppress the 15th middle school before the matter is investigated clearly? The investigator got angry and questioned. This is a matter for our Ministry of Education and you have no right to interfere. Charlie shook his head. That the Ministry of Education has so much power that it can ignore war zones, ignore town plans, and ignore some ceiling-level figures even more. Under extremely exceptional circumstances, Charlie and Wulong have the right to take orders only from the General Chairman of the Dragon Kingdom. And it won't be treated as treason. You. The investigator was furious and he couldn't for the life of him figure out what the hell Charlie was doing. Obviously a very simple matter. As long as Xia Lei told the truth. After all, no one would doubt Charlie's upright position. But Charlie is trying to steer things in an even more extreme direction. Isn't he afraid of what will happen to the Xia family? Isn't he afraid he'll get involved? Please return. Xia Lei put down his teacup and faintly said. Good. In that case, I'll report it truthfully. I also hope that Chief Minister Xia can afford the consequences. The investigator turned away with his men and, already angry beyond belief, in front of such a major matter of right and wrong as human traitors, Xia Lei actually wants to hide it. So he really takes himself too seriously. Seeing them leave, Xia Lei turned his head and said, Old Wu, go deal with the problems in the 15th grade. Isn't that godson of yours still screwed up and unable to get out of the house? Wulong laughed and said, he calls me all day long in a panic. Charlie smiled back and said, go on then. Wulong nods and steps out of the office. He greeted some of his men and went with him to the 15th form. But when confronted with his orders, a number of people chose to disobey them. Because his and Charlie's resistance to the investigation had aroused the suspicion of some of the. In a war zone, where absolute obedience is expected of anyone. But at the Ministry of Education, anyone can supervise upwards. If you find yourself in trouble with your superiors, they can all report over the top. Because the Ministry of Education is so important. It is so important that the fate of countless candidates is at stake. And more importantly, the future of the Dragon Kingdom. For their resistant attitude, Wulong did not bother. Because Wulong knew that they were adhering to their principles. Wulong called out. But eventually someone was willing to go with him and, with a group of people, they headed to the 15th grade to suppress it. When Wulong and the others showed up, those people gathered in front of the 15th grade school. Thought the Ministry of Education was here to take care of things and give everyone a piece of their mind. Results available. The Ministry of Education expelled them on the spot. Even though they're on the air. Even if they have an opinion. The Ministry of Education doesn't care. Have a comment. You file a complaint. I can't wait for things to get out of hand. The attitude of the Ministry of Education has pissed these people off to no end. Only to think that they're harboring nimbai. And have taken to the internet to frantically vent their emotional output that. In the meantime, the Ministry of Education went into the campuses and suppressed the rowdy students. 2. And the students were equally vocal that teachers have strong opinions. 2. But does Wulong care? No. Of course he doesn't care. He even called Lu Pingping to come back and manage the school. When she received his phone call, Lu Pingping did not mention how excited and could not wait to rush to the school, hug him and kiss him. After all these days, Godfather finally intervened. Shit. Don't mention how suffocating it was. And Wulong's attitude toward him is one, no matter who comes to deal with Nianbai. Favoritism to Nianbai is the main thing. Even if he is arrested. It must be so. Wulong's words confused him. And at the same time, he realized the seriousness of the matter. But he listens to whatever his godfather says. He didn't believe his godfather would harm him. 3 days later, the people from the capital war zone personally came and took Xia Lei and Wulong, and directly erected them to the Dragon Country's main office. In the conference room of the main office building, a number of top bigwigs, who could only be seen on TV, sat with serious faces, preparing for the trial. There was no panic when Charlie and Wulong entered the office and saw such a situation. All those bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom were sitting on opposite sides of the oval desk, while Xia Lei and Wulong were sitting on the other side. In the standard fashion of being questioned by the Charlie, what the hell are you doing? Why don't you cooperate with the investigation? A white-haired old man sitting in the center asked. Gruffly. The expression was serious to the point of. This person was none other than the old man in charge of the Dragon Kingdom. The chairman of the Dragon Kingdom. Elder Dong. Xia Lei and Wulong are people he's known for many years and knows their roots. And they're still the ones that Dong Lao personally put in this current position. But as far as the attitude of these two men was concerned, Dong felt let down. Elder Dong. The glory of our human race 300 years ago. Back. Xia Lei just was sitting down and was full of excitement. Before he was personally approached by Elder Dong. All of his purposes were for weighing in. And at this moment, his purpose was realized. So naturally, he did not need to hide it. 300 years ago in all its glory? What do you mean? Elder Tongue froze. Not reacting for a moment. Dao. Don't you want to know why we're not cooperating with the investigation? By one of the Bai clan. Awakening the heavenly Yin Bone. And the heavenly Yin Bone contains the entire inheritance of the Bai clan's oldest ancestor. What do you think this means? Nian Bai, who came out of the Qi family, possesses the hope of awakening the Holy Spirit Bone. Even, he possesses the hope of having a full body of legendary grade sacred bones. Such a big deal. How do you want us to mention it to the public? Charlie said solemnly. With his words, the entire room fell into a dead silence that, whether it's the White family's Tianyin bone, or the Holy Spirit bone of the Qi family's ancestor back then, they are all aware of it. And they're clear as day. The reason that all of the major top-level sacred bones were blocked to the outside world was because they could not disclose the news, thus allowing these geniuses to make any missteps in their path of growth. But at this time, the appearance of geniuses at the level of the ancestors of the Qi and Bai families back then, even above these two old ancestors. This is so shocking. Nianbai was stripped of his supreme bone and stripped of all his companion bones by the Qi family. This, however, is precisely what is necessary to evolve the Holy Spirit bone. You hold in your hands key information about the Holy War of that year. You also know that the Holy Spirit bone of the Chi clan's old ancestor was created after his accident back then. And his accident was exactly when the sacred bone was stripped away. Elder Tongue. My lords. Along with the regeneration of the supreme bone in Nian Bai's body, he has opened the true form of the supreme bone. Berserk. So when we learned the truth of what happened at that time, we blocked all news, wiped everyone's memories, and classified the secret as a state-level secret. At the same time, Baiwan has not only fused the heavenly Yin bone. Even that wire-long worm of the war god realm at the North Gate was slain by her. She's only the 9th rank of a military general. And yet, it was able to kill a battle god realm Fey beast. Accompanying Charlotte's narration, there was even more dead silence in the conference room. All of them shocked, bewildered, dumbfounded. But in reaction, they were all thrilled beyond measure. Whether it was Nian Bai's hope of awakening the Holy Spirit bone, or him opening the true form of the Supreme Bone, or Baiwan's heavenly Yin bone, or even her terrifying strikes across the Jadeite and Zhongshu. One alone would be enough to cause an earthquake in the Dragon Kingdom. It made the entire Ministry of Education quake. Not to mention, these are stacked on top of each other. Elder Dong. Do you still think we did wrong now? Charlie chuckled. Jokingly. You. Playing mind games with me here, are you? I know what's in your old boy's gourd. But in this case, you did a great job. Elder Dong also smiled and complimented without mincing words. This pair of young boys and girls was the true hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. So there was no problem with Xia Lei fighting for them. Instead, they do this. Or is it within their purview to do so? If they hadn't further escalated the situation, and hadn't let the various sectors of the capital complain about them, otherwise Dong Lao wouldn't have been so concerned about this matter. It's not that Elder Tongue sits in this position and doesn't care about anything. Instead, he's in charge of the Dragon Kingdom. He has so much to worry about. Old Xia. Old Wu. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I'll make a promise that the Dragon Kingdom will give the green light throughout the entire process when it comes to Nian Bai and Baiwan's affairs. As long as it's within your purview, you can have first dibs on anything. If anyone hinders their growth, you may dismiss them on the spot. Or even control them. Even if they are hindered within the limits of their principles. You can also impeach me. Or even ignore me and do what you think is right. Elder Dong said with incomparable gravity. The old man also activated the Dragon Code and had the Imperial Sword, which is far more than a nuclear bomb, brought to him. This Imperial Sword is actually a token. It's a product of the Jihad period. 300 years ago. It is the top symbol of special events. With this token in hand, it could even put the Dragon Kingdom on immediate war footing. Dragon Kingdom Warzone. Long Country Township National Plan. And indeed all the subjects of the Dragon Kingdom. All must follow the authorization of this token. With it, anyone can be on par with Elder Tongue. And it, too, was the first time it had been activated in 300 years. Which was enough to show the importance Dong Lao attached to it. Charlie and Wulong got down on one knee and right hand in a fist, hammering heavily at the heart. Upon receiving the token, Xia Lei, in order to ensure his absolute impartiality, instantly unloaded all of the Xia family's powers to serve only this token. Xia Lei. From this moment on, you have the unconditional qualification to dispatch the Dragon Kingdom's treasury. I don't care how much money you drop. I just want to see 2 rising stars of the future. At the same time, I want you to have to make sure that the 2 of them will not fall into the hands of the enemy. And in the future, will not become strong enemies of humanity. Elder Dong was incomparably grave, saying, I promise. If anything goes wrong, We will bring our heads. Charlie nodded heavily, his voice resounding. Dong Lao was full of relief and helped him and Wulong up. However, it was also because Nian Bai and Bai Wan's talents were too terrifying, resulting in a lot of details that could not be made public. Not to mention the fact that it was not possible for the officials to step in and turn the situation around, trying to reverse the public's attitude towards them. It is necessary to show the public that they have something to offer. Otherwise, the public will question the credibility of the officials no matter what they have said. But trying to get the public to see them shine would need to make their secret part of the public. It's really hard to weigh the two. Although Dong Lao, they do not want this pair of young boys and girls to suffer from the accusations of the whole country. But at the moment, can only temporarily entrust them. Elder Dong. Our biggest problem right now lies with Qi Baifang. Qi Baifang solicits Nian Bai. I suspect that it's possible that she already knows the secret of the Supreme Bone, Charlie said gruffly. If Qi Baifang knew about this, it meant that the Fey Legion had also known that then it won't help them even if they try to hide it. What's more, Bai Wan's heavenly Yin Bone, along with Bai Wan's own announcement, had been known to many people. Only that they didn't know the true power of the heavenly Yin Bone. They were even less aware that the heavenly Yin Bone contained the entire inheritance of the Bai clan's oldest ancestor. And it is this part of the secret that the Dragon Kingdom needs to hide. Xia Lei. On behalf of the Dragon Kingdom, I give you full authority to investigate this matter. If Qi Baifang finds out, then we will find an opportunity to make this secret public. One is to cleanse them of the injustice that has been done to them. The second is to proclaim their support and to lend their heavenly presence to the hearts of all. Dong Lao said solemnly. Charlie nodded. Elder Tung continued. After you guys leave, I'll have the Capital War Region fully cooperate with you and send experts from the Capital War Region to hide the White family and protect them. Nian Bai's secret of remodeling the Supreme Bone can be exposed. But the secret that he has hope of awakening the Holy Spirit Bone must not be exposed. Not even if our enemies know about it. This secret, if exposed, will surely raise the nation's expectations of Nian Bai. It also necessarily elevates Nian Bai to an unimaginable level. If anything goes wrong, and he will be revolted by the crowd. This is cudgeling. At the same time, the human camp is not ironclad. If other countries learn Nian Bai's biggest secret, who can guarantee that Nian Bai won't be tapped? It was even possible that he could be assassinated by the humans themselves. When the time comes, it won't just be the loss of the Dragon Kingdom. More than that, it's a huge threat to Nian Bai. In the conference room, all of them signed an extraordinarily confidentiality agreement. The secret contents are Nian Bai's Holy Spirit Bone and Bai Wan's heavenly Yin Bone inheritance. If someone leaks it, the entire staff is sitting in a row. After leaving, Charlie and Wulong communicated ahead of time with the White family. And they're hiding their identities. Taking the strong men who signed the agreement related to the Capital War Zone. They took advantage of the night and scaled the wall to enter the middle of the White House. There was no need to know any secrets about the agreement signed by these powerful men of the Capital War Zone. Because the vocation of a soldier was essentially obedience. What did they tell you? They do what they do. Immediately after they entered the White House, all the powerful men dispersed and concealed themselves in all the corners of the White House, guarding the White House 24 hours a day. Immediately, Bai Donghua, who had been waiting for a long time, came over and, taking Xia Lei and Wulong, he went to find Nian Bai and Bai Wan. 4 men conferring in a room of absolute seclusion. All the information you need to know to understand the Dragon Kingdom. The words that Nian Bai and Bai Wan were going to say also had Qi Baifang come over to communicate in advance and had already determined a set of templates for the words to answer. Qi Baifang did not want and could not let Nian Bai remain dormant. The matter of the Holy Ghost Bone can be done without exposing But the matter of remodeling the supreme bone must be exposed. The Nianbai has endured for so many years. Why should we have to carry the national name and continue to hold back? And Chi Baifeng doesn't just want things exposed. All the more reason to make Nianbai a national sensation. She's Chi Baifeng's brother. It's time to live in the sunlight with honor. Nianbai. Since Chi Baifeng has already learned about your remodeling of the supreme bone, let's carry out Plan B. If you recover fast enough. We have two choices. Then. The first is the Battle of the 100 Schools in a month's time. Second. It's the high school entrance exam. If neither of these can be done in time, then we can create a national competition just for you after you recover. To write your name to the nation. Charlie said seriously. They couldn't possibly have rushed Nianbai any. 300 years have passed. How can they be in a hurry? Chi Baifeng already knew the secret on Nianbai. So they could only hope that Chi Baifeng didn't know the secret of the Holy Spirit bone. After all, the secret of the Holy Spirit bone was something that the Bai family had guarded for 300 years. And not only was the Dragon Kingdom unclear about the key to it, but even the Qi family itself was unaware of it. But Chi Baifeng doesn't just know that. Even more, she was going to have Nianbai exposed along with the third and fourth stages of the Supreme Bone when he rose to power. The exposure of this. No pain. No gain. For one thing, the Fei hierarchy has long known that. Secondly, the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom are bound to block the news. Thirdly, she wants Nianbai to become a national favorite. If the Dragon Kingdom wants to do right by Nianbai, it's inevitable that they'll have to make Nianbai's terrifying talent known to the whole country. Then when the time comes to visit the scene, not only will there be the top brass of the Dragon Kingdom, the town clans of the Dragon Kingdom, and the great clans. The Dragon Kingdom was able to block the news. You can't block everyone. Those top families in the Dragon Kingdom would inevitably still know about it. And what Chi Baifeng wanted was for these families to be unable to ignore and even take the initiative to climb over her brother. More than anything, she wanted to make the Qi family repent until their guts were green. Chief Minister Xia. It would be better to be a little early. Just the Battle of the 100 Schools. The Bai family has been under immense pressure because of me. And I hope to resolve this public opinion storm early. Moreover, my supreme bone has already recovered 50%. Nianbai said seriously. With another month's time, Nianbai is confident that all of them will recover. Even if you can't recover all of it, you can recover 90% of it. As long as he recovered completely, then his strength would start a surge mode. January on Emerald. It is also achievable. The Battle of the 100 Schools? Would it be too much of a rush? Charlie asked worriedly. No way. If something goes wrong then, we can also stay off for a while. Nianbai shook his head. He said so with his mouth. But with those foreign beast materials given by Eighth Sister, he had enough confidence. Good. That's our plan for now. Then, if things don't work out, we'll just postpone it until after the entrance exams. Or beyond. Charlie nodded. Everything. In terms of reading white time. They had to make sure that these two geniuses rose to the top and that there was no room for error. A few days later. Late at night. While Nianbai was breaking through with all his might. 30 assassins in nightclothes, masked, sneaked into the White House to assassinate the. These are the people Qi Shengtian commissioned the man behind the curtain to find for him. Chi Baifeng's attitude. Chi Baifeng's strength. Poses a great threat to Qi Shengtian. At the West Gate Examination Center, Qi Shengtian had failed to kill Nianbai. And had even had one of his arms wasted. So he would have to avenge the old and the new together. In the current public opinion, even if the Bai family and Nianbai were all dead, the world would only applaud and applaud. But in order to get the secret of the supreme bone, Qi Shengtian must keep Baiwan. Moreover, Baiwan's heavenly yin bone was something he desperately longed for. These assassins have infiltrated in, and their biggest target is Nian Bai. As long as Baiwan doesn't die, then it doesn't matter how big things get. But the first time these assassins tumbled into the White House, countless strong men rushed out from the shadows, either killing them or controlling them. What was shocking was that many of these strong men from the Bai clan were actually war god realm powerhouses. Where did these masters come from? And who, again, is protecting the White family? Countdown to closing, 2 chapters. Next volume, The Fate of the World. This will be a turnaround battle for the male lead. And at the same time there will be a sister reborn. Guess who? It's actually quite easy to guess. Excluding the eldest and 8th sisters. Then explain the reason for not exposing the Holy Ghost bone. 1. With the supreme bone at the front, it's scary enough. If it's exposed, a lot of people at home and abroad will go crazy. And the male protagonist may die young. 2. Holy Spirit bone involves a huge global drama. Only more explosive than the Battle of the 100 Schools. The assassins who infiltrated the White House would never have dreamed of such a situation. Dozens of war god realm powerhouses surged out and subdued them. Hundreds of powerful men, one after another, make it difficult for them to fly even with their wings. In such an anxious situation, they were left with only one option, and that was to commit suicide by taking poison. But these powerhouses from the capital war zone didn't even give them that chance. The first time they knocked out their jaws, as well as the joints of their entire body. These assassins, except for the ones killed in the first place, all the rest must be brought back for investigation. It would have been better if they had volunteered to give an account. If they keep their teeth tightly shut and say nothing, then what awaits them will be endless torture. If it was in the regular process of the Budo Bureau, the prisoner or the murderer would not normally be tortured. But the seriousness of this matter was national. They were taken away, or even dead somewhere. None of it is likely to get any news out. Mr. White. These killers have all been taken care of. We're taking them back to the war zone. I also ask that you, the White family, take care to keep it a secret. It's best not to let any word get out. A war god powerhouse said solemnly. Don't worry. If this news leaks, it won't do us half as much good. It may even lead to universal ridicule and calling us deserving. Bai Donghua let out a bitter smile and said, although they were psychologically prepared in advance, the pressure of a mountain of public opinion made it doubly difficult for them to. The door of the White House is closed all day long, and there are countless people cursing and swearing outside. They're afraid to turn their cell phones on at all, because once you turn it on, you're bombarded with countless phone calls. Mr. White, you've suffered. I have business to attend to, so I will leave with my men. That war god powerhouse said. Yes. Bai Donghua nodded his head and eyed their departure. Capital. The ruins of the Qi family. Because of the damage to the outer courtyard, Qi Shengtian and the others could only retreat back to the still intact place to live. But the entire Qi family? There was no more than 1/10 left. Ring. 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 A call came in. Qi Shengtian's cramped room. Unable to stop fuming and his original room was more than twice the size of his current one, and far more luxurious. But what he was living in now was simply the maid's room. The difference between this before and after. Let him break into the house. But if he, a son of the Qi family, didn't return to the family, saying so would inevitably make people laugh. Shi Luya was going to arrange for him to be in a hotel. But how could he do that? If he did that, wouldn't all of his previous personas fall apart? Therefore, he can only hold in his heart. The surface is still very understanding to live back. Ring. 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 The sharp ringing of the bell woke him up and he picks up the phone and looks at it. The very same person who helped him behind the scenes. He picked up the phone. His voice tinged with urgency and anger. And said, "Hey. How's it going over there with the killer? That bastard Nien Bai. Is he dead yet?" The voice on the other end of the line was obviously altered. Very huskily. He said. "In the meantime, you take a break." Shi Shengtian froze and hurriedly said, "What do you mean? After sending so many experts over this time, it's impossible for them to fail again. Right?" The person on the other end of the line interrupted with a clear hint of displeasure. "What do you mean? It's questioning me." Shi Shengtian suddenly remembered that person's power. His heart thumped violently. He could not help but shrink his neck. Even the anger in his heart dissipated quite a bit. He quickly suppressed his anger and apologized. "That's not what I meant. I just want to know what happened." The person on the other end of the phone said coldly. "The Capital War Zone has intervened in this matter. And a bunch of their experts are on guard at the White House. The people we sent were suppressed by them the first time they entered." At those words, Shi Shengtian's mind went blank. Can't figure out the logic of that. Obviously. The Capital War Zone and the Qi family held a conference together and confirmed Nien Bai's identity as a human traitor on the spot. So how could the War Zone protect him? If it's general protection, so be it. But the War Zone had even sent out experts from the War God realm. The capital city officials have already intervened in the investigation regarding this matter. And although it's unlikely that the people sent there will expose us, you'd better calm down. Just in case. The caller reminded gruffly. Shi Shengtian wanted to say something else. Because he didn't want the plan to just fall apart. He really didn't want Nien Bai to be able to live for a moment. But before he could finish his sentence, the phone was then hung up. In this matter, the person behind the phone is obviously also very annoyed. In the tone of voice, but also with a few points of disappointment in Shi Shengtian. Shi Shengtian was already furious. And was even more baffled by the disappointed tone of the person behind the curtain. He went through the room in a flurry of smashing and venting the anger in your heart. He just couldn't understand why Nien Bai couldn't die. What the hell for? He should be the only heir to the Qi family. All the more reason to be in the limelight. The White family. In the Forbidden Land. Nien Bai and Bai Wan basically stayed in the Forbidden Land the rest of the time. Except for eating and sleeping. During the process of quenching the body, Nien Bai's supreme bone opened the second stage throughout, absorbing the beast blood while absorbing the medicinal effects and the body-quenching prescription. In just half a month, Nien Bai has recovered 70%. It's been almost a month. The supreme bone has recovered 95%. It's just a matter of getting it right. It will be fully recovered. And once it was restored, Nien Bai's talent would cross back into the S-class realm. For Nien Bai's next step in the process, this so-called S-rank talent had also become completely unimportant. Because his next step was the Holy Spirit bone. Awan. The final proximity of the supreme bone is no longer so easy to cross by relying on body hardening and beast blood alone. I feel that the supreme bone in my body needs a great battle to stimulate its complete fusion, as well as to let it grow into the last bits. Nien Bai speculated seriously. The last bits of the supreme bone were as if they were a huge obstacle that had been jamming Nien Bai for the past few days. In fact, Nien Bai has absorbed enough medicinal effects. Enough to make the last bits of the supreme bone grow out. But it just carries a few disorders. Perhaps only a great battle will allow it to complete the final part. and Nian Bai's current speed have exceeded their original expectations. At the very beginning, they thought that if they could recover the Supreme Bone before entering the academy, they would be considered to have made rapid progress. But Nian Bai, from the beginning to the present, it's only been 2 months. 2. It was also because of the Fey Beast materials provided by Qi Baifang, coupled with Nian Bai's hard work, that the progress was boosted by quite a bit. At the same time, even the source spring left in the Forbidden Land by the Qi clan's old ancestor actually had quite a lot left, which could be used for Nian Bai's next Holy Spirit bone tempering. The Battle of the 100 Schools, which will be held in the capital in 5 days, will be another spotlight before the high school entrance exams that candidates who excel in the Battle of the 100 Schools are eligible to participate in a 2-month genius camp during the summer vacation, even if they didn't do well in the college entrance exams due to an accident. Their performance in the Genius Intensive Training Camp could change their fate for them against all odds. This battle, which will last a week, across different groups. But this battle would also be the most heated battle of the 100 schools that the Dragon Kingdom had ever seen. Countdown to closing, 1 chapter. Chugging. 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 This session of the Battle of the 100 Schools is so hot that it's unprecedented. Not only because of the official operation of the Dragon Kingdom, but also because of the talent that has emerged in this session of. There are 2 ways to qualify for the Genius Intensive. One is through referral by a qualified person who has passed a test that. That's a lot to ask. The ones that make it through are the top of 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 the top. The top geniuses who entered the Genius Intensive Training Camp by this method might not even go to the college entrance exams and only prepare for the 2 months of the camp. And the second way is the Battle of the 100 Schools. For the calendar year, the genius waiting for the 2 methods of entry into the camp, respectively, is 0, 5 to 9. 5. It's not as if you can stay in the camp for 2 months just because you've qualified for the camp. The perverted effect of intensive training camps. Hundreds of people across the country each year. In the end, only a few dozen people will be left behind. There was even one session that was so exaggerated that only a few people took their diplomas. There's only one guideline in the camp. That's survival of the strong. The instructor can fuck you up any way he wants. If you don't, then we'll have a fight. The instructor won't suppress his strength to fight you yet. If you, a Zhongshu genius, can't beat a War God Realm instructor, then you're a waste and can only shut up. It's also why every year a lot of talented people go in with high expectations and crawl out crying, even leaving a psychological shadow. But the graduation certificate from the intensive training camp, it's also very golden. Just get it and you'll be a captain when you enter the war zone. If anyone dares to touch you, there are still half of the assembly camp senior brothers and sisters to back you up. Because the only ones who could beat up the geniuses of the intensive training camp were the ones who graduated from the camp. Those teachers at the college. Those powerful men of the hunting regiment. Who the hell are they? Half of the sky of the Dragon Kingdom was held up by these geniuses from the training camp. Humming a little song, Lu Pingping came to the Bai family on behalf of the 15th Middle School to deliver the invitation to the Battle of the 100 Schools. In the past, the 15th grade was not eligible to participate in the Battle of the 100 Schools. But this time, it's different. Although there's only one place for Nian Bai in the 15th grade. And yet, it's enough to be proud of. Lu Pingping just came. There are people making tea to serve. Treatment can be seen. Pak Tunghua went to inform Nian Bai to come up. In a few moments, Nian Bai and Bai Wan appeared. Lu Pingping surveyed Nian Bai with a smile on her face. I haven't seen you in a month. Nian Bai has changed quite a bit. Originally his thin body, lean and strong quite a lot. Even the smile hanging on his face. With confidence, as if he had returned to his youth. 13. Principal Lu. Nianbai stepped forward and saluted him. Lu Pingping hastened to assist, laughing, "Good guy. Why so polite? You are my Lu Pingping's treasure. It's my backbone for bragging in the future. If you're ever going to be so polite with me again, I'm going to have a go at you." His words. It made everyone snort with laughter. He handed Nianbai the invitation to the Battle of the 100 Schools. And at the same time, he also went along to help deliver Bai Wan's invitation to First Middle School. These two invitations, issued directly from the Ministry of Education. So it came together in the hands of Lu Pingping. "Nianbai, work hard. I'll watch you." Lu Pingping patted his shoulder, her eyes full of pride and complacency. Although he didn't know what Nianbai and his godfather had talked about, he knew Nianbai's character too well and knew that Nianbai wasn't the type of person to take risks. The Ministry of Education has paved the way for the recitation of White. Nianbai also promised to go to the Battle of the 100 Schools. So he must have some backbone. He was looking forward to what Nianbai would break out in this battle, and how it would shock the world. After all, Nianbai's bad reputation was still continuing. "Don't worry, Principal Lu. I will never fail you." Nianbai's voice resounded as he said, "It's okay. Just do your best. You're already the pride of our 15th grade if you get an invitation." Lu Pingping waved her hand and smiled. "I don't want to put too much pressure on Nianbai." He took a sip of tea and asked in passing, "Nianbai, how strong are you now?" Knowing more about Nianbai's current situation, and having a little more certainty about it. If Nianbai's performance was not satisfactory, no one would blame him for anything. As long as he's doing his best. That's all. Principal Lu, you are unaware that as far as talent is concerned, Stinky White is now S-ranked. Bai Wan, who was at the side with a small pride, said, "Put." Lu Pingping took a mouthful of tea and almost sprayed it out, choking and coughing violently. Unbelievably, he looked at the two Nianbai and said in shock, "What did you say?" "S-class." Bai Wan nodded. "Yeah. S-rank." Holy shit. Lu Pingping was once again confused. How long had it been since he and Nianbai had met? And as a result, Nianbai had popped up from B rank to S rank? It's also too much. And S ranking is nothing. Once the Battle of the 100 Schools is fought, we'll be refreshing a lot of people's perceptions. Bai Wan was triumphant and said. She was originally most worried about Nianbai not being able to rise up and falling halfway. So she used everything she had to create opportunities for Nianbai as well. And after Qi Baifan's intervention, things became much simpler. And the overall pace accelerated quite a bit. And everything was moving in a thriving direction. Ha ha. I'm looking forward to it then. Lu Pingping didn't know the inside story and smiled. He knew that Bai Wan was horribly talented, possessed a heavenly inbone to accompany her, and had almost set a record in her first mock exam. But not so much for Nimble. Even if Nianbai is an S-class talent. But there were quite a few teenage geniuses with S-class talent in the capital. What kind of results the two of them could record in the Battle of the 100 Schools was anyone's guess. But as long as they performed brightly, then the national public opinion would inevitably be alleviated quite a bit as well. Lu Pingping knows that they bear quite a lot on them. They haven't broken down until now. It's really hard on them too. If Lu Pingping was the same age instead, it would definitely be impossible to have such a heart. Capital. The Qi family. The teacher from the first middle school arrived at the Qi family, looked at the ruins, sighed, and walked into the middle of the Qi family with an invitation belonging to Qi Shengtian. The second and third mock exams are behind us. Half a month after the end of the Battle of the 100 Schools. It was the college entrance exam. If you can make a name for yourself in the Battle of the 100 Schools, You don't even have to take the entrance exam. This is because the Battle of the 100 Schools in previous years was attended by teachers from all the top academies. Those who perform well can be recruited directly into the academies. This term, there are many geniuses. The Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom has also put out a horrific reward. The first place is a SS rank weapon and a full set of S rank defenses, as well as $100 billion of support from the Dragon Kingdom for the next 10 years. The second three will get to pick a SS grade weapon and have $30 billion from the Dragon Nation, as well as $10 billion in future support. With this incentive, it's really a national mania. Countless geniuses were bound to take the top spot in this great examination. Shang Tian. Before teacher came here, I received rumors that I heard that the one from your Qi family, Nian Bai, seems to be participating in this battle of the 100 schools. The teacher in front of him said, "This message accurate?" Qi Shangtian froze. Couldn't figure out what qualifications Nian Bai had to participate in the battle of the 100 schools. It should be accurate. The invitation for that by one of the Bai family was delivered by the principal of the 15th middle school, Lu Pingping. Personally, if the battle of the 100 schools that Nian Bai didn't participate in, then what does it have to do with Lu Pingping? The teacher in front of him explained. In a flash, Qi Xingtian's face became incredibly gloomy. How could he have ever imagined that Nian Bai would dare to go to the battle of the 100 schools? But since I dared to go, then give him death on the spot. Qi Shangtian. He will kill Nenbeek at the battle of the 100 schools and become the hero who kills the traitor of humanity. Volume 1. End. In order to speed up the speed of the end of the first volume, so the end of these before the end of a few somewhat rushed. The second volume is a 100 school battle as the beginning. And the battle of the 100 schools after the start of the male and female protagonists will be in an absolute posture. Hanging the Dragon Country's 100 top academic institutions of the many amazing pride of the heavens. The battle of the 100 schools. The college entrance exams. The training camp. The hero's performance becomes more and more horrible. So the second volume is Heaven's Destiny is Extraordinary. Meanwhile, Volume 2 also involves Sister Rebirth plus a certain old Holy War ancestor who is still alive, requesting a gift. 30 on the same day. Plus more. Every year. The Battle of the 100 Schools focuses the nation's attention. And this time it's an unprecedented event, driven by the Dragon Kingdom. The Battle of the 100 Schools is hosted in a different city every year, basically touring back and forth between the major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. The capital is the first city ever to host 2 consecutive sessions of the. If it's because of Nian Bai and Baiwan. Otherwise, a month before the start of the Battle of the 100 Schools, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't have withdrawn the host city to the capital. This was because it involved a huge change in the nation's 100 schools. Stinky White. Are you ready? Dressed in a white bohemian dress, like a blooming lily, Baiwan came to Nian Bai with a light demeanor. She had her hands behind her back, playful and cute. And there's gonna be a big fight today. But she's not the main character, so she just dressed relatively casual. Ready? Nian Bai smiled at her. There was no longer the kind of disheveled and inferiority complex that he had when he had just detached himself from the Qi family. And at that time, because of the huge gap, he was afraid that he would bring trouble to Baiwan. But now he had a bottom. Baiwan is so sincere. Then he would certainly not let Baiwan down. Before we go, I have a gift for you. Eldest, help me get my stuff. Baiwan looked to the side at Bai Donghua. Yes. Bai Donghua smiled and go to the side and fetch a box. Baiwan held the heavy box with both hands and put it into Nian Bai's hands, smilingly saying, Stinky Bai. Open it up and take a look. Click. The box is open. Only in the box was a long knife as black as ink. This blade, just by looking at it, made one feel extraordinary. But its blade was not open, as this was a major characteristic of blood-dripping weapons. The sharp edge of a blood-driven weapon is meant to be hacked out by the user themselves. When building this weapon, Baiwan took Nianbai's blood in advance and gave it to the sword-forging master. It's extremely hard to build a blood-driven weapon that, for those with average talent, it will take at least a year until the blade is ready. The fastest it can take is half a year for an S-class gifted person. For a SS plus grade talent like Qi Sheng Tian, quenching the blade embryo with blood would take 3 months to complete the fusion. But a small amount of blood from Nianbai accomplished everything in a month. This was because in his blood, not only did it contain the traces left behind by the once supreme bone, as well as the 8 companion bones, but it also had the terrifying influence of the reborn supreme bone. His bloodline was comparable to the bloodline of the Qi family's oldest ancestor. Baiwan had thought that the blood-dripping weapon hadn't been completed so quickly. But the fact that it's ahead of schedule is a surprise. This weapon, for now, is just a transition for her to give to Nianbai. The epic weapon left behind by the Qi family's oldest ancestor was the one that was truly left for him. Stinky white. Like it? Baiwan smiled cheekily and asked with anticipation. Love it. Nianbai nodded heavily. He took the heavy 2 kilograms and 7 taels of the long knife. And with the blade in his hand, he actually had a feeling of blood resonance. And this is another great feature of the blood-dripping weapon. It is something that will grow along with its owner. Nianbai bit his finger and smeared blood on top of the blade. Moment. A buzzing sound exploded from the blade. The blade let out a cheerful whisper, as if it was excited, and as if it was greeting its owner. A crack began to arise on top of the blade. Within a short time, golden spots of auspicious clouds arose above the cracks, haunting the blade. Golden? Bai Donghua couldn't help but stare. The eyes showed ecstasy. The fact that a blood-driven weapon produces a golden color at the time of recognition means that it will grow into at least a SSS-ranked weapon in the future. Above the SSS level there were legends and epics, all of which also grew from golden blood-dripping weapons. And whether or not they could grow to a higher level depended on the owner. Blood-dripping weapons are already very rare. And the ability to produce a golden color that, it's even more of a phoenix. Stinky white. Congratulations. Baiwan was equally happy for Nianbai and laughed lightly. And thank you. 1. Thank you for the gift. I love it. Nianbai smiled dotingly and said, Know me well. You'll have to spoil me from now on. Baiwan let out a laugh and said, Got it. Nianbai nodded and scratched her little nose. Uncle. We're leaving. Baiwan took Nianbai's arm with both hands and greeted Bai Donghua. As for that crutch of hers, it had already been put into her nascent sphere. Go for the test. We'll be waiting for you at home when you get back with a nice celebratory dinner for you. Bai Donghua nodded and escorted the two to the front of the Bai family compound. The gates are open. Those outside protesting got agitated for a split second. But before they could point at Nianbai and Baiwan and curse them, the many experts of the Bai family rushed out, separating them from Nianbai and the two of them. A black limousine pulls up, stopping in front of the two. In the midst of countless unpleasant curses, Nianbai opened the car door for Baiwan and got in with her, heading towards the venue. Also along with their departure, news of them began to spread across the web and there were reporters, too, at the door. The reporters immediately posted the news online, forming a circular to let more people know about Nianbai's 2 men traveling to the venue of the Battle of the 100 Schools. Capital. Budo Stadium. Outside the 100,000 capacity arena was a bus arriving that. On the edge of the two cordons was a sea of people. There are parents of students. There are students from various schools. There were also a number of onlookers cheering. Magic City. Pang City. Mountain City. Banyan City. Sea City. The top 100 high schools in many cities gathered here. A talented youngster gets out of his car and follows the cordoned-off red carpet into the arena. They were men and women, with their heads held high. Fighting spirit. Because of their outstanding talent and their hard work, they are qualified to be admired by the world. They were bound to take the crown of this year's Battle of 100 Schools, taking the super reward from the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom. They were more than ready to become the topic of discussion for the whole nation. After the entrance of the students of the 100 schools, it was the great families of the capital. Appearing in the order of Tier 3, Tier 2, and Tier 1. This was followed by the Township Nation Tribe. Crunch! The convoy of the Jinghua Xia family appeared. Xia Yumling got out of the car with countless pairs of eyes on her. And countless cameras on her. She was already as cute and charming as a porcelain doll. But at the moment, dressed in her black combat uniform, she was a little listless and high-strung. And she's always been this way. In front of outsiders. But in front of Nian Bai and Bai Wan, there were opposite faces again. The reporters want to interview her. But she yawned, smiled faintly, and skimmed past the body of. She obviously didn't say anything. But a flash of her smile. It's enough to mesmerize the crowd. Crunch! The rest of the town's national races are arriving one by one, followed by the Zhen Guoqi family. When Qi Shangtian got down from the car, the scene was filled with screams. Because Qi Shangtian was handsome, a son of the Zhenghua clan, and also had SS plus level talent. In the capital, Qi Shangtian has many fans, especially in major schools. Shangtian. Shangtian. The sound of excited cheering. A wave of. It's almost as if one has a vestigial feeling of what it was like 300 years ago, when brainwashed people were running the world. Qi Shangtian smiled and greeted them. Several sisters of the Qi family and the couple of Qi Broken Mountain. Take is another passage, because this is the main field of the participating students. As a matter of fact, after the Qi family, there will be no one else. But the arrival of a car made the crowd freeze and everyone looked back in unison and the doors are open, only to see that it was Nian Bai and Bai Wan. Both of them. At the sight of Nian Bai and Bai Wan, the originally lively scene fell into silence for a moment. A gaze, with a feeling of shock, dismay, and unimaginability seemed. They really could not have imagined that the two of them, Nian Bai, would dare to appear here as well. They've been hiding for over a month, staying in the middle of the White House all day long, like shrunken turtles. Now, isn't it true that you think public opinion has passed, so they can appear in the sunlight? Traitor! Get out of the capital. What are you sons of bitches doing here? Please just go to hell. Okay? Nian Bai. You have the bloodline of the Zhen Guoqi family flowing through you. And you actually dare to be in cahoots with a human traitor like Qi Bafeng. You simply deserve to die. With the appearance of the first curse, it was as if the scene had been kindled. In an instant, tens of thousands of people all around us are in an uproar. If it weren't for the Martial Arts Bureau and the capital city war zone maintaining order at the scene, or else these people would have rushed over to them. Nian Bai and his two men walked forward along the red carpet. turning a deaf ear to the curses around them. Anyway, as long as they waited for this battle to be over, public opinion would be reversed. The biggest controversy they're having right now is the treason of Nimbai. But as long as Nianbai shows a strong underbelly, and they'll all shut up. As long as Nianbai is strong enough, they wouldn't dare to target it. If a future human powerhouse was forced away, no one could afford it. And this consequence is closely related to everyone inside the field. With the entry of the geniuses of the 100 schools, there's an announcer who's introducing the audience to the major schools and the geniuses in the major schools. Everyone. This edition of the Battle of the 100 Schools is one where geniuses gather. The oncoming Mordor Schweinlong High School has produced 1983 war gods in its history, 79 peerless ones, and even a saint. And in the square, there are 25 more S-class geniuses, 2 SS-level geniuses. Twin Dragons High School, arguably one of the most promising high schools to win the championship, accompanied by an announcer. Hundreds of thousands of spectators on the scene, all ignited in anticipation. 25 S-class geniuses, 2 SS-level geniuses. It's really scary. Because this data compared to last year's data of Double Dragon Middle School, it actually doubled. Even Capital One Middle School was actually not far behind. Next square. It's Mordor Second High School. Their stats are bright. 2 S-class genius 16. More than 50 A-plus geniuses. Moreover, they have already guaranteed 2 places in the intensive training camp. Those 2 geniuses have already been admitted early by the Dragon Country's first academy and are preparing for the Genius Intensive Training Camp. The announcer continues the presentation. The Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom has given exceptionally generous rewards. However, those 2 geniuses, both of them were out of a large town's national clan. Rich to the point of being ridiculously rich. So naturally there was no need to compete with others for resources. And the reason they don't enroll at Magic City Double Dragon High School, it's because the second middle school in Mordor was the turning point in their family's rise to power. The granddaddy of their family, who graduated from the second high school. Naturally, all the geniuses of the entire family are in the second high school. After introducing the top 100 schools from other cities, the announcer moved on to the square of schools in the capital city. A total of 4 schools in the capital city are participating in the Capital 1, respectively, Capital 2, Capital 3 Middle School, as well as the capital city's 15th grade. There was no square formation in the 15th middle school of the capital. Only Lu Pingping, as the representative of the school, walked on the runway and waved her hand towards the crowd to meet the attention of the crowd. Lu Pingping waved her hand, smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. Not to mention how pleased she was. Holy shit! Why is the 15th grade here too? Who's in the 15th grade? I don't know. Damn it! The 15th grade is eligible to participate. How come our 4th grade isn't? A chorus of questions came from the stands. And, with disbelief, doubtful, there were more than a few moments of anger. Because in their eyes, the 15th middle school in the capital was simply here to spam. After Lu Pingping walked through on behalf of the 15th form, she separated from the college square and walked towards the college section of the grandstand. There were not only all the teachers and leaders of the top 100 schools, but also many leaders from the Ministry of Education, the Capital War Zone, and the officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the locations of the township clans are there. And after Lu Pingping walked by, it's the major town clans in the capital that have come out of the woodwork. The juvenile prides of several great clans formed a square formation and walked head-on. Most of the people gathered around Qi Xingtian's. But only Xia Yumeng fell off the wagon. She walked at the back of the crowd, her eyes still showing her dislike for Qi Shengtian. Shang Tian. Shang Tian. Qi Shang Tian. The arena is roaring. Are calling his name. In this battle of the 100 schools, he was the student who had the most hope of winning the championship. He was also the representative of the geniuses, and spoke on behalf of all of them on the stage. His spot on the stage was earned by Qi Guanshan. The Ministry of Education has decentralized this quota to Zija. The Ministry of Education doesn't care. Because the way things were going, it wouldn't be at all as the Qi family had predicted. The 100 school formations have all been assembled. Moderator to the stage. After some introductory remarks, the host began to introduce the important guests on the scene. He made introductions according to the official Dragon Kingdom, the Ministry of Education, the war zones, the town clans, and the major colleges and universities. For tens of minutes. Before and after that. And before the representative of Qi Shang Tian came up to speak, the moderator would also like to mention the history between the Dragon Kingdom and the Fae. This is important. First, to remind the world of history, bearing in mind the national responsibility they carry. The second is to inspire the teenage geniuses, humans and beasts. They don't share the same fate. Only by remembering history will mankind not go astray. Nian Bai and Bai Wan stood at the end of the square. If it were not for the host to preside over the rhythm of the scene, otherwise the arena would have been cursing like a sea. And also while the host was leading the crowd back to the history of the Dragon Kingdom, Xia Yameng broke away from the square and came to the side of the two Nianbai. The three of them stood at the very back of the. It's just so abrupt. But that's when a group of top executives led by Elder Dong appeared. Qi Guanshan and the others all froze. The geniuses below froze, too. The entire crowd was horrified and, in the history of the Dragon Kingdom's previous battle of the 100 schools, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom rarely appeared. But this time, not only did they appear, but they were all present. Chairman of the Dragon Kingdom, Elder Tung. The commander of the Dragon War Zone, Mr. Shen. General Minister of Education of the Dragon Kingdom, Xia Lei, General Commander of the Extraterritorial Battlefield, Lan Xiao. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell is going on in this battle of the 100 schools? How come even the smiling Erishur sage has come? He's the #1 powerhouse in the extraterrestrial battlefield. It's not just the Erishur sage. Have you noticed those old men in the back? They're all retired top-tier powerhouses. Hiss. That's actually the Imperial Master. Imperial Master? Hasn't this old man been closed for years? Why is he here too? Imperial Master must have come to accept disciples. His old man stopped accepting disciples for many years. And I wonder who has the good fortune to be his disciple this year. The Imperial Teacher is known as the Imperial Teacher because he's the #1 teacher in the Dragon Kingdom. The ones brought out by him were all the top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom. And even the #1 powerhouse in the extraterrestrial realm, Erishur's Smile, was the most favored disciple under his command? And after the Imperial Master came out, this year's viewing lineup has come to be the strongest ever. Sensing the enthusiasm of the crowd on the stage, Dong Lao smiled and waved his hand at them, instantly causing another burst of mountainous shouts. All salute in the direction they are, and even more toward them in worship. The geniuses below were each excited as well. The arrival of Elder Dong and the others had really given the geniuses a great honor. And the geniuses who had wanted to perform well were more and more restless at this time. Especially the Imperial Master. If we can get his old man's approval, then it is a step to the top. If we could have set camps, and the dual certification of his old man, then the future is destined for a second Erishur Smile. The scene was bustling for dozens of minutes. And it was only after Dawn's arrangement that everything got back on track. The host took over. Preparing for the genius representative, Qi Shangtian, to come on stage and speak. All eyes were focused on Qi Shangtian. Qi Shangtian. Qi Luyao and the girls looked at him. And the corners of their mouths couldn't help but curl up into a smile. But Nimbai in the realization is a real eyesore. But that's when Qi Shangtian was about to go on stage. Two figures approaching from the rear. Swish. One of the young girls instantly struck out and... It's a surprise to no one. Only to see the young girl stuck the curved hook of the walking stick on Qi Shangtian's neck and yanked back. Qi Shangtian's whole body was caught off guard and flew out backwards. Heavy fall to the ground dozens of meters away. At that instant, Qi Guanshan and the others were all so angry that they stood up. Qi Luyao and the girls were also showing their anger. Who could the people coming from below be if not Nian Bai and Bai Wan? But these two actually dared to cause trouble under such a serious occasion. And even struck out at the student representatives. It's simply revolting. What are you doing? Capital Warzone. Arrest them. Damn it. Who the hell invited them to the Battle of the 100 Schools? They are clearly here to cause trouble. What a disgrace to our Dragon Kingdom. Curses rose and fell on the stage. In this situation, it's only logical that the teachers and guards below should be the first to rush over. But it wasn't until Nian Bai and Bai Wan stepped onto the stage. Surprisingly, no one came close. Charlie, what did you do? Qi Guanshan realized in a flash that. Looking back with incomparable anger, she glared in the direction of Charlie above her. What's the rush? Xia Lei noticed the anger in his eyes. But he smiled provocatively, not putting him in his eyes at all. Bai Wan politely snatched the microphone from the host. Meeting the anger of the crowd. Greeting the geniuses with disbelief. Even more so. As he met Qi Shangtian's murderous gaze. Get off! Fucking idiot. Get the fuck off the stage. There was even more cursing and swearing. There were even people throwing things down from the stands. But the two Nian Bais are ignoring it. And completely focused on the center of the world. Before opening his mouth, Nian Bai clutched Bai Wan's palm and watched Bai Wan smile at him. All geniuses of the 100 Schools. Welcome to the capital. And welcome to the Battle of the 100 Schools. I understand your desire for great strength. And understand your pursuit of the martial arts. There was a time when I stood in the same position you are in now. Welcoming the attention that belongs to the capital. But I, however, fell for several years. I appreciate you guys coming. And I'm sorry for the next much offense to you. From now on, I'm going to change the rules of the Battle of the 100 Schools. From now on, please allow Wan and I to challenge all of you. Echoing with the words of Nim Bai. The whole place exploded. Even the Dragon Kingdom blew up. The tirades that were scrolling wildly in the livestream stopped even at this moment. It was because no one had expected Nian Bai to challenge all the geniuses. Or in twos. Challenge the whole staff. Crazy, crazy, crazy. These two are really crazy. Just them. And they still want to challenge everyone? They're afraid they can't even beat an S-class genius. Shameless. Get off. Don't fucking disgrace yourself on stage. The live broadcast of the Battle of the 100 Schools has not only spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, but even overseas has many viewers. Fuck you. Get your asses down here. Can't you hear me? Two traitors who colluded with the Fae. Letting you stand here is a disgrace to the Dragon Kingdom. The invective was almost earth-shattering. But at the very top of the stands, Elder Dong and Xia Lei. However, they are old gods. And they are not moving. This live broadcast, although it had an extremely wide impact, Even if Nianbai showed his terror, it wouldn't reveal much of a secret. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the key secrets of the Supreme Bone, as well as the Holy Spirit Bone, were completely sealed off and outside of their borders. Even though the nations knew about the Supreme Bone, they couldn't distinguish between the roots of the Supreme Bone and the Holy Spirit Bone. The Supreme Bone likewise has 4 major realms. It's just that it opens with conditions that at least Qi Shengtian had never been able to feel the way to open it after all these years. The transplanted Supreme Bone. If one wanted to open the 4 realms, one would have to open them 1 layer at a time. And the difficulty, moreover, was comparable to that of ascending to the heavens. But the Supreme Bone reborn in Nianbai's body, even in a budding state, the 4 realms can be opened. Elder Dong and the others had allowed Nianbai to expose the Supreme Bone in this battle, and had also made sufficient preparations for the sake of this matter to avoid the leakage of key secrets. If Nianbai only exposed the 2nd realm of Berserk, then the broadcast can continue throughout. But if the 3rd realm is activated, then the scene, it's going to be sealed off. The road has been paved for Nianbai. Next, it was up to Nianbai to see just how far he could go. And in the middle of the heavily guarded venue, there was also a pair of eyes, smilingly looking in the direction of Nianbai, looking forward to Nianbai's next performance. Guys, I know you're going to think what makes me worthy of challenging you. I'm just the 4th rank of a military general. No better than your martial general's 9th grade. Or even emerald strength. Some of you are above me, too, as far as talent goes. But I dare to conclude that all of you present will only be stepping stones to my re-emergence. Nianbai talks tough, but he can't help it. If he hadn't said that, he wouldn't have been able to provoke the anger of these geniuses, much less progress. Now, we're 2 for 10. Who dares to go on stage? Nianbai scanned the crowd and asked. In this battle, Bai Wan was only behind him to assist him. And it could even be said that it was a 1 to 10 fight. His contempt, his outburst, it really provoked the anger of countless geniuses. Qi Shengtian stood grimly on the stage, assisted by a classmate, while a young girl beside Qi Shengtian was furious and walked straight onto the stage. Nimble. Don't get too cocky. What are you? Just dare to challenge us all? Aren't you a martial general 4th grade? Then I'll suppress my strength and fight you. It's on. It's on. Gifts of 30 or more are added. Yesterday it was over $11. There's no need for anyone else to make a move. There's no way you can be my opponent just by myself. The young girl said coldly. Nianbai threw the microphone in his hand to the side of the host, sheathing his black and gold Xiangyun sword in his hand. The blood-dripping weapon erupted with a buzz the moment it was sheathed. A golden blood-dripping weapon? Holy shit! Its very existence proves that Nianbai has at least SS-level talent. But how is this possible? A blood-driven weapon has only one owner in its lifetime. Unless it grows above the legends and opens up its own spirit, then it will pick its own master after the master passes away. But to get it recognized, it's just hard as hell. What? Qi Guanshan and the others were shocked as well. Nianbai was deprived of even his last companion bone. Not even his peak talent at the age of 13 could have transformed the blood-dripping weapon into a golden color. Then, and how is that possible? For a moment, Qi Luyao, Qi Siyuan, Qi Jojo and the others were all dumbfounded. It was just Qi Yu who wasn't too surprised. In the beautiful eyes, there were a few moments of realization and dissension instead. Along with the first stage of Nian by enabling the Supreme Bone, the aura around him was violently suppressed, and the qi and blood in his body boiled up even more rapidly. There was no need for Bai Wan's help until Nianbai had activated its 3 stages. The boom! A golden glow that bursting out with Nianbai at the center. At Nianbai's side, countless bright golden lights appeared, like stars beside the white moon. Brilliant and dazzling. Supreme Bone. Qi Guanshan violently sucked in cool air. He was pretty sure that there was no Supreme Bone in Nianbai's body at all. But how did the Supreme Bone appear in Nianbai's body again? What the fuck is going on? Shi Xingtian's face turned red. Unbelievable. It was even angrier to the core. He won't take it. And unacceptable. Obviously. He had stripped Nianbai of everything. But how could Nianbai have the Supreme Bone? I take back what I just said. The 4th rank of Martial General can't suppress you anymore. But you must also pay the price for your arrogance. As well. The young girl in front of her gritted her teeth and said angrily. She's equally confused about what's going on with Nimble. Didn't you say Nianbai was wasted? But Nianbai's Supreme Bone gave her an aura that was far more terrifying than Qi Xingtian's. Qi Shangtian. What do you think that Supreme Bone inside you is? It is but a seed. It's a key. Yet it doesn't even compare to 1/10 of the Supreme Bone in Nianbai's body. In the stands, a woman whispered a taunt that. The words were all smug and it was more like they wanted to see the Qi family's scandalous behavior come out. A wide range of emotions erupted in the stands. And the ones who were most surprised and flustered were the Zhenghua Qi family on the other side of the room. Nianbai's display made them almost go crazy. The offended. Nianbai held a black and gold sword and slashed at the young girl in front of him. The battle of the 100 schools is allowed to be fought for real. So it's inevitable that someone will get hurt. And there are a number of doctors on standby under the stage. At this level of competition, if we still use wooden swords and knives, it will completely lose its meaning. Because if you don't get real, you can't see the true depth of a genius at all. Swish. 2 weapons collide. With sparks of unparalleled horror. Even though the young girl had suppressed her strength to the 5th rank of a martial general, she still felt the strain. She's an A+ talent. In terms of chi and blood scheduling, there was already a huge gap with Nianbai. At the same time, it was also because of the gap between the sacred bones that made the gap between them even wider. And it was difficult to be his opponent even if there was a 1-level difference in strength. Within 3 moves, the young girl had completely given up on pressing the exploding his strength of the 9th rank of a military general. Seeing this, Bai Wan released a large amount of Fey Beast blood from several nascent rings and dumped it on top of the ground. Some of these foreign beast bloods were purchased by the Bai family themselves. And some were purchased by the Ministry of Education for Nianbai. Just for this battle. Boom! The aura on Nianbai's body suppressed once again. The blood on the ground was actually being extracted up from the ground, using the black and gold blade as a carrier. Bubbling blood flowing through the black and gold blade. Eventually, it completely disappeared into Nianbai's skin. Click. Nianbai's strength has temporarily increased. The 5th rank of military general. 6th rank of military general. The 7th rank of a military general. Blood-red blood mist began to take the stage as the axis, spreading upward, steaming out dense blood-colored mist, madly surging into Nianbai's body. Which, in the first practice test, Nianbai hadn't been able to do. But today, it is within Nianbai's reach. Berserk. This is the 2nd realm of the Supreme Bone. Berserk. Qi Guanshan went crazy a few times. Qi Shangtian also instantly collapsed and this is the highest realm he has pursued for many years. And as long as he can realize the Berserk realm of the Qi clan's ancestor in this life, he will feel that he has come full circle. But his desired goal, But it was realized in Nian Bai. This little beast. How in the world did he do it? Qi Luyao clenched her fist and said grimly. She certainly knew the terror of this realm. The berserkness of the supreme bone. But it was able to absorb external blood in order to temporarily increase its strength. And it was getting stronger the more it fought. Back then, the Qi family's old ancestor relied on the 4 great realms to kill for 3 years in the Holy War, killing billions of foreign beasts. The point is that the berserk phase isn't harmful to the body in any way. The longer the fight goes on, the better for you. The better for you. Unless there's not enough blood around to sustain the fight. Qi Guanshan looked in Nian Bai's direction with incomparable longing. He should have gotten Bai Wan over here somehow. And get the secret in Bai Wan's hands. But why couldn't Bai Wan abandon the darkness and awaken for his adopted son Qi Shengtian? Gentlemen, do you now realize why I have called you here? Charlie turned back to the crowd beside him and said. Interesting. This is the old ancestor of the Qi family reappearing on Earth. Everyone. This kid. We. The Dragon Kingdom Holy Martial Academy. Want it? Don't grab it with me. Or I'll be in a hurry with you. Dead old devil. People's imperial masters haven't even said anything? You're just jumping around here. Do you want to die? Oh. Even if I die, I'll snatch him. Old devil. What kind of trash is your sacred martial academy? It's only the 3rd in the Dragon Kingdom. If you let him go to your academy, he might as well come to my Longsheng Academy. We're number 1. Du Yun Kai. Don't blow smoke up your ass. Last year. If it wasn't for you guys playing around. Otherwise the first place would have been our Jingwu Academy. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them. What's the point of playing around? Last year. The year before that. The year before that. The year before that. Weren't we always number 1? Then I'd say we've been number 1 at Cebu Academy for at least 40 out of 100 years. Okay. All of you. Stop. Making so much noise that I have a headache. At the top of the bleachers. Loud and boisterous. And on the stage below. Nian Bai actually repelled the young girl in front of him within seconds. With the strength of a martial general's 7th rank. He was able to repel a martial general's 9th rank. There's a huge disparity in strength. The winner is already decided. The amazing battle power displayed by Nian Bai left countless people in the stands dumbfounded. Hanging at the same level is already a good genius. Hanging at a higher level can be shocking. And going over 2 levels in a single fight is enough to make the major schools pay attention. And Nian Bai did more than just hang on. It's more of an absolute suppression of strength. Even the 9th rank of a military general couldn't suppress him after all. One must know that his true strength was only the 4th rank of a martial general. Crazy. That's crazy. Nian Bai's display really refreshed everyone's perception of the. On the battlefield. There are martial artists who can enhance their strength through special means. But level 1 is the upper limit. And level 2 is even the peak of martial artists. However, Nian Bai had crossed over from the 4th rank of a military general to the 7th rank of a military general. And hadn't shown any side effects yet. Next. Who? Nian Bai turned his head to look at the many talented youngsters below. Although the young girl who was knocked off the stage by him was unwilling. She knew that she was not his opponent. And even though she was no longer willing, she could only go back to the square formation. Qi Shengtian's teeth were almost clenched and what even he couldn't do, Nian Bai did. Shit. On what grounds? Emerald 1st grade strength. Please enlighten me. A lanky teenager. Leaping onto the stage. He has a bronze complexion. A sense of power that fills his body. One look at it and you know it's not to be messed with. Hiss. Emerald 1? Nian Bai is definitely no match this time. After all, this is a big realm leap. Who says it isn't? Even if a martial artist of the 9th rank of Martial General wants to single-handedly take on the 1st rank of Emerald, it's impossible to do so. Those who are able to do so are the top of the top. Crossing realms can be quite a bit more difficult than crossing 2 levels. The difference in strength between each realm is the difference between heaven and earth. Don't look at the fact that there's just 1 level difference between the 9th rank of Martial General and the 1st rank of Emerald. But the combat power is more than several times worse. I don't dare to give advice. Make a move. Nianbai made a gesture of invitation. I won't bully you either. I'll use 70% of my strength first. If you can force me to use 90% of my strength, count me as a loser. The young man in front of him took out a long spear from his nascent ring. The tip of the gun is tasseled with a red tassel. The tip of the gun is incredibly sharp. It can break all things. Are you ready? The teenager made a good start and asked towards Nianbai. Any time. Nianbai nodded. Swish. The teenager stabbed at Nianbai with a spear. Fast, accurate and stable. With a rush of momentum. This person is AS plus grade genius from Pengcheng Joyun High School. After reaching the age of 18, it only took him a month to break through the Emerald 1st grade from Martial General 9th grade. Most geniuses don't break through to the 9th rank of Martial General strength until they are 18. Because once they break through, it becomes more difficult for them to quench their talents again. Over the age of 18, there's no such restriction. Bang! The tip of the gun issued a collision with the black and gold blade. In the split second between breaths, they had actually made 2 moves against each other. The martial artists below the 5th rank of Martial Generals could not see their movements at all, and only thought that they had only fought a single move. And their overtures, even with a high-speed camera, could only be captured in a manageable way, but could not be shown at all in the live broadcast. There's 2 of them, but that's about it. The teenager thought that he had caught one of Nianbai's breaks, and the tip of his spear was picked and swept horizontally. That's 2 moves. The tip of the spear picks up, in order to magnify Nianbai's break, and the sweep, for a 1-2 punch. As the tip of the spear picked up, the situation was just as he had judged it to be, and Nianbai parried. You lose. Teenager sweeps across the room in one fluid motion. But the next second, to his dismay, the situation occurred. Nianbai actually slightly sidestepped, allowing the tip of the gun to brush past in front of him in a millimeter, and instead grabbed the teenager's break in his sweep and kicked him in the face. The teenager was shocked and, because he didn't realize that this was actually calculated by Nianbai. Nianbai had actually counted on this happening 3 moves ago, and had utilized his fighting inertia to counteract him. Bang! The teenager took a heavy kick from Nianbai. A few steps back. Yes. The teenager's chest ached slightly, but he grew more and more excited as he's rarely met an opponent of this caliber, who can predict his moves in advance. To know, from the time they exchanged hands until now, they had only passed but a dozen moves. Then how was Nianbai able to catch his fighting inertia from him? If you can catch it within 30 moves, you're a top-notch fighting genius. Within 50 moves, it takes a great deal of keen insight. Within 100 moves, you're considered gifted. But Nianbai was actually so terrifying that he only used a dozen moves. Is this just a coincidence? 80% strength. Again. The teenager raised another layer of strength upwards and lunged towards Nianbai. Bang. 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 Once again. The 2 were within seconds of each other, trading a dozen or so moves. And the breath on Nianbai's body, once again enhanced. Even in the middle of the battle, temporary breakthrough martial arts general 8th grade strength. Show your full strength. Otherwise, you're going to lose. Nianbai shocked him back again and reminded him. Even if what you have on you is a supreme bone, it can't be this perverted. Right? The teenager was stunned and said. Since I dare to challenge all of you, then you must naturally believe that I have such a backbone. Nianbai smiled slightly and said. Yes. Then I will fulfill your wish. The teenager discarded his earlier promise and exploded with the strength of the Emerald 1st grade. This is what Nianbai asked for. So it's not like he's breaking the contract. And it's even less like he's bullying people. When it comes to real sparring, it was only then that he realized that all the strength and talent in Nianbai was nothing but vanity. Nianbai had jumped from Martial General 4th grade to Martial General 8th grade. But you couldn't treat him as if he was a Martial General 8th grade martial artist. Because his outburst was far beyond the 8th rank of a Martial General. In a few moments. Boom! The teenager with the 1st grade of Emerald was blown off the stage. At this moment, the teenager staggered and the whole room is stunned. No one even thought such an image could happen. Even if one took Nianbai's temporary strength of the 8th rank of Martial General and went about calculating it, it would be impossible to hang on to a junior genius of the 1st rank of Emerald. Not to mention the fact that people were still S-rank talents. This kind of thing, it is reasonably impossible to realize. But other than Nianbai, Bai Wan, and Chi Baifang in the stands, no one knew the true power of the Supreme Bone. The 1st stage of the Supreme Bone, communicating the whole body with the sacred bone, enhances the activation of the Qi and blood, allowing the body's combat power to grow in combat. And with Nianbai's current situation, the maximum increase can be up to 3 times. Meanwhile, after opening the 2nd phase, the beast blood absorbed by the body could allow Nianbai to temporarily break through the 9th rank of Martial General with up to a 9-fold increase. With stage 3 on, Nimble's self-control is 18 times greater. With Pak Wan's full assistance, it's 36 times. Phase 4, as yet unknown. But it must be far more terrifying than any of the first 3 stages. And the 36-fold pinnacle of the 3rd stage, which is only theoretical at this point. In order to achieve this effect, the 2 prerequisites of enough animal blood and enough time must be met. But within an hour, Nimble's self-control, which can be up to 7 times that of, up to 14 times, with the full assistance of Pak Wan, 14 times. Under this terrifying elevation, isn't the apparent value of strength just a falsehood? In order to reach the 7x goal first, Nianbai's Supreme Bone could be said to be operating at full power, extracting blood at a speed that was simply unimaginable. A 7-fold difference in values. And that's not even the worst of it. The scariest thing is 7 times the temporary strength. It also means 7 times the 9th rank of a military general. At this value, who could any of these geniuses from the nation's 100 schools be his opponent? Holy shit! I'm fucking numb. Erisher's smile. When you were a martial arts general of the 8th rank, could you beat an Emerald 1st rank? An old man asked with a smile towards Erisher, the 1st strongest person in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Erisher smiled with a grave expression and shook his head. I can't. It's only when you've just broken through the 9th rank of Martial General that you can cross the level to single-handedly challenge the Emerald 1st rank. And it's still only a 50-50 split. Dong Lao's eyes were filled with excitement. Because as far as Nianbai's current display was concerned, it had exceeded everyone's expectations. They were expecting a lot from the Supreme Bone in Nianbai's body. But this, nonetheless, exceeded expectations. Live audience. The crowd on the live feed. It's all numb. 2. They hadn't heard of a martial arts general of the 8th rank who could single-handedly take on an Emerald 1st rank. This was too damn outrageous. In fact, before the start of the war, Nianbai had absorbed some beast blood in advance. Otherwise the speed at which he had improved would not have been possible to reach this level. After all, Nianbai and Baiwan are here to make a big wave. How could there be no advance preparation? Guys. 2 for 10. Anyone come up here and try? Nianbai turned his head to face the geniuses on the stage and asked. Capital 1 Middle School. Class A genius. Comes to ask for advice. 10 young boys and girls stood up on the stage and looked in the direction of Nianbai with somber faces. In their eyes, Nianbai was too arrogant for his own good. There's no way Nianbai is a match for Jadeite One Piece. Then that student must have let go of the water. How else does it logically make sense? Isn't he going 2 for 10? Good. And they did as he wished. Wait and see if he's still bullish after the beating. Moreover, they had come on stage this time. But they had also come out even more for Qi Shengtian. After all, in their eyes, Nianbai was an evil person who had oppressed Qi Shengtian. Stinky White. It's on. Baiwan reminded behind her. Aha. Please. Nianbai nodded. What's there to please or not? You're my Baiwan's fiancé. Baiwan laughed softly. And along with the use of the heavenly Yin bone, her body was a purple light bursting forth? Because of the temporary lack of intensity. So it didn't reach the horrifying scene that had risen to the heavens before. An invisible spiritual force was exerted on Nianbai, taking the initiative to help Nianbai open the third stage, while beginning to accelerate even further to improve. The rates of absorption in the first, second and third phases are not the same. In phase 3, which can reach a 7x increase much faster. After that, it's 14 times the amount of Tian Yin bone assist. The third realm, Blood Battle of the 8 Wastelands. Along with the gradual increase in strength, Nianbai will gradually lose his will and fall into the spell of killing. However, with Baiwan's superb mental power suppression, it was able to guarantee that Nianbai would still be able to maintain an absolutely lucid will even in his extreme state. The Heavenly Yin Bone and the Supreme Bone are a perfect match. Here's why. With Baiwan's current spiritual power, even if Nianbai turned on the fourth stage, she would be able to protect Nianbai's spirit platform while keeping Nianbai awake. Boom! The golden light on Nianbai's body grew even more. However, after the golden light rushed to the sky, it also exploded into a starburst in a flash. Starburst spilling to the ground. But the blood of the beasts on the ground began to boil and an even more enormous amount of beast blood began to vaporize, forming a dense blood mist that drilled towards Nianbai's body. You're fucking. Blood Battle of the 8? Those Dragon Kingdom executives at the top of the grandstand. All of them couldn't sit still. There was even an outburst of the national curse. Understanding the Supreme Bone. Just know how powerful the Bloodbath 8 is. However, this was information that was blocked by the Dragon Kingdom. And in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there were no more than 50 people who knew about this. Elder Dong. Should we pause the live broadcast? Charlie asked eagerly. He's excited about that. Is ecstatic. But at the same time, one can't help but get anxious and because Nianbai and Baiwan didn't even say hello before exposing the 8 wastelands of blood. This matter was not in the plan at all. It's all exposed. Even a pause won't help. Don Lao lost his smile and shook his head. Even he was frozen for tens of seconds just now. If he had reacted in the first place, he would have been able to throttle the live network and block the leaked footage in the first place. But it's those tens of seconds that make all measures impotent. Those who should have seen it have seen it long ago. Those who shouldn't see Even if the news is all over the place. He doesn't always see. Old Xia. Have the live broadcast side delay the live signal for a minute. And slow down the pace of the live broadcast a little bit by inserting frames. It's best not to be noticed. In the meantime, keep an eye on Nianbai. If Nianbai opens the most terrifying fourth realm of the Supreme Bone, pinch off the live stream immediately. Have the Dragon Kingdom's public opinion department begin to respond to this matter, channeling the blood battle of the 8 wastelands into a special situation for the Supreme Bone, and glossing over this matter. Elder Dong ordered and commanded. Yes. Charlie nodded and immediately caused the operation. It wasn't actually that they didn't have a contingency plan in advance. It was just that Nianbai hadn't said that he was going to open the blood battle of the 8 wastelands when he was discussing it with them. Nianbai said that with only the second stage of the rampage, he could be astonishing and hang all the geniuses. Then the Dragon Kingdom naturally believes his words. It's just that what Nianbai executed was Qi Baifeng's program. If Nianbai had said that he was going to start the blood battle of the 8 wastelands, then the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't even necessarily have let him take the stage. After all, this matter was just too terrifying to protect him. Rokoku would rather not let him show it. But not so with Qi Baifeng. Qi Baifeng had enough resources and power in his hands to ensure the consequences of everything. Given the extent of the alien beast's crushing of humans, if Qi Baifeng wanted to start a war, he could definitely destroy dozens of cities in the Dragon Kingdom within half a year. Besides, fostering the transformation of the Supreme Bone into the Holy Spirit Bone was originally one of the plans of the Fey Legion. Then what is she afraid of? Since we're going to let Nimble show, let's follow through. Not only will the third realm, blood battle of the 8 wastelands, be opened, even the fourth realm, no god in the world, will be opened. Entering the fourth realm will burn the soul until it is completely burned out. A supreme realm of immortality. In this realm, there will be a large degree of immunity to death. Because the moment you're hurt, you're instantly healed. And as long as there was a supply of Baiwan's spiritual energy, it could replace Nianbai's soul burning, thus allowing Nianbai to be able to open the fourth realm without any injuries. Rumble. The boiling dense blood mist lunged madly toward Nianbai, creating an eerie and shocking picture of horror at the scene. The crowd is shocked. The live feed is even more shocking. Come on. Nianbai nodded towards the 10 young boys and girls in front of him, signaling that they could attack. In terms of strength, Nianbai remained controlled at the level of a martial general's 8th rank. The blood of the beast absorbed by the body. Then it is ready for the next increase. After all, the peak of 14 times an hour required the body to have an extremely terrifying ability to withstand it, or else it would absolutely burst into flames. I'd like to see how much weight you have. Let's go. They do not believe that their own 10 people is not Nianbai's opponent. If this cannot be defeated, then simply find a piece of tofu hit death. Forget it. Under the stage, Qi Xingtian's face was gloomy as he looked in Nianbai's direction, almost gritting his teeth. He had already explained to 2 of them that as long as they could accidentally kill Nianbai in the battle, he would give them great benefits. And the 2 men he had instructed, the 2 men who had played the best game around him, naturally could not have exposed the secret of the killing. Not to mention, Nimble wants 2 for 10. This is a matter, in itself, of great danger. As long as those 2 people hid their intent to kill a little bit, then even if Nianbai died on stage, the Ministry of Education would not hold them responsible. After all, it's supposed to be real on stage. The scene was more chaotic again. And so it makes sense that the brakes are off. That blindfolded young girl behind Nianbai is by one of the Bai family, right? The way I look at her, She doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move at all. Could Nianbai be planning to fight Ten by himself? The crowd in the stands was stunned. If he can beat this many people by himself, I'll write my name backwards. Come on, some men. Hurry up and get them off the stage. I'm sick at the mere sight of them. Don't they realize how much we loathe human traitors? Roll on. Get off. Quite a few people were still cursing and swearing in the stands. They likewise didn't think that Nianbai could be a match for these young boys and girls. As for the two men who were on stage earlier, the first one, there's a real chance that you won't be able to beat it. But the second one, odds are it's ATO. At the same time, they were puzzled by the attitude of the Ministry of Education and the Capital War Zone. Why did the officials allow Nianbai and Baiwan to cause trouble on the stage below? Swish. There's a big fight coming up. Those young boys and girls from Capital One Middle School pounced towards Nianbai. Nianbai's instantaneous speed was so fast that it was mind-boggling. And it was clear that he had only made one move. Yet he blocked attacks from both directions. In the next instant, Nianbai slightly sidestepped between. Casually sidestepped to dodge the sword stabbed by his side. He hits his right foot at the same time. Actually kicked a teenager out of the room. Bang! The teenager flew backward several meters. Smashed heavily on top of the stage. In the midst of the chaos, a young girl's long whip in her hand struck Nianbai's arm, clearly causing a wound. But it couldn't affect Nianbai in any way. Moreover, the wound on Nianbai's arm rapidly healed and the speed of healing. It's just amazing. Unbelievable. Nianbai took out the Longquan knife that Lu Pingping had gifted him from his nascent sphere. With both hands on the knife, the counterattacks and defense are getting scarier and scarier. And when faced with some attacks that could not be dodged, Nianbai simply didn't dodge and let the attacks fall on him, as his injuries could heal quickly anyway. The state he was experiencing at this point was not just the rapid healing of his injuries. Even the injuries sustained have been reduced by 90%. At this point, he hadn't quite gotten up to speed on his form yet. It's going to be a bit of a struggle. However, when the status was fully upgraded, the probability of being injured could be minimized even when dealing with dozens of people at the same time. Holy shit! What the fuck is going on? Everyone in the stands was dumbfounded. They can't see that. Even more unthinkable. They had never seen such a sick battle scene. No way. This little guy. I must take him away today. No one can snatch him from me. As long as you guys let me have him. I'm willing to give up $50 billion in institutional support. Even the titles of the institutions? And some of the large tournaments. I can give them all up to you. The principal of Longsheng Academy, Du Yun Kai, said excitedly. If Nianbai could graduate from Longsheng Academy, the benefits would be unimaginable. Along with Nianbai's growing strength and status in the future, Longsheng Academy would inevitably become the #1 academy in the world. It would become the holy land for martial artists from all over the world. You fucking let 50 billion. I'll give you 100 billion. Okay? As long as you don't snatch it from me, I'll let you have another 50 spots for top geniuses every year. Let your Longsheng Academy pick first. Then I'll pick. The principal of the Jingwu Academy, likewise breathing heavily. Even a genius with SSS level talent couldn't possibly make them so crazy. Hundreds of billions of dollars in institutional support. And a quota of 50 talented individuals per year. How horrible does that have to be? This meant that even hundreds or thousands of top geniuses would not be as good as one Nianbai. Gentlemen, if you are willing, please bear with me and let me have him. The old man only has a dozen years of life left. At most. willing to nurture the last amazing genius for the Dragon Kingdom. The Imperial Master on the sidelines spoke up and, obviously intending to take Nianbai as a close disciple. More than anything, he was willing to leave the last 10 years of his life all to Nianbai. Master, as long as you're willing, I'll snatch him for you even if I have to battle all the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom. The #1 powerhouse in the domain, Erisher's smile, has spoken. One can't help but be scandalized. Not. You guys aren't cheating? Erisher Sage. You don't play like that. The principal of Longsheng College, Du Yun Kai, was in a hurry. Sage Erisher, if you're going to mess up like this, then I'll have to bring back those geniuses from our Jingwu Academy. Big deal. The principal of Cebu Academy said grimly. There's also our Holy Martial Academy. If our 3 major academies beat one of you, we'll be able to beat you again. Right? After the fight, we'll let Nimble decide exactly where to go. The principal of the Holy Martial Academy snapped, saying, the Imperial Master is terrifying. But their 3 major academies aren't bad either. Big deal. They'd have all the teachers in the school cultivate Nianbai 1. And the effect would be topped by an Imperial teacher. No matter what, they could still get the 3 great academies to train Nianbai together. As long as they could keep Nianbai, they would be willing to do whatever they were told. My master has only 10 years of life left. What's more, seeing as his old man has made countless contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, you guys should also give way. Right? Erisher smiled in displeasure. If it were anything else, he certainly wouldn't have rolled over with these principles. But the talent that Nianbai had shown was terrifying enough that even he couldn't hope for it. As long as Master could serve as Nianbai's teacher, he would surely be immortalized for generations to come. Sage Erisher. And it really isn't us talking about you. Look at this display of Nianbai. Is it one that can come out in a few hundred years? The reason why the Supreme Bone is known as the first holy bone of the ancient times. We're all roughly aware of what's going on. Nowadays, there are a total of 2 owners of the Supreme Bone. Let's take Nianbai. That Qi Shengtian of the Qi family gives you. That's okay. Right? It was only then that Du Yun hurriedly said. So far, Qi Shengtian had only displayed SS plus grade talent, and hadn't even opened the second realm of the Supreme Bone. In terms of talent then, Qi Shengtian and Nianbai were a huge difference. The same Supreme Bone, but one is heavenly and the other underground. Why don't we give you Qi Shengtian? Then, give my master the Nimbus? Erisher asked rhetorically with a smile. What Du Yunkai and the others could figure out, Erisher's smile could naturally figure out as well. Qi Shengtian is really good. But it's Nianbai who's the amazing talent. Since Master wants it, it's naturally the best. Sage Erisher. How about this? We definitely won't get anywhere if we keep arguing like this. Why don't we wait for the battle of the 100 schools to end? And we'll each work on our own to see who can take Nianbai away. No matter who Nianbai is willing to go with. No one else should interfere. It was only then that Du Yun offered. This is naturally the best. Erisher smiles and nods. With his status, in his master's capacity. And why can't we scoop up Nimble? One must know that his master, Imperial Master's reputation could be above the 3 great academies. To be able to become a disciple of the Imperial Master was a supreme honor. Between their quarrels, on stage, Nianbai is stalling and delaying this fight instead. Those who don't know the truth only think that Nianbai has already reached the limit of his ability to separate himself from the rest of the world. But the people who really have an eye for what's going on, a quick glance at the real state of the battle, they knew that Nianbai hadn't used his full strength, and was inevitably biding his time to prepare for the next battle. A few minutes later, These 10 men on the stage. They were all knocked off the stage. Moreover, during the entire process, yet Nianbai was the only one who was striking out. 2 for 20. Who dares to come? Nianbai, hands holding a knife. Body bathed in blood mist. Let a person look actually have a few points of the flavor of the god of murder. Really horrible. These young boys and girls who were knocked off the stage by Nianbai. Nianbai didn't let them get hurt. But it was just a point. After all, it was just a sparring match. There was no need to hurt anyone. Qi Shengtian stared blankly at the stage and, dumbfounded, he looked at Nimble's form and a stream of figures passed him, mounted the stage, and in no time at all, the number of 20 people from the capital, from the Magic City, and from the Mountain City had been assembled on the stage. They recognized that Nianbai is strong. But Nianbai's attitude like this would be really arrogant. Everybody's a genius. Even if you can fight, you can't do this. Right? Where are you going to put our faces when you do that? Do you want the Dragon Kingdom to have only you as a genius from now on? So that the world will completely forget about us? Those in the stands who doubted Nianbai remained skeptical at this point. After just now, they also feel the terror of Nianbai. If Nianbai is still playing 10, they are afraid that they do not dare to speak out. But at this point, when Nianbai hit 20, he once again refreshed their perception of the. It makes them think that this thing is absolutely impossible. After all, among these 20 geniuses, there were 3 Emerald Realm teenage geniuses. Even if Nianbai could beat up 10 geniuses of the Martial General Realm, taking on 3 geniuses of the Emerald Realm was an impossible task. Not to mention, in addition to those 3 Emerald geniuses, there are 17 others. The battle is on again. Nianbai had but 5 minutes to solve all the geniuses under the Emerald on the stage, with 10 minutes left to take care of the 3 Emerald geniuses on stage. Such a display. Such a gift. It had already made everyone giggle. Even this completely impossible thing, Nianbai actually did it easily. Swish. Nianbai's body flashed with golden light once again. An extremely terrifying pillar of golden light rose up into the sky. In this moment, the Supreme Bone is actually fully grown. The last remaining impediments to a complete breakthrough. At the same time, Nianbai's 4th stage opened up on this. The golden pillar of light didn't enter the sky above, even in the middle of the day, shaking half of the capital. Quick! Cut the live feed. Elder Tongue and the others were shocked, too. But their shock, more than their ecstasy, regardless of whether it was Nianbai or Baiwan, this pillar of light erupting from their bodies was not without meaning. The stronger the pillar of light, the higher the upper limit of their growth. As long as they can reach the level of rushing into the clouds, it proves that they can grow to become the strongest human being. And the appearance of these pillars of light attracts the surrounding aura to gather. The aura is influenced by their gifts of, bringing with them the characteristics of. Between their battles, it was more able to be absorbed by them. And the efficiency of absorption could be increased by at least 5-10 times. Boom! A pillar of purple light rises to the sky and it was Baiwan who began to fully activate the heavenly Yin bone within her body. Nianbai's 4th stage realm was an extremely dangerous realm. The slightest mishap could burn Nianbai's soul. So Baiwan had to be careful and prudent. If it wasn't for the fact that Baiwan's spiritual power was too transcendent and had a war god level of dominance, otherwise she wouldn't have dared to let Nianbai open it. At the moment when the Nianbai Supreme Bone was fully grown, he reached the peak of 14x. Temporary strength, breaking through to the 9th rank of general. Fighting power is at its strongest at the moment. All of you, together, Nianbai's body's golden light exploded into countless starbursts, spilling over the entire capital city's earth, even outside the arena. But any blood that came into contact with the golden starburst began to evaporate into a blood-colored mist, dense in the air. The terrifying miracles of the Qi clan's old ancestor back then have resurfaced once again. After 300 years, the ancestor of the Qi family back then relied on the fourth stage to fight the Holy War. A 3-year battle that moreover bought hundreds of years of respite for mankind. And the pillar of light emanating from the old ancestor of that year could ignite an entire extraterrestrial battlefield. Any blood anywhere, vaporized by the starbursts of, and following the gathering of the starbursts. It kept gathering on the body of the Qi clan's old man. Even a blood mist thousands of kilometers apart could be transformed into the strength of the Qi clan's oldest ancestor. This is the first sacred bone of the past. More than that, it's the topmost human combatant. There isn't one. And Nianbai's words caused all the teenagers in the room to be unconvinced by the. Even if he was as terrifying as he was, he wanted to fight thousands or tens of thousands of them in a fierce battle with just one person? This could not be done even if a god were to come. More and more talent is coming to the stage. The situation is a complete mess. Even though the live stream had stopped, no one noticed. The arena is completely blocked off. No one is allowed to leave without the permission of the Dragon Kingdom. Only because the secret needs to be blocked off. Nianbai's fighting strength becoming more and more terrifying. But in the end, he was restrained by not his physical prowess. It wasn't by Wan's suppression for him that went wrong either. Rather, it was because the supply of blood could no longer keep up with his consumption. Even if hundreds of liters of alien beast blood flowed on the ground, it was only half a minute's worth of consumption for him. A crimson mist of blood, spreading wildly across the scene. It's so weird. And so sultry. Again. The sweet and fishy scent in the air made people feel as if they had arrived at a battlefield. It was as if in front of them was an endless sea of corpses and blood. Qi Guanshan fell into a chair, his body completely limp and powerless. A pair of eyes staring down at Nianbai in death. The supreme state sought by the Qi family appeared on Nianbai's body. Obviously, his adopted son Qi Shengtian had obtained the supreme bone, and even 8 companion bones. Yet there was no sign of opening the berserk realm. Qi Jia, taking their proudest genius, kicked out of the house. Even sacrificing the genius they should be proud of to fulfill their self-righteous adopted son. Regret. Remorse. Various emotions lingered in Qi Guanshan's heart. At this moment, he finally understands why the Ministry of Education of the Dragon State allows Nianbai to mess around. It turns out that it was simply to give Nianbai a stage to wash his hands of, in order to subvert the slur that the Zygons have inflicted on him. And the Qi family, actually, almost got him killed with national opinion. Also in the stands, Qi Shire, Qi Si Yuan, Qi Wu Xian, Qi Lu Yao, several women, has been completely dumbfounded. They never felt that Nianbai could be compared to Qi Shengtian. In their eyes, Nianbai is so bad. But the reality. But it slapped them hard in the face. Although Qi Shire couldn't bear to treat Nianbai cruelly, and realized how Nianbai had been treated in the Qi family, she also transplanted the last piece of companion bone to Qi Shengtian. And even if she had a heavenly excuse, she was just wrong. And it's particularly wrong. At this moment, she finally understood why Qi Bafang wanted to waste her. Good scrap. Good job on the scrapping. It was all her repeated mistakes that had harmed Nianbai. Qi Shire looked at it and was already in tears, crying uncontrollably, thinking back to what she had been. Her heart broke like a knife. Qi Wuxuan violently spewed out a mouthful of blood without warning. And her pretty face, Steeply turned pale. Strong mental stimulation. It actually put her in a trance. Suddenly, her mind flashed back to a scene that had been. There's the image of her making Nianbai kneel in a rainstorm for 3 days and 3 nights because of the Qi Sheng Tian thing. There are even images of her personally poisoning Nianbai's meals, causing him to almost go off the deep end in his cultivation. These images, blended with the night of the first mock exam, merged with the Qi Sheng Tian doesn't know who he's talking to. He said he was going to buy a murderer. The next day after that, Nianbai met the iron-horned rhinoceros in the examination hall. She had previously thought that her brother, Qi Sheng Tian, couldn't have bought a murderer at all. She even blamed Nianbai for the serpentine tiger that appeared by chance. But along with the collision of the two souls, it made her suddenly realize a lot. Qi Wuxian sprayed out a mouthful of blood once again, and her entire body became incomparably weak. All the images of the last life floating in the mind's eye. It made her ooze with a cold cinching sweat in the middle of the day. The image showed that she had been seriously injured by a foreign beast during the SSS-level battle in the extraterritorial battlefield, and was later found by Qi Sheng Tian and killed by Qi Sheng Tian's own hands. Qi Sheng Tian dug out all the companion bones in her body while she was still alive, and the pain. It was excruciating. And most painful of all, it was the work of Qi Sheng Tian's own hands, killed by his favorite brother. It was worse than killing her. Moreover, the reason why she had been seriously injured by the Fey Beast was entirely because Qi Sheng Tian had given her the wrong information that he was being put in deep danger, and she had gone to save him. From the beginning, Qi Sheng Tian wanted to get her killed. Even though the companion bone in her body was not the companion bone of the Supreme Bone, it was affected by the Qi family's bloodline and could be used in conjunction with what the Supreme Bone was used for. Qi Sheng Tian just wants to kill her and take her bones. Make yourself stronger. What was even more ridiculous was that Qi Sheng Tian had still killed her as the division commander of the 18th Division of the Human Alliance Army. A sharp pain in the brain. The great mental torture that it made Qi Wuxian almost go crazy. Fifth sister. What's wrong with you? The women were startled by her condition, and hastened to inquire that at this moment, she was sitting on top of a wheelchair because her legs had been broken by Qi Bafang. They just assumed she was having a seizure from her injuries. 5. What's wrong with you? Qi Guanshan and Zhao Milan were also shocked by the rush over to care. But when they saw her face, they were all shocked. Because those eyes of hers were filled with blood, with monstrous resentment and anger. Almost as if they wanted to eat people. And following her line of sight. After all, it was still the direction of Qi Sheng Tian below. Qi Sheng Tian. An angry hiss from her throat's bursting forth. Yet it was almost as chilling as the sound of metal scraping. Off stage, Qi Sheng Tian was about to take advantage of the chaos to kill Nianbai. But Nianbai's fighting prowess grew more and more terrifying, leaving him no good chance of getting close enough to. A hiss came from the instantly startling Qi Sheng Tian. Looking back, he saw that it was his fifth sister, Qi Wuxian, who was staring at him with an extremely sinister gaze. If Qi Wuxian wasn't sitting in a wheelchair at the moment and couldn't even stand up. Otherwise Qi Sheng Tian didn't doubt that she would have rushed straight over and killed herself. Qi Sheng Tian was a little confused. It's completely confusing. Qi Sheng Tian. You animal. I'm going to kill you. You actually. Qi Wuxian roared. She's trying to say something. But suddenly a horrible oppression came from the vault of heaven, suppressing her body, making her suffer so much that she was almost dying. Ahem. She coughed violently and another mouthful of blood was violently spewed out. Her soul, Her body all trembled in the moment. It was as if even the heavens didn't give her the chance to open her mouth and reveal the truth of her last life. It was a force she could not understand. And at the same time a force she could not defy, suppressing her directly from the depths of her soul. This moment. She's desperate. For Qi Xingtian's sake. She had given so much. She was even willing to let her die. But in the end, the bloody truth was too much for her to accept. And more than that, it made her regret it. Because she had raised an animal with her own hands. Nope. The beasts are actually two. Because she's also the enabler of that beast. For Qi Xingtian's sake. How she treated Nianbai was still fresh in her mind. Ah! She let out a desperate, agonized hiss that. The two souls are completely fused. It's a violent collision. The pain and suffering had actually caused her to shed 2 lines of bloody tears. And just looking at them was so oozing. Qi Wu Xian. It's actually you? This is going to be fun. Since it's you, then I'll completely waste you. After all, there are some things that not only can't be said, but also can't be advanced. In the stands, a figure stood up with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth and, in a split second, a subdimensional gate opens. Thousands of alien beasts burrowed out of the subdimensional gate, scaring the guts out of the crowd. Also along with the opening of the sublime gate, the venue was thrown into a panic for a moment. The Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as the capital war zone, immediately stepped forward to kill the foreign beasts and suppress the situation. Elder Dong and the others were at the top of the grandstand. They were all tense. The venue was obviously heavily guarded. But they were still infiltrated by human traitors. And in the subdimensional door was a gray-haired man wearing a clown mask and holding a black and gold folding fan who stepped out of the. Qi Bafang looked at him with a grave expression. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned Erisher's smile, who was coming down from above the bleachers, with a few pleas in his voice. Towards the gray-haired man, he said, Tianfeng, please. That the #1 powerhouse outside the domain would actually come in person is something I didn't anticipate before. The gray-haired man opened his folding fan, nodded his head indifferently, and said with a light smile, No harm done. Leave it to me. Thanks. Qi Bifang nodded his head with a few moments of gratitude and Skywind smiled at Erisher and went. At the sight of him, the instant of Arashi's smiling expression was incomparably grave. I can't believe even you're here. You guys are really well prepared. Erisher said grimly with a smile. Ha ha. Who wouldn't want a genius like this? If he is able to join the Fey Legion, he will surely grow to be a powerful auxiliary of the Fey. And even he alone will be enough to lead an army and sweep away the humans. Tianfeng shook his folding fan and laughed brightly. It's not the first day he and Erisher Smile have met. Even just exchanging hands. They exchanged several times. Just not once did Erisher Smile manage to gain the upper hand from him. However, he actually didn't kill Erisher Smile, and even sent out invitations several times, inviting Erisher Smile to join the Fey Legion and become a powerful combatant of the Fey Legion. Die. Erisher Smile knows he's no match. But he can only fight. In the case of a genius of Nianbai's level, if he fell into the hands of the Fey Legion, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nianbai can be the future savior of mankind. More than anything else, it could be the key to Fey domination of mankind. Since the beginning of time, powerful weapons have had both positive and negative aspects. And the nature of the readings. It is shaped like a powerful blade. Erisher Smile's saint-level strength erupted. A knife slashed. Was actually resisted by Tianfeng's folding fan. And shook up a horrifying aftermath around him. Even though the two had only just fought together, The ground was actually dented because of their battle. Chi Bafong. I'll be responsible for stalling Erasure smile. You take care of the rest. Skywind greeted her. Yes. Chi Bifong nods his head. Those foreign beasts that rushed out from the gate of Sublime Dimension delayed the footsteps of the many powerful people of the Dragon Kingdom. And Chi Bafong then stiffened and rushed in the direction of Nianbai. Erasure smiled at their momentary anxiety and Imperial Master. It's only in uniform. The top powerhouses of the various academies also rushed down from the stands to block Chi Bafong's footsteps. Not only was the Imperial Master as the Dragon Kingdom's #1 tutor, with powerful and unrivaled disciples under his command, even he himself was an extremely terrifying top-tier powerhouse, along with the light golden color of his body flashing up. It's the Augur's sacred bone running inside him that. Decades ago, he was seriously injured in a great battle rushing. His strength fell down to the Saint Realm, and he only had the strength of the peerless 7th grade left. The principals of the 3 great academies are all peerless powerhouses, from unmatched 3rd to unmatched 5th, respectively. They're swarming and attacking. Mingle with Chi Bifong of the peerless 8th grade. In terms of talent, each of them were transcendent, crushing countless people. But Chi Bifong was likewise the same. 133 companion bones on Chi Bifong's body. Even a saint couldn't beat her. Only at this time, she had deliberately suppressed her strength in order to deceive the entire Dragon Kingdom. Swish. 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 More and more powerful people pounced towards Chi Bifong. Some of the strong men brought by Lan Shao immediately rushed to Nianbai's side for protection, even if Chi Bifong didn't open his mouth. But who knows what her purpose really is? Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suppression arose from Chi Bifong's body. At the same time, the shadows of 3 powerful beasts emerged behind her, namely the fiery serpentine dragon, the thorny red dragon, and the Xuanwu sacred turtle, respectively. Being able to produce this kind of vapors, it's the increase that can be produced when a martial artist communicates with the sacred bone to the extreme. Moreover, this kind of holy bone must also be a holy bone that came from the deprivation of a foreign beast. The fiery serpentine dragon provides an extremely terrifying increase in the fire attribute of the thorny red dragon puts Chi Bifong into a dominant state. The Xuanwu sacred turtle, on the other hand, is indestructible. 3 top-quality sacred bones from different exotic beasts. 133 companion bones of different attributes. It actually appeared in the same person. This would never be possible if it was placed in the human perception of martial arts. Because the sacred bone, no matter if it's a human's or a foreign beast's, there can only be one in a lifetime. And the companion bone must be paired with the attributes of the sacred bone added to the body. The sacred bones with different attributes are subject to an extremely terrifying repulsion reaction, as in the case of Qi Shengtian before him. But Qi Shengtian still has a chance of survival. But the conflict of the sacred bones was something that would directly cause a person to die in agony without any semblance of survival. This scene, almost all of the people looked dumbfounded. The appearance of the heavenly winds was terrifying enough. But Chi Bifong was the real terror. If Chi Bifong was allowed to grow to the Saint Realm, then in the human alliance, no one would be her opponent. All the strong ones, all families, all join in the fight. Even Qi Guanshan had killed below. Because Nianbai was the awakened genius of the Qi family, he had to return Nianbai to the family. Qi Shengtian is almost going crazy. He clutched his hair in an unacceptable death grip and, because of what's in front of us, this battle for the ages, I can't believe it was struck for Nianbai. Moreover, even his father, his big sister, joined the battle in order to protect Nianbai. On the distant stands, There was also Qi Wuxian glaring at him with spiteful eyes, wanting to kill him, and even more so, wanting to break him into pieces. Suddenly, it's like no one cares about him anymore. Sister Bai. Brother-in-law Nian Bai. I'm here to help you. A voice came. It was Xia Yemeng who came beside the two. At this time, because the beasts rushed out of the gate of the dimension, the battle between Nian Bai and the geniuses came to an abrupt end. And they all unanimously killed the beasts. Yu Meng. Open your swift feather sacred bone and increase your strength. The true news of this great battle is to be erased. So even if you expose the sacred bone, there's no harm in it. Bai Wan reminded. Okay de. Xia Yemeng nodded her head, and then dispatched the holy bone in her body. The most outstanding thing about the swift feather sacred bone was its speed. And once the swift feather sacred bone exploded with full force, even if it crossed the level to single combat, it would be easy. Xia Yemeng has not used the swift feather sacred bone so far. That's because Grandpa didn't let her use it. But the situation at hand is different. Bai Wan's Tian Yin bone can help her. Nian Bai's there is no god in the world can also help her harden her bones. Bai Wan speculated that the reason why Xia Lei had not allowed her to use the swift feather sacred bone was feared to be because of the fusion degree. And in the case at hand, Bai Wan could help her fuse. Among the geniuses who fused the sacred bones, some of them were inoculated against being able to use them for the next decade or so. Or even decades. Because they couldn't fit perfectly with the sacred bones in the first place. If you use a sacred bone, there is a high probability of rejection. And once rejection has set in, either the holy bones are broken, either people die. However, with Bai Wan's terrifying spiritual power, as well as the support of the heavenly Yin bone, it was entirely possible to help Xia Yemeng achieve suppression. At the same time, Nian Bai's no god under heaven also created an extremely refined aura in the surrounding area, transforming it into nutrients for martial artists with the blood of beasts. Between a press and a patch, even if Xia Yemeng had a rejection reaction, there was a way out. And this kind of scene is not something that can be had at any time. It just so happened that it was also considered a favor to Xia Yemeng. Xia Yemeng is still the first time to use the sacred bone. The body is still more or less some of the discomfort. The main thing is that the Xuanyu sacred bone brought too much horror of speed enhancement. Its speed was so fast that in front of a low-strength martial artist, it was almost equal to instantaneous movement. That was also why in the Holy War back then, the Xia clan's old ancestor could rely on the swift feather sacred bone to hold up a battlefield all by himself. Noting that when Xia Yemeng activated the sacred bone, the heart of Charlie, who was fighting, thumped violently and, however, immediately, he sensed a vast spiritual power enveloping Xia Yemeng, and knew that it was Bai Wan who had made a move. And only then did he feel slightly more at ease. Just as Bai Wan had guessed, the reason why he didn't let Xia Yemeng use the sacred bone was because of the fit. But Bai Wan can even suppress Nian Bai's no god under heaven. And how can you mess up the fit of the swift feather sacred bone? If Bai Wan helped Xia Yemeng to fit the sacred bone, then the Xia family truly owed her a huge favor. Between Nian Bai's frantic killings, a large amount of alien beast blood was waved on top of the ground. The feedback brought about by the blood of the Fey beasts allowed Nian Bai's strength to increase. His origin strength, from the 4th rank of a martial general, had risen to the 5th rank of a martial general, even impacting the 6th rank of a martial general along the way. It's just a pity that the peak of his temporary strength is the current realm. Even if his origin strength was raised to the 9th rank of a martial general, then his temporary strength would only be stuck at the 9th rank of a martial general, without being able to cross over. But that's the limitations he had before Emerald. When he crosses the Emerald and becomes a patriarch, this restriction is then naturally erased. If he transformed a certain number of Holy Spirit bones, Then he might even be able to temporarily ascend to the peerless realm with the strength of a sovereign first grade. With his elevation, the black and gold blade in his hand was also elevated. This blood-dripping weapon similar to the black gold blade had only been ranked F in the beginning. But at this moment, it had come to rank D. It crossed 2 levels. There's a mismatch on Xia Yameng. The swift feather sacred bone produced a certain repulsive impact within the body. But it was quickly suppressed by Baiwan. To achieve this level, it could be done by a strong person alone. Otherwise, Xia Lei would have helped her complete the fusion long ago. And the key to that was the spiritual sacred bone. Everything. It's going in the right direction. The Fae are charging towards them. But there's a human powerhouse in the way. And the orders of Qi Bafeng. So they couldn't be in any danger even if they fought anymore. This battle was originally fought to give Nianbai a proper name. It was also a way to make Nianbai's talent known to the world. And moreover, to allow him to improve in battle. Boom! Qi Bafeng slashed out with his sword. Even though Charlie used the long knife in his hand as a defense, he was still shaken out of the room. They're having an unbelievable fight here. The same was true at Tianfeng and Lanshao. This level of powerful war was nothing more than that. Even if it was placed in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Qi Guanshan was killing foreign beasts while thinking of ways to ease the relationship with Nianbai. He felt that no matter what, Nianbai was after all his own son. So as long as he bowed his head, Nianbai should return to the family. Right? Big deal. He'll just fade into oblivion about everything Nianbai did before. Just pretend it didn't happen. What's more, the Qi family is also the clan of the township. Among the Qi family, how can it be better than the Bai family? Qi Wuxian's state was still not slowed down under the care of the women. Thinking back to what had been, what she had in her mind was the growing torment of. She doesn't know what regret means until she's experienced it. If it wasn't for the rebirth of her returned soul, which brought her memories of her last life, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to realize just how much she'd gone too far. And as far as the memories of her last life go, she wasn't the first person to be killed by Qi Shengtian. In his last life, Nianbai had a present-day transformation that the last piece of his companion bone was not peeled off by him. But instead, it was taken down by them again because of what happened to Qi Shengtian. After that, he was forced by them to take the high school entrance exams. Ended up dying in the exam room at the entrance exam. Contrast the difference between the two lives. Qi Wuxian suddenly froze violently and did. Nianbai was reborn too? Why else would he be so resistant to the Qi family in this life? This battle, which is still unprecedented in its pomp and circumstance. In the midst of the battle, there were even dozens of strong people who had killed their way back from the extraterrestrial battlefield. With the commotion Qi Bafeng made in the capital last time, plus the fact that the Battle of the 100 Schools was a major matter this time, the Dragon Kingdom had prepared quite a few contingency plans. These extraterrestrial powers are one of the preliminaries. The general public inside the arena has long since been moved to the outside by the officials of the Dragon Kingdom. The horrific spectacle created by the strongest of the strong caused varying degrees of damage to the venue. And with the addition of extraterrestrial powerhouses, an otherwise balanced situation, a tilt occurred in the aftermath. Qi Bafeng and the others deliberately displayed an undefeated stance, with the intention of retreating. Nianbai, leave with 8th sister while you still have the chance. With the Qi family treating you like this, no one cares if you live or die before your talent is displayed. So why are you still staying in the Dragon Kingdom? Qi Bafeng's drink reverberating throughout the venue. But in reality, her words were entirely addressed to these powerful and high-ranking people in the Dragon Kingdom. Only when they realized that Nianbai could be taken away at any time did they become highly nervous. Even going as far as to smash all resources for the sake of Nianbai. Nianbai. Don't listen to her. She's already a human traitor. She's our opposite. Think of Baiwan. Think about the people closest to you. If you were to fall back on this, who do you think would be hurt the most? If you were to become enemies with them later, would you be willing to do so? The first strongest person in the domain, Erasure, smiled and bellowed out. It doesn't matter who Nianbai is with. They all had to leave Nianbai behind. Nianbai's future is destined to be the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. And destined to be on top of the world as humanity's most promising savior. If he becomes a powerful member of the Fey Legion, then this loss, it is beyond the reach of all mankind. Yes, Nianbai. You must not fall under her spell. Humans and Fey. It was meant to be unrecognizable. Charlie also hurriedly said. Although Charlie didn't think Nianbai might turn against him, no one could guarantee that the eventuality that, in the current situation, although they seem to have the slight upper hand, if Nianbai agreed, Tianfeng would also kill over and take Nianbai away. As long as Tianfeng uses his full power, then there was no one at all on the scene who could hinder him. Nimble. Make the best choice you can. You are the hope of our Dragon Kingdom. More than that, it is a great hope for the future of mankind. Elder Dong also let out a cry, anxiously looking in the direction of Nianbai. Nianbai clenched his teeth and made a decision with what looked like a struggle. Eighth sister. I'm sorry. I can't go with you. Qi Bafang froze and said unwillingly. Brother? What exactly are you thinking? Could it be that these years of being in the Qi family situation is not enough? We all know in our hearts what the Qi family did to you. They sent assassins to kill you at the Westgate Examination Center. And if I hadn't shown up in time, you'd already be dead. You stay in the capital. Stay in the Dragon Kingdom. They might even make a move to kill you. You could be in danger at any moment. Nianbai's expression grew firmer as he said. Eighth sister. I still have Awan and the others who can't cut it. You come back as well. You are so powerful. The Dragon Kingdom will definitely accept you. Qi Bafang burst out laughing in anger and said. Acceptance? They'll be damned if they can accept me. They will only bait me and gain my trust before eradicating me. Because I would be nothing but a threat to them. They can't guarantee that I'm returning in good faith. Not to mention there's no guarantee if I'm still connected to the Fae. Things were just as Qi Bifang said. Qi Bifang could no longer come back even if he wanted to. If they were just ordinary human traitors, then there was still a possibility that they could be accepted. Since they were not as strong as Qi Bifang and relatively controllable. But Qi Bifang's strength was something that even a saint would not be able to defeat. So isn't keeping her a threat? In the meantime, there's no way she's coming back. She had to stay in the camp of the Fae. For Nianbai's growth. To protect her. Brother, I'm going to ask you one last time. Will you come with me? Qi Bifang was already a few points angrier. No. Nianbai firmly shook his head. Qi Bifang immediately laughed in anger and angrily rebuked. During this period of time, I've stood up for you. Thought of ways for you. And even specifically brought a legion of foreign beasts to save you. As it turns out, in the end, is it all in my head? I'm worried about your well-being. Worried that you'll be murdered by the Qi family again. And you're treating my kindness like a donkey's liver and lungs? Skywind. Help! Take him away. Upon hearing this, Tianfeng nodded his head and slapped Erasure Xiaoxiao out of the room with a palm. Boom! All that could be heard was an unmistakable and terrifying explosion that. It was the #1 extraterrestrial powerhouse. Erasure's smile. who flew dozens of meters backward and crashed heavily into the concrete wall below the stands. Erasure smiled and collapsed several walls in quick succession. Collapsed in the rubble. It even spewed out a mouthful of blood. Erasure smiled as he lay completely powerless on the rubble, bracing himself to stand up. But he couldn't do it at all. This is a moment of despair. And he knows there's a gap between himself and Skywind. But I never realized that the gap between the two was so huge. If the Dragon Kingdom is unable to leave Nienbai behind, then in the near future, human defenses will surely collapse. The fowls that the beasts keep. Damn it! Erasure laughs and lets out a desperate roar of. Seeing Erasure Xiao being beaten up like this, the powerful men of the Dragon Kingdom were doubly desperate. But they're all standing in front of Nienbai. Even if it means death. They also couldn't let Tianfeng take away the flame of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. You are no match for me. Get out of the way. All of you. Tianfeng faintly raised his hand. And the ghostly voice that came out from under the clown mask caused countless people to be emboldened. Fight! Charlie himself led the charge. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards Skywind. The war has resumed. But the situation has turned to Tianfeng's side. Elder Buzhou, it's your turn to show up. Qi Bafan looked in the direction of the venue's entrance. His brows furrowed. And he whispered. As of today, everything is still in her plan. As long as the final link in her plan appeared, then the battle could be successfully concluded. She and Tianfeng. Then they could depart through the dimensional gate. The Gate of Dimensions is exclusive to the Fae. It's a technology that. It is a powerful technology that is beyond the reach of mankind for the time being. Seemingly sensing Qi Bafan's call, a man clad in a black cloak. The figure with its face hidden by a hood appeared at the entrance of the venue. His knuckles, dark and dry, as if they were dry corpses crawling out of coffins. Just looking at him gave people a creepy feeling that. And on his body, dragging heavy chains. Walking with a ding-dong ringing sound. When the powerful men of the Dragon Kingdom saw him, they couldn't help but stare in disbelief. No one expected him to come. He's the only person in the entire Dragon Kingdom who can't even be invited. Even if Elder Tongue invites them himself. But if any of the words didn't satisfy him, he would just start cursing. His emotions, like the sacred bones of their family. It's crazy. Their family, too, was the only family that had been placed in the extraterrestrial battlefield and was unable to return. No son or daughter of their family could set foot in any city in the Dragon Kingdom without obtaining permission from the Dragon Kingdom. In the 300 years before and after, more than tens of thousands of strong human beings have died at their hands. But at the same time, their family's meritocracy was one of the most terrifying of all the families in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if all the townspeople combined, it's only barely on par with them. They're not just powerful and special. The children of the family are all mad. As if they were insane. But their family was also the only family among all the families in the entire Dragon Kingdom that had an old ancestor to hold down the fort. 300 years ago. Their family's old ancestor who had participated in the Holy War was still alive today. Moreover, if we talk about it, their family's ancestor is the strongest person in the Dragon Kingdom. Senior Buzhou, I implore you to be able to come out. The true Supreme Bone has appeared. Dong Lao shouted anxiously. Got it. The cloaked old man responded with a feint. Along with his thought, the metal shackles on his body actually instantly turned into pieces and fell to the ground. The blood-red halo, which flowed around him, was not flashy in any way. Only in a single movement of his body. He actually crossed the barrier of all of them in an instant. And came to Skywind's face. Skywind was startled. the body quickly retreated. However, he still received a solid punch from the cloaked old man, and was knocked back a few steps. And his chest reversed blood, nearly spurting out a mouthful of blood. The appearance of the cloaked old man was something he hadn't expected. Now that most of their plans have been realized, then it's time to retreat. If he continued to stay here, even he could not guarantee if he would be accounted for here. Chi Bafeng. We should withdraw, Tianfeng shouted anxiously. But along with his words, the cloaked old man once again struck towards him, clearly not using his full strength, and had completely suppressed him. Nian Bai, are you coming with us or not? Chi Bafeng gave a final shout. But her questioning. In return, Nian Bai was silent in response. Nian Bai, if you're not willing to leave with me, then the next time we meet, we'll be enemies, Chi Bafeng coldly said. Her program, which has a gradual rhythm of, from the time Nian Bai showed his horrible talent, to the staging of a battle for supremacy, and then to her hate to leave, can completely establish Nian Bai's position in the Dragon Kingdom, but also will not let people suspect Nian Bai and her again associated. To trick so many top bigwigs in the Dragon Kingdom, things had to be done in such a way that there was no room for error. There are only extreme opposites, in order to prove that the readings are fully usable. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom always carries the suspicion of Nian Bai, always worrying that the geniuses they've cultivated will one day become the graft of others. Then they're bound to use some means on Nian Bai during the cultivation stage. This was something Chi Bafeng could not tolerate. Don't think that the Dragon Kingdom can't do such things. Before the righteousness of the human race, everything is small. Chi Bafeng wants Nian Bai to stand at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, sought after by countless forces, while still possessing absolute freedom. And as of now, that goal has clearly been reached. The next thing to do is to further strengthen the opposition between their two sides and make the Dragon Kingdom completely convinced. If it wasn't a last resort, Chi Bafeng would not have allowed Nian Bai to join the Fey Beasts. It's enough to have her one to carry 1,000 names of traitors to mankind. She only wanted Nian Bai to be bright and honest in this life. Chi Bafeng. Retreat. I can't carry it any longer, Tianfeng anxiously urged. Chi Bafeng pretended to clench his teeth and unwillingly opened the sublime gate, preparing to retreat. Before she left, she looked at Nian Bai one last time. Nian Bai's eyes fare well. Let her heart is very satisfied. Turn around. Then into the subdimensional door. The sacred bones on Tianfeng's body operated, and 5 foreign beast silhouettes appeared behind him. After he struck a blow with all his might, he also quickly drilled into that subdimensional door of Chi Bafeng's. Humans could, theoretically, pass through the dimension gate. But there's a confinement set up by the Fey in the dimension gate. If a strong human were to force his way through, with luck he could come to the other side of the door. But with no luck, he would become an inhuman monster. A monster that is neither human nor beast. Chi Bafeng and the rest of them, as human powerhouses of the Fey Legion. Naturally, there's protection set up by the Fey on their bodies. Naturally, you can traverse the subdivision gate without injury. Rumble. A large number of alien beasts have begun to retreat. It was only in their retreat that a number of Dragon Kingdom powerhouses took advantage of the situation and left their corpses behind. 3 minutes later, all the subdimensional gates were closed, leaving only the corpses of the alien beasts all over the ground. Nian Bai was completely shielded in the center by the strong man. Not to mention the Fey. Even humans have trouble getting close. With Bai Wan's help, the 4th realm on Nian Bai's body cancelled and returned to its usual state. A big battle down. Nian Bai actually did not have much loss. Still the dragon essence not to mention. Even the strength also soared to the 8th grade of the martial arts general. One fight. 4 levels in a row. It's simply unimaginable. Sister White. I fit. I completed the fit. Xia Yameng felt the sensation of the feedback from the sacred bone in her body and was so excited that she almost jumped up. Her entire body hanging onto Baiwan. Hurry down too. I do have a fiancé. Don't wait to give my fiancé the wrong idea. Baiwan let out a light laugh and said. He. Nianbai's brother-in-law. You won't misunderstand. Right? Xia Yameng smiled sweetly at Nianbai. Spitting out her pretty tongue. She said. Just don't abduct Wan for me. Nianbai said in amusement. I'd love to abduct it. The problem is that Sister White has her heart hanging on you. And to her, no one matters but you. Xia Yameng grumbled. She knew Baiwan was powerful. But the matter of Baiwan fitting the sacred bone for her had refreshed her perception of Baiwan even more. Baiwan's heavenly yin bone, whether it was for combat or assistance, was superb. Nimble. Are you guys okay? Charlie asked worriedly as he dragged his weakened body to meet him. Chief Minister Xia. We're fine. How are you doing? Nianbai asked with the same concern. Chi Baifang had to show suppression and resistance while striking out at them, but at the same time not harming. The trade-off between the two was very difficult. Whether it's Xia Lei, Lan Xiao, the Imperial Master, Du Yun Kai, or any other powerful. These are the people who will help Nianbai in the future. It would only be a problem if they were injured. Xia Lei waved his hand towards Nianbai and smiled. I'm fine too. It's just a small injury. Just go back and recuperate for a few days. Elder Dong, Imperial Master. An erasure smile came over one after another. Only the old man in the cloak stood still for some reason. A pair of eyes surveyed Nianbai sorrowfully under the cloak. It seems that. And a little bit of frenzy? When the big battle ended, Qi Guanshan was going to walk over with Qi Yu. But he was blocked by Wu Long with his men in the first place. Vice Minister Wu. What are you stopping me for? Nianbai is my son. Let me through. Qi Guanshan glared angrily and said. Wu Long, however, shook his head. Qi Broken Mountain. Nianbai has been taken over by the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom. And he is no longer relevant when he severed his ties with your Qi family. Qi Guanshan froze, not thinking that he would say that. There was an even greater anger at the. He said. Vice Minister Wu. Aren't your words inappropriate? Nianbai's body has the blood of our Qi family flowing through it. Is this relationship to be broken just by saying so? Moreover, you also know that the supreme bone is the holy bone of my Qi family. Between Nianbai and I, there are some misunderstandings. At most, it should be up to us. Father and son. When Wulong heard this, but he smiled. He said, Qi Guanshan, you don't have to talk about this either. You're the one who opened the conference. And you're the one who portrayed Nianbai as a traitor to humanity and caused a national tirade. Qi Guanshan almost choked to death. His expression ugly. I was wrong about this matter. I am willing to admit my mistake. But you let me pass first. This is a family matter for the Qi family. If it weren't for the fact that Wulong is the Deputy Minister of Education. Otherwise Qi Guanshan would have slapped him over long ago. As long as he gives Nianbai a leg up. He wouldn't believe that White wouldn't come back. Let's put it this way. And don't say that I, Wulong, am unkind. Ask Nianbai yourself. If he is willing to let you pass, then I will not stand in the way. Wulong sneered. With Nianbai's attitude, It was absolutely impossible to let Qi Guanshan pass. They already knew all about Nian Bai's years in the Qi family. Even they, outsiders, knew that the Qi family had gone too far. The Qi family said that Nian Bai was a thief and a troublemaker. But if Nian Bai is really such a person, that's not how things work. It's just that the people who are really doing it wrong never label them as being right. At Qi Xingtian's 18th birthday party, Nian Bai's bone digging is still fresh in his mind. Qi's family called Nian Bai a human traitor at the conference, causing national public opinion to verbally and vocally criticize him. But after Nian Bai showed his talent, the Z's are looking for him, and presumably trying to bring him back. Under the sun, there is no such thing as a good thing. Qi Guanshan didn't have much to worry about and looked in Nian Bai's direction not far away, saying, "Sage, I've come to take you home. I came over to have a word with you." He's the one who said Nian Bai defiled the Qi family name. He's the one who said the name Zissou was disgusting. Back then, he gave Nian Bai such a name because he was the so-called Lone Star of Heaven, letting Nian Bai carry it for so many years. But at this point, he's completely unapologetic. Come to find Nian Bai back home? With an attitude like that, it's what makes people really sick. Nian Bai heard it, but completely treated it as if it fell on deaf ears, still laughing and chatting with Elder Dong and the others. Bai Wan despised it in her heart, but she also treated it as if she couldn't hear it, completely ignoring Qi Guanshan's words and gaze. "Sage, do you hear me?" Qi Guanshan emphasized with a cry. He only thought that he had spaced himself too far apart, so Nian Bai hadn't noticed for a moment. After all, he was Nian Bai's biological father, and it was impossible for Nian Bai to ignore him. Qi Yu, who was on the side, was also unashamed of her fathers. They're the ones who did all the work. 3 or 2 words. Do you just want to be forgiven by Nian Bai? What's more, her father hadn't made any apologies and had only said that he had come to take Nian Bai home. With Nian Bai's current focus, why would she need to go home and be humiliated? Qi Guanshan, Nian Bai's attitude is already clear, so go back. Wulong made a gesture of invitation and said. Qi Guanshan was slightly stunned, and he couldn't help but feel a few moments of annoyance in his heart. But he still suppressed his fire and said, "Vice General Minister Wu, let me pass." He must not have heard. Wulong shook his head and lost his smile. "With your strength, your voice can casually penetrate dozens of meters. So you think he's not hearing? Or simply don't want to talk to you?" Qi Guanshan said with a serious face. "I am his father. How could he possibly ignore me?" Wulong interrupted impatiently. All right. For whatever reason. Please leave." Qi Guanshan said in gloomy fury. "Vice Minister Wu, this is a family matter of my Qi family. Please stay out of it. It's better to let me make a trip over there." Wulong shook his head again and sneered. "Qi Guanshan, we all know in our hearts how you've treated Nian Bai all these years. Once a 13-year-old teenage genius, he fell after returning to your Qi family, and even nearly died at the hands of the Qi family because of the stripping of his companion bone. Now he grows up again. Do you think it's still possible for us, the Ministry of Education, to hand this genius over to you?" Qi Guanshan was tempted to retort, but for a moment, not knowing how to retort. No matter how he explains it, he is out of his depth. After all, it was an established fact that Nian Bai's companion bone had been completely stripped away. And even if he had said that it was Nian Bai's voluntary act, it would have been made out to be so far-fetched that, though Nian Bai is his own son. But in this situation, naturally, the Ministry of Education is bigger, even if they are related by blood. But the Ministry of Education, 2. Was able to take Nian Bai away by force. Alright, Qi Broken Mountain. You're still the head of the Qi family anyways. Pretty much let go. It's a town-state clan. Anyhow. Don't be too embarrassed. Wulong advised. Qi Guanshan's face was rippling with veins. And his heart was burning with rage. How is it a disgrace that he came to find his own son to return to the family? Isn't that normal? What does it have to do with the township clan? Fury. Come home with me. If you have a grudge against me because of the launch, we can go home and take our time. Even I can apologize to you. Qi Guanshan bellowed. He felt he'd lowered his stance enough by being willing to apologize. After all, there's a hierarchy. What kind of father should apologize to his son? He's open-minded enough if he's willing to do that. Then Nian Bai should understand him. Master Qi. You're sick. Aren't you? And come on. Bai Wan turned her head. The voice was full of displeasure. Bai Wan. I'm your elder no matter what. Not to mention that I'm talking to Nian Bai. Qi Guanshan said with the same cold face. In any case, as long as Nian Bai could return to the family, then the Bai family's relationship, naturally, could not escape. As long as Nian Bai was able to return home, the Qi family would have two geniuses by then. It would also allow Nian Bai to help Qi Shengtian along and become stronger. Sick. Don't take your condescending elder stance and press Awan. Nian Bai stared back and coldly said what Qi Guanshan said and did. He's not interested at this point. But Qi Guanshan actually wanted to press on Bai Wan's head. So that wouldn't do. You. Qi Guanshan completely froze. I didn't expect that I was willing to apologize and gave enough steps. But as a result, Nian Bai was actually still so brash. Could it be that he even disregarded the blood relationship? Family Master Qi. There are so many people watching from the side. Just don't humiliate yourself. Okay? Wulong persuaded. But the words were tinged with a conspiratorial mockery. As the head of the Qi family, when had Qi Guanshan been treated like this in front of outsiders? He was also scolded by his own biological son, pointing at his nose. Forget it. I know you have anger in your heart and it's normal to let it out. I'll meet you back at the clan. Katsura. Let's go home first. Qi Guanshan held back his anger and beckoned towards Qi Shengtian, who was not far away. Qi Shengtian doesn't want to leave at all. He's already sensing what's going to happen next. With so many powerful people fighting for Nian Bai, then Nian Bai would definitely be recruited by the three great academies, and even become an imperial master's personal disciple. He wouldn't allow that to happen. So, he's going to stay and stir the pot. Let these bigwigs question Nian Bai's character, and thus give up on Nian Bai. If we leave at this time, then wouldn't his plan go out the window? Dad. Why don't you go to your sisters first? Fifth sister doesn't seem to be in very good shape. I'll stay here and try to think of a way to persuade big brother to come home. Qi Shengtian shook his head. Qi Yi looked at his eyes and already guessed what he wanted to do. In her heart was a surge of fire. Putting it before, Qi Yi simply couldn't imagine that he was such a person. However, recalling the past, plus the eighth sister confirmed that he bought murder to assassinate Nian Bai, let Qi Yi completely see through, and even feel disgusted. If she didn't have to help the eighth sister keep an eye on the Qi family, otherwise Qi Yi would have flipped out long ago. Shengtian, be obedient. Go back with us. If Nian Bai wants to come back, he'll come back on his own. If you stay here to persuade him, what if his temper gets the better of him and he doesn't go back at all? Qi Yi hatchet down. Instantly, Qi Shengtian was at a loss for words. During the month of the Lin family war, Qi Yi seemed to have returned to her old self. making Qi Xingtian's heart feel a lot more at ease. But at this moment, Qi Yiyu's words once again made him feel a crisis. Qi Yiyu seemed to be facing him on the surface. But in essence, she was suppressing. The point is that Qi Yiyu's words haven't caused any problems. After all, Nianbai has suffered tremendous public pressure. Then it's normal for tempers to rise. But in the old days, Qi Yiyu would never say that. Not only would she let herself stay, but she would even feel very knowledgeable to do so. Shang Tian, your big sister is right. Let's go back and talk about it. Your big brother, he's still pissed off. Right now. It would be good to give him a few days to digest it. Shi Guanshan nodded and said, he thinks he's being patient. But he didn't realize that his so-called patience was due to Nianbai's talent. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have bothered. Go! Qi Yiyu went over to greet Qi Shengtian as he left. Qi Shengtian's tactics over the years had been profoundly recognized by her. And she would not allow Qi Shengtian to stir up trouble here. Good. Okay. Even though Qi Shengtian was no longer willing, he could only follow them away. Before leaving, he even glanced in Nianbai's direction. A pair of eyes filled with resentment, itching for Nianbai to die immediately. He's tried to assassinate so many times, instead of succeeding. It even made Nianbai powerful. He was practically spitting blood. If he had known that this would happen, he would have killed Nianbai when he peeled off the last piece of companion bone. As the three Qi family members exit the stage, do Yun Kai and his group of academy bigwigs? All of them argued, each one blushing, just to get Nianbai to join us. For the sake of Nianbai, they had offered extremely horrible conditions. And when it fell on Qi Xingtian's ears, it only made him feel as uncomfortable as if he was being gnawed by ants all over his body. Even he, who couldn't get an invitation of this caliber. He didn't even manage to get recruited for admission early enough to. It should have all belonged to him. The intense jealousy in his heart really made him almost go crazy. During the previous battle, Qi Guanshan and Qi Yiyu's attention was completely on the battlefield. And they didn't pay attention to the side of the Qi family in the stands. When they come back, the situation at the scene really stunned them. Only to see the sisters of the Qi family, each one of them leaning on a chair with incomparable weakness, their bodies covered with wounds. Even her mother, Zhao Milan, was heavily injured, with blood still on the corners of her mouth. Shi Wuxian, who was the most severely injured, had been knocked back to the Emerald 1st grade from the strength of the Sovereign 6th grade. With this level of injury, Shi Wuxian could no longer refine anymore in this life. Even raising from Emerald 1st grade to Emerald 2nd grade was as difficult as climbing into the sky. Honey, what's going on? Qi Guanshan's heart contracted violently. The eyes are trembling violently and, at the same time, with monstrous anger. Dad! This is all Qi Bafang's doing. At the beginning of the great battle, she sent a number of powerful beasts over to beat us like this. Fifth sister most injured. Can't even talk anymore. Shi Lu Yao gritted her teeth. Wanting to knock a martial artist's strength back to its low state was actually very simple. As long as the meridian circuits in the martial artist's body were abolished. At this time, Qi Wuxian could not speak. Could not lift her hands. It's just as bad as it gets. Although she hated Qi Baifang in her heart. But she hated being born again even more and couldn't let Qi Shengtian die. It wasn't until death that she realized how much of an animal Qi Shengtian was. It was a shame that she used to treat him as such a precious treasure and pamper him. Such a person would be a scourge if he stayed in the Qi family. If we can't kill him, he'll surely get everyone in the Qi family killed. And put the Qi family on the path to extinction. My father said that Nian Bai is the lone star of heaven. But Qi Sheng genius is ah. Before she died, both her eldest and third sisters had been killed by Qi Sheng Tian. She just didn't react until she died herself. She originally wanted to kill Qi Sheng Tian even if she had to sacrifice her own life. But Qi Baifeng wouldn't let her have her way. Being reborn in one life will make up for it? Who stipulates the reasoning? Not to mention the fact that Qi Wuxian was invalidated. Things would be more interesting instead. As long as Qi Shengtian thought of a way, it wouldn't take long to dig out her companion bone, adding to her already painful suffering. Get her to the hospital. Qi Guanshan anxiously said. Dad. It's not working. Qi Bafeng's hand was so hard that the doctor who came to see her said there was no hope for her to recover. Qi Jiujiu was very powerless. She thought that the last battle should have been Qi Baifeng's limit. Who'd have thought that Qi Bafeng would do it again? Even harmed fifth sister like this. Why on earth would Qi Baifeng do that? They're sisters. This. Qi Guanshan's hands shivered a bit. His heart irritated and angry. But Qi Wuxian in front of her spread resentment and hatred. Her body violently struggled and trembled, wanting to stand up, while wanting even more to kill Qi Shengtian with her own hands. The way she looks at this point. The eyes at this point. It only makes you feel horrified. It was as if Qi Shengtian had made her this way. Fifth sister. Why are you looking at me like that? Qi Shengtian's heart fluttered and he couldn't help but ask weakly. Qi Wuxuan's body struggled violently. But she couldn't even lift her hand, much less kill Qi Shengtian. Even if she still had the strength of an emerald first grade, along with her body suffering heavy injuries, she couldn't even burst out with the strength of a martial general's 9th grade. Fifth sister. I know it's hard for you. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. If I were stronger, I could have stopped the 8th sister. Qi Shengtian squatted in front of Qi Wuxuan, lost his voice and choked. Even his eyes reddened for an instant. Putting it in the past, Qi Wuxian would only think that the way he looked, knowing so much that it was heartbreaking. But at this moment, Qi Wuxian only wanted to kill him. Bang bang. Qi Wuxian struggled violently with her body and the sharp pain that accompanied it all over her body. She had all but ignored the. She couldn't move her body. One face grew more and more hideous. Fifth sister. Don't be like this. You're hurt so badly. You should recuperate properly. Fifth sister. I'll carry you back here. Qi Shengtian squeezed out a couple of hard tears and, with that, he was about to carry Qi Wuxian on his shoulders. But it was at the same time that Qi Wuxian came onto his back that Qi Wuxian took a bite on his shoulder, actually tearing off a piece of meat raw. And this scene, which stunned everyone. Qi Shengtian ate the pain and dropped Qi Wuxian down. Even when Qi Wuxian slammed down heavily on the ground, she still had a murderous hatred. Xiao Wu. You're crazy, aren't you? Qi Guanshan reacted from his shock and hurriedly took out the healing medicine from his nascent sacred ring to treat Qi Shengtian's wounds. That bloody wound. Striking.